Chapter 1 Reading. What an insensity that! In the Great Han Dynasty, at Xingfeng Prefecture, Chuanan County, west off the county town, Li Qi sat before red-eye lapidated wooden hut, occasionally glancing Gabu, his expression tinged with bewilderment. What on earth is happening? I have traversed said thrum. Li Qi tightened thorn garment were, observing the throng soft people bustling along the street, the incessant cries of vendors filling the air, momentarily at a loss for words. Thesina beforehime ways imbued with an ancient charm, unpretentious and simple, no longer resembling the world he on knew. Soon, a flood of memoria surged into his mind, causing Li Qi to Farawis brow in contemplation the Sira collections, swift living up their beaten in his print. After a brief moment, a glimmer of understanding eliminate his gaze so, that is whitus. Having inherited the memories of this body, Li Qi gained a clear comprehension of the circumstances. The former inhabitant of this body was Sonam Li Qi, a humble scholar from Chuanan County, born into poverty and not left tutorly alone. Minyer Sago, the former's mother, frail in health, succumbed to illness shortly after giving birth to him. The former's father, an elderly scholar, supporteth him by selling painting sand calligraphy or trading in writing materials, raising him with great difficulty. However, just whom inspired, these sold scholaral summeth his demise. The politic landscape peeved Great Han Dynasty was tumultuous, rife with waranches, with rebel forces wreaking havoc, leaving men a place in dire straits. 2 months ago, a band of rebels descended upon Chuanan County, causing considerable unrest. The old scholars stalling calligraphy and paintings was destroyed by a group of rebel ruffians, wool saluteth the meager savings that sustained both the scholar and Li Qi. Enraged, the old scholar confronted Thetherbles, employing lofty literature rhetoric. But thou could the ruffians swasta their brethren amora scholar? They's weeft lie subdued the old scholar and gavaheim a brew tall beating, laughing heartily as they departed. The old scholar, frail and elderly, could hardly withstand such treatment, and hepist away in Thespit, leaving this world in an unfortunate manner. Wherever their bulls roamed, they left devastation in their wake, and the plight of the old scholar washbutel many tragic tales as individuals fell victim to the tyranny of terribles, meeting gun time Lydia sent the streets. In the aftermath, many grieving souls lamented their fates, beating drums at the magistrate's office, beseeching justice, only to be met with violent tribute from the Silas constables. The magistrate's office, facing south, harbored no concern for the live soft the common folk if and disturbed the official peace. They would sure live met with retribution. After receiving such warnings, Nunet Eredto sick redress from the authorities. Following the old scholar's demise, Li Qi's former self shed tears off sorrow seemingly. In an instant, he matured significantly. After giving the old scholar a proper burial, he returned home, only Tagather Theuslis book sandburn themino neffel swoop. The old scholar's greatest aspiration in life had been for his intelligent, lie study, to attain scholarly fame, and bring honor to their family. But what him was it no? Rebels row medfully, the populace sways in despair, and the situation wasn't worsening. Theoro of Kaeshat arrived. Reading? What an insensity that! Reading well. Only leads stofist fuel off trouble. To avoid following in the footsteps of the old scholar, the former self resolutely discarded Hulistus and decisively ventured in Tothworld, mingling with gangs. In Chuanan County, numerous factions existed, and the Rui gang was in his organization. The Rui gang, named for auspiciousness and good fortune, primarily focused on carefulness. All thought a gang was not particularly powerful, ranking Zaskandir for Chuanan County. It maintained a respectable reputation without engaging in criminal enterprises. The former self chose to hoint this gong. Upon encountering Theslander, youthful scholar, Thegong member responsible for recruitment did not tree, Fusely Kai after a brief inquiry into his background, he was swiftly admitted into Thrui gang. Intergong skirmishes were frequent, and casualties were inevitable despite Li Kilok and Gastrong Fiziki and allies. The Rui gang welcomed him, as additional cannon fodder was always advantageous. After joining Thrui gang, Li Qi paid his respects to Thegong Eater, Huang Yuanqing, Habestoj upon him through soft broken mountain fistan jiv to deem a strengthening pill, a customary benefit for recruits. Gangs typically nurtured their disciples, offering martial arts and medicinal pills to enhance their strength, enabling them to better compete against rival factions for territory. Alternatively, they might reward them with gold and silver to their loyalty. Alt hod broken mountain fist twasamira low tire martial art, quiddy ordinary inature. It knownethless brought great joy to the former self, as thighs was the primary reason for his joining the gang. Only by acquiring strength. Could only hope it tozier vine chaotic times. A sophno, the former self had been part of true gang for 12 months, having consumed strengthening pill, diligent listening as skill she had rasped the basic soft broken mountain fist and, fueled by a fearless tenacity, had established his footing within the gang. A sanitable for Sinchuanan County, the Rui gang naturally possessed more than just the broken mountain fist. There were indeed various commendable martial arts available for the members to learn. However, to studying martial arts beyond broken mountain fist, one would have to pay a certain price. Such knowledge would not be given freely. One could earn the right to learn through meritorious service to Thegong, or in some cases, exchange easel for martial arts techniques. It was said that the gang leader, Huang Yuanqing, possessed a technique known as the wind cleaving blade art, a medium martial skill capable of cultivating true martial energy, wixter adin vi among the gang members. Yet, over the years, Nuni had ever succeeded in acquiring this dirt from one of the leader's sapper introverance for that technique. It seemed hind tended to take it a thegrav with him, extinguishing maniopa full aspiration. Likislo lyros, letting Gouda soft saya brushed off thedust from his close to former self stratus experience savokadas ofbody, yet only aspect the med commendable was that decision to hoin a gang. In the set tumultuous times, where life fuisis fragilis grass, possessing martial prowess was imperative. With the current political rest and escalating chaos, persist in jin thepper suthoff schollarly fame sema dutterly foolish, and the perspective entering the officialdom through such men swaysive in mari implausible did not understand his own circumstances? Joining through gang was natams takey at present, there is indeed no more suitable path. Though I can a trillion Huang Yuanking's wind-cleaving blade art, it must acquired heather martial arts from Rui gang. Li Kishared the sentiment. Continuously learn more powerful martial arts and enhancing is martial cultivation way, essential tosing is distinyamit's te chaos. Hiterned ta gaziate the dilapidated wooden hut behind him, his expression complex. The sizal that the old scholar left behind thought it may be shabby. It is still far better than the ply toff to display, said refugees. Li Kaido oka step forward, creaking open wooden door, and stepped inside. The interior was dim, brightening on life ter he appeaned the windows. Standing in the room, he surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowing deeper. The hut contained a bed, eatable, and a cabinet, along with a fricati stulsent of Rajov collapseth this comprised all the furnishings. Is this trivial theories to these? Having traversed to a world of martial prowess, where extraordinary ability is awaited, Leaky initially felt haflakurofui, but upon witnessing Thigh's abysmal a low starting point, Hakud nathelpuful wave off resignation. Let me think. Theramost bezomething of value here. Leakis gaze a shift tedo painting hanging beneath the window. The painting of azure clouds and white cranes. In the artwork, 6 white cranes stood atop verdant pines, each abiding distinct posturous on poised totec flight, some preening their feathers, wiliathers frolicked in playful pursuit, vivid lie alive in their depiction. Above a theme mountain sent the painting, white clouds drifted gracefully, evoking gasons of feathereal beauty. The craftsmanship off this species exquisite, revealing Theurtis transcendent spiritandra finet elegance. According to the old scholar, Theurgen saw the azure clouds and white cranes painting where alike halai dubious not onlidded these allure exhibit trace soft dirt, but the painting itself bore a strong earth ascent, likely having been pilfered from a tome. The old scholar was well versed in calligraphy and painting, having spent mucho of his life in the trade with a single glance, had discerned that the azure clouds and white cranes painting ways extraordinary its artistry was remarkable, its intent profound, hinting at it in meanings, far from being gamma-trink. It was indeed valuable. Thus, the old scholar did nother cite tetoperchist piece for mere trifling sum from Thetabiasalar. Without a certainty, the old scholar recognized the painting's worth, estimating jided and dredge-old coinshower, the seller senior and selled him to part with hitotopatants, allowing the old scholar to benefit great Libby acquiring azure clouds and white crane satin incredibly low price. The old scholar Hadelsome mentioned that this painting was precious and could bectus a collectible should counter hardship in the future, it could be exchanged for silver to weather the storm. Lika felt that the time had come he was indeed in dire straits, with poverty in Jinjin Hezers, needing funds for rever conceivable expense. Especially with Rui Gang, where Hurgent Lai required silver to procure superior martial arts techniques. Thepoten Telixa had consumid proved to be remarkably effective, capable of fortifying his physique, enhancing his cultivation, and accelerating his training speed. Heal soin tin dead to procure addition elixir soothing his funds. At present, there is not a meta gradually accumulate tech contribution sand exchange etha for sources thought would be far too low. It was for more expediento simple purchase swatha needed with money. In Thyssen familiar and perilous world, a senso funisi incessant lie na dotly kiss nerves. He understood the theme must is every opportunity to bolster his strength. Just as Li Kai approach had to remove a the painting off Tajir cloud sand white cranes, a noon expected turn of events unfolded. The painting sudden limonate defiant, shimmering light, pulsating as if it were a breathing. Concurrently, a deep blue lamintson appeared before Li Kai's eyes. He discovered that martial arts could be recorded. The supreme martial arts system was activated. Martial arts are being recorded. You have acquired a medium-grade martial art, the Cloud Crane Dance Sword. Such a spectacle caused Li Ki siesto iden astonishment, and Ashiar said with exhilaration, "Is this the system? My golden finger has arrived." Chapter 2 The Martial Arts System, Opportunities Within the Painting. Asha gazed the glowing interface before him, Li Ki wash filled with excitement. Noton Lihad had traversed into another world, but the Hadal Subtanda system. Supreme Martial Arts System upon the death of Faderjit, this size stem can absorb Thelif for seminating from the man converted into potential points. Potential points can be utilized to enhance a theme master a level off martial arts techniques. Li Ki quickly grasped utility of this system. As long as she could continuously acquire potential points, he could swiftly alleviate his mastery of martial arts and propel his strength and wings. What a marvelous treasure! Li Ki CS sparkled with enthusiasm as she examined this detailed information. Namely Chi. Realm initial stage off body refinement. Martial arts mountain breaking fist, Cloud Crane Dance Sword. Potential points 0. At present, Li Ki's martial arts realm was the initial stage off body refinement. The progression of martial realms ascends from body refinement to true chi, then to true essence, why the higher realms beyond the twitchly chi, at this current level, could not fathom. The body refinement stage, as sits nemesigists, necessitate test continuation in gof t body, strengthening muscly sand bonusto advancido the next oval. Warriors at this stage experience a significant increase in strength, though bust physiquis allowing the to overpower dozens of ordinary individuals. It would not be surprising for them to possess the strength to lift a cauldron or Rupert Knox. Once a body refinement were ras sufficient light and pared here physical body, they may attempt to engage with internal nergitic ni case and cultivate a strand off martial truikai. Shoot a warrior entereth his realm. It is known as true kistage. True kai's formidable, capable of inflicting harm upon other saswellisonizelf. Should the body strength be inadequate while attempting to cultivate internal power, it wouldn't liar sultan self-harm. Li Chi's mountain-breaking fist wasmerl yellow-grade martial art hand did no tin compass the principles of internal techniques, insufficient to support Leakin transcending the limits soft but arfimentan stepping into theorem of truikai. If ever released, a medium-grade martial arts would be required to possess internal techniques, enabling on to reach themere potent true kistage. Previously, Li Ki had been pondering where to acquire high-quality martial arts techniques, causing him considerable distress. Little did he expect that while inspecting the painting of Tajir cloud sand white cranes, he would not only activate the system budel subtanap, precious medium-grade martial art from it. It was truly astonishing. Cloud Crane Dance Sword. Grade medium-grade martial arts. Mastery level uninitiated, 1 potential point required to initiate. Technique swing dance off spring and autumn, crane wings folded, treading in cranes, crane shadow persuest wind, cranes calatatum waters, crane dance in 9 heavens. Description: the Cloud Crane Dance Sword is the foundation el martial art oft pine crane longevity sect, divide into 12 parts the crane dance word and white cloud heart technique. The former services same method for body refinement, while the latter pertains to true cultivation. Upon acquiring this technique, a Welthofen formation related to the Cloud Crane Dance word flooded into his mind, and swiftly unraveled the entire situation. The Cloud Crane Dance Sword belonged to a martial art known as the Pine Crane Longevity Sect, with the Cloud and Crane embodying the essence of this martial art. Li Kai reflected upon the painting suspended beneath a window and immediate lit discerned its mystery. In the artwork, 6 cranes leapt forth, each displaying distinct expressions. On a crane so redgris fully, exuding gunera feligency and hinting at a touch of sharpness, this very crane exemplified an oft, heatic ni soft cloud crane dance sword, the wing dance off spring and autumn. Adjacent to is soaring craneus sanother, grooming its feathers sand taking a for spite. This crane corresponded to another technique of cloud crane dance sword, the crane wings folded. That painting featured a total of 6 white cranes, perfectly mirroring the 6 technique soft cloud crane dance sword. Moreover, several clouds depicted in the artwork were even more remarkable, as the wisps of mist, astonishingly illustrate the diagram for cultivating internal energy. The clouds corresponded to Thelater Partoft cloud crane dance sword, the white cloud heart technique. To Leek's amazement, this deeply concealed cloud crane dance sword had been detected by the system, which extracted it, thereby fulfilling Leek's destiny. Now it makes sense. Leekissiged in realization, suddenly comprehending many things. It was known to the old scholar had sensed that the painting of Tajur cloud sand white cranes was extraordinary. Not only was their artistry superb, but its lofty intention seemed to harbor profound significance. For within this painting lay medium-grade martial art. The old scholar, having never practiced said martial arts, could not discern the intricacies within the painting, yet this expertise in calligraphy and painting allowed him to detect some anomalies, and he was adamant that the artwork was anything but ordinary. Indeed, the old scholar was correct, thus neither Hennerly had anticipated that this painting was a Lakofa martial arts sect. After the initial joy, Lika gradually regained discomposure, noting the origin soft this word technique, the Pine Crane Longevity sect. These ways evident lie a martial arts sect, its name a pasingant likely steeped in significance. Leaky had never heard of this sect and was in curtain of its nature, wicked of flicker of doubt to his she art. Thepenting of Thazure cloud sand white cranes, likely had dubious origin, possibly excavated from a tomb, making the situation quatesrius. What to do? Toliarn ornitoliarn? After only a brief moment of hesitation, Leakyr solved with determination, Ishaliarn. What hey vitofear? After all, I did no text gavatethum, that it's belonged to the right few loners let them seek whoever they wish, just nom. In this set tumultuous times, with bandits from Pantan refugees scattered, merely surviving Wasa College. There is not immediately an indecision. No was the Timitos is either the opportunity to enhance his strength and escape at depths of obscurity. Leaky was fervently eager to progress. His current strength was merely at the initial stage of body refinement, and in the vast martial world, he was butam minuscule existence, easily extinguished be an era now, for 'twill happen to cross his pathy. As for fear matters, those could be dressed ladder. For now, he would focus on mastering this word technique. Even if Pine Crane Longevity sectward Okama looking form in the future, Leaky was not necessarily doomed, for he was a new ho-hey to activate the system, and it was no tau toft of possibility for him to encounter member soft Pine Crane Longevity sect. As Leaky contemplated the myriad possibilities, a Sudank knock resonated at his door. Lequi, are you out there? Coming out quickly, something has happened in the gang. The voice out Sidu is familiar, belonging to a fellow gang member with whom Li Kai had a close report. Li Kai's expression shifted, and has swiftly approached, retrieving the painting of Tajur cloud sand white cranes from the window and carefully stowing it before he opening the door. Chogu, what has happened? Chapter 3. A great war approaches. Han Yangchio, a member of the Rui gang, resided in close proximity to Li Qi, and the two shared a cordial relationship. However, an unmistakable aura of tension and panic enveloped Han Yangchio's demeanor. Something terrible has occurred. The members of the Changle gang have vandalized several of our establishments, resulting in the deaths and injuries of over 20 brothers. Upon hearing Han Yangchio's words, a weighty seriousness etched itself onto Li Qi's face. The Changle gang is also a faction within Chuanan County, and while their name appears more auspicious than that of the Rui gang, many speculate that the fortune teller who named the Changle gang might have been the same one who named the Rui gang. Despite its cheerful name, the Changle gang is notorious for its unsavory dealings, including gambling and prostitution, and has engaged in numerous acts of coercion, earning a reputation as one of the most disreputable factions in Chuanan County. The Rui gang and the Changle gang seldom interacted, with the former being somewhat more powerful. Moreover, the Rui gang's leader, Huang Yuanqing, held the members of the Chang'e gang in disdain. In the words of this leader, I, Huang, cannot coexist with gambling and drugs. Even when conflicts arose between the two gangs, they usually exercised restraint, avoiding large-scale casualties unless circumstances necessitated otherwise. However, with the Rui gang's numerous properties being smashed and so many brothers injured or dead, it seemed that this situation could not be resolved amicably. How could such a calamity occur so suddenly? Li Qi inquired in a hushed tone. Han Yangqiu shook his head in response. I am equally in the dark. It appears the Chang'e gang has gone mad. Leader Huang is currently rallying our forces, and I suspect there will be a severe retaliation. We must hurry. Delays could bring punishment. Without further ado, Li Qi secured his door and hastened towards the Rui gang's headquarters. The gang's base was not far from Li Qi's residence. After traversing 2 streets, they arrived at a vast courtyard already bustling with people. A crowd of gang members congregated, their expressions grim as they engaged in hushed discussions. Li Qi and Han Yangqiu maneuvered through the throng and caught sight of the fallen figures sprawled in the clearing. The casualties from this incident, numbering over 20, had been brought back. Some lay lifeless, while others, gravely injured, groaned in agony. Oh no, I feel I am nearing death. Those beasts from the Chang'e gang. You must avenge me. If I survive this time, I will not let those from the Chang'e gang escape. The lamentations of the wounded echoed through the air, stirring deep emotions in all who listened. In addition to their taverns, the Rui gang also operated a pharmacy, and the physician in charge had rushed over to tend to the injured members. Li Qi spotted a gang member who had been slashed multiple times, his flesh mangled and bloodied, teetering on the brink of death. Soon, the man's chest ceased its rise and fall, and his groans faded into silence. Potential .1a notification flashed before Li Qi's eyes, startling him. Is it possible to gain potential points like this? He had previously believed that he needed to personally eliminate a target to earn potential points. Yet the reality was different. Even though this gang member's death had no connection to him, the system still awarded potential points. Shortly thereafter, several more members succumbed to their grievous injuries. Potential .1. Potential .1. A stream of notifications continued to appear before Li Qi. Without hesitation, he seized the opportunity to explore, quickly grasping several characteristics of the system. Firstly, it was not essential for the host to be the one to kill the target in order to obtain potential points. Points could also be earned if the target was slain by another. Secondly, the range for acquiring potential points was 100 steps. As long as a death occurred within that radius, the system could capture the life energy dissipating from the deceased and convert it into potential points. Furthermore, only Li Qi could view his system interface. No one else had access to it. This is splendid. A wave of joy surged within Li Qi. These characteristics were exceptionally favorable for him, implying that he could more easily accumulate potential points. Before long, several more grievously injured gang members met their demise, allowing Li Qi to amass a total of 6 potential points. Observing the newfound points on his personal panel, Li Qi felt a sense of relief wash over him. It was as if a timely boon had arrived just when he needed it most. Though modest in number, these points could still be put to good use. Soon after, Huang Yuanqing, the leader of the Rui gang, arrived. The surrounding members parted to create a pathway for him. Huang, in his 30s and possessing a robust physique, was the strongest within the Rui gang, having long since cultivated his martial energy and entered the realm of true energy. Exuding a commanding presence, he surveyed the injured members lying on the ground, all in various states of suffering, his expression betraying a barely contained fury that sent shivers through those present. The physician, who had been attending to the wounded, rose and approached Huang Yuanqing, clasping his hands in respect. Leader, I regret to inform you that 6 of our brothers were too severely injured to save. A strained smile flickered across Huang Yuanqing's face as he replied, No matter, your efforts are appreciated. Doctor Hu, renowned for his medical expertise, particularly in treating external injuries, who had earned a high level of respect within the Rui gang, with nearly all injured members being treated by him. Once the injured had been tended to, Dr. Hu departed, leaving only the members of the Rui gang behind. Huang Yuanqing scanned the gathering, his gaze penetrating as he addressed the assembly with a chilling tone. How dare the Changle gang lay such brutal hands upon my Rui gang? What shall we do? Let us retaliate. Avenge our brothers. Let the Changle gang pay the price. Kill, kill, kill. The crowd erupted in fervent shouts, their fury palpable, as many of the fallen were their own kin. Huang Yuanqing nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Gather all available manpower, and we shall march against the Changle gang. Li Qi, squeezed within the throng, felt a moment of bewilderment. In his previous life, he had been a mere cog in the corporate machine, leading an ordinary and uneventful existence. Now, thrust into this world, he was expected to partake in a gang confrontation. Wasn't this a tad too exhilarating? Although he had inherited all the memories of his predecessor, he still found himself grappling with the adjustment. Standing amongst the crowd, Huang Yuanqing proclaimed, "For every member of the Changle gang slain, a minor merit will be recorded. For 5 slain, a major merit. Any cowardice in the face of battle shall be met with charges of treachery. Expect a painful reckoning." This talk of treachery and punishment sent a chill down Li Qi's spine. He understood that there would be no amicable resolution. A bloody conflict was inevitable. Chapter 4. Strengthening martial arts, elevating realms. The call to arms from the Rui gang had been issued, and many members stationed at a distance were hastening back. Once everyone had assembled, the great battle would commence. After issuing a few instructions, Huang Yuanqing took his leave, needing to prepare for the impending conflict. In no more than half an hour, they would be ready to engage. Observing the increasing number of members gathering in the courtyard, Han Yangqiu spoke with a grave expression. Li Qi nodded, his brow furrowed. Time was running short, and he had matters of his own to address. Fabricating a convenient excuse, he stated, "I need to step out for a moment," before retreating to a secluded corner to access his system interface. Name: Li Qi Realm. Initial stage of body tempering martial arts. Mountain breaking fist. Crane dance of the clouds. Potential points 6. With 6 potential points at his disposal, it was time to initiate some enhancements. Given the earlier crowd, he was uncertain if using potential points to upgrade his martial arts would result in any visible effects. Now, however, he could experiment freely. Enhance the crane dance of the clouds. First segment. The system interface promptly deducted 1 potential point. Instantly, a torrent of training memories flooded Li Qi's mind, as if he had practiced the crane dance for an entire month. Not only that, but he could also feel his physique becoming more robust. Li Qi distinctly sensed a marked increase in his strength. After a moment of adjustment, he continued, "Proceed with the enhancement." Once again, the system interface deducted 5 potential points, elevating his mastery of the crane dance of the clouds from novice to proficient. The mastery of martial arts is categorized into 5 ascending levels: entry level, proficient, adept, minor achievement, and major achievement. For an ordinary individual to elevate a low-grade martial art to the entry level, they must diligently practice for a month. To reach a proficient level, however, one would typically require a year of relentless training. Yet, with the assistance of the system, Li Qi expended 6 potential points to instantaneously surpass the year-long effort that others would need, elevating the first chapter of the Cloud Crane Dance Sword to proficiency. This level of swordsmanship is now sufficient for combat, yielding commendable results. At this moment, Li Qi's martial arts realm also advanced, progressing from the initial stage of body tempering to the mid-stage, rendering his physique even more robust and powerful. With prominent muscle definition evident beneath his garments, exuding an aura of strength. Excellent! Li Qi slightly clenched his palm, feeling the surging power emanating from within his body, a spark of excitement igniting in his gaze. He found himself less apprehensive about the impending gang conflict. The Rui gang boasted over 200 members, with only 2 of the gang leaders' trusted aides having broken through the limits of body tempering to enter the realm of true energy. The remainder of the gang members were body tempering practitioners, with those in the mid-stage considered quite capable among the ordinary ranks. Thus, Li Qi had ascended from the lowest echelon of the gang. Now possessing the strength to fight back, perhaps the forthcoming conflict would present an opportunity. Li Qi mused it was foreseeable that the upcoming gang clash would be exceedingly brutal, with casualties inevitable, and should anyone perish before Li Qi, he would continuously accrue potential points. He had just reinforced his martial arts technique twice in succession, confirming that the enhancement process would have no visual effects, remaining quietly discreet. This was indeed a fortunate circumstance. Li Qi could effectively enhance his martial arts amidst the chaos of battle. As long as he collected sufficient potential points, he could immediately utilize them, swiftly converting them into his own strength. To thrive through conflict, with this thought, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Li Qi's eyes, and he began to anticipate the impending war. After the summons from gang leader Huang, an increasing number of individuals arrived at the gang's stronghold. Many were already armed with swords and knives, fully prepared for action, and an air of chilling murderous intent permeated the atmosphere. Once the ranks were complete, Huang Yuanqing appeared once more before the assembled members, who all fixed their gazes upon him. It need not be reiterated. Everyone was aware of the recent events. The scoundrels from the Changla gang have wreaked havoc on our tavern, causing numerous injuries and fatalities among our brothers. If we do not avenge this grievance, how can the Rui gang maintain its standing in Chuan County? Today, we shall ensure that those ruffians pay in blood for their transgressions. With a thunderous roar from Huang Yuanqing, the members below erupted into a fervent clamor. Let us retaliate. Avenge, avenge. The sentiment within the Rui gang was one of fierce indignation. Li Qi, squeezed amidst the crowd, remained calm, his mind racing as he calculated how to navigate the impending battle. Soon, the Rui gang surged forth, over 200 members charging toward the Changla gang's direction. Hundreds of armed gang members surged through the streets, their faces etched with the intent to kill, creating a commotion that drew the attention of many. Residents along the streets quickly retreated, fearful of being caught in the fray, whispering among themselves, "What is happening? Are they all from the Rui gang? Where are they headed? I heard that the Changla gang has been ruthless against the Rui gang. They're going to seek vengeance. The Rui gang. It's high time someone dealt with those scoundrels from the Changla gang. Sigh. Not long ago, we faced rampant rebels, and now gang conflicts are escalating. This world is descending into chaos." The members of the Rui gang pressed forward, resolute and unwavering, soon arriving at the Changla gang's stronghold. Huang Yuanqing stood before the crowd, gazing toward the Changla gang's direction, his true energy surging, his voice carrying far and wide. "Scoundrels of the Changla gang, come forth and meet your demise." Chapter 5. Are swords and knives truly such inconvenient tools? After Huang Yuanqing issued his challenge, the gates of the opposing stronghold swung open, revealing a throng of adversaries. The Changla gang members matched their numbers. Clearly having prepared for this confrontation, a lanky young man emerged from the ranks of the Changla gang. He was none other than their leader, Shi Chun. Observing the furious Huang Yuanqing, Shi Chun wore a mocking expression. "Oh, is that you, gang leader Huang? What brings you here? Why not come in for a chat? I assure you, I will extend a proper welcome." Seeing Shi Chun's jesting demeanor, which exuded no fear, Huang Yuanqing's ire intensified. "You, sure, do not play coy with me. Your men disregarded rules, wantonly vandalizing my tavern and causing the deaths of over 20 brothers. You cannot simply brush this aside." Shi Chun chuckled. "It was merely a few of my subordinates who, after enjoying a few drinks at your tavern, acted impulsively in a fit of drunkenness. I hope you can forgive this transgression. Those subordinates have already received a thorough reprimand from me. Let us consider this matter settled." Shi Chun's flippant attitude only incited further outrage among the members of the Rui gang. Huang Yuanqing took a deep breath, his voice cold as ice. "If that is your response, then prepare to die." Attack! With a fierce shout, the two factions collided in a fierce battle. Shi Chun, a practitioner of true energy, albeit at the initial stage, was still inferior to Huang Yuanqing in strength. Yet, he approached the clash without trepidation, swinging his sword toward Huang Yuanqing's neck. The windbreaker blade technique. It was Huang Yuanqing's signature martial art. With a flash of his long knife, he deflected Shi Chun's descending sword, and the two weapons intertwined, unleashing waves of blade and sword energy in their wake. The two gangs engaged in a tumultuous melee, the streets echoing with the cries of battle. "Li Qi, stay close to me," Han Yangqiu called out, positioning himself beside Li Qi. The two provided mutual support as they faced the oncoming members of the Changla gang. Having previously encountered similar street brawls, Li Qi and Han Yangqiu had developed a degree of synergy, advancing and retreating in unison. "Understood, Xiao Gu," Li Qi replied, staying near Han Yangqiu, refusing to be dispersed by the chaotic throng. Han Yangqiu remained in the initial stage of body tempering, completely unaware that Li Qi had already surpassed him. Having reached the mid-stage, despite Han Yangqiu's seasoned combat experience and his frequent guidance of Li Qi, the latter now assumed the role of the leader. A burly man from the Changla gang locked onto Li Qi, evading Han Yangqiu's attack and charging toward Li Qi with his sword drawn. "Ha ha ha, little brat from the Ruri gang. You haven't even grown hair yet, and you dare to mix in the pugilistic world? Die!" Due to Li Qi's youthful and tender appearance, coupled with his scholarly demeanor from years of study, he appeared particularly conspicuous among the hardened warriors of the underworld. Though Li Qi had mingled in the pugilistic realm for over 2 months, the remnants of his scholarly aura still lingered, drawing the attention of the burly man. As the saying goes, pick on the soft, and in the blood-soaked battlefield, this was especially true, prompting the man to fixate on Li Qi as his target. The burly man lunged, sword aimed at Li Qi's chest. Li Qi's gaze hardened, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Crane shadow chasing wind. This was a technique from the cloud crane dance sword, allowing for rapid movement akin to a crane gliding through the wind, making it difficult for the enemy to anticipate his actions. Li Qi's figure blurred slightly, evading the man's thrust, the sword narrowly grazing his shoulder without inflicting harm. And seizing the opportunity, he closed in on the man. His right hand shot forth, fingers forming a sword, thrusting toward the man's throat with precision, crane wings folding feathers. This was also a technique from the cloud crane dance sword, with the tip of the sword quivering as if the wings of a crane were folding, executing a lateral strike that caught the opponent off guard, a highly covert and challenging maneuver to defend against. Though Li Qi wielded no sword, were swords and knives truly such inconvenient tools? Even without a sword in hand, Li Qi could channel the formidable strength of his mid-stage body tempering physique and bones. Forming a sword with his fingers, he could still inflict harm upon his adversary. His finger thrust deep into the throat of the hulking man, penetrating over 2 inches with a surge of force. The man's throat shattered, quickly becoming bruised, with such a vital area suffering a severe blow. Excruciating pain and suffocation overwhelmed him, his vision darkening as his body toppled backward, releasing the sword he had been wielding. Li Qi swiftly seized the long sword from the fallen man's grasp, giving it a gentle forward thrust, the tip slicing across the man's neck. Potential point 1. After dispatching the burly man, Li Qi accrued an additional point of potential. Meanwhile, the surrounding slaughter had escalated into a fervent frenzy, with casualties beginning to mount. Potential points 1, potential points 1, potential points 1. A continuous stream of notifications flashed before Li Qi's eyes. As long as someone perished within 100 paces of him, the system would acquire potential points. The potential points in Li Qi's possession were rising at a visibly rapid pace. Yes, just like this. Observing the steadily increasing potential points, excitement lit up Li Qi's gaze. Once he accumulated 10 potential points, he could once again enhance the cloud crane dance sword technique to a level of mastery. After dispatching the burly man, Han Yangqiu turned to him, astonished at the sight of the fallen giant, incredulously exclaiming, "Ah? You've already dealt with him?" Li Qi repelled an incoming foe with a swift stroke of his sword, replying, "Yes, luck was on my side. I've taken care of him." Han Yangqiu exhaled in relief. The swordsman had breached his defenses and attacked Li Qi from behind, causing him great concern. Just as he was about to turn and lend aid, he was astonished to find Li Qi had not only resolved the threat, but had also seized the assailant's sword. "That's good. Stay vigilant. Call for me if you need anything." The two stood back to back, exchanging brief words of reassurance. While Li Qi and his companions fought valiantly, the central battlefield was locked in a fierce struggle. 2 true Qi realm warriors clashed, forming an isolated combat zone. "Chief Huang, earlier I visited you in good spirits, engaging in cordial negotiations to purchase your establishments at a hefty price. Yet, you rebuffed me and even gave me a disdainful look. Now, look at this. I've demolished your taverns. Enjoy your 2 dilapidated establishments." Shi Chun mocked while battling Huang Yuanqing. Huang Yuanqing's face trembled with rage, and in his fury, he laughed maniacally. "Very well. So this is how you want to play? You shall die here today?" The oppressive aura of killing intent enveloped the area, chilling the air, yet Shi Chun remained unperturbed, betraying no hint of panic. He spoke slowly, "Chief Huang, you're mistaken. The one who will die today is not me, but you." At that moment, a figure leaped from the throng, charging toward Huang Yuanqing. Upon recognizing the figure, Huang Yuanqing's face paled, and he shouted, "Cui Gu, the demon Silver Hands?" The newcomer was also a true Qi realm warrior. On par with Huang Yuanqing, known for his infamous demon Silver Hands, which could effortlessly crush anything in their path. Cui Gu's palms, infused with true Qi and radiating a faint silver hue, struck toward Huang Yuanqing's head. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Chun swung his sword at Huang Yuanqing as well. Caught between their dual assaults, Huang Yuanqing found himself in a perilous situation. Chapter 6. A Frenzied Harvest. The Surging Potential Points. The strength of the Chang'e gang paled in comparison to the Rui gang, whether in terms of number of members or the disparity in strength between their respective leaders. Typically, the Chang'e gang should avoid provoking the Rui gang to prevent incurring significant losses. However, the Chang'e gang not only dared to provoke the Rui gang but did so with reckless abandon, disregarding the consequences. This was quite curious. Although Shi Chun of the Chang'e gang was of questionable character, having committed numerous heinous acts, he was not foolish enough to undertake such a foolhardy endeavor. Perhaps there was some reliance behind their audacity? Following the incident, Huang Yuanqing surmised this possibility. He had already taken precautions. And upon seeing the emergence of Cui Gu, he remained composed. Presently, as Cui Gu and Shi Chun coordinated their assault against Huang Yuanqing, he let out a thunderous roar, channeling his true Qi, his blade positioned before him. As he unleashed the wind-sweeping blade technique, in the blink of an eye, Huang Yuanqing executed 6 swift strikes. The myriad of blade silhouettes intertwined before him, accompanied by translucent blade energies that surged toward Shi Chun and Cui Gu. As the blade energies approached, the two warriors could not afford to be complacent. Cui Gu, with true Qi enveloping his palms, struck at the incoming energies with unrelenting force, dispersing the onslaught with his formidable technique. Protected by his true Qi, it was as if he donned a pair of iron gauntlets. His hands remained intact despite the blade energies' assault. However, the immense force behind the energies forced him to stagger backward. Meanwhile, Shi Chun adeptly wielded his sword, deflecting Huang Yuanqing's blade energies. After repelling the two with several strikes, Huang Yuanqing felt a significant drain on his true Qi, his body betraying signs of fatigue. He glared at the duo, gritting his teeth, so that it. "No wonder you, Shi Chun, dared to target the Rui gang. This was your reliance?" Leaning on his sword, Shi Chun cackled, "Ha ha ha, Huang Yuanqing, I told you, you shall die here today. Do not resist any further. Accept your fate. Not just you. Everyone from the Rui gang shall perish." Ignoring Shi Chun's tirade, Huang Yuanqing turned his gaze toward Cui Gu, speaking in a low tone. "Cui Gu, what say you? We have no grievances. Why must you wade into this murky water?" Cui Gu was a lone wolf, having rebuffed numerous attempts by various factions to recruit him, often remaining detached from their affairs. His involvement in this conflict was entirely unexpected for Huang Yuanqing. Facing Huang Yuanqing's inquiry, Cui Gu remained indifferent, not responding. Instead, he addressed Shi Chun. "As per our usual arrangement, after eliminating Huang Yuanqing, I expect half of the spoils from the Rui gang. If you attempt any tricks afterward, I will dispose of you as well." Shi Chun nodded affirmatively. "Rest assured, I shall not go back on my word." "Very well." Huang Yuanqing's expression darkened. It was evident these two had been plotting their own schemes. The Rui gang possessed considerable assets, all thriving. Though they weren't generating vast fortunes, they still amassed a significant amount of wealth. Now, the Rui gang's riches had attracted covetous eyes, drawing unwanted attention. Huang Yuanqing's expression soured as he realized that even before his demise, Cui Gu and Shi Chun were already discussing how to divide his possessions, intensifying his murderous intent. "It seems that only one of us shall survive this encounter to resolve this matter." Huang Yuanqing adjusted his breathing, striving to replenish his waning true Qi, while shouting, "Chen Shtong, are you not going to lend your assistance?" Just then, a figure appeared atop a nearby rooftop, a tall, robust man, Chen Xiaohan. Chen Xiaohan was also a renowned martial artist, his cultivation having reached the late True Qi realm, surpassing all present in strength. Upon seeing Chen Xiaohan's arrival, Shi Chun could not suppress his astonishment. Chen Xiaohan, what brings you here? Huang Yuanqing and Chen Xiaohan were longtime friends, though their infrequent interactions left many unaware of their bond. Chen Xiaohan's appearance took everyone by surprise. Standing atop the rooftop, Chen Xiaohan chuckled. What is the rush? Am I not here now? After the Rui gang's troubles arose, Huang Yuanqing astutely sensed something amiss, contemplating that it could be a trap and requiring cautious handling. He hastily sent word to Chen Xiaohan, summoning him for support. With Chen Xiaohan's arrival, Huang Yuanqing felt a wave of relief wash over him. Conversely, Shi Chun and Cui Gu appeared less composed. Cui Gu wore an expression of fear. Unable to face Chen Xiaohan directly, his gaze darting around as he contemplated escape routes, Shi Chun, even more distressed, turned pale, panic evident on his face. Chen Xiaohan, how could this happen? How is it possible that you are here? A late True Qi realm expert could effortlessly suppress several early True Qi warriors. Shi Chun stood no chance against Chen Xiaohan, let alone hope for a successful escape. Chen Xiaohan, however, appeared calm and collected. Leisurely observing the two, scoffing, you two have quite the audacity to target the Rui gang, prompting me to travel this far. Prepare to meet your end. After a fierce shout, Chen Xiaohan charged at the two True Qi warriors. Throughout the chaotic battle, Li Qi had been attentively monitoring the shifting dynamics of the core battlefield, first with the emergence of the demon Silver Hands, Cui Gu, followed by Chen Xiaohan, witnessing the tide of battle turn in their favor. Li Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Shi Chun had declared that not only Huang Yuanqing but everyone from the Rui gang would perish here. A dire predicament indeed. Fortunately, such a calamity had not come to pass. After a series of fierce confrontations, the number of foes slain by Li Qi surpassed 5, with many more meeting their end at the hands of others. Li Qi's potential points had soared to an impressive 18. In the brief span since the battle began, Li Qi had effortlessly amassed a substantial number of potential points. He contemplated and summoned the system interface, preparing to take the next step in his enhancement of the Cloud Crane Dance Sword technique. In an instant, the system interface diminished by 10 potential points, and an overwhelming surge of memories flooded into his mind. Simultaneously, his physique underwent further enhancement, his muscles becoming increasingly robust and full, while his bones grew denser and more resilient. After 10 breaths, the enhancement concluded, elevating the Yunzhong Crane Dance Sword's upper chapter to a mastery level, and his martial arts realm ascended to the late stage of body refinement. Such prowess among the numerous members of the Rui gang cannot be deemed top-notch. Yet it certainly belongs to the elite echelon. Following this remarkable surge in strength, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Li Qi's eyes. Excellent. Let us continue the slaughter. Chapter 7. Rise in Strength, Transformation of Mindset. Two factions unleashed their full force, igniting a fierce clash involving hundreds of combatants. A spectacle of such magnitude is rarely witnessed. Typically, skirmishes between gangs are trivial affairs, marked by restraint. However, this time, the fierce confrontation between the two gangs represented a calamity for many. Yet for Li Qi, it was an opportunity. With both sides engulfed in a bloodlust, lives were extinguished with each passing moment. Li Qi's potential points were rapidly on the rise. Potential points. 10 potential points. 20 potential points. 30. Before long, Li Qi's potential points surged beyond 50, racing towards the significant milestone of 100. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, he might have burst into laughter. Why now? Li Qi had fully acclimated to the battlefield and the world around him. He even felt a modicum of pleasure and composure. Continue the slaughter. Do not cease. A faint crimson hue tinted Li Qi's gaze, filled with murderous intent, resembling a ferocious beast poised to devour its prey. Unbeknownst to him, Han Yangqiu, who had been approaching him, had turned pale, his eyes reflecting shock and even a tinge of fear. The number of lives claimed by Li Qi had already surpassed 10. His clothing was drenched in blood, emitting a pungent metallic scent, yet not a single wound marred his body. All this blood belonged to his enemies. This was truly terrifying. To slay 10 foes and emerge unscathed was no longer the Li Qi he once knew. Han Yangqiu even witnessed a late-stage body refinement warrior from the Chang'e gang fall victim to Li Qi's sword, its blade piercing his throat, leading him to clutch his neck in a futile attempt to stave off death. How could this be? How could Li Qi possess such strength? A tumult of emotions surged within Han Yangqiu as he regarded Li Qi, his gaze now tinged with unfamiliarity, sensing that the individual before him was no longer the Li Qi of yore. Without his awareness, Han Yangqiu instinctively took a few steps back, distancing himself from Li Qi. The multitude of deaths at Li Qi's hands had drawn the attention of many within the Chang'e gang, prompting two late-stage body refinement warriors to charge towards him. You dare to slaughter so many of my Chang'e gang brothers? Today, you shall not escape. Prepare to meet your end. Observing the two warriors advancing towards him, Li Qi smiled, his attire stained with blood, his murderous intent boiling over, akin to a blood-soaked deity of death. Yunzhong crane dance sword. Wing dance of spring and autumn. This was one of the techniques within the sword art, characterized by an expansive sword momentum, with the sword and arms soaring together, resembling the wings of a crane dancing in the sky. Li Qi's sword danced effortlessly, weaving a tapestry of light that enveloped the two approaching warriors. Coincidentally, these two late-stage body refinement warriors also wielded sword techniques. The clash of three swords erupted in a shower of sparks, yet the disparity between them became apparent. Although both warriors were late-stage body refinement practitioners like Li Qi, their swordsmanship was profoundly ordinary, mere low-grade martial arts. In contrast, Li Qi's Yunzhong crane dance sword was a mid-grade martial art, far more exquisite. Moreover, Li Qi had mastered the Yunzhong crane dance sword to a level of proficiency. His realm was significantly elevated. For an ordinary individual to practice a sword technique to the level of mastery would require no less than 3 years of relentless effort. If the practitioner possessed exceptional talent, this time could be shortened. Yet, Li Qi had achieved this level of swordsmanship in a mere day, a remarkable enhancement of strength. The two warriors facing him, whether in terms of the quality of their martial arts or their mastery, were vastly inferior to Li Qi, though it was 2 against 1. They were the ones being suppressed. With a flick of his wrist, Li Qi unleashed the various forms of the Yunzhong crane dance sword with ease, forcing the two late-stage body refinement warriors into a state of disarray. This child possesses an uncanny strength. How can we not subdue him? Impossible. He is merely a young lad. How could he be this troublesome? Be careful. One warrior cried out in pain as Li Qi's sword technique proved not only light and ethereal, but also remarkably swift. In an instant, he pierced through the wrist of the sword-wielding warrior. Blood gushed forth from the wound and agony surged through him. He cried out in pain, his eyes now reflecting a hint of terror. He realized he had kicked a steel plate, though the individual before him was young and youthful in appearance. His swordsmanship far surpassed that of the two warriors combined. We cannot defeat this person. Run. Recognizing their disadvantage, the two warriors attempted to flee, but it was too late. Li Qi twisted his wrist, the sword tip flashing past, severing the wrist of one warrior. The hand gripping the sword flew away. Aya! The screams rang out, only to be abruptly silenced. A thin line of blood appeared at the warrior's throat, and an unstoppable torrent of blood erupted from the wound. Silence. After sealing the throat with a single stroke, Li Qi lightly shook his sword, dislodging the blood that had clung to it. Potential points 2. By slaying this late-stage body refinement warrior, Li Qi gained 2 potential points. The stronger the individual, the more life energy they released upon death, translating into greater potential points. With one of them dispatched, the remaining late-stage body refinement warrior turned pale, not daring to look back. Fleeing in haste, however, Li Qi would not allow the potential points to escape. He swiftly pursued and struck down the fleeing warrior. Potential points 2 as one after another fell before Li Qi. His mindset underwent a profound transformation, shifting from initial agitation to indifference and ultimately to numbness. This was a chaotic world where it was either you or me. The weak had no right to exist. To avoid becoming one of the fallen, Li Qi had no choice but to eliminate every foe that dared to approach him. With no time to indulge in melancholy, Li Qi sensed that his current state of mind was even colder than that of the individual who had spent a decade slaughtering fish at the local market. The conflict between the Rui gang and the Chengal gang raged on without pause, with the battle's core revealing a decisive victor. Qian Shaohan seized upon a flaw in Shi Chun's defense, striking him squarely in the chest. A tremendous force erupted, creating a gaping hole in Shi Chun's back, reducing flesh and organs to mere fragments. Shi Chun's eyes widened in shock as blood poured from his mouth and nose, his martial energy rapidly dissipating. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but no words escaped. Ultimately, he collapsed, lifeless. The notorious Shi Chun has been slain. Will you not quickly surrender? After killing Shi Chun, Qian Shaohan exhaled deeply and bellowed. Witnessing this, the members of the Chengal gang were taken aback, their faces reflecting sheer terror. The leader is dead? Run! Quickly flee! We cannot win. Our lives are at stake. With their leader deceased, the remaining members of the Chengal gang lost all will to continue fighting, scattering like birds and beasts, fleeing for their lives. The defeat of the Chengal gang was inevitable, and the Rui gang capitalized on the opportunity to pursue the fleeing members mercilessly. At this point, Li Qi let out a sigh of relief. Regardless of the outcome, the Rui gang had emerged victorious in this battle, alleviating his concerns about fleeing for his life after a defeat. He felt a slight easing of tension within. After a prolonged bout of combat, Li Qi felt a tinge of fatigue. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he too began pursuing the fleeing members of the Chengal gang. Potential points are always a valuable commodity. It would be a shame not to seize the opportunity to harvest more. Li Qi would not let such an opportunity slip by thus. The Chengal gang ceased to exist in Chuan County. Chapter 8. Rewarding Merits, Redeeming Techniques. As the battle concluded, the once chaotic streets began to settle into tranquility. With the Chengal gang leader slain, over half of their members were killed, while a portion fled, leaving the entire Chengal gang to vanish from the sight of the residents of Chuan County. With the dust settling, after assigning some personnel to clean the battlefield, the rest returned to the Rui gang's stronghold for a brief respite. Now, it was time to reward merits. Information regarding the recent conflict with the Chengal gang was swiftly delivered to Huang Yuanqing. Apart from a few severely wounded individuals, most had gathered in one place. Their eyes filled with anticipation as they observed their leader reviewing the list. Soon, Huang Yuanqing finished perusing the document, raised his head, and addressed the crowd before him. Having triumphed over the Chengal gang, this is a commendable achievement worthy of celebration. To all participants in the battle, a reward of 3 taels. For the severely injured, a reward of 5 taels. For those who perished in battle, a reward of 10 taels for their families. A grand burial will be arranged. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheers, expressing their gratitude to their leader with resounding voices. Your wisdom is unparalleled, esteemed leader. I, your subordinate, am willing to devote my life in service to you. Thank you, noble leader. The Rui gang, the Rui gang. This generous reward demands a considerable sum of silver, indeed a substantial amount. However, having just conquered the Chengal gang, the treasures of gold and jewels from that faction are plentiful. If we could merely extract a portion of them, this matter would be easily resolved. The Chengal gang came prepared this time, having devised strategies not only for seizing the Rui gang but also for the subsequent division of the spoils. The Rui gang has been treated like mere merchandise, calculated and schemed against, which has greatly infuriated Huang Yuanqing. After countering the Chengal gang, Huang Yuanqing did not hesitate for a moment, swallowing them whole. They wish to consume my Rui gang. Let me devour you first. Huang Yuanqing vented his frustration fiercely, then slightly turned his head to address a trusted confidant beside him, inquiring, during this battle, did anyone flee? Upon hearing this question, a tense silence enveloped the crowd, as everyone was acutely aware of the dire fate that awaited those who deserted in battle. The confidant stepped forward respectfully and replied, reporting to the leader, during our fierce conflict with the Chengal gang, a total of 243 disciples from the Rui gang participated. Among these 243 brothers, some perished, some were injured, and some are gravely wounded and unconscious. Yet none fled from the battlefield. Upon hearing this, a broader smile spread across Huang Yuanqing's face. Excellent, excellent. You have all performed admirably. It is a testament to my diligent training of you. Huang Yuanqing felt an unprecedented joy, his spirits soaring in a manner seldom experienced. Good. I previously stated that those who slay enemies shall earn merit. Tianfeng, please announce the merits of our brothers. Yes, leader. Tianfeng, Huang Yuanqing's confidant, retrieved a list from his pocket and began to read aloud. Yicheng, 2 enemies slain, recorded as minor merit twice. Yang Guangyu, 1 enemy slain, recorded as minor merit once. Shi Wenbin, 5 enemies slain, recorded as major merit once. As Tianfeng continued, he soon reached Li Qi, 16 enemies slain, recorded as major merit 3 times, minor merit once. At this juncture, Tianfeng paused, casting a glance towards Li Qi. Not only Tianfeng, but the other gang members also turned to look at Li Qi, who stood amidst the crowd. Even Huang Yuanqing found it hard to believe and asked, 16 enemies slain? Tianfeng, are you certain? Tianfeng replied respectfully, I have verified Li Qi's achievements twice. It is indeed accurate. With Tianfeng's assurance, the crowd was further astounded, collectively gasping in disbelief, while Huang Yuanqing's gaze remained fixed on Li Qi. Li Qi stood calmly among the throng, a smile upon his face, as the eyes of many, especially Huang Yuanqing's, bore down on him. Despite the mounting pressure, Li Qi remained unperturbed, his composure unwavering. Just this steadiness elevated Huang Yuanqing's regard for him. Li Qi, how did you manage to slay so many? Li Qi clasped his hands together and replied, It was merely a stroke of good fortune. It is of little consequence, truly. Huang Yuanqing chuckled in astonishment, shaking his head in resignation. Among the more than 200 members of the gang, he distinctly remembered Li Qi, and his impression was profound. 2 months prior, Li Qi had come under his tutelage. At that time, Li Qi was merely a downcast scholar, frail in physique and exuding an air of vulnerability, making him conspicuous amidst the ruthless men of the martial world. Huang Yuanqing had initially judged that Li Qi would not survive a month in the Ruei gang. Yet the reality had far surpassed his expectations. 2 months had passed, and not only had Li Qi survived, he had transformed into a formidable figure capable of slaying 16 foes. Even the scholarly demeanor he once bore had diminished considerably. Suddenly reflecting, how much of his former self remained? Li Qi was drenched in blood, his garments thoroughly soaked, yet upon closer inspection, Huang Yuanqing noted that not a single wound adorned Li Qi's body. All the blood he bore was that of others. This was indeed astonishing. To have slain so many yet remain unscathed, even within the Ruei gang. Few could achieve such a feat. Could this young man be a martial genius? A thought flickered through Huang Yuanqing's mind, and he regarded Li Qi with newfound astonishment. Regardless, Li Qi's rise was undeniably a boon. Although the recent battle had resulted in victory for the Ruei gang, it had also claimed many brothers' lives. Now was a time for utilizing talent. Even if Huang Yuanqing held doubts about Li Qi's current capabilities, this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. After praising a few more times, Huang Yuanqing allowed the matter to pass. Once the merits were publicly acknowledged, the members received their rewards and gradually dispersed. Li Qi, however, was filled with excitement and swiftly approached the overseer responsible for merit exchanges. Finally, he could redeem martial arts techniques. Chapter 9. Lightness Skills. Zhang Guanshi, I beseech you, I wish to exchange my merits for martial arts techniques. Li Qi approached the overseer directly, stating his intent. The overseer, Zhang Guanshi, looked at Li Qi in astonishment. You wish to exchange for martial arts techniques? I have no objections, but do you not need to rest a moment? After the others had received their rewards and left, many had sustained injuries in the recent battle and had taken time to tend to their wounds. Even those unscathed felt a wave of fatigue. The gang conflict was no trifling matter, and lives were at stake. Most had returned to rest, unlike Li Qi, who rushed to exchange for techniques immediately. He had not even changed his blood-soaked attire, still reeking of the aftermath of battle. Despite the conflict having ended, a faint aura of menace still emanated from Li Qi. Even a hint of exhilaration lingered. You are quite audacious, aren't you? Observing the bewildered overseer, Li Qi chuckled, Ha ha, I have just acquired a substantial amount of merit. If I do not convert it immediately, I find it impossible to rest. Hearing this, Zhang Guanshi could only shake his head in resignation. Very well, follow me. With that, Zhang Guanshi led Li Qi deeper into the gang's headquarters. The martial arts techniques of the Ruei gang were stored in a secure warehouse, situated a distance away. As Li Qi followed the overseer, he opened his system interface to review the spoils from the recent battle. Name: Li Qi Realm, Late-Stage Body Refinement Martial Arts, Mountain Crushing Fist, Cloud Crane Dance Sword. Potential points: 172 potential points. Upon seeing this number, Li Qi's heart ignited with fervor. Although he had only slain 16 foes, many others who had fallen had also contributed to his potential points through the system's collection. Particularly, the stronger the opponent, the greater the potential points gained upon their demise. Warriors at the late stage of body refinement provided 2 points, while the initial stage of true energy, Shi Chun, had granted Li Qi 5 points upon defeat. If he were to expend all 172 potential points, one could only imagine the magnitude of his enhancement. He would undoubtedly step into the realm of true energy. After traversing several courtyards and corridors, Li Qi arrived before a tightly guarded warehouse. Following the inspection of several gang members, he entered alongside Zhang Guanshi. This is the gang's warehouse. It may be your first visit. Let me warn you, do not touch anything you shouldn't. If you trigger a trap and get hurt, do not blame me. Li Qi nodded, understood. They approached a row of bookshelves, where Zhang Guanshi retrieved a small booklet and handed it to Li Qi, saying, "Take a look at this. It contains all the martial arts techniques available for exchange. Let me know which one you wish to select." Li Qi accepted the booklet and discovered it was a catalog of the gang's martial arts techniques. The Ruei gang offered only 8 techniques for exchange, 6 lower-tier techniques and 2 mid-tier techniques. The limited selection was far fewer than Li Qi had anticipated, leaving him somewhat disappointed, yet he quickly reconciled himself, recognizing that the Ruei gang was merely a second-rate faction in Chuanan County, not comparable to those top-tier powers. Having these techniques was already commendable. Without hesitation, Li Qi began to browse the contents. Meridian Seizing Hand, a lower-tier technique, specializes in targeting vital points and meridians of the opponent, resulting in either death or severe injury. Requires 1 minor merit for exchange. Iron Crotch Technique, a lower-tier technique, serves as a form of defensive hardening, significantly reducing damage to vital areas. Mastering it could yield unexpected benefits. Requires 2 minor merits for exchange. Centipede Technique, a lower-tier technique, is a lightness skill particularly adept at wall running. Requires 4 minor merits for exchange. Li Qi perused the booklet thoroughly, gaining a comprehensive understanding of the martial arts techniques collected by the Rui gang. To exchange for a low-grade martial art, only minimal effort was required. However, acquiring a medium-grade martial art necessitated substantial effort. Even among low-grade martial arts, distinctions existed. Some techniques, despite being classified as low-grade, were considered less potent and lacked popularity. Thus, certain low-grade martial arts could be exchanged with a single minor effort, while others demanded 4 such efforts. Li Qi's gaze shifted, scanning the 8 martial arts repeatedly as he contemplated his choice. Recollecting the fierce battle against the members of the Changla gang, he quickly discerned the type of technique he required: lightness skill. During the retreat of the Changla gang, as he pursued the fleeing soldiers alongside the members of the Rui gang, a significant flaw became evident. His legs were too short. He could not run swiftly. Although the Yunzhong Hiwu Jian contained some evasive techniques, they were not true lightness skills and fell short for travel or pursuit. If only he had possessed a lightness skill back then, he could have run faster, thus eliminating more enemies and garnering additional potential points. Regret washed over him as he remembered how his slow pace allowed many from the Changla gang to escape. Li Qi's attention fell upon the centipede technique, a lightness skill, but he soon moved on, no longer interested. Although the centipede technique was regarded as a commendable low-grade lightness skill, the booklet contained even superior techniques. The grass flying technique? This medium-grade skill enabled practitioners to move as lightly as a swallow, excelling in covering long distances. Mastering it at a profound level would allow one to tread upon the grass and utilize its energy for movement. The exchange required 3 substantial efforts, an impressive lightness skill, far surpassing the centipede technique. Li Qi immediately set his sights on the grass-flying technique. Despite its somewhat pedestrian name, it was indeed a powerful skill. I wish to exchange for the grass-flying technique. I would appreciate your assistance, Manager Zhang. With that, Li Qi returned the booklet to Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang nodded in agreement, Certainly, you possess 3 substantial efforts, which is precisely sufficient for this lightness skill. After placing the booklet back on the shelf, he retrieved a weathered tome inscribed with the 3 characters, grass flying. You may only peruse this martial art here. It cannot be taken away. You have 1 hour to memorize it. Understood. Additionally, I must remind you, this martial art is acquired through your own merits and must be practiced solely by you. Should it be discovered that you have imparted this technique to others, the gang rules will apply. Rest assured, I understand the regulations, Li Qi assured him. Manager Zhang nodded with satisfaction and handed the grass-flying tome to Li Qi. As Li Qi opened the book, a series of prompts flashed before his eyes. Martial arts can be recorded. Recording martial arts. You have acquired the medium-grade martial art, grass flying. Soon, a new martial art appeared on Li Qi's system page, and a wealth of knowledge regarding the grass flying technique flooded into his mind. In mere moments, he had mastered the technique. Although he had yet to begin practicing, he felt as though he had perused the material for an extended period. Having a system was indeed convenient, Li Qi mused. Though he had mastered the grass flying technique, to avoid unnecessary suspicion and trouble, he pretended to flip through the book a couple more times before returning it to Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang was astonished. "You've finished already? Have you memorized it all? Perhaps you should take another look." In less than the time it would take to brew a cup of tea, Li Qi returned the manual, leaving Manager Zhang incredulous. Typically, brothers from the gang would pore over the manuals repeatedly, often needing to take at least an hour to ensure they had not overlooked anything. Yet here was Li Qi, casually flipping through the pages before returning it, seemingly indifferent. Li Qi chuckled. "I have a good memory and excel at recalling such phrases." Reminiscing about his days as a scholar, reciting poetry and scripture daily, Manager Zhang understood and ceased further inquiries, placing the manual back on the shelf. With the required techniques in hand, Li Qi did not linger. After bidding farewell, he returned home. He first washed himself, then changed into a clean outfit. Eagerly opening his system page, his eyes sparkling with excitement. All right, time to level up again. Chapter 10. True Qi of Martial Arts. First, break through the realm. Enhancing the first volume of the Yunzhong He Wu Jian. His potential points decreased by 20, and the martial art immediately ascended to the minor achievement level. Continue enhancing, Li Qi exclaimed, and his potential points dwindled by another 30, elevating the Yunzhong He Wu Jian to the major achievement level. He felt an intimate understanding of this martial art, as if it were his own creation. No secrets remained regarding the Yunzhong He Wu Jian in his mind. At this moment, Li Qi's martial arts realm had reached the pinnacle of body refinement. His physique was extraordinarily robust. With a slight exertion, muscles akin to twisted steel wires appeared, and explosive power surged from within. Achieving the major accomplishment of a martial art and elevating one's martial arts realm to the pinnacle of body refinement. This was no simple feat. Ordinary individuals would need to invest immense effort, often dedicating decades of toil to reach such heights. Some, lacking sufficient talent, might never attain the realm Li Qi currently occupied. Thus, in the pursuit of breaking through to the true Qi realm, many resorted to various extraordinary means, such as consuming secret elixirs, harnessing the power of pills to surpass their limits and enter the true Qi realm. Some even resorted to highly hazardous forbidden drugs to achieve breakthroughs. Human potential is finite, and many resort to these means to transcend their limitations. However, whether secret elixirs or forbidden drugs, such items are exceedingly rare and costly for the average person, requiring considerable sacrifice to acquire. What no one anticipated was that within a dilapidated wooden house in a corner of Chuan County, a young man achieved this realm without any reliance on elixirs, accomplishing it in an astonishingly short time, enough to shock others. Now, Li Qi was ready to take the next step, enhancing the second volume of the Yunzhong He Wu Jian. The second volume comprises the Bai Yun Heart Method, a training method for the true Qi realm. Given Li Qi's current conditions, he was now qualified to practice this heart method. His potential points decreased by 3, and the Bai Yun Heart Method entered the introductory level. Before long, a distinctly different sensation emerged within Li Qi's body. A faint aura settled in his dantian, exuding a damp and cool essence, reminiscent of mist swirling in the mountains. This aura was the true Qi of martial arts, name, Li Qi Realm. Early true Qi Realm martial arts, Pashan Fist. Yunzhong Hiwu Jian, Grass Flying Potential Points. 119 Li Qi had fully stepped into the true Qi realm. Under his conscious manipulation, the Baiyun true Qi, refined from the Baiyun heart method, flowed throughout his body, as agile and light as mountain mist. With a flick of his hand, a wisp of true Qi emerged from his body, floating in his palm. Observing this cloud-like true Qi, Li Qi felt a surge of excitement, exclaiming, "I've finally entered this realm." He drew the long sword from his waist, sweeping it through the air. A thin blade of sword energy shot forth, striking the ground and leaving a narrow yet deep scar upon the earth. True Qi can manifest externally, allowing warriors at this stage to effortlessly unleash sword or blade energy, striking foes from 100 paces away. Previously, when Huang Yuanqing battled Shi Chun and Cui Gu, Li Qi had witnessed the gang leader unleash massive waves of blade energy. Brilliant, razor-sharp, and immensely powerful, he had envied it greatly. Now that Li Qi had entered the true Qi realm, he too could unleash sword energy. He had entirely transcended the lower ranks of martial artists. A warrior in the true Qi realm could command respect anywhere. Continue enhancing. Li Qi further enhanced his techniques, elevating the second volume of the Yunzhong Hiwu Jian to the proficient level. The Baiyun true Qi within him expanded several folds, both in strength and quantity. Li Qi's realm advanced to the mid-true Qi realm, placing him on par with Huang Yuanqing, the leader of the Rui gang. Li Qi initially contemplated further enhancement, but the rapid growth of his martial arts true Qi caused a sensation of swelling within his body. After pondering for a moment, Li Qi halted his enhancement of the Yunzhong Hiwu Jian and shifted his focus back to the grass flying technique. Enhanced grass flying, Li Qi still possessed sufficient potential points and directly elevated the grass flying technique to the minor achievement level. As Chao Shang Fei is a purely superficial skill, it does not involve internal cultivation techniques. Therefore, its enhancement does not impose any additional burden on Li Qi's body, allowing him to effortlessly reach this new realm. This advancement significantly bolsters Li Qi's prowess. He feels an extraordinary lightness in his legs, as if a gentle push could liberate him from the grip of gravity, allowing him to soar effortlessly into the air. With a delicate tap of his toes on the ground, Li Qi's figure vanishes and reappears in the opposite corner of the wooden cabin. How swift! A look of joy spreads across Li Qi's face, his heart brimming with excitement. In his previous life, he had watched countless martial arts films, marveling at the extraordinary lightness of the heroes as they effortlessly traversed rooftops. To his astonishment, he now possesses such marvelous agility in this world, enabling him to do the very same. Remarkably, Li Qi has yet to utilize the martial energy within him. Merely relying on his physical strength and the techniques of lightness has granted him such incredible speed. However, when he channels his martial energy into his lightness technique, his speed escalates to an astonishing level. It is akin to teleportation. Li Qi's form flickers throughout the cabin, moving with such unpredictability that his velocity surpasses the limits of ordinary perception. The absence of a specific cultivation method for Chao Shang Fei implies that nearly any martial energy cultivated can be applied to this lightness skill. The ethereal and agile Baiyun Zhen Qi cultivated through the Baiyun heart method harmonizes beautifully with Chao Shang Fei, yielding a synergistic effect that exceeds expectations. As Li Qi executes his lightness technique, a faint mist resembling clouds emanates from the tips of his toes. His speed is not only rapid but evokes the image of a celestial being gliding upon clouds. Surprised by this unexpected delight, Li Qi feels fortunate. He had not anticipated that the lightness skill selected from the Rui gang would prove to be the most suitable for him. Having mastered both the Yunzhong Hiwu Jian and Chao Shang Fei, Li Qi has become a versatile fighter, capable of both offense and evasion, eliminating any notable weaknesses. Those who cannot defeat him cannot escape, while those who could contend with him find it impossible to pursue. His survival capabilities have dramatically increased. With his current strength, it has become exceedingly difficult to eliminate him, and the lingering sense of unease that once clouded Li Qi's mind has dissipated considerably. Just as Li Qi was immersed in practicing these two mid-tier martial arts, Qin Shaohan, who had come to assist the Rui gang, returned. Upon seeing Huang Yuanqing, his expression bore a hint of helplessness and gravity. Noticing Qin Shaohan's unusual demeanor, Huang Yuanqing was taken aback and rushed forward. "Brother Qin, what troubles you? Has something gone awry?" Chapter 11. Divine Martial Army. A storm approaches. Previously, when Chen Xiaohan had decisively slain Shi Chun, Cui Gu, sensing the precariousness of the situation, turned to flee, and Chen Xiaohan pursued him. Chen Xiaohan was unconcerned about the ordinary members of the Changla gang, believing Huang Yuanqing and the others could manage them. But the same could not be said for a martial expert in the true Qi realm. Especially with Cui Gu, a formidable presence in the mid-phase of true Qi, he could not afford to let him escape. As Chen Xiaohan chased after Cui Gu, they quickly left the Chuan County. As a true Qi expert, Cui Gu not only possessed incredible speed but was also adept in the art of evasion. Managing to distance himself significantly from Chen Xiaohan, much to his frustration. Moreover, Cui Gu deliberately covered his tracks, further complicating Chen Xiaohan's pursuit. Despite several close calls where it seemed he might lose Cui Gu, Chen Xiaohan was fortunate enough to track him down again by following subtle traces. The two engaged in combat amidst the forest, unleashing bursts of true Qi that reverberated through the trees. During their confrontation, Chen Xiaohan managed to severely injure Cui Gu, and it appeared he would soon capture him. However, Cui Gu resorted to a secret technique that drained his stamina and life force, enabling him to escape the battlefield at a speed unreachable by Chen Xiaohan. What? Cui Gu has fled. Huang Yuanqing's expression shifted dramatically, astonished. Being a close friend of Chen Xiaohan for many years, he was well aware of Chen Xiaohan's capabilities and had assumed he would easily subdue Cui Gu. He never anticipated that Cui Gu would successfully evade capture. This situation poses a significant problem. Cui Gu is a notorious figure in the martial world, and having failed to eliminate him today means a potential threat looms for the future. Huang Yuanqing does not wish to be haunted by such a martial expert, knowing that if Cui Gu were to find his weakness and seek revenge, it would be no trivial matter. One must eradicate evil entirely. This is a lesson learned through blood and sacrifice. Huang Yuanqing sighed helplessly, forcing a smile. Well, if Cui Gu has escaped, then let him be. I must thank Brother Chen for his timely intervention. Without it, the Rui gang might have already faced annihilation. Chen Xiaohan chuckled heartily, signaling Huang Yuanqing to dismiss his worries. Dear brother, you needn't be so formal. We share a long-standing friendship. Let us toast together later. For that is what truly matters. With a reassuring pat on Huang Yuanqing's shoulder, Chen Xiaohan continued, Do not fret. Although Cui Gu has eluded us, he has been wounded by my palm and is in a weakened state. Moreover, having used a draining technique, his injuries will only compound, requiring a minimum of 3 to 5 years to heal fully. Even if he manages to recover, maintaining his current strength remains uncertain. You need not worry about Cui Gu. I shall act should we discover his whereabouts again. Huang Yuanqing felt a weight lift from his heart upon hearing Chen Xiaohan's words, filled with gratitude. However, Chen Xiaohan shifted the conversation to another pressing matter. Compared to Cui Gu, there is another concern that you should heed. Oh? What is it? The Divine Martial Army. Upon hearing those 3 words, Huang Yuanqing's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, The Divine Martial Army? Could it be? The Divine Martial Army, known as the fierce and ruthless force of the Han dynasty, boasts an impressive number exceeding 500,000, with a fearsome reputation recognized by all. Why are they referred to as a pack of wolves? Because this army embodies both the ferocity of predators and their brutality. The military conduct of the Divine Martial Army is notoriously aggressive, having been involved in numerous scandals, leaving their reputation a mixture of praise and condemnation. Many harbor disdain for this army. While pursuing Cui Gu, Chen Xiaohan unexpectedly encountered a vanguard of the Divine Martial Army hidden in the forest, faced with over 20,000 troops, and upon observing their movements, he sensed they were headed towards Chuan County. Brother, if my instincts are correct, the 20,000-strong vanguard of the Divine Martial Army will arrive in Chuan County within a few days. Likely targeting the recent rebel forces, prepare yourself accordingly. Huang Yuanqing quickly grasped Chen Xiaohan's implication. 2 months prior, rebel forces had traversed through, making brief stops in Chuan County before departing. Yet, they had not ventured far. Instead establishing a presence in the nearby Fuping County, renowned for its grain production, often dubbed the Granary of Chuan, the rebels had set their sights on Fuping County's vast reserves, defeating the local troops and fortifying their position, indicating an intent to remain long-term. Thus, The Divine Martial Army is headed straight for the rebels in Fuping County. With the rebels rising in revolt, the official military of Dahan is scrambling to quell the insurrection. Fuping County is a mere 20 miles from Chuan County. Should a conflict erupt between the Divine Martial Army and the rebels, Chuan County will bear the brunt. The rebels are one thing, but the Divine Martial Army is far from benevolent. Their ruthlessness rivals that of the rebels, a truth Huang Yuanqing is all too aware of. Huang Yuanqing's expression darkened, his voice strained. Are those from the Divine Martial Army truly on their way? Qin Shaohan nodded solemnly indeed. Thus, my advice is that you should conduct yourself discreetly in the coming days. While this news has yet to spread, it would be prudent to liquidate the assets of the Changla gang as swiftly as possible. Huang Yuanqing took a deep breath, nodding in agreement. I understand. Although he had recently triumphed over the Changla gang, acquiring their assets, the Rui gang had also suffered significant losses, leading to a depletion of manpower. Under normal circumstances, this would not be overly concerning. Even if the Rui gang lacked sufficient personnel, other factions would hesitate to take advantage. However, the Divine Martial Army is a different beast altogether, renowned for their fierce conduct and unrestrained methods. Akin to wolves, if they set their sights on the Rui gang's assets, the organization would struggle to survive. Given this reality, taking immediate steps to liquidate the Changla gang's assets is undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Qin Shaohan, with heartfelt sincerity, shared his insights, ensuring Huang Yuanqing comprehended the gravity of the situation. Huang Yuanqing felt immense gratitude and promptly declared, Brother Qin, your consideration for me is deeply appreciated. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I would brave fire and water without a second thought. Ha ha ha, dear brother, you need not be so formal. I have fought long and hard and am in need of rest. Allow me to take a break before we share a drink together. Very well, Brother Qin, go ahead and rest. I shall arrange for a banquet. While Huang Shaoqing and Qin Shaohan were engaged in a clandestine discussion, unbeknownst to everyone, a tremendous storm was about to unfold. After successfully acquiring the martial arts techniques, Li Qi returned home, fortified himself, and retired early, utterly exhausted from the fierce battles he had endured. The following day, he rose with the dawn. After refreshing himself, he felt invigorated, as if he possessed an inexhaustible reserve of energy. He took out the 3 taels of gold from his pocket, and his face immediately brightened with joy. This was the bounty he had fought tooth and nail to secure the day before. In this world, 1 tael of gold could be exchanged for 10 taels of silver, and 1 tael of silver was sufficient for a family of 3 to live comfortably for an entire month. 3 taels of gold was no trifling issue. It was not just that Li Qi had never experienced such wealth in this life. He had not in his previous life either, with riches in hand. It was only natural to indulge. Moreover, since arriving in this world, he had yet to explore it thoroughly. Li Qi chuckled softly, tucked the gold back into his pocket, and pushed open the door to leave the wooden cottage, stepping onto the bustling street. Chapter 12. In the turbulent times as Li Qi strolled through the streets of Chuan County, he appeared unperturbed, resembling a young gentleman leisurely wandering about. However, his attire was somewhat shabby and thin, lending him an air of destitution. Although Li Qi had ascended to the true Qi realm, his formidable martial energy coursed through him, and he felt no chill despite his scant clothing. Yet, his appearance was more akin to that of a poor lad than a wealthy scion. He glanced down at his worn garments, then resolutely turned and headed toward a nearby clothing shop. Moments later, he emerged clad in a new outfit. Splendid, indeed. Now he resembled a wealthy young master. Having donned fresh attire, he was determined to embark on a different venture, such as indulging in the pleasures of a brothel. It just so happened that he had yet to have breakfast. Li Qi was well aware that the Changla gang had a renowned brothel named Itsue Tower, which he had long wished to experience. Now that the Rui gang had absorbed the Changla gang, Itsue Tower had naturally become a property of the Rui gang. Thus Li Qi could be considered an insider there. Perhaps he could even enjoy some discounts while indulging himself. With this thought, Li Qi felt a surge of excitement and promptly made his way toward Itsue Tower. After navigating several street corners, he arrived before the establishment and immediately sensed something amiss. A few guards stood at the entrance of Itsue Tower, none of whom he recognized. Oddly, according to protocol, the guards of Itsue Tower should have been members of the gang. Yet they appear to be outsiders. Approaching one of the guards, Li Qi inquired politely, "Brother, isn't Itsue Tower a property of the Rui gang? Yet, it seems that you all are not affiliated with them?" The guard chuckled. "Ah, you seem to be unaware. Indeed, yesterday the Rui gang dismantled the Changla gang and seized Itsue Tower. However, our Lord Yin took a liking to this establishment and acquired it from the Rui gang. It now belongs to Lord Yin." After learning this, Li Qi was astounded. Lord Yin resided in the eastern part of the city and was a wealthy gentleman, now the proprietor of Itsue Tower. It was well known that brothels like Itsue Tower were highly profitable, often described as raking in gold daily. Thus, it was utterly unfathomable that such a lucrative property would be relinquished. How could the gang chief come to such a decision? Li Qi was perplexed. This turn of events had greatly exceeded his expectations. An inexplicable cloud of doubt enveloped his heart, and a faint sense of foreboding washed over him. Consequently, he lost his desire to partake in the pleasures of the brothel and turned away. He casually purchased 2 meat pies from a vendor on the side of the road, eating as he walked. The bustling crowd surged past him, as it was the height of the morning market, with vendors calling out their wares. Hotcakes, big, round hotcakes for sale, chilled tea, only 2 coins a bowl, fine rouge at a bargain price. Amidst the throng, Li Qi absorbed the vibrant atmosphere of everyday life. The sights and sounds around him felt so authentic, as if his previous life had been merely a fleeting dream. Prompting a sigh from deep within, it seemed he truly could not return. But perhaps it was for the best. He would find a way to live well here. The world he had come from was ordinary, a space for common folk whose existence had been severely constricted. There was nothing worth reminiscing about in that life. Living well in the present was of utmost importance. Moreover, this world boasted an extraordinary martial civilization, and with the activation of his system, he now possessed the potential to shape his own destiny. This world was indeed worthy of his struggle. "Big brother, could you spare some food? I'm starving." A weak voice reached Li Qi's ears, accompanied by a pair of grimy little hands tugging at his clothing. Turning his head, he beheld a small boy, frail and thin, gazing up at him with a face that was darkened by dirt, his eyes filled with hopeful longing for the meat pie in Li Qi's hand. This child, no more than 8 or 9 years old, was a victim of the recent upheavals, as the rise of rebel forces had led to increasing chaos, resulting in more and more refugees fleeing in desperation. As Li Qi walked, he had already witnessed numerous beggars lining the streets, some even selling their own children in a heartbreaking display of despair. Gazing at this half-grown child before him, Li Qi found himself at a loss for words. In his previous life, children like this would never have endured such turmoil. They would have been in schools, enjoying peaceful and joyful childhoods. Yet this child stood before him, starving and reduced to begging. Though the new clothes he wore were now sullied by the child's grasp, Li Qi felt no anger. He gently ruffled the boy's hair and handed him the meat pie. "Here you go." The pie had already been partially consumed, leaving only half, yet the little beggar accepted it gratefully and devoured it hungrily. "Thank you, big brother. Thank you." Li Qi nodded, said nothing further, and turned to leave. He had only just begun to rise from the depths of society, barely managing to secure his own sustenance. He had no capacity to rescue this little beggar, let alone the countless refugees. All he could offer was half a pie. Perhaps in the future, when his strength had grown, when he reached the pinnacle of power, he would possess the ability to confront this chaotic world with a resounding proclamation of defiance. With a sigh, Li Qi continued on his solitary path. Suddenly, he had a thought and drew the long sword from his waist. Holding it before his eyes, his brow furrowed. This was the sword he had seized from the hands of the Changla gang's members. It was merely an ordinary iron sword, lacking in quality, and after Li Qi's breakthrough to the true Qi realm, it had become inadequate for his needs. When he wielded the sword, it felt as though even a slight exertion could cause it to snap. This weapon could no longer unleash the full extent of his potential. With money in hand, it was time to procure a superior sword. Chapter 13. Between armed and unarmed stands a great wall. Having mastered the Cloud Crane Dance sword, with a sharp blade in hand, Li Qi's murderous intent surged, allowing him to dispatch numerous foes. Especially when facing unarmed martial artists, Li Qi wielding a long sword held a significant advantage. There exists a vast chasm between being armed and unarmed. Blades possess the ability to greatly diminish disparities between individuals and significantly enhance the efficiency of killing. This is a simple truth. Regrettably, many fail to recognize this principle. Otherwise, a certain figure from Kunshin would not have met such a tragic end. In contrast, Li Qi was acutely aware of the importance of weaponry. The Cloud Crane Dance Sword had served him well for an extended period, and he intended to specialize in swordsmanship. If he could acquire a sword of commendable quality, his combat capabilities would multiply. As Li Qi meandered through the streets, he soon discovered a prominent blacksmith shop and entered. This establishment was the largest in Chuan County, owned by a robust man in his 40s named Ironold III, whose blacksmithing skills were among the finest in the county. Upon entering the shop, a clerk approached him enthusiastically. "Welcome, esteemed guest. What can I assist you with today?" Noticing Li Qi's well-crafted new attire, the clerk's demeanor became even more cordial. Li Qi tossed the sword hanging from his waist onto a nearby table and stated, "I require a superior long sword. If it's of this quality, there's no need to present it." The clerk glanced at the iron sword on the table and chuckled. "Naturally, esteemed guest, please follow me." The clerk led Li Qi to a nearby shelf and retrieved a fine steel long sword, presenting it to him. The sword, forged entirely of high-quality steel, was resilient and sharp enough to slice through hair with ease. And it could be purchased for just 4 taels of silver. You have anything even better? I would like to exchange it for another." "Very well, esteemed guest. Please take a look at this one." Li Qi meticulously selected long swords from the shop, yet none met his satisfaction. Eventually, even the shop owner, Tai Lao San, was stirred. Rushing in from the backyard in the end, Tai Lao San presented his prized creation, a 3-foot-long dragon-patterned sword, before Li Qi, who finally nodded in approval. This sword, named the Dragon-Patterned Sword, was crafted with a plethora of precious materials, and combined with a unique forging technique, it bore patterns resembling dragon scales upon completion. Thus the name, Dragon-Patterned Sword. For a mere 2 taels of gold, you can take it home. As Li Qi grasped the dragon-patterned sword, its weight felt substantial and solid, exuding a chilling aura. When he swung it gently, it moved with extraordinary ease. "A fine sword," he exclaimed, channeling a surge of true energy into the dragon-patterned sword, which flowed effortlessly within, akin to his own arf at that moment. Tai Lao San, who stood nearby, stiffened, his pupils involuntarily constricting. Although he appeared outwardly composed, his heart was in turmoil. True energy. This individual was, in fact, a formidable warrior at the true energy realm. Tai Lao San was not a martial artist but merely an ordinary blacksmith. Though his craftsmanship was exceptional, producing exquisite weapons that often attracted warriors, including those who had already reached the true energy realm. These warriors would typically test swords and blades in his presence, demonstrating their martial arts' true energy, slicing through the air with sword and knife chi. Tai Lao San had witnessed many warriors harnessing true energy and was quite familiar with that level of prowess. Although Li Qi had subtly channeled his true energy, it had not escaped Tai Lao San's notice. He never imagined that such a young individual could be a warrior of the true energy realm. This person might be the youngest true energy warrior in all of Chuan County. After completing his purchase, Li Qi departed with the dragon-patterned sword, leaving Tai Lao San in a prolonged state of astonishment. A nearby assistant noticed Tai Lao San's unusual demeanor and inquired, "Master, what's wrong?" Tai Lao San shook his head, his expression returning to normal. "It's nothing." Having realized the implications, he concluded that such a young individual entering the true energy realm must be an extraordinary talent. Yet he did not recognize him and had never heard of such a figure in Chuan County. Coupled with the scene of Li Qi discreetly utilizing his martial arts' true energy, Tai Lao San speculated that the young man wished to conceal his cultivation level and identity. Naturally, Tai Lao San had no intention of prying further. Discussing or inquiring into the matter could lead to complications. Being astute, Tai Lao San quickly recalled the essential points and dismissed thoughts of Li Qi from his mind. Returning to his work, he kicked the still-standing assistant, irritable. "What are you dawdling for? Go help me with the forging in the backyard. It's been ages, and your skills haven't improved?" The assistant nodded, begrudgingly heading to the backyard. As Li Qi strolled through the streets, He fondled the newly acquired dragon-patterned sword, utterly satisfied. Just then, a voice rang out from behind him. Li Qi? Is that you? Turning around, he recognized a fellow associate from his gang, Yin Wanshu. Yin Wanshu was a peak practitioner at the body refinement realm, poised to break through the limits of body refinement and enter the true energy realm. Thus holding a high status within the Rui gang, Li Qi was somewhat surprised by Yin Wanshu's enthusiastic greeting, as they had no prior acquaintance. Brother Wanshu, what brings you here? Yin Wanshu approached, chuckling, don't just stand there. Come, let us walk and chat. Let us grab a drink. It's on me, I owe you my gratitude. If it weren't for your timely assistance in the battle against the Chongla gang yesterday, I might have been injured and bedridden. Chapter 14. Anomaly. No matter where one is, small groups and hierarchies exist. Warriors of Yin Wanshu's caliber naturally hold significant status within the Rui gang. Aside from the gang leader, Huang Yuanqing, and his two trusted confidants, who are at the true energy realm, Yin Wanshu is among the most formidable practitioners, of course. This is without considering Li Qi. Should Li Qi reveal his true cultivation level, not just the humble Rui gang, but the entire Chuan County would be shaken. Warriors of Yin Wanshu's level typically do not mingle with ordinary gang members. Everyone has their own circles. Furthermore, Li Qi had previously been inconspicuous. With average abilities, upon hearing Yin Wanshu's words, Li Qi was even more astonished. Brother Wanshu, I don't quite understand your meaning. Yin Wanshu then explained the situation. It turns out that during the fierce battle with the Chongla gang yesterday, Li Qi had been so ferocious, eliminating every enemy that stood in his way. In the midst of this, he had even dispatched the opponent that Yin Wanshu was engaged with at that moment. This act of opportunism not only failed to irritate Yin Wanshu, but instead filled him with immense gratitude. After all, Yin Wanshu had been fighting for a long time, exhausting his strength and sustaining minor injuries. When a formidable Chongla gang expert targeted him, seizing the opportunity to engage him in a fierce struggle, leaving Yin Wanshu in a dire situation. However, no one expected that at that critical moment, Li Qi would emerge like a thunderbolt. With a single thrust, he pierced the throat of the Chongla gang expert, then vanished like a wisp of smoke, leaving behind a trail of corpses. That scene had left Yin Wanshu utterly astounded. Upon seeing Li Qi on the street today, he immediately called out and expressed his gratitude. Once the circumstances were clarified, Li Qi smiled faintly. I see. Brother Wanshu, no need for thanks. We are all brothers in the gang. Helping each other is only natural. The two walked together and arrived at a nearby tavern, where Yin Wanshu led Li Qi to a private room. Upon entering, Li Qi discovered that some individuals were already drinking inside. Brothers, I ran into Brother Li Qi outside. Come, make some space. Let us all have a drink together. Li Qi recognized everyone in the room. They were also members of the gang and part of Yin Wanshu's circle. Although these individuals typically did not overtly exclude lower-tier gang members, there was always a subtle air of detachment. However, upon seeing Li Qi today, their attitudes underwent a dramatic transformation. They greeted him warmly, immediately clearing a spot for him to sit. Today was different from the past. Li Qi's rise was formidable, and his martial prowess had surged dramatically. Observant individuals could easily see that Li Qi was destined for significant accomplishments. It would be wise to forge connections with him sooner rather than later. Establishing a rapport with Li Qi might not guarantee benefits, but it would certainly not lead to any drawbacks. These individuals were astute, understanding precisely what they needed to do at this moment. Yin Wanshu raised his cup. Brother Li Qi, I wish to express my gratitude for your assistance yesterday. This cup is for you. Li Qi reciprocated with a toast. We are all brothers. You are too courteous, Wanshu. As the drinks flowed and conversations unfolded, their camaraderie deepened significantly. Yin Wanshu harbored his own intentions. Li Qi was a remarkable talent, showcasing such strength at a young age. He planned to draw Li Qi into his inner circle. Li Qi, too, had no intention of declining. Previously, his status had been too low, limiting his interactions and understanding of many matters. This opportunity was perfect for expanding his horizons. As the group chatted and drank, the atmosphere grew lively, and Li Qi finally posed a question that had been on his mind. Brother Wanshu, have you heard about the situation at the Itsue Tower? I just strolled by there and found that the Itsue Tower has been transferred. The new owner is Master Yin from the east of the city. After downing a drink, Yin Wanshu sighed deeply. Forget about the Itsue Tower. Even the Xian Feng Courtyard and Chuiwei residence have all been transferred. The Changla gang has left no assets behind, and I'm unsure what the gang leader is thinking. Li Qi's expression shifted. They've all been transferred? Indeed, Yin Wanshu replied resignedly, his voice low. After joining the Rui gang, members received a monthly stipend. Those who risked their lives for the gang were naturally compensated. The more assets the gang possessed and the better they were managed, the greater the monthly stipends for the members. Originally, everyone had anticipated that after annexing the Changla gang's assets, their stipends would increase significantly. Yet, no one had expected that Huang Yuanqing would transfer all those assets, leaving many perplexed. Brother Wanshu, do you have any idea why this is happening? Yin Wanshu shook his head helplessly. How would I know what the gang leader is thinking? We dare not speak or question. Just keep our heads down and work. At that moment, Li Qi's unease intensified. Ever since he learned about the change of ownership at the Itsue Tower, his heart had felt unsettled, and now it was even more pronounced. Something must be amiss. Li Qi's mind raced, contemplating the myriad possibilities. In his recollection, the leader Huang Yuanqing was far from a benevolent individual. The notion of relinquishing such lucrative enterprises was akin to engaging in charity, an act wholly uncharacteristic of Huang Yuanqing. This extensive transfer of assets, in Li Qi's view, resembled a desperate bid for survival. As this thought struck him, a chill ran down his spine. Huang Yuanqing must know something. Something ominous was about to unfold, and certainly, it would not bode well. Li Qi took a deep breath, striving to suppress the unease within him. There was no need for haste. Huang Yuanqing was aware that trouble loomed, but it should not be overly grave. If it were indeed a matter of life and death, Huang Yuanqing would have fled long ago rather than busily transferring assets. Li Qi felt a slight sense of reassurance. Although a crisis was imminent, it was likely not as dire as it seemed. There was no need to panic. He would face whatever challenges arose with resolve. It was prudent to assess the situation before acting. Adapting to change while remaining steadfast was Li Qi's strategy. As he pondered these matters, his expression remained placid, and those at the table were oblivious to his inner turmoil. The table was laden with exquisite delicacies and fine wines, and the atmosphere was filled with jovial conversation. Yet, amidst this merriment, the majority remained unaware of the looming storm that was gathering over Chuanan County. Chapter 15. Ambushed on the streets, the game changes. After interacting with Yin Wanxiu and others, Li Qi's status within the Rui gang soared. An increasing number of small circles sought to embrace him, and he became a coveted figure within the gang. Furthermore, Li Qi had also gained access to some lucrative side jobs, those that were infrequent yet yielded substantial rewards. After spending 2 taels of gold on a dragon-patterned sword, his finances improved significantly, allowing him to live more comfortably without the need to tighten his belt. However, his close companion Han Yangqiu had inexplicably grown distant, as if an invisible barrier had formed between them. No longer resembling their former camaraderie, Li Qi could only shrug in resignation. Having dealt with the formidable Chang'e gang, the brothers in the gang rejoiced, reveling in their substantial bounty, while Li Qi discerned an underlying anomaly. He dared not be complacent. He immediately began preparations, including the procurement of supplies and planning escape routes from Chuanan County. Since his last enhancement of martial arts, which elevated the skills of Yunzhong crane dance and Caoshang Fei, Li Qi was left with only 2 potential points, rendering him unable to further improve his techniques. He contemplated ways to acquire additional potential points, but obtaining them necessitated someone's demise. As he wandered through the county town, he found no opportunity to collect potential points. This posed a dilemma. Li Qi strolled along the street, lost in thought. Without potential points, he could not enhance his skills, which would severely impede his progress. Must he truly practice these martial arts techniques on his own? Even without the system's assistance, he could still cultivate his skills to elevate his realm, yet his innate talent was merely average. He was just an ordinary individual, and self-training would take far too long. What he lacked most at this moment was time. He needed to elevate his strength to the utmost within a short span to better confront the impending crisis. Just as he pondered where to acquire some potential points, he was suddenly confronted. This young fellow has quite the fine attire. How about lending us a bit of money to spend? Li Qi looked up to find two burly ruffians blocking his path. Had he truly been accosted by street thugs? It was evident that these two were seasoned criminals. Nearby residents, upon witnessing the scene, wore expressions of fear and hastily avoided the confrontation, wary of being caught in the crossfire. The onlookers dared not meet the gaze of the two ruffians, fearing they too would be targeted. Observing the thugs before him, Li Qi's brow furrowed slightly before relaxing into a smile. "What's going to happen if I refuse?" he asked with a light chuckle. His demeanor seemingly untroubled. One of the ruffian's expressions hardened as he drew a dagger from his sleeve, slowly advancing towards Li Qi. "If you don't comply, we'll just have to make you bleed." These two thugs were all too familiar with individuals like Li Qi, affluent young masters, easily intimidated. A little coercion would suffice to extract their valuables, even though Li Qi bore a decent-looking sword at his waist. The ruffians dismissed it. After all, Li Qi's youthful visage and scholarly demeanor made him appear quite vulnerable. A person like Li Qi was clearly just a pampered lad attempting to navigate the world of the martial arts. Today, they would show him the harsh realities of the underworld. As the two thugs closed in, Li Qi's smile only widened, leaving them perplexed. "What's so funny? Have you gone daft? Or were you always this dim-witted?" While the ruffians pondered, Li Qi's hands shot out with lightning speed, grasping both their throats in an instant. Overwhelmed by such terrifying swiftness, the two men realized they had bitten off more than they could chew. Fear of death enveloped them. Panic etched across their faces as they opened their mouths to plead for mercy, but it was far too late. With his internal energy coursing through him, Li Qi exerted a powerful twist, turning the heads of the two thugs a full 180 degrees. A crisp crack echoed like the snapping of a twig, and the two thugs collapsed to the ground, twitching momentarily before falling silent. Potential point one. Li Qi beamed with delight, quietly observing the two unfortunate souls who had met their end. Rest easy on your journey. Be more cautious in your next life. Li Qi felt no burden for dispatching the two oppressive thugs. He recognized them as habitual offenders, and their demise was a service to the community. Moreover, they had initiated the confrontation. Not only did they seek to rob him, but they had also threatened to draw blood, leaving Li Qi no choice but to eliminate them. After taking care of these two thugs, Li Qi felt no concern about any potential retaliation from their associates. In Chuanan County, he was a force to be reckoned with. Should anyone wish to retaliate against him, they would first need to investigate his background. If the thugs' allies were to learn of Li Qi's prowess in dispatching 16 members of the Chang'e gang, they might think twice about revenge. People tend to prey on the weak and fear the strong. The rules of the underworld dictate that the more ruthless one is, the more solid their reputation becomes. Indeed, the more decisive and brutal Li Qi's actions, the less trouble he would encounter. With the acquisition of 2 potential points, Li Qi's horizons expanded significantly. The encounter with the thugs provided him with insight. He now knew where to seek additional potential points. Chapter 16. A great wind rises, clouds soar at this moment, the world was in turmoil. The government's focus lay primarily on suppressing the rebels, leading to a significant weakening of their control over the populace. Consequently, various rogues and miscreants emerged. Even 2 moderately capable thugs dared to commit violent robbery in the streets, knowing full well that if someone reported them, the authorities would likely turn a blind eye. What if he were to eliminate all the thugs in Chuanan County? How many potential points would that yield? This thought flashed through Li Qi's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Killing all the thugs in the city would create far too much commotion. Excessive measures often invite trouble. Should he actually pursue such an act, he might attract unforeseen complications. Moreover, these thugs did not operate daily. They typically engaged in robbery or extortion before retreating to enjoy their ill-gotten gains, only to return when funds ran low. The efficiency of locating and eliminating these thugs to acquire potential points was simply too low for Li Qi's expectations, prompting him to quickly abandon that notion. Were there other suitable targets for harvesting? Certainly. The mountain bandits and highwaymen. In the current climate, the situation in the Great Han was chaotic, with rampant rebellion and numerous bandits lurking in the hills. Robbing passing merchants, if they were merely robbing for money, it would be one thing. These bandits sometimes sought both wealth and lives, committing heinous atrocities. Today, Li Qi would act as the hand of justice. Li Qi purchased some meat pies from a vendor on the street and then casually approached a few refugees who had fled to this place, generously offering them the pies. Upon seeing the delectable meat pastries, the refugees' eyes sparkled with gratitude as they accepted the gifts with heartfelt thanks, promptly devouring them with fervor. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qi inquired about their harrowing escapes, seeking the information he desperately needed. These refugees were acutely aware of the dangers lurking outside and the relative safety in certain areas. Some had narrowly escaped the clutches of bandits and marauders, clinging to life by sheer luck. With the allure of meat pies as his bargaining chip, they shared every detail without reservation, and Li Qi swiftly gathered crucial intelligence regarding the distribution of bandits and robbers beyond Chuan County. As the winds surged and the clouds billowed, the call for valiant warriors to traverse the land echoed in his mind. Bandits must be eradicated at all costs. This time, Li Qi would take up the mantle of the people's champion. After a brief preparation, he set forth. Departing from Chuan County, Li Qi's appearance had undergone a significant transformation. Clad entirely in black, with a black scarf covering his face, he was shrouded from head to toe. Revealing only his eyes, he was on a mission to perform good deeds anonymously, a virtue he prided himself on. In this guise, even the old scholar would not recognize him. To further conceal his identity, he had left his dragon-patterned sword behind. While not an irreplaceable weapon, the sword was not easily afforded by all, and should anyone witness him wielding it against the bandits, they could narrow down their search and unearth his identity. After leaving Chuan County, Li Qi stopped hiding his formidable strength. With powerful true energy coursing through him, he executed the lightness technique known as grass on the wind, propelling his figure swiftly into the distance. With the infusion of white cloud true qi, small clouds the size of palms materialized from his toes. With a gentle step into the air, he appeared instantly 10 zhang away, suspended 3 feet above the ground. He traversed the skies on his cloud, his figure graceful and ethereal, like a celestial being descending upon the earthly realm. Li Qi had gathered some knowledge about the conditions surrounding Chuan County. 30 miles to the south lay Red Leaf Mountain, home to a band of around 40 bandits who had established a stronghold known as Eagle's Nest. The leader of this band, Guofei, was a peak warrior in the body refinement realm, reputed for his exceptional lightness skills. Few prey could escape once he set his sights on them, earning him the moniker of Eagle King. Li Qi's first target, therefore, was none other than this Eagle King. Along with the 40 bandits under his command, Li Qi pressed on with haste, swiftly covering the 30 miles to Red Leaf Mountain. Upon arrival, he sensed an unusual stillness. Throughout his journey, he had encountered scattered figures, yet within 10 miles of Red Leaf Mountain, there was a conspicuous absence of life. The notorious reputation of Eagle King kept the aware at bay, ensuring that none dared to traverse this area. Those oblivious to the danger who wandered in had met grim fates. Upon reaching the location, Li Qi began his search and soon discovered a concealed lookout nestled among the trees, where 2 bandits were stationed, monitoring the vicinity. Upon spotting the 2 bandits, they too noticed his approach. "Who dares to trespass on Eagle's Nest?" they shouted. Li Qi, unperturbed, stepped from the shadows, smiling at the 2 bandits. Recognizing them as members of Eagle's Nest, he replied, "Who am I? I am the one who will take your lives." Before they could utter another word, the masked figure swiftly closed the distance between them. With a grin, Li Qi formed his fingers into a sword and with a gentle motion, unleashed a pure white sword aura that instantly decapitated one of the bandits. Potential point 1. Realizing the prowess of this masked warrior, the remaining bandit turned pale and quickly begged for mercy. "Spare me, good sir. Let us negotiate. Do not resort to violence." Li Qi replied coolly, "Tell me about Eagle's Nest, and I may consider sparing you." The bandit promptly divulged all he knew. Once informed, Li Qi showed no hesitation, swiftly snapping the bandit's neck. "Become my strength." With another point of potential gained, Li Qi departed contentedly. Among the 2 bandits, one possessed a decent quality longsword, forged from fine steel, which Li Qi took with him. He now had the precise location of Eagle's Nest and hastened towards it. Along the way, he discovered several hidden lookouts belonging to Eagle's Nest, dispatching any bandits he encountered, steadily increasing his potential points. Guofei had just returned from a successful raid, not only seizing gold and silver but also capturing numerous women. The fate of women at the hands of bandits was all too predictable. And within Eagle's Nest, a raucous feast was underway, filled with raucous laughter from men and the cries of distressed women. As the revelry reached a fever pitch, the doors of the main hall were cleaved open by a sharp sword aura, and a dark figure strode in. You all seem to be enjoying yourselves, Li Qi remarked with a smile. Upon witnessing the chaos in the hall and the state of the scantily clad women, the chill in his smile deepened. Startled by the intrusion, many bandits leapt to their feet, brandishing weapons and shouting, "Who dares to cause a ruckus in Eagle's Nest? Foolish scum, you shall die!" A throng of bandits surged toward Li Qi. Yet their leader, Guofei, remained silent, his eyes widening in shock upon seeing the doors cleaved open by the sword aura. A true Qi realm expert, he thought, recognizing the gravity of the situation. He knew he could not contend with such a formidable opponent. Instead of joining the fray like the ordinary bandits, he stealthily retreated. Plotting his escape, Li Qi quickly spotted a bald man in the crowd who was attempting to blend into the chaos. His gaze fixated on this individual. "You must be Guofei," he declared. Realizing the peril he was in, Guofei turned and fled. Chapter 17. Annihilation. Guofei was cunning, having navigated the treacherous world of banditry with caution, never provoking those he could not defeat. His chosen targets were always weaker than himself, leading to a growing band of followers and the establishment of his stronghold. Amidst the chaos of the world, he had even earned the moniker of Eagle King. Yet, Guofei was acutely aware of his limitations. He was merely at the peak of the body refinement realm, and before those who had surpassed to the true Qi realm. He was but a child. Lacking resources, he possessed no profound martial arts techniques or elixirs to aid in his breakthrough, and he harbored no hope of achieving such heights in his lifetime. Thus, while others referred to him as Eagle King, he never dared to consider himself as such. Upon witnessing Li Qi's display of true Qi prowess, he understood the gravity of his predicament and had no intention of confronting him directly. Meanwhile, the ordinary bandits, intoxicated and oblivious to the gravity of the situation, lunged at Li Qi without hesitation. Guofei felt a flicker of hope. With the distraction provided by the lesser bandits, his chances of escape improved. Yet he never anticipated that his conspicuous bald head would stand out like a firefly in the dark, drawing Li Qi's attention. As he fled, barely having taken 2 steps, Li Qi appeared before him in an instant. Blocking his path, Guofei's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. So fast? He had not even comprehended Li Qi's movement when the latter was already in front of him, a display of speed he had never witnessed before. Beads of sweat cascaded down Guofei's forehead as he forced a sycophantic smile, stammering, "My lord, surely there has been some misunderstanding. I am willing to." Before he could finish, Li Qi interrupted. "There is no misunderstanding." With that, he thrust his fine steel longsword, piercing through Guofei's knees. Guofei let out a horrific scream as blood gushed from his wounded knees, collapsing to the ground in agony. Li Qi did not rush to end his life, choosing instead to keep him alive for further questioning. After Guofei was incapacitated and writhing in pain, the bandits in the hall jolted awake, shaken from their drunken stupor. Guofei was the strongest among them, and with their leader down, how could they possibly stand against this formidable intruder? Run. It is unclear who let out a piercing cry, causing the bandits to scatter in all directions. How could Li Qi allow these ruffians to escape? He immediately employed his agility to pursue them, his figure flickering like a specter as he effortlessly closed the distance, dispatching them one by one in less than 10 breaths. Every bandit in the encampment was slain, save for Guofei. Each foe fell to a single strike, their blood pooling upon the ground, saturating the earth, while a pungent scent of iron filled the air. Such terrifying prowess sent a chill coursing through Guofei, who lay on the ground, while the abducted women were nearly rendered unconscious by fear. Blood dripped from Li Qi's sword, and the murderous aura emanating from him felt as if one had plunged into an icy abyss. The women, like startled quails, retreated in terror, fearful of being caught in the wake of this harbinger of death. Li Qi paid them no heed. Instead, he turned to face the ashen Guofei, regarding him silently. Guofei's voice trembled. "My lord, Spare my life. Li Qi's tone was devoid of emotion as he replied, I shall ask, and you will answer. Guo Feiying nodded eagerly. I shall answer all your inquiries, my lord. With complete honesty. After a series of questions, Li Qi gained a clearer understanding of the nearby bandit situation. Bandits are best acquainted with their ilk. All engage in acts of robbery and plunder, often delineating territories, and occasionally clashing over business disputes. As the largest bandit in the region, Guo Feiying was well aware of the other marauders' movements and promptly divulged the details of his associates. Previously, Li Qi's knowledge of these brigands had been gleaned from the vagabonds, which may not have been entirely accurate, possessing potential gaps. However, with Guo Feiying's insider revelations, Li Qi now possessed a comprehensive grasp of the local bandit situation. My lord, I have divulged all that I know. Will you grant me mercy? Guo Feiying's plea was cut short as Li Qi's sword pierced his throat. Potential points too. With a flick of his sword, Li Qi shed the bloodstains, declaring, in your next life, strive to be a good person. After exterminating the bandits, Li Qi turned to the group of women hiding nearby, a gentle smile gracing his face. Do not be afraid. I have vanquished the bandits. You are safe now. He surveyed the food and drink laid out in the hall and addressed the women. You must be hungry. Please eat something to fill your bellies before you depart. Realizing that Li Qi was their savior, the women's courage swelled. After expressing their gratitude, they donned their clothing and began to eat. Having gone too long without sustenance, Li Qi paid them little mind. Instead focusing on his system interface, potential points, 53. With his mastery of the Cloud Crane sword dance at an advanced level, he required 50 potential points to elevate it to a minor success. With sufficient potential points, Li Qi wasted no time in enhancing his skills. Instantly, his potential points diminished by 50, and a surge of training memories flooded his mind. Li Qi felt as if he had experienced a decade in mere moments. Diligently honing the Cloud Crane sword dance, achieving an unparalleled understanding of this technique. Concurrently, the true qi within him expanded dramatically, doubling in quantity. Thus, Li Qi stepped into the later stages of true qi cultivation. His strength now surpassed that of Huang Yuanqing, the leader of the Rui gang. Reaching the level of Qin Shaohandai in Chuanan County, few could pose a threat to him. Once the enhancement concluded, Li Qi reveled in his newfound power. Exhilarated by the success of his strategy, to emerge and hunt down the bandits was indeed a wise decision. After acclimatizing to his augmented strength, Li Qi rose and headed toward a cave located at the rear of the stronghold. During his interrogation of Guo Feiying, he had learned of a cave where the bandits stored their plundered goods, replete with treasures that could not be left for others to claim. Chapter 18. Pinnacle of True Qi. The cave at the back of the stronghold was fortified with an iron door. Though Li Qi lacked a key, such obstacles posed no challenge to him. He drew forth his steel sword, channeling true qi through its blade, enhancing its sharpness. With a swift motion, he sliced through the iron door as though it were mere tofu, stepping into the darkness beyond. Inside the cave lay a substantial stockpile of grain, alongside a treasure trove of gold and silver. Li Qi's eyes gleamed with excitement as he began to gather the loot. He carried portable silver notes on his person while loading the heavier gold and silver into boxes. Employing his lightness technique, he transported the boxes to a nearby concealed location for safekeeping, planning to retrieve them later. While rummaging through the cave, Li Qi also discovered a Qingfeng sword, its blade exuding a faint green hue and an exceptionally hard texture. Although the Qingfeng sword paled in comparison to Li Qi's dragon pattern sword, it was far superior to the steel sword he currently wielded. He tossed aside the steel sword and took up the Qingfeng sword, ensuring that nothing of value was left behind before exiting the cave. Returning to the hall, he found the women still consuming their meal. Li Qi joined them, taking a leg of chicken from the table to satiate his own hunger. Aware that he had many tasks ahead and needed sustenance, after filling his belly, he packed some provisions and addressed the women. I must take my leave. Once you have finished eating, please depart swiftly. This place is not safe. There are provisions in the cave. If you can carry some, feel free to take what you need. With that, Li Qi departed without delay. The women, astonished that they could leave alive after their ordeal, expressed their profound gratitude, while Li Qi's figure vanished rapidly from their sight. Following the destruction of the Feiying stronghold, Li Qi pressed onward, determined to pursue other nearby bandit lairs. Armed with the intelligence provided by Guofeng, he quickly located the next bandit stronghold. This group consisted of around 30 bandits, a smaller contingent than Guofeng's, led by a martial artist at the late stage of body refinement, weaker than Guofeng. Upon finding this band of brigands, Li Qi wasted no words, launching directly into combat. Before long, he had dispatched them all, garnering an additional 40 potential points. After the battle, Li Qi scoured the area, collecting the spoils left behind by the bandits, and made a hasty exit. His speed was astonishing, traversing distances of 100 to 80 miles with ease, systematically eradicating one bandit group after another. Before eliminating each bandit faction, Li Qi would extract information regarding the whereabouts of other nearby brigands. Ensuring his efficiency in tracking them down. In the span of a single day, he obliterated 5 bands of marauders. After a day filled with activity, Li Qi even found time to return to Chuanan County for dinner. Unbeknownst to anyone, on this seemingly ordinary day, nearly 200 bandits had met their end at his hands. With a substantial accumulation of potential points, Li Qi returned home and continued his training in the Cloud Crane sword dance. Achieving its full mastery, he also successfully ascended to the pinnacle of true Qi cultivation. Simultaneously, Li Qi mastered a remarkable ability: the manifestation of sword Qi. Once a martial artist enters the realm of true Qi, they can project their Qi outward, striking foes from 100 paces away and unleashing waves of cutting energy with ease. However, having cultivated this sword technique to the pinnacle, Li Qi could transcend the ordinary, achieving the extraordinary feat of sword Qi manifestation. With a mere thought, he released a delicate strand of sword Qi from his fingertip, a pure white and razor-sharp energy that danced upon his fingertip. After a slight quiver, it transformed into a small white bird, perched gracefully there. Under Li Qi's command, this strand of sword Qi could morph into a bird or a fish, swirling around him in a captivating display. Any martial art, once mastered to its fullest extent, possesses tremendous power, and the Cloud Crane sword dance, now at its peak, unleashed a nearly terrifying force. Such strength placed Li Qi at the zenith of Chuanan County. As long as he avoided reckless actions, survival was all but assured. The true Qi within him churned with formidable energy, swirling like a tempest in his dantian, radiating an overwhelming aura. At long last, he has reached this remarkable state. Li Qi exhaled a long sigh of relief, experiencing an unprecedented sense of tranquility within. Possessing the supreme martial arts system, he could enhance his martial skills using potential points, and he knew that it would not be long before he reached the pinnacle of the true Qi realm. Yet, when that day truly arrived, he found it somewhat hard to believe. For ordinary individuals, achieving notable accomplishments in martial arts is exceedingly challenging. To transcend the limits of body tempering and reach the true Qi realm, let alone attain its zenith, is akin to scaling the heavens. Without years of diligent practice, innate talent, and a measure of fortune and resources, it is utterly impossible to arrive at such heights. However, with the aid of the system, Li Qi had accomplished this feat in just a few scant days, far surpassing the understanding of all in this world. Now at the pinnacle of the true Qi realm, it was time to contemplate how to break through to the next layer of existence. The subsequent realm beyond true Qi is known as the true essence realm. When a martial artist at the true Qi level refines their inner martial energy to its utmost limit, they may attempt to liquefy this gaseous Qi into the liquid form of true essence. Essentially, true essence represents a highly liquefied state of Qi, possessing exceptional quality and power that exceeds true Qi by more than tenfold. A martial artist at the true essence realm can effortlessly overpower 10 true Qi practitioners, the so-called acquired Qi, and the innate true essence. Martial artists of the true essence realm are also referred to as innate warriors. Upon reaching this realm, the essence of an innate warrior's life undergoes a tremendous elevation, allowing them to live effortlessly for 200 years. Such a level of martial prowess left Li Qi yearning and restless, unable to find peace. The dilemma before Li Qi was how to break through the true Qi realm and reach the more formidable true essence realm. The key to this lay in the cultivation techniques. As long as he possessed sufficient potential points, Li Qi could swiftly elevate any martial arts technique. However, without the techniques of the true essence realm, It would be akin to a skilled cook unable to prepare a meal without ingredients. Where could he possibly procure the martial arts techniques of the true essence realm? Li Qi thought of the Rui gang and Huang Yuanqing, but he quickly dismissed the idea, despite being the leader of a gang. Huang Yuanqing was unlikely to possess techniques of such a high caliber, as he was merely the head of a second-rate gang in Chuan County, lacking the necessary foundation. After pondering for a while, Li Qi found no viable solutions and decided to set the matter aside for the time being. There's no rush. He could simply pay more attention to it in the future and in the days that followed. Li Qi ventured out daily to hunt down bandits, returning at sunset, and his potential points soared rapidly, soon exceeding 300. The bandits near Chuan County had been nearly wiped out by him, creating a small sanctuary in the process. To continue accruing potential points, Li Qi had to venture farther afield, expanding the area of his activities. In a brief span, numerous bandits had perished, and such changes caught the attention of people within the city, with various factions taking notice. Some applauded, others observed with indifference, while still others felt a sense of unease. Yet, with Li Qi's exceptional lightness of foot, he traversed between the wilderness and the county without alarming anyone. Even those from the Rui gang who were close to him failed to discern anything amiss, merely assuming he had earned a bit of bounty and was off enjoying himself elsewhere. In the entire Chuan County, not a single person connected the gruesome fate of the bandits outside the city with Li Qi. On the fourth day, Li Qi once again ventured outside the city on his business. He quickly identified a target. A group of over 20 horse bandits was attacking a merchant convoy, and the sounds of battle echoed around. Li Qi focused intently and soon detected an anomaly. Among the horse bandits was a formidable warrior at the True Qi realm. A True Qi bandit? How intriguing! A playful smirk appeared on Li Qi's lips as he swiftly employed his lightness of foot to rush towards them. Chapter 19. You think Zhao Yulong can intimidate me? Generally speaking, those engaged in looting and pillaging in the wild are not overly powerful, with the pinnacle of body tempering being the highest one could expect. Over the past few days, more than 100 mountain bandits had perished at Li Qi's hands, none of whom were at the True Qi realm. Regardless of the context, a True Qi practitioner is considered a formidable figure, capable of supporting a gang's existence and leading a more prosperous and dignified life. If any True Qi warrior were to become a bandit or a horse thief, they would likely be the subject of gossip for a lifetime. Yet today, Li Qi had indeed encountered a True Qi bandit robbing a merchant convoy. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that this individual was actually a mid-stage practitioner of the True Qi realm, which made the situation even more captivating. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qi surmised the reasons behind this circumstance and promptly took action. The bandits assaulting the convoy were all masked, concealing their features, their sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. They noticed Li Qi's figure, and the True Qi bandit, upon seeing a figure clad in black approaching with astonishing speed, was momentarily taken aback. True Qi, upon witnessing Li Qi's terrifying velocity, far surpassing that of body tempering, the bandit realized that the newcomer was also a True Qi practitioner. Given their large numbers, the bandit understood that the arrival of this individual boded ill for their plans. "Swift-winged bandits, stand back," he bellowed, his voice carrying far and wide. Li Qi paid no heed, maintaining his speed as he swiftly charged into the midst of the bandits. "Stop him! Do not let him thwart our plans." The True Qi bandit shouted in exasperation, intensifying his assault on the merchant convoy, targeting one of the convoy's leaders while commanding, "Kill these people and leave immediately." As Li Qi plunged into the bandits, he drew forth his Qingfeng sword, its gleaming light weaving a tapestry that enveloped several bandits, swiftly piercing through their bodies. Potential points 2, potential points 2, potential points 2. These bandits possessed considerable strength, with the weakest among them being late-stage body tempering practitioners. It was indeed unusual for such skilled fighters to resort to banditry. The bandit leader initially assumed that the newcomer was merely an ordinary True Qi practitioner. With their numbers, they could contain the opponent, but he never anticipated that within mere breaths, several of his men would fall to this individual's sword. The members of the merchant convoy witnessed this scene and recognized that the sudden appearance of the figure in black was an ally. With someone calling out, "Reinforcements have arrived. Hold the line." Upon hearing this, the guards of the convoy fought even harder against the bandits. The tides of battle shifted dramatically, and the bandit leader, in a fit of rage, turned his gaze toward the black-clad figure cutting through his ranks. "This is all your fault. How dare you ruin my plans?" After cursing, he channeled his true energy, his already formidable physique swelling even larger. Exuding an imposing presence, at this moment, Li Qi was engaged with two bandits, his sword dancing like a specter, slicing through their necks at impossible angles, swiftly dispatching them. Potential points two. Suddenly, a fierce and aggressive aura surged toward Li Qi from behind. Someone was launching a sneak attack. Without turning his head, Li Qi slightly sidestepped and retaliated with a thrust of his sword. Cloud crane sword, wings danced through spring and autumn. Li Qi's swordsmanship unfurled, graceful and agile, as he instantaneously blocked the massive hand that struck from behind. The clash of sword and hand emitted sparks, resonating with a sound akin to metal striking metal. Li Qi's expression shifted in surprise, a soft exclamation escaping his lips. Since mastering his swordsmanship, his blade had cleaved through all without resistance. Yet, upon striking the hand of the individual behind him, he felt an unexpected resistance, as though piercing through thick leather. This is a protective hard skill? Li Qi understood immediately. Warriors who cultivated protective hard skills were rare. Those at the true Qi realm practicing such techniques were even scarcer. In an instant, Li Qi increased his strength, his true energy boiling and surging, the terrifying force exploding forth from his Qingfeng sword, and he could no longer feel any resistance as the blade effortlessly pierced through the bandit leader's hand. Not only did this strike penetrate the leader's hand, but it continued unabated, driving through his shoulder. The bandit leader let out a chilling scream. He had never anticipated that his protective hard skill would be so easily shattered by this individual before him. Agonizing pain radiated from his hand and shoulder. A pinnacle true Qi practitioner, he finally discerned the realm of the figure before him, realizing he was facing a terrifying powerhouse at the pinnacle of the true Qi realm. How is this possible? How could such a formidable true Qi practitioner exist here? It was utterly beyond his belief that he had encountered a being of such caliber who effortlessly overwhelmed him. Li Qi slowly turned to face the towering true Qi bandit, saying with measured calmness, "Your protective hard skill is commendable, but still lacking in some areas." With that, Li Qi twisted his wrist and thrust upward sharply, severing the bandit leader's entire left arm. The bandit leader emitted a piercing scream. His other hand pressed firmly against the severed stump of his left arm, staggering backward, his visage contorted in agony and terror. A grotesque reflection of his suffering, no longer entangled with Li Qi, he turned to flee, employing his agile martial arts to escape into the distance. Observing the fleeing bandit leader, a smirk of derision graced Li Qi's lips. He made no attempt to pursue, but instead hastened to eliminate the remaining common bandits. Yet, upon witnessing their leader's grievous injuries and subsequent retreat, the ordinary bandits were filled with dread, exclaiming in fear as they scattered in all directions. Li Qi exerted his full prowess, swiftly catching up to each of these ordinary bandits, dispatching them with lethal precision. He then followed the path from which the bandit leader had fled. Despite having taken urgent measures, the leader, now missing an arm, continued to lose blood, leaving a distinct trail of crimson upon the ground. Li Qi, guided by these traces, quickly closed in on the fleeing bandit leader, who, weakened and pale from blood loss, appeared utterly disheveled, no longer the fierce figure he once was. With a sudden surge of speed, Li Qi surpassed the bandit leader, blocking his escape route. "Here is where it ends." This declaration resonated like a death knell, causing the bandit leader to halt, his body shaking uncontrollably. Resolute, he tore off his mask, revealing his true face. A burly man with a bushy beard, in a voice laced with trepidation, he uttered, "You cannot kill me." Li Qi raised an eyebrow. "Why not?" "Because I am Wei Biao of the Yulong Gang." Li Qi paused, recognizing the weight of the name. The Yulong Gang was renowned as the most powerful organization in Chuanan County, boasting nearly 1,000 members, among whom were as many as 10 martial artists at the true Qi level. It was said that their leader, Zhao Yulong, was a pinnacle master of true Qi. Wei Biao straightened, continuing, "I concede that your strength is formidable, But the Yulong gang is not to be trifled with. Should you choose to kill me today, the day Zhao Yulong comes for you. How will you respond? He emphasized Zhao Yulong's name, cautioning Li Qi against folly, lest he incur the wrath of the Yulong gang. Having revealed his identity, Wei Biao felt a measure of confidence returning. Pressing on, why not let me go? We can put this matter to rest. Otherwise, the Yulong gang, before he could finish, Li Qi swiftly maneuvered past Wei Biao, his sword slicing through the air to sever the bandit leader's neck. A head rolled to the ground. Fool, do you think you can intimidate me with Zhao Yulong? Even if he were here, I would slay him without hesitation, Li Qi scoffed. Wei Biao, oblivious to the gravity of his situation, dared to threaten Li Qi, who, disinterested in his bluster, swiftly dispatched him with a single stroke. 5 potential points. With the potential points now in hand, Li Qi chuckled before searching Wei Biao's corpse. It was customary for martial artists of the true Qi level to possess valuable items, and Li Qi was not one to overlook such opportunities. Soon, he discovered a tome among Wei Biao's belongings. This is Iron Body Refinement? Chapter 20. Your martial art is commendable, but alas, it shall belong to me in but a moment. Upon extracting the book, a series of notifications flashed before Li Qi's eyes. Discoverable martial arts identified. Martial arts being recorded. You have acquired a mid-grade martial art, Iron Body Refinement. Li Qi's heart leaped with joy. Iron Body Refinement? He immediately began to examine the details of this martial art. Iron Body Refinement level, mid-grade martial art mastery level, uninitiated, 3 potential points required to commence, techniques, diamond style, pagoda style description. Iron Body Refinement is a defensive technique that cultivates protective true Qi from the outside and through a breathing technique, significantly enhancing bodily defenses. Upon reviewing this martial art, Li Qi understood that Wei Biao must have practiced it, thus attaining such formidable defensive capabilities. Intrigued, Li Qi recognized that this technique would perfectly augment his physical defenses, rendering him impervious to ambushes and compensating for a notable shortcoming. Gazing at Wei Biao's dismembered body, a smirk crept across his face. Your Iron Body Refinement is impressive, but it shall soon be mine. After a moment's contemplation, Li Qi removed Wei Biao's outer garments, wrapping his head within them for transport. As the foremost gang in Chuanan County, the Yulong gang maintained a relatively respectable faade. On the surface, they had not committed any heinous acts, presenting themselves as gentlemen. Yet, the fact that Wei Biao, a true Qi expert, led a group of bandits to rob others was rather telling. Wei Biao had been accompanied by around 20 capable martial artists, all donning masks to conceal their identities, masquerading as a band of bandits known as the Wind Chasers. The motives behind this charade were not difficult to surmise: greed. As the world descended into chaos and banditry flourished, many merchants traveling the roads fell victim to robbery, and the Yulong gang had adopted some rather unsavory ideas. If those mountain bandits could rob, why could we not? The allure of quick riches through robbery, devoid of the risks associated with legitimate business, was too tempting to resist. As long as one left no witnesses and avoided capture, they could easily shift the blame to other bandits, escaping unscathed. Once back in the county, they could shed their bandit attire and resume their roles as respectable gentlemen. Led by a mid-stage true Qi warrior, the Wind Chasers targeted large merchant caravans of around 100 to 80 individuals, and each successful raid yielded substantial profits. They had already plundered several large caravans, growing increasingly adept in their nefarious trade. But alas, today they encountered Li Qi, leading to their utter downfall. Evil deeds breed self-destruction. Li Qi, carrying Wei Biao's head, hastened back to the merchants he had rescued. From a distance, the group recognized his figure approaching rapidly. The expert has returned. Did he eliminate the fleeing bandit as well? What does he want now? Surely he doesn't intend to rob us. Nonsense. We must tread carefully. Provoking this formidable figure could lead to unforeseen consequences. As Li Qi drew closer, the caravan's leader, Su He, greeted him with a beaming smile. Cautiously approaching, "My lord, you have returned. I am Su He, and I thank you for your gallant intervention earlier. Had it not been for your efforts in driving off those scoundrels, our caravan of over 100 would have been in peril." Su He did not inquire about Li Qi's background. His first words were a heartfelt expression of gratitude, showcasing his astute character. Li Chi nodded in acknowledgement, casually replying, "Upholding justice and vanquishing evil is the duty of martial practitioners like ourselves." "No thanks are necessary." As he spoke, Li Chi tossed a cloth bundle towards Su He, saying, "The ringleader has been slain. His head is yours to handle as you see." Su He was momentarily taken aback as he received the bundle, cautiously unveiling a small opening to glimpse the head within. Wei. Upon recognizing the visage of the severed head, Su He's expression shifted dramatically, a name poised on his lips before he abruptly halted. Swallowing the final syllable, with a resigned glance at the head, he offered a rueful smile to Li Chi, saying, "My lord, your efforts in bringing back this villain's head provide closure for those fallen brothers. On their behalf, I extend my gratitude." A smile flickered across Li Chi's face beneath his mask, internally commending Su He for his astuteness and cleverness. "There's no need for such formalities. This is merely our duty as martial practitioners." After vanquishing the Wind Chaser bandit, he had successfully acquired the potential points and could have departed on his own. However, he deliberately returned with the severed head of Wei Biao, presenting it to the steward of the merchant caravan, which was undoubtedly part of his strategy. Wei Biao was associated with the Yulong gang, and now that the gang had lost a true energy realm warrior along with several formidable body refining experts, they would surely seek vengeance and endeavor to uncover the perpetrator. Li Chi was not intimidated by the Yulong gang, yet he found himself pressed for time, with numerous tasks awaiting his attention. The involvement of the Yulong gang could disrupt his forthcoming plans. Thus, he brought back Wei Biao's head and delivered it to Su He, aiming to bring the matter into the open and place the merchant caravan in the spotlight to share the enmity of the Yulong gang. Li Chi observed that the caravan was quite substantial, comprising over 100 members, indicating that the power behind it was not to be underestimated. While it might not rival the Yulong gang, it could serve as a sufficient shield. Su He sensed the deeper implications of Li Chi's actions and realized she might be viewed as a mere pawn, which stirred a tinge of resentment within her. Yet, she quickly found solace in the fact that, regardless of the circumstances, Li Chi had saved them all. This was an undeniable truth, and they had no right to criticize his actions. Therefore, Su He promptly organized her thoughts, stating that the head served as a tribute to their deceased comrade and that Li Chi was a man of great integrity. Moreover, he was an individual of unfathomable strength, and despite any unflattering thoughts she harbored, she dared not voice them. Li Chi nodded in satisfaction. "In that case, let us part ways. Until we meet again," Su He replied. "Your kindness requires no thanks. Should you require my assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out at the Linglong Merchant Association. I shall serve you faithfully." Li Chi had already turned to leave, but upon hearing Su He's words, he hesitated and turned back to her, asking, "Are you affiliated with the Linglong Merchant Association?" Seeing the intensity in his gaze, Su He felt a sudden pang of anxiety and stammered, I am indeed one of the minor stewards of the Linglong Merchant Association." Li Chi chuckled. "As it happens, I do have a matter I wish to discuss with you." Chapter 21. The Linglong Merchant Association. Li Chi was already familiar with the name of the Linglong Merchant Association. It was a large organization with branches in many towns, including a presence in the city of Chuanan. While he had considered the possibility of a powerful force backing the caravan, he had not anticipated that it would be associated with the Linglong Merchant Association, a delightful surprise indeed. Upon hearing Li Chi's request, Su He's expression subtly stiffened, cursing herself for being too verbose and regretting her earlier remark about serving him. What was meant to be mere pleasantries had unexpectedly led to a serious conversation, and Su He felt an inexplicable sense of unease in Li Chi's presence. This man not only possessed unfathomable strength, but also acted unpredictably, often leaving her feeling at a disadvantage. With Li Chi's eager gaze fixed upon her, Su He steeled herself to inquire, "May I ask what you require, my lord?" "I seek to purchase a martial arts manual for the true energy realm." He replied, "A martial arts manual for the true energy realm?" Su He's voice quivered in astonishment. Li Chi nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, a manual for the true energy realm, specifically a superior grade martial art. The price is of no concern. Should you possess it, I shall acquire it." The Linglong Merchant Association had an extensive network and numerous connections, making it the most likely source for superior grade martial arts. Li Qi had felt a surge of hope upon learning of Su He's affiliation with the association. However, a bittersweet smile graced Su He's face as she replied, "My lord, you truly put me in a difficult position. If it were a medium-grade manual, I could procure one immediately, but acquiring a superior-grade martial art is far more challenging." Li Qi chuckled lightly. "It is indeed difficult, but not impossible. The value of superior-grade martial arts far exceeded that of medium-grade ones, and their emergence would inevitably attract the attention of many powerful individuals. For the Linglong Merchant Association to secure such a manual for Li Qi would not be an easy feat." After a moment of contemplation, Su He slowly explained, 3 years ago, our association obtained a superior-grade martial art known as the Xuanqiu blade technique, which drew considerable interest and was ultimately auctioned off for 3,000 taels of gold. If my lord wishes to purchase a superior-grade martial art directly from the Linglong Merchant Association, it is unlikely to be less than this amount. Li Qi squared his shoulders and stood tall. "Money is no issue. 3,000 taels of gold is well within my means." This was no boast. Over the past few days, he had dispatched numerous bandit groups, and the wealth they had plundered had been rightfully acquired by him. 3,000 taels of gold was not an unattainable sum. Even if he still lacked a portion of it, with a little more effort and by continuing to hunt down bandits, the funds would soon come. Seeing Li Qi's confidence, Su He paused for a moment before nodding. "In that case, I can take the liberty of prioritizing you should the Linglong Merchant Association acquire a superior-grade martial art. Your assistance in saving us will ensure that this matter is handled with utmost diligence. I shall arrange for someone to seek clues about superior-grade martial arts as soon as I return, and I will contact you as soon as we have any news." Li Qi was pleased with this arrangement, and after exchanging contact information, they each took their leave. Once he distanced himself from the caravan, Li Qi felt invigorated. He had not anticipated such a fruitful outcome from this venture. The quest for superior-grade martial arts had long weighed heavily upon him, and now there was hope for resolution. He resolved to continue hunting down bandits, both for potential points and the wealth needed to procure martial arts manuals. In the days that followed, Li Qi redoubled his efforts to seek out bandit groups, eliminating them on sight. Within 100 miles of Chuanan, he carved out a realm of clarity amidst chaos. Everyone knew of a formidable warrior who was relentlessly hunting down bandits, instilling fear in their hearts. Many bandits chose to abandon their ways and embrace a righteous path instead. The populace hailed him as a living bodhisattva. Gratitude poured forth, with some even erecting shrines to honor this benevolent figure. Yet, while others reveled in joy, Li Qi found himself discontent. His relentless pursuit had driven the remaining bandits to flee or disperse, with many abandoning their criminal ways entirely. This resulted in a significant decline in his operations. What was going on? Where was their spirit, their integrity, to simply renounce their ways so easily? Was this a jest? In recent days, Li Qi had struggled increasingly to locate any traces of bandits. After much effort, he finally caught wind of a bandit stronghold's location, only to find it deserted upon his arrival. The bandits had vanished without a trace. Li Qi inhaled deeply and sighed in resignation. Well, if they've left, then so be it. They've chosen to turn over a new leaf. How commendable! With a sense of melancholy, he turned and began to leave. However, not long after Li Qi departed, a new group arrived at the stronghold. "Where is he?" "He was just here. He left moments ago, and we missed him. That fellow possesses remarkable agility. It will be difficult to catch him, even if he is nimble. Once he escaped justice, we must ensure he pays the price." The intruders were none other than powerful figures from the Yulong gang. Among them was a particularly formidable presence, the gang leader, Zhao Yulong. Zhao Yulong entered the center of the stronghold, surveying the barren surroundings, and coldly commanded, "Continue searching. Find that man and kill him." Chapter 22. The divine martial army. It had become increasingly difficult to locate bandits outside, and Li Qi decided to cease his fruitless search upon returning to the county city, opting instead to take a well-deserved rest after his recent exertions. After washing up, he retired early for the night. The following day, Li Qi rose early, feeling refreshed and invigorated. The fatigue of his recent travels washed away. However, as he pushed open his door, ready to grab a bite to eat, he sensed something amiss. The atmosphere on the streets felt off. There were numerous soldiers marching in formation, patrolling the area. Li Qi's expression turned quizzical, and he stopped an elderly man passing by. "Excuse me, sir, may I inquire what is happening? Why are there so many soldiers present?" The old man glanced at Li Qi. "They are from the Divine Martial Army. They have entered the city." Divine Martial Army? This was the first time Li Qi had heard of such a force, prompting him to eagerly question, "I am unfamiliar with this Divine Martial Army. Could you elaborate?" Yet the old man seemed fearful of the army, hesitating to speak further. "Best not to discuss them, if you can avoid it. Just don't." With that, he turned and left. Li Qi watched the old man retreat in astonishment, shaking his head before making his way back to the association. The people there would surely have more information. It was best to inquire with them. Li Qi traversed the streets, observing numerous soldiers from the Xinwu army stationed at various intersections, their vigilant gazes scanning the surroundings. He also noted the presence of Xinwu soldiers at the city gates, interrogating the citizens entering and exiting. The sight of these soldiers caused a slight furrow in Li Qi's brow. Their penetrating eyes instilled a sense of discomfort within him, reminiscent of wolves eyeing their prey. Innocent rabbits. Before long, Li Qi returned to the headquarters of the Rui gang, where he encountered Yin Wanshu, who had recently become closer to him. "Brother Wanshu," he inquired, "may I ask why the Xinwu army has suddenly entered the city?" Yin Wanshu replied with resignation, "What other reason could there be? As the official military of the Great Han Dynasty, the Xinwu army is undoubtedly here to deal with the rebels." "Rebels?" Li Qi's expression shifted to one of understanding. He was aware that the neighboring Fuping County was home to a significant number of rebels, yet he pondered why the Xinwu army had chosen to come to Chuanan County rather than directly attack the rebels in Fuping. The soldiers were guarding every street and thoroughfare, with arrangements in place at the city gates to interrogate suspicious individuals, suggesting a long-term presence. Furthermore, the citizens' attitude towards the Xinwu army was peculiar. They seemed fearful and wary. "Brother Wanshu, do you know anything about this Xinwu army? The people in the city appear to be quite afraid of them," he continued. After a thorough explanation from Yin Wanshu, Li Qi grasped the underlying reasons. The Xinwu army had a notorious reputation. As the official military force of the Great Han Dynasty, their duty was to eliminate bandits and quell rebellion. Yet they often resorted to killing not only the outlaws but also innocent civilians, leading to numerous tragic incidents. Yin Wanshu's words were delicately phrased, yet the implication was clear. The Xinwu army was notorious for unjustly punishing the innocent. Li Qi shook his head in dismay. It was no wonder that when he had inquired about the Xinwu army on the street, the elder had been reticent and hesitant to speak. Anyone daring to voice their opinions about the Xinwu army on the bustling streets risked their very lives if overheard by the soldiers. Yin Wanshu then placed a reassuring hand on Li Qi's shoulder and advised, "Brother Li, although our Rui gang has not engaged in any egregious acts, it would be prudent to avoid conflict with the Xinwu army during this time. Otherwise, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage." "Understood," Li Qi replied, noticing that many of his fellow gang members were present, yet he did not see the gang leader or several senior members. "Where are the leader and the others? Why haven't I seen them?" The leader was summoned by the Xinwu army, Yin Wanshu explained, to discuss matters regarding the eradication of the rebels. "Not only our Ruri gang, but the leaders of other factions in the county have also been called in." Li Qi was taken aback, perplexed. The Ruri gang was a force of the martial world, not under military jurisdiction and not dependent on imperial provisions. What business did the Xinwu army have with them regarding the suppression of rebels? Were they expecting the martial factions to assist in their military endeavors? While Li Qi was mired in confusion, the city lord's residence in Chuanan County was abuzz with voices. Leaders of various factions had gathered, their discussions overlapping in a cacophony. "Esteemed guests, I am Luo Yongnian, holding the rank of 5th-rank cavalry general, commanding the Xinwu Vanguard Army in the effort to quell the rebels in Fuping County. I have summoned you all to deliberate on the matter of eradicating bandits." Before Luo Yongnian could finish his address, someone interrupted, "Your rebellion is your concern. What does it have to do with us?" At this, the room fell silent. Luo Yongnian's gaze shifted, locking onto a figure amidst the crowd. Rugged man known as Fang Zhua, the leader of a second-rate gang in the city. Unperturbed by the interruption, Luo Yongnian's expression turned icy as he continued, 2 months prior, rebels passed through Chuanan County and lingered for 3 days before heading to Fuping. I have received intelligence indicating that, despite the majority of the rebels being in Fuping, there remain several spies embedded within Chuanan County. I have called upon you to be vigilant for any suspicious individuals. Should I discover any ties between you and the rebels, do not blame me for turning against you." His words were laced with implications and veiled threats, igniting anger among the assembly, causing their breaths to quicken. "Enough of your nonsense. You are abusing your power, attempting to tarnish our names. We will not tolerate this." Fang Zhuo was the first to lose his composure, shouting back, this moment, Luo Yongnian, who had been disregarding Fang Zhuo until now, finally spoke, his gaze piercing as he addressed him coldly. "How curious I come to eliminate bandits and seek out spies, an endeavor beneficial to the nation and its people. Yet you, a coward, repeatedly disrupt me. Are you perhaps entangled with the rebels, anxious over my intentions? Seize him. He is highly suspicious," Luo Yongnian bellowed, and in an instant, several armed enforcers surrounded Fang Zhuo in that fleeting moment. As Fang Zhuo faced the menacing array of blades, a look of terror washed over him. Though he had no connections with the rebels and his interruptions stemmed from his fiery temperament. This time he had chosen the wrong target. "How dare you slander me? I have no ties to the rebels. This is nothing but retaliation," Fang Zhuo protested vehemently. Luo Yongnian remained unfazed, his demeanor calm as he declared, "Whether you are guilty or innocent, I shall determine. For now, you will await your fate in the prison." Panic surged within Fang Zhuo. If captured, he knew that even the innocent could be deemed guilty. He could not allow himself to be taken. With a desperate thought, he turned to flee, barreling through several enforcers in a bid for freedom. At this moment, a rare smile graced Luo Yongnian's face. "Not only colluding with rebels, but also daring to resist arrest. Your crimes warrant execution?" In an instant, Luo Yongnian unleashed his martial prowess, appearing before Fang Zhuo in the blink of an eye. With a swift draw of his blade, he struck downwards. Before anyone could react, the blade glinted and a head fell to the ground. Luo Yongnian wiped the blood from his weapon, sheathed it, and turned to face the assembled crowd, a chilling smile upon his countenance. "The sinner has been dealt with. Are there any among you who dare to contest this?" Chapter 23. The court faces difficulties. Li Qi had not lingered long in the Rui gang when Huang Yuanqing returned, his expression dark and foreboding. The gang members were taken aback. They had never witnessed Huang Yuanqing in such a grim state. Upon his return, Huang Yuanqing gathered all the members and spoke in a cold tone. "The Xinwu army has entered the city. I trust one need not elaborate on who they are. You all understand the implications. The Xinwu army will be staying in Chuanan for some time. So I advise you to behave and avoid conflict with them. If you provoke them, I cannot guarantee your safety." As the pillar of strength for the gang, Huang Yuanqing's words carried weight, and yet, the gravity of the situation forced him to utter such despondent sentiments. Just moments ago, the leaders of various factions had witnessed the Xinwu army's commander publicly execute a gang leader over a mere verbal dispute. The sight of such an event left the assembly in shock. With all the factions present, the audacity of Luo Yongnian to act so brazenly was nothing short of outrageous. Yet, when they beheld his formidable presence, no one dared to voice their dissent. A peak true Qi realm master, Luo Yongnian's strength was unexpected. Fang Zhuo, though not weak himself, possessing mid-level true Qi capabilities, had been effortlessly slain without even a single exchange. The room fell into a heavy silence. No one dared to speak. Luo Yongnian's formidable strength and tyrannical methods, combined with his legion of elite soldiers, placed him on an entirely different level than these martial factions. To provoke such a ruthless figure would spell disaster for anyone involved. If falsely accused of colluding with rebels, the consequences would be dire indeed. After Luo Yongnian established his authority through murder, he proceeded to put forth several demands. He claimed he would procure military supplies from these gang factions, including but not limited to grains, meats, charcoal, horses, and leather. While such acquisitions would typically pose no problem, the prices Luo Yongnian offered were a staggering 30% below market value. In his own words, he lamented that the court was struggling financially and implored everyone to understand. The crowd seethed with indignation. This was not an attempt to quell rebellion, but rather a blatant attempt to exploit them. Heaven knows how much profit Luo Yongnian would pocket. witnessing Luo Yongnian's posturing of uncovering rebel spies. The leaders of the various factions were left speechless, their fury stifled, and they could only begrudgingly acquiesce to his demands. Huang Yuanqing was not spared from this predicament either, as he happened to own a grain shop, conveniently falling under Luo Yongnian's procurement umbrella. The thought of his impending financial loss darkened Huang Yuanqing's countenance even further. The members of the Rui gang, noticing his grim expression, dared not speak a word, merely nodding in compliance with Huang Yuanqing's directives. After issuing his orders, Huang Yuanqing departed, and the others dispersed as well. Soon, various rumors spread throughout Chuanan County, and Li Qi discerned the unfolding events, inwardly exclaiming, "What a spectacle! Truly worthy of the divine martial army. No wonder the common folk live in fear. No wonder the rebels are rising up. The fortunes of the great Han seem to be dwindling." With a sigh, Li Qi reflected on the situation, yet he recognized that these matters bore no relevance to him. Although he was at the pinnacle of the true Qi realm, his public persona was merely that of a subordinate in a second-rate gang. Unnoticed by all, moreover, while Huang Yuanqing faced significant financial losses, Li Qi's monthly stipend remained unaffected. Thus, leaving him unperturbed, he resolved to return home and elevate his martial arts. Having hunted numerous bandits over the past few days, Li Qi had amassed a considerable number of potential points. Upon returning home, he summoned the system interface, which displayed his recent gains, potential points, 580. Such a bounty of potential points would sustain him for quite some time. Having yet to address the iron refinement technique he had acquired, it was the perfect opportunity to enhance it. Consuming 3 potential points, iron refinement technique has reached the entry level, consuming 10 potential points. Iron refinement technique has attained proficiency. Consuming 100 potential points, iron refinement technique has achieved great success. Gained special physique, iron body. As the potential points flowed ceaselessly, Li Qi's mastery of this defensive martial art escalated, causing his physique to expand, muscles bulging with terrifying strength. Upon elevating the iron refinement technique to the pinnacle, a peculiar hue manifested upon his skin. A faint lead gray color emerged, radiating a subtle metallic sheen, as if his body were forged from metal. Iron body. This special physique is born only when the iron refinement technique is cultivated to its utmost limit. Possessors of the iron body experience a substantial enhancement in both strength and defense, while their injury recovery and stamina regeneration are similarly accelerated. Upon witnessing this extraordinary physique, Li Qi was overwhelmed with elation, for the enhancement provided by this defensive technique exceeded all expectations. It is well known that defensive martial arts are notoriously difficult to cultivate, requiring immense time and effort to refine the body, often accompanied by specialized elixirs to bolster the training effects. Yet, Li Qi had managed to reach the pinnacle of the iron refinement technique in a remarkably short period. Achieving theoretical limits, once again, Li Qi marveled at the power of his system, which seemed almost otherworldly, turning the impossible into the possible. Drawing forth the dragon-patterned sword, he pressed the tip against his palm and gradually increased the pressure. The blade soon sank into his flesh, yet only created a dent the size of a fingernail, without piercing the skin. Even after increasing the pressure to 50%, his palm remained unbroken. Li Qi refrained from applying further force, as the immense pressure had already bent the sword, threatening to shatter it if he persisted. Raising the sword from his palm, the blade straightened once more, leaving behind merely a white mark, devoid of any blood. Under the circulation of his protective true Qi, even this white mark quickly faded away, vanishing without a trace. What terrifying defense! Li Qi compared his current defensive capabilities to when he previously faced Wei Biao in the mid-true Qi realm. Now, his fleshly defenses could completely disregard the latter's attacks. Once his enhancement concluded, Li Qi's body shrank, the formidable protective true Qi returning within him, restoring him to his previous form. He pushed open the door and said softly, "I shall pay a visit to the Linglong Trading Company. I happen to have a fair amount of money on hand." Chapter 24. Grand Procurement. Extraordinary Techniques. Li Qi had eradicated a considerable number of mountain bandits and horse thieves, burying the gold and silver that was cumbersome to carry, while keeping a substantial amount of silver notes on his person. He was now prepared to liquidate his funds to acquire items he needed. Although his contributions to the gang had dwindled significantly, the martial arts techniques available within the Rui gang could still be exchanged for gold and silver. However, Li Qi no longer found the few martial arts offered by the Rui gang appealing, as both their quantity and quality were subpar. His previous interaction with Su He from the Linglong Trading Company, discussing the acquisition of superior martial arts, had provided him with significant inspiration. The Linglong Trading Company boasted an extensive range of services, including martial arts techniques. While procuring superior martial arts might be challenging, acquiring some mid-tier techniques would pose no difficulty. Li Qi resolved to purchase additional mid-tier techniques to complete his martial arts system. The Linglong Trading Company had a branch in Chuanan County, and Li Qi did not disguise his appearance as he confidently walked through the grand entrance. "Esteemed guest, what may I assist you in acquiring?" "I wish to purchase some martial arts techniques, not lower than mid-tier. We have martial arts techniques available. Please follow me." With that, the attendant led Li Qi to a private room, brewed a pot of tea, and presented him with a beautifully crafted scroll. "Please peruse this. These are our available mid-tier martial arts for trade. Take your time to select." Very well. Upon opening it, Li Qi discovered a wealth of excellent options inside. Meteor Sword Manual, Mid-Tier Sword Technique. This sword art is extraordinarily swift. Once mastered, the sword strikes like a meteor, elusive and unpredictable. Purchase requires 15 taels of gold. Dragon and Snake Glide Technique. Mid-tier lightness skill. This technique features a bizarre footwork that resembles the movements of dragons and snakes. Rapid as lightning. Purchase requires 20 taels of gold. Profound Ice Palm. Mid-tier palm technique. This technique exudes a chilling force akin to profound ice, capable of freezing opponents in place. Purchase requires 25 taels of gold. The Linglong Trading Company offered an abundance of mid-tier martial arts far surpassing those from the Rui gang. Furthermore, the variety of techniques available was extensive, encompassing fists, palms, blades, swords, lightness skills, defensive arts, and even poison techniques. Li Qi looked up, astonished, at the attendant beside him. "You have quite a collection of fine goods here." The attendant smiled with pride. "Of course. Who in the vicinity of hundreds of miles does not know of the Linglong Trading Company? Naturally, we have an abundance of excellent items." Li Qi nodded in agreement, contemplating what other types of martial arts he might need. His lightness skill, grass on the flying, sufficed for both travel and pursuit. His sword technique, Cloud Crane Dance, possessed tremendous lethality. Additionally, with the iron refinement technique at its pinnacle, his physical defenses and recovery capabilities had significantly improved, rendering him unafraid of sieges or protracted battles. With these three martial arts in his arsenal, Li Qi found himself lacking no discernible strengths. "What other techniques do I require?" As he pondered, a particular martial art caught his eye, causing him to brighten with interest. Profound Jade Technique. This technique was unique, serving as a cultivation method for health preservation. Jade is a precious substance, believed to attract good fortune and ward off misfortune, while also possessing medicinal properties that calm the mind, clear heat, detoxify, and promote healing. The Profound Jade Technique offered similar benefits, allowing practitioners to dispel toxins and heal injuries, while also extending one's lifespan. Given Li Qi's formidable strength, he was unafraid of direct confrontation. Even when faced with a powerful adversary, he could employ his lightness skills to escape. However, his greatest fear lay in underhanded tactics, such as poison. This despicable method, wielded by skilled poisoners, could catch one off guard, leaving Li Qi aware that he could not guarantee he would not fall victim to poison in the future. Thus, the Profound Jade Technique, capable of countering all poisons, perfectly addressed this concern. Resolutely, Li Qi selected the Profound Jade Technique, in addition to another technique called Mirror Image Reflection. The Mirror Image Reflection allows one to mimic another's appearance and movements, altering one's aura. When mastered to a profound level, it becomes indistinguishable from the original, akin to a reflection in a mirror. This technique was exceedingly impressive, akin to a disguise art that could not only change one's appearance but also conceal one's aura, proving to be a divine skill when employed effectively. Once Li Qi had determined the martial arts techniques he wished to purchase, he returned the booklet to the attendant beside him. Acquiring the Xian Yugong required 40 taels of gold, while the Jingzhong Zhaoing technique was even more expensive, demanding a full 60 taels of gold. Li Chi retrieved a thick stack of silver notes from his pocket and promptly settled the payment. 100 taels of gold is no trifling sum, and the person in charge of the Linglong Merchants Association soon arrived, extending a warm welcome to Li Chi. I was unaware of your esteemed presence. My apologies that I am Su He, the steward of the Linglong Merchants Association. Should there be any way I can assist you in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. Li Chi found this amusing. For he and Su He were old acquaintances. He had once saved Su He's life, yet the steward failed to recognize him. During Li Chi's travels, he had concealed his appearance and adopted a false voice, preventing Su He from discerning his identity. Maintaining an unperturbed demeanor, Li Chi replied coolly, "The payment has been settled. Please provide me with the techniques." A hint of an apologetic smile crept across Su He's face. "I fear you may need to wait for a while. The martial arts techniques are exceedingly precious, and they are not kept here. This is merely a branch of the Linglong Merchants Association, incapable of safeguarding such valuable techniques." After a brief explanation, Li Chi understood the reason behind it. The recently cataloged collection of mid-grade martial arts techniques numbered nearly 100, and it was inconceivable for so many to be housed in this location. They resided at the headquarters of the Linglong Merchants Association, with limited personnel at the branch. Should anyone learn that such a vast array of martial arts techniques was stored here, it would surely attract covetous eyes. It would not be surprising if the place were to be bloodily raided overnight. Only the headquarters could adequately protect these invaluable techniques. Once Li Chi placed his order, skilled individuals would escort the purchased techniques to him. And to ensure their safe delivery, the route and timing of the escort were kept confidential, even from Su He, the steward. Perhaps it would be best for you to return home and await their arrival. I shall send someone to inform you once they have arrived. Li Chi shrugged. Very well. After providing his residence details to Su He, he turned and departed. In the days that followed, Li Chi's life returned to a state of calm. He engaged in tasks for his gang during his leisure or pondered over martial arts techniques, leading a fulfilling and cheerful existence. However, after several days, new developments arose concerning the Divine Martial Army, heralding an impending storm that would sweep through the entire city. Chapter 25. What is a soldier bandit? In these turbulent times, soldier bandits run rampant. So, what constitutes a soldier bandit? Until now, Li Chi had been perplexed. But he had come to understand. Soldiers are bandits, and bandits are soldiers. Upon entering the city, the Divine Martial Army demonstrated the essence of this concept to Li Qi. As Li Chi was on his way home after receiving his monthly pay from the gang. He passed by the Itsue Tower and noticed a commotion. Many nearby citizens had gathered, murmuring about something. Alas, this is too tragic. After such an event, the Yin family will surely face difficulties. The Yin family? There may not even be a Yin family left after this. Sigh. Let us not speak of it anymore. Disperse. Too many words can lead to trouble. Let us not discuss it further. Curious, Li Chi squeezed through the crowd and was instantly taken aback. At the entrance of Itsue Tower, a person was hanging from a hemp rope. Master Yin? Li Chi recognized this Master Yin, a renowned local gentry known for his affluent background and considerable wealth. After the recent defeat of the Chang'e gang, the Itsue Tower had fallen into the hands of Huang Yuanqing, and subsequently, it had been transferred to Master Yan. Li Chi had intended to visit the Itsue Tower to satisfy his curiosity. But upon learning of the change in ownership, his enthusiasm had waned. Now, he was confronted with the horrifying sight of the owner of Itsue Tower. Hanging at the entrance, upon closer inspection, he noticed Master Yan's body was bruised and lifeless, having long since succumbed to death. What? Li Chi's eyes widened in disbelief. The owner of Itsue Tower was dead. His corpse was displayed at the entrance? Who could have done this? After some inquiries, Li Chi uncovered the truth behind these events. It was all due to the Divine Martial Army. Not long ago, several officers from the Divine Martial Army had visited Itsue Tower for leisure, engaging a few girls for entertainment but failing to pay before leaving. The establishment could not let this slide, leading to a confrontation with the officers. The guards of Itsue Tower insisted that the officers pay before they could leave, which stirred a hornet's nest. The Divine Martial Army was notorious for its arrogance and high-handedness. They were used to demanding money from others and had never been asked for payment themselves. Why should they pay? They believed they were entitled to everything. A few brash officers erupted in fury, drawing their blades and slaughtering several ordinary guards, leaving blood splattered everywhere. Yet, their anger was not sated. They proceeded to drag the owner of Itsue Tower out, beating him to death and hanging his body at the entrance. Such brutality? Is this what the official military of Dahan has become? If the official military is this ruthless, then it seems Dahan has decayed to its very core. Li Qi gazed at the old man hanging at the entrance of Itsue Tower, feeling the absurdity and mockery of the world weigh heavily upon him. Suddenly, Li Qi grasped the situation. He finally understood why Huang Yuanqing had transferred all of Chengal Gang's assets. He must have received prior news about the Divine Martial Army's impending arrival in Chuan Prefecture. Huang Yuanqing had foreseen today's events. Had he not hastily transferred ownership of Itsue Tower, it would have been Huang Yuanqing hanging at the entrance instead of Master Yin on the very first day of the Divine Martial Army's arrival in Chuan Prefecture. They had executed Fang Zhua, a gang leader, and it would not be surprising if they sought a pretext to eliminate Huang Yuanqing as well. What a cunning fellow, Li Qi sighed, having previously underestimated Huang Yuanqing, considering him merely the head of a second-rate gang, especially since Li Qi's own prowess far surpassed his. Yet, as the autumn wind shifted, the cicadas sensed the change. This old player still possessed some wisdom. Shaking his head, Li Qi turned away from Itsue Tower. Incidents like that of Master Yin were far from isolated. Similar tragedies were unfolding across the region, all stemming from the Divine Martial Army. At this moment, Li Qi's perception of the Divine Martial Army had plummeted to an all-time low. Their actions mirrored those of the rebel forces that had passed through Chuan 2 months prior. Yet, what transpired next further reshaped Li Qi's understanding of the Divine Martial Army. A large contingent of soldiers amassed and stormed a small gang known as Blood Rainbow Hall, slaughtering over 100 individuals within. The official reason given was that Blood Rainbow Hall harbored rebel spies and resisted arrest, resulting in their total annihilation. This was no minor affair. The obliteration of a gang right before everyone's eyes. With over 100 lives extinguished, was not an ordinary gang conflict. If Blood Rainbow Hall had been vanquished by another gang, it would have been unremarkable. In the realm of martial arts, factions rise and fall perpetually. However, what had transpired was of an entirely different nature. This was a military crackdown, with disciplined ranks, armed to the teeth and equipped with powerful bows and crossbows. They attacked with the force of a tidal wave. Few martial factions could withstand such an onslaught. The very notion that a small gang could provoke military wrath sent shockwaves through the other gangs in Chuan Prefecture. If the Divine Martial Army turned its sights on them next, what then? Fear and unease gripped the hearts of many. After the Divine Martial Army's assault on Blood Rainbow Hall, numerous soldiers busied themselves with clearing the bodies and looting the valuables, including gold and jewels. They were all smiles amidst the chaos. This spectacle left those who witnessed it utterly speechless. Not only had the Divine Martial Army conquered Blood Rainbow Hall, but they had also stripped it bare. Leaving the onlookers seething with silent rage, it seemed the pretext of harboring rebel spies was a mere facade. The true motive was to line their own pockets. Soon, even greater upheaval followed. Huang Yuanqing summoned all his followers and announced a decree that left everyone in disbelief. The Divine Martial Army had issued an order requiring every gang in Chuan Prefecture to send a contingent of 50 men to join them, forming a vanguard to assist in the suppression of the rebels. At this proclamation, the assembly erupted in uproar. On what grounds? Are we, as martial factions, to fight the rebels? They should do it themselves. What is the Divine Martial Army for? Why should we be the ones to confront the rebels? I curse their very existence. They are nothing but beasts. They have forsaken their humanity. Chapter 26. Hatred abounds. In Chuan Prefecture, within a side hall of the Lord's residence, 2 individuals sat across from each other at a table. A pot of clear tea placed atop it. The commotion you stirred up is rather considerable. The prefect, Zhou Ru, gently sipped his tea and spoke calmly. Opposite him, Luo Yongnian chuckled dismissively. What commotion? It is merely a matter of dealing with some insignificant ruffians. What commotion could arise from such trivialities? Just moments ago, Luo Yongnian convened all the leaders of the guilds within the county town and announced a significant matter. He ordered each faction to allocate a portion of their members to assist him in assaulting the rebel forces in Fuping County, which immediately provoked vehement opposition. In response, Luo Yongnian articulated his reasoning. Since the Blood Rainbow Hall harbored spies of the rebels, who could guarantee that there were no agents concealed within the other guilds of the county town? To prove their innocence was simple enough. Each guild could send forth a contingent to confront the rebels, slay their leaders, and thus provide a token of loyalty, thereby validating their integrity. Should they cower or refuse to comply, they would undoubtedly appear suspicious. The Divine Martial Army has never shown mercy towards those deemed dubious. They would either be thrown into the dungeons or executed on the spot, much like the previous fate of the Blood Rainbow Hall. Having recently obliterated the Blood Rainbow Hall, the Divine Martial Army arrived with an overwhelming aura of menace. With the bodies of the Blood Rainbow Hall still warm, no one wished to follow in their footsteps. Though everyone felt an immense sense of frustration, the circumstances were beyond their control, and they had no choice but to acquiesce. Reflecting on the disgruntled expressions of those ruffians, Luo Yongnian couldn't help but find it amusing. He raised his cup and drank a soothing cup of tea, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. The Divine Martial Army could have directly attacked Fuping County without making a detour through the town. Yet they chose to come here. Would it not be a pity to let such a juicy opportunity slip by? Naturally, he did not miss out on the chance. The proceedings went remarkably smoothly, merely requiring a slight reprimand of these ruffian factions to reap a continuous stream of benefits. The Divine Martial Army had only lingered in Chuanan County for 7 days, yet the gains surpassed what he had received in 3 years of tribute. How could this not bring joy? With the spoils of these few days, he felt he could further elevate his official standing. Luo Yongnian glanced at the county magistrate before him, his expression softening as he spoke amicably. These ruffians of the martial world are lawless and often cause a great deal of trouble. I seized the opportunity to reprimand them and reduce their numbers, which will undoubtedly lead to a more orderly future. This is also in consideration of Lord Zhou. Governing Chuanan is no easy feat for Lord Zhou. Though I, old Zhou, am but a mere warrior, I am willing to alleviate some of his burdens. Luo Yongnian's words were meticulously crafted, both pleasing in form and substance, yet Zhou Ru remained unimpressed, leisurely sipping his tea. Luo Yongnian continued, the temporary presence of the Divine Martial Army in Chuanan has indeed caused Lord Zhou some inconvenience. If Lord Zhou does not mind, I have some local specialties that I could have a few strong soldiers deliver to you shortly. At this moment, a hint of a smile graced Zhou Ru's face as he gently sipped his tea. You are too kind, Lord Luo. Meanwhile, within the city lord's mansion, an atmosphere of conviviality cloaked the room. But the entire Chuanan County was in tumult. A piece of news spread rapidly throughout the county town. The guilds were required to send men to combat the rebels. This was utterly ludicrous. Since when did ruffians concern themselves with court affairs and engage in battles against rebels? Such a thing had never occurred, yet it was indeed happening. The members of the Rui Guild were in an uproar. Voices raised in indignation, chaos reigning supreme. This matter has been decided. I will soon finalize the personnel to confront the rebels, Huang Yuanqing declared. Upon hearing the words attack the rebels, Li Qi felt a surge of emotions. A crimson hue flickered in his eyes, and a wave of murderous intent surged forth, almost overwhelming him, accompanied by an immense hatred filling his heart. Huh? Li Qi sensed his own anomaly, startled, and swiftly suppressed the sudden wave of murderous intent. What was that just now? What has come over me? Beads of sweat formed on Li Qi's brow as he promptly inspected himself for any irregularities, soon uncovering the truth of the matter. His previous incarnation had been fraught with misfortune, living a life of poverty and hardship, with his mother passing away early, and even his father falling victim to the hands of the rebels. This was the final straw that triggered a profound transformation in his former self's character. Overnight, the cowardly, ineffectual scholar perished, and in his place arose a desperate fugitive. The vendetta against his father's murderers was an eternal grudge. This deep-seated hatred had lain dormant within him, never truly vanishing. The moment Huang Yuanqing uttered the words attack the rebels, it had struck a chord within him, erupting instantaneously and shaking Li Qi to his core. So this is your hatred? Li Qi pondered, accepting the burdens of his physical form and the consequences thereof, feeling at peace. Regarding the assault on the rebels, Li Qi did not share the same fury and resistance as others in the guild. On the contrary, he found himself stifling a laugh. Previously, he had been troubled by the absence of targets to pursue, unable to continue harvesting potential points. Yet now this opportunity had presented itself. A battlefield filled with thousands clashing in combat was an exhilarating prospect for Li Qi. Even without engaging directly, merely wandering the battlefield would yield him countless potential points. Was this not more pleasant than scouring the mountains for bandits? The efficiency of harvesting potential points would increase 100-fold. Li Qi had ordered a top-tier martial art from Linglong Hall, alongside 2 mid-tier martial arts, all of which required substantial potential points. Fate had indeed smiled favorably upon him. Li Qi clapped his hands and sighed, feeling exhilarated, wishing he could drink 3 cups at once. Now that Huang Yuanqing had begun selecting personnel, those chosen would be sent to the Divine Martial Army and thrust into battle. Zhang Xian, Liao Honglang, Qiu Wu, Gue Mingxiu. As each name was called, the individuals mentioned wore morose expressions, while those not mentioned sought refuge, hoping not to draw Huang's attention. Before long, Li Qi's name was announced, and he felt a surge of delight, thinking that he would no longer need to devise a plan to infiltrate the ranks. Shortly after, the list was complete, and 50 unfortunate souls were identified, while those left behind wore expressions of relief. Turning to depart this place of conflict. At that moment, Han Yangqiu approached, wearing a bitter expression. Li Qi, you've been selected as well. Li Qi looked at Han Yangqiu and nodded calmly. Yes. We are all in the same boat. Han Yangqiu had also been chosen. He was merely a novice warrior in the body refinement stage, positioned at the bottom of the guild hierarchy, yet Huang Yuanqing had selected him to join the Divine Martial Army. Luo Yongnian intended for these individuals to march to the battlefield, deliberately aiming to diminish the strength of various guilds in Chuanan while ingratiating himself with the county magistrate. Huang Yuanqing and the others were not foolish enough to dispatch all their elite fighters. The majority of those selected were lower-tier members, primarily body refinement stage warriors in their early to mid-levels, with only a handful at higher stages. In the aftermath of this conflict, the Rui Guild might suffer significant losses. Yet it would not be crippling, and they would likely recover in a short time. In the clash of powers, these lower-tier individuals lacked the agency to determine their own fates. They were merely pawns in the game of negotiation and exchange. Li Qi scoffed inwardly. While he had intended to head to the battlefield to harvest potential points, being so overtly thrust into the fray left him somewhat displeased. As a member of the Rui Guild, he held a degree of belonging, yet that sense of affiliation had begun to wane. Once the Divine Martial Army had dealt with the rebels, and he had amassed sufficient potential points, it would be time to depart. With my current strength, the vast world is mine to explore. Moreover, a true man, born between heaven and earth, cannot remain stifled beneath others for long. As the idea suddenly emerged in Li Qi's mind, an uncontrollable excitement surged within him. Previously, he had been merely a scholarly recluse, residing in a secluded corner of the world, having never ventured far from home, his ears deaf to the affairs beyond his window. Wholly engrossed in the study of ancient texts, with scant knowledge of the outside realm. However, after traversing to this new existence, he found himself perpetually embroiled in battles for survival, leaving him equally ignorant of the world beyond. A yearning to explore and witness the formidable martial civilization of this world ignited within him. He longed to discover what this world truly entailed. A subtle smile graced Li Qi's face. Before him, Han Yangqiu fidgeted restlessly, oblivious to Li Qi's expression. Their interactions had diminished in recent times, yet now, with calamity looming, they found themselves reunited. Li Qi discerned Han Yangqiu's intentions and offered reassurance. Do not worry. Brother Qiu, when the time comes, stay close to me, and do not stray. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, Han Yangqiu felt a wave of relief wash over him, casting a grateful glance at Li Qi. Thank you, brother, he replied. He was acutely aware of Li Qi's meteoric rise in strength, which had far surpassed his own. His approach to Li Qi was motivated by a desire for protection, hoping that once they entered the battlefield, Li Qi would look out for him. Li Qi held a favorable impression of Han Yangqiu. as it was he who had guided Li Qi when he first entered the martial world. Assisting him during his most vulnerable moments, he was eager to reciprocate that kindness. Many others harbored similar intentions, soon gathering around Li Qi, also seeking refuge. Among the strongest individuals heading to the divine martial army, Li Qi was a figure of renown, and those of lesser strength flocked to him with eager, flattering smiles. Little brotherly, when we reach the divine martial army tomorrow, do take good care of your elder brother. One burly man said, pressing a heavy gold ingot into Li Qi's hand, his face contorted with pain yet resolute in his sacrifice. This is but a small token. I hope you will accept it. After a flurry of such interactions, Li Qi returned home, placing his newfound treasures on a nearby table, momentarily at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he sighed and proceeded to wash up. Just as he was preparing to sleep, a knock echoed at the door. Are you asleep, brotherly? This is Song Shunan, a brother from the gang. I come in the dead of night to discuss a matter. Please open the door. Rubbing his eyes, Li Qi opened the door to find Song Shunan. His face adorned with a smile, Li Qi recognized him as one of those who would also be heading to the divine martial army the following day. Brother Shunan, please come in. What brings you here at such an hour? Song Shunan's smile faded slightly, revealing a hint of bitterness. I came for tomorrow's affairs. I have nothing of worth to offer, save for this family heirloom of martial arts. It is all I possess. With that, Song Shunan produced a scroll from his robes and handed it to Li Qi. Upon inspection, Li Qi's eyes widened at the 5 large characters inscribed upon it. Mountain River Qi Technique? Song Shunan nodded with a faint smile. Indeed, this is the Mountain River Qi Technique, a treasured martial art of the Song family. It significantly enhances the total amount of true qi within and accelerates its recovery, belonging to the realm of true qi secrets. Regrettably, the younger generations of the Song family have failed to break through the limits of body refinement and step into the realm of true qi. Leaving this ancestral skill in obscurity, today, I bestow this secret technique upon you, brotherly, hoping that you may provide protection in the forthcoming battle. As Song Shunan revealed the reasons behind his gesture. His face reflected a mixture of nostalgia and shame. He had observed many seeking to ally themselves with Li Qi and wished for the same protection, yet he had no silver to offer. Although the gang had recently distributed 3 taels of gold, he had incurred considerable debt, and those funds had long since been allocated to repayments. Thus, he had hurried home to transcribe this secret technique to give to Li Qi. Song Shunan understood his own limitations well. His talent for martial arts was mediocre, having practiced for years yet remaining in the mid-stage of body refinement, with an unremarkable strength that would struggle to survive on the battlefield. Hence, he sought to exchange the Mountain River Qi technique as a bargaining chip for Li Qi's protection. Surviving was paramount. As long as he lived, he could continue to cultivate and gradually break through to higher realms, seizing the opportunity to master the Mountain River Qi technique. But, should he perish, all would be lost, and this technique would accompany him to the grave. After delivering the technique, Song Shunan exchanged pleasantries before departing. Leaving Li Qi in a state of astonishment, he had never anticipated that he would be thrust into a confrontation against rebel forces, not only acquiring considerable wealth, but also gaining a secret technique of the true Qi realm. Discovering a martial art worthy of inclusion, martial arts compilation in progress. You have acquired a mid-grade martial art, Mountain River Qi Technique. Chapter 28, Mountain River Qi Technique. When joining a gang, some individuals possess no foundational martial arts training. Their combat prowess nearly non-existent, much like Li Qi himself. Yet, many arrive bearing skills, and those without any martial prowess are likely to encounter trouble. Li Qi was utterly astonished to learn that Song Shunan, who had kept a low profile within the Rui gang, possessed a mid-grade secret technique. This was far more valuable than ordinary mid-grade martial arts. Mountain River Qi Technique level. Mid-grade martial art mastery level. Uninitiated. 3 potential points required to initiate. Techniques. None description. This is a secret technique of the true Qi realm, emulating the flow and patterns of mountains and rivers, capturing their essence, and significantly enhancing the martial true Qi within. Mastery of this technique can greatly increase both the total amount of true Qi and its recovery speed. Upon thoroughly examining the description of this secret technique, Li Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a remarkable treasure! During his time with the Linglong Chamber of Commerce, he had never encountered such a technique, and now it had unexpectedly fallen into his hands. He glanced at the system interface. Potential points. 392 with nearly 400 potential points. He had ample resources to elevate a mid-grade martial art to its pinnacle. And without hesitation, he began the enhancement process. 3 potential points consumed. Mountain River Chi technique initiated. 10 potential points consumed. Mountain River Chi technique reached proficiency. 100 potential points consumed. Mountain River Chi technique perfected. Upon achieving mastery, Li Qi felt his internal true Qi surging like an unending river, relentless and powerful. Previously, he had reached the pinnacle of the true Qi realm, his martial true Qi having already peaked, with no further room for advancement. Yet, after cultivating the Mountain River Qi technique, his internal true Qi experienced a remarkable resurgence, tripling in total volume. What an incredible secret technique! He had never anticipated such an effect. After carefully sensing the surge of true Qi within him, Li Qi couldn't help but marvel at the sheer magnitude. With such an overwhelming amount of true Qi, he could effortlessly overpower several opponents of equal standing. Even against innate martial artists of the true essence realm, he would not lack the strength to contend. Having fully mastered the technique, Li Qi meticulously stored the scroll away before lying down on his bed. Filled with profound reflections, recalling the events of recent times, Li Qi was struck by an extraordinary sensation. It seemed that each time a crisis loomed, he managed to emerge victorious and reap the rewards. First, the conflict between the Rui gang and the Changlu gang had triggered the activation of his system, granting him a mid-grade sword technique, the Cloud Crane Dance Sword. Furthermore, during the skirmishes with the Changlu gang, he had accrued a significant number of potential points, having dispatched 16 enemies, which elevated his status within the gang. Later, when accosted by 2 brazen thugs in the street, their attempt to rob him had sparked an idea, leading him to hunt bandits for potential points, resulting in an unexpected acquisition of a protective technique. His breakthrough into the true essence realm had also stemmed from this experience. Now, with the divine martial army in turmoil, he had yet again benefited immensely. Wave after wave of crises had struck, with many suffering dire fates, yet he consistently emerged unscathed and even thrived amidst the turmoil. Li Qi realized that he had never truly been cornered into a dead end. This revelation served as a reminder. Although he had yet to confront a genuine crisis, he must remain vigilant. This was a perilous martial world, a brutal realm where strength overshadowed the law. 1 misstep, and death could be swift and final. Li Qi pondered these thoughts. Weariness washed over him, and he soon drifted into slumber. The next day, after preparing himself, Li Qi set forth towards the direction of the Divine Martial Army. The soldiers of the Divine Martial Army were stationed in an open area to the north of the county town. Even from a distance, Li Qi could see a throng of people, their voices creating a cacophony. Kill, kill, kill. It was now deep autumn, with dawn barely breaking, the chill in the air palpable. Yet the Divine Martial Army had commenced their drills long before. The army was aptly named Divine Martial due to their commendable prowess, with everyone from the officers down to the common soldiers proficient in martial arts. Especially among the generals, each possesses not only a mastery of true energy but belongs to the elite within true energy practitioners. Perhaps the reputation of the Divine Martial Army is not particularly illustrious, yet their martial prowess is indisputable. Aside from Li Qi, numerous members from various factions had arrived here well in advance, and upon witnessing the formidable military presence, they could not help but be taken aback, feeling an inexplicable twinge of fear deep within. The Divine Martial Army had also arranged personnel to receive these faction members. A lieutenant rode forth, drawing near to the crowd, and with a swift tug on the reins, his steed reared up, letting out a fierce neigh. "Are you representatives from the various factions of the county city?" "Indeed, yes, that's correct. It is I, your humble servant." The responses came in a scattered manner, each differing in tone, leaving the lieutenant somewhat exasperated. Disdain flickered in his eyes, for soldiers and these vagabonds had never seen eye to eye. Particularly looking down upon the unruly demeanor of the latter, the lieutenant surveyed the crowd, taking in the motley array of individuals clad in vibrant colors. His disdain only deepened as he bellowed, I am Lieutenant Che Yingfong, responsible for overseeing you. This is the Divine Martial Army, not your faction. Should you behave chaotically and breach military discipline, you shall face the consequences of military law. Lieutenant Che Yingfong, upon encountering the crowd, did not hold back in his reprimand, causing many to frown, some suppressing their desire to retort. After counting the numbers, it was determined that a total of 1,500 faction members had arrived. Yet they were not permitted entry into the Divine Martial Army's camp. Instead, a designated area was set aside for them outside, with soldiers stationed nearby to monitor and prevent any disturbances. What is the meaning of this? Are we to be left out here? What sort of gazes are those? They look at us as if we were thieves. I am parched. I desire water. I need to relieve myself. How dreadfully boring. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of discontent. Meanwhile, Li Qi sought a quieter corner to meditate, continually circulating his true energy, familiarizing himself with his own power, wholly unaffected by the surrounding clamor in his eyes. The majority of these individuals were unlikely to survive the battlefield. They were merely points of potential, and as long as they could still make noise, they might as well make it a little louder. The members of the Rui gang naturally gathered around Li Qi, finding comfort in his calm demeanor, which quelled their own restlessness. As time drifted by, the sun climbed higher, bringing with it a hint of heat. And at last, the Divine Martial Army stirred. Che Yingfong rode forth, calling out loudly, "All, heed my command. We depart immediately for Fuping County. Prepare to engage the traitors." Chapter 29. The initial clash with the traitors. As the representatives from the various factions assembled, the Divine Martial Army hardly paid them any mind. Not a moment was wasted on military drills or formal training. Not even standard weapons and armor were distributed. Just a meager supply of provisions and water was given. And off they were sent to battle. This was nothing short of child's play. Such behavior made Li Qi furrow his brow. It seemed the Divine Martial Army truly intended to use these individuals as cannon fodder. For cannon fodder, was there even a need for military drills? Absolutely not. Even issuing an extra set of weapons and armor would be a waste. Li Qi scoffed inwardly, packing his belongings before setting out. The Grand Army mobilized. Over 20,000 soldiers from the Divine Martial Army departed the city gates, marching forth majestically towards Fuping County, each soldier standing tall like a pine, tightly gripping their spears, their blades glinting with a cold gleam. The sound of neighing steeds and the thunderous rhythm of hooves echoed through the air, their iron cavalry surging along the official road outside the city. However, the other group presented a starkly different picture. These individuals, young and old, were clad in a riot of colors, wielding an assortment of weapons, their voices raised in raucous complaints, traversing the official road like a band of ruffians. Nearby soldiers cast disdainful glances, their contempt palpable, utterly embarrassed to be associated with them. This peculiar assembly of forces hastened towards Fuping County, their commotion alerting numerous scouts upon discovering the movements of the Divine Martial Army. The scouts swiftly returned to report the situation. After over an hour of marching, the army arrived at the outskirts of Fuping County, promptly arranging themselves in formation. The county had long been prepared. Traitors filled the walls and numerous trebuchets lay in wait. As the two armies faced off, a palpable tension filled the air, banners fluttering, armor clanging, and the sounds of impending battle resonating. At the forefront of the Divine Martial Army stood a figure clad in dark armor. Wielding a formidable long knife, his gaze piercing, exuding authority and calm, he rode forth and proclaimed, "You traitorous scoundrels, surrender now, and you may avoid death." This man was Luo Yongnian. His voice, imbued with true energy, transformed into a tangible wave of sound. Sweeping across the battlefield, in response, a traitor officer stepped forward, shouting, "Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all as mere fodder. The imperial authority is unjust, viewing the populace as mere weeds today. I gather the righteous to obliterate this injustice and restore peace to the realm." Both armies exchanged vehement insults, each accusing the other of wrongdoing, seeking to compel the opposing side to yield without a fight. Li Qi, witnessing this spectacle, nearly burst into laughter. Each side, with their grandiloquent posturing, seemed to believe they alone embodied righteousness, while the other was merely a band of traitors. However, both sides were equally flawed. Neither was worthy of esteem. The actions of both the traitors and the officials were equally contemptible. If circumstances permitted, Li Qi would have loved to grab a bucket of popcorn, sit back, and enjoy the spectacle of these two factions squabbling. After a prolonged exchange of insults, Luo Yongnian grew weary of the theatrics. Sneering, "Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for being ruthless. All troops, heed my command. Charge." The traitors echoed the battle cry, the city gates swung open, and a massive force surged forth. The soldiers of the divine martial army clashed with the traitors, and Li Qi found himself amidst the fray as well. Lieutenant Che Yingfang, overseeing the faction members, shouted, "All, heed my command. Charge alongside the army against the traitors. Those who retreat shall die." Hundreds of skilled archers had already knocked their arrows, targeting the crowd. Should anyone dare to retreat, they would be met with deadly fire. The situation was dire. Whether they wished to or not, they had no choice but to advance, even as they shouted in protest. Plunging towards the traitors. Thus began the fierce conflict between the divine martial army and the traitors. Soldiers brandished their long spears, forming lines to thrust at the enemy, piercing bodies with alarming ease. Some even managed to impale multiple foes on a single spear, like skewered fruit. Axes and blades swung mercilessly, severed limbs soaring through the air. Cavalry charged back and forth, many being crushed to the ground. Trampled into the mud by the iron hooves of horses, from atop the city walls, arrows rained down, while massive stones plummeted from above. Those below were either pierced by arrows or crushed into paste. The battlefield, now a colossal meat grinder, witnessed death at every turn. In such a chaotic battleground, individual valor was greatly diminished. What worth was skill if one could not withstand the crushing weight of falling stones? Even if one could slay 10 foes, could they slay 100, 1,000? Without a certain level of martial prowess, it was impossible to influence the tide of battle or carve a path to survival. At this moment, Li Qi's potential points surged at an astonishing rate, exceeding 100 in mere breaths. At this rate, he would soon surpass 1,000 potential points. Watching his potential rise like a rocket, Li Qi felt a rush of exhilaration, unable to suppress the smile spreading across his face. A long spear thrust towards him from the left front. Li Qi slightly sidestepped, evading the traitor's attack. Then deftly thrust his dragon-patterned sword forward, piercing the traitor's throat. More traitors surged forward, but they too fell before Li Qi's skillful counterattacks. Previously seeking refuge, some faction members clustered around him, and Li Qi, within his capacity, offered assistance. Throughout the battle, Li Qi revealed only the pinnacle of his body refinement realm cultivation, alongside a masterful swordsmanship that seemed to transcend the ordinary, and an overwhelming martial true energy that remained concealed. Not a single person present discerned that he was a top-tier master at the pinnacle of the true energy realm. Che Yingfang, commanding from the rear, directed the faction members to engage wherever the traitors were most numerous, allowing them to absorb the brunt of the firepower meant for the divine martial army's main force, resulting in considerable casualties on both sides. However, after several observations, Che Yingfang began to sense something amiss. No matter the composition of the traitor forces, there always seemed to be a small group among the faction members who managed to survive and eliminate traitors. He also noted Li Qi. His heart filled with suspicion. This young man possesses such remarkable swordsmanship? Chapter 30. Vengeance achieved. The divine martial army clashed fiercely with the rebels, both sides engulfed in a frenzy of bloodlust, each determined to annihilate their adversaries by any means necessary. A skilled rebel wielded a long spear, its tip piercing through a divine martial soldier, lifting him aloft as if he were a mere piece of dried meat. The unfortunate soldier, still clinging to life, let out a scream that never escaped his lips, for the rebel warrior, with a swift flick of his spear, hurled him away, toppling several nearby soldiers of the divine martial army. The divine martial army? Humph. Utterly pathetic, a bunch of worthless fools. This adept rebel, a lieutenant among their ranks, stood out for his prowess, easily overpowering ordinary soldiers on the battlefield. After dispatching several divine martial soldiers, he set his sights on a peculiar group, Individuals devoid of armor, their weapons a haphazard assortment, not the standard issue of any military, their formation a chaotic mess, rendering them laughable. These ragtag forces must be those unfortunate souls mentioned in the intelligence reports, thought the rebel lieutenant, a smirk of derision flashing in his eyes. The divine martial army had hastily conscripted numerous gang members to serve as a death squad, causing quite a stir, and even the nearby rebels had received word. Instantly recognizing the identities of these hapless individuals, "You do not belong here. Allow me to send you on your way." A bloodthirsty glint flickered across the lieutenant's face as he steadied his spear and charged forth. The rebels, tasked specifically with slaughter, were far more ferocious than ordinary rogues. Not only were they powerful, but their skills in killing were also more refined, granting them a significant advantage against these gang members. The spear thrust repeatedly, sending forth blossoms of deadly strikes, akin to a venomous serpent striking. In mere moments, several gang members were pierced through vital areas, their agonized cries silenced as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The lieutenant zeroed in on a young man who appeared flustered and utterly unprepared for combat, and with a swift thrust, aimed for the center of his forehead. As the threat loomed, Han Yangqiu felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. He wished to evade, but the assailant was a peak practitioner of body refinement, immensely stronger than he, and his spear skills were impeccable. There was no escape, it was over. In the face of life and death, Han Yangqiu's complexion turned ashen. Just then, a long sword shot forth from an oblique angle, the blade clashing heavily against the spear tip, sparks flying, successfully intercepting the sudden attack. The spear wielder exclaimed in surprise, only to witness a dazzling light of the sword illuminating before him, the blade tracing an arc of profound elegance, gliding past his throat. Blood erupted, and the cries of battle were abruptly extinguished. Potential points too. After eliminating this skilled foe, a gentle voice whispered in Han Yangqiu's ear, "Brother Qiu, be careful, don't lose focus." With that, Li Qi's figure darted like lightning, turning to engage other rebels. For anyone who had paid for protection, Li Qi would intervene to assist them once or twice. However, there is a limit. Having saved them twice, if they still faltered against the rebels, he would not continue to intervene. He was not their guardian. Having aided them twice was already an act of great benevolence, and should a third crisis arise, then they might as well find peace on their journey, such is fate. What can be done? Nonetheless, under Li Qi's limited oversight, those from the Rui gang boasted the highest survival rate among all factions. After a prolonged skirmish, Li Qi found his potential points exceeding 1,000 without realizing it. In this high-intensity battleground, he had fully entered a state of combat, the sword in his hand swinging ever faster. With each strike, a rebel would inevitably fall lifelessly to the ground. A surge of inexplicable killing intent filled Li Qi's heart. While the remnants of hatred inherited from his past toward the rebels gradually faded, to slay so many rebels, there were no regrets left, vengeance achieved. On the surface, Li Qi's strength appeared to be merely at the peak of body refinement. As long as he did not encounter a true energy realm expert, he would not reveal his true capabilities. He intentionally avoided confronting the true energy experts among the rebels, who remained oblivious to his presence. Luo Yongyan was locked in a fierce battle with a rebel commander, the latter merely a late-stage true energy practitioner, his strength inferior to Luo's, thus it was only a matter of time before he would be subdued. "Qian Xian, cease your resistance, accept your fate." Luo Yongyan sneered, his battle blade relentlessly slashing at his opponent, each movement growing more ferocious. Once he eliminated the rebel commander, the 30,000 rebels would surely crumble. Yet Qian Xian maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unconcerned by the formidable adversary before him, even displaying a hint of mockery in his gaze. "I shall not perish, it is you who is doomed." A chill gripped Luo Yongyan's heart. Qian Xian's demeanor hinted at something ominous. Having fought on the battlefield for so long, he had witnessed countless schemes, and he instantly sensed deceit. Qian Xian could not possibly be unaware that a direct confrontation would lead to his defeat. Yet he continued to engage, refusing to retreat. The fearlessness in his eyes did not appear feigned. He must have some form of support. Could it be, at that moment, a resounding bugle echoed from the side of the divine martial army? heralding the sudden arrival of another rebel force. A cavalry unit of 20,000 rebels charged forth, their armor as sturdy as iron, long spears glinting with a chilling sheen under the sun. Luo Yongnian's eyes widened in shock. How could reinforcements from the rebels arrive so suddenly? A cold smile crept across Qian Xian's face. I told you, I shall not die. You are the one who is doomed. With that, Qian Xian intensified his attacks, entangling Luo Yongnian fiercely. Luo Yongnian bellowed. Enemy reinforcements are upon us. Retreat. The situation had become abundantly clear. With the arrival of these 20,000 cavalry, the threat to the divine martial army was immense. If they continued to engage, the entire force of over 20,000 could be annihilated. Upon Luo Yongnian's order, the divine martial army hastily withdrew, abandoning the fight. The two factions of rebels merged into one. Pursuing relentlessly, after a considerable toll, the remnants of the divine martial army finally retreated to the city of Chuanan. This attack against the rebels ended abruptly, and after tallying the casualties, Luo Yongnian was infuriated. The divine martial army had lost over 3,000 men, while the gang members had suffered even worse, with barely 400 remaining. Some factions had been utterly wiped out, a scene of utter devastation. Upon returning to the camp, Luo Yongnian's face was as dark as the stormy sea. Having lost what should have been a decisive battle filled him with rage. Investigate. Immediately find out where those reinforcements came from. Chapter 31. Reinforcements. The scouts dispatched by the divine martial army quickly uncovered the origins of the reinforcements. It turned out that when the divine martial army made the decision to attack Fuping County, the cavalry of 20,000 rebels had been hastily summoned from over 200 miles away in Xinlu County. Upon learning the details, Luo Yongnian was furious. Useless fools! What have you all been doing? How could you not notice such a large force approaching? Did you fail to scout in advance? Useless. Take them out and execute them. After killing a few scouts, Luo Yongnian's anger subsided slightly as he began to contemplate how to deal with the reinforcements. While chaos reigned within the divine martial army, the situation outside was no better. Although nearly 400 gang members had returned, each was gravely injured, many missing limbs, teetering on the brink of death. Filling the air with lamentations, these individuals urgently required medical attention, yet the divine martial army had no means to tend to their wounds. They too had suffered injuries and were overwhelmed with their own affairs. Leaving no room to assist this ragtag force, they promptly dismissed the wounded, instructing them to seek their own treatment, resulting in an outcry of curses. The damned divine martial army, they've just cast us aside? At least provide some healing ointment. The entire hierarchy of the divine martial army could go to hell. Beasts, damn beasts. One day, when the sword is in my hand, I shall slay every last one of the divine martial dogs. A cacophony of curses echoed as the crowd dispersed, while those from the Rui gang huddled together, many of whom had been saved by Li Qi, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Brotherly, I cannot thank you enough for your great kindness. Should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Indeed, wherever you require assistance, I shall gladly risk my life for you. Li Qi, you have given me this life. From now on, you are my true brother. True brother! The majority of those who survived were profoundly grateful to Li Qi, whose stature among them rose significantly as a result. In a moment of camaraderie, the group surrounded Li Qi as they departed from the divine martial army. A suggestion was made to visit a tavern for a drink, to which Li Qi readily assented, and the group proceeded with eager anticipation. Fresh from the battlefield, the faces of fallen comrades haunted them, and a tumult of emotions, congestion, anguish, fear, and relief, swirled within each individual. Upon arriving at the tavern, a sumptuous spread of delicacies and fine wines was promptly laid out, and the revelry commenced, filling the air with boisterous laughter. Li Qi, seated amidst the crowd, managed the toasts while reflecting on the spoils of the recent conflict. The most profound transformation he experienced was the evaporation of the lingering bitterness within him. With hundreds of traitorous foes slain by his hand, the old scholar could finally rest in peace. The long-awaited vengeance had been fulfilled, leaving no room for regret. The banquet unfolded with exuberance. Li Qi imbibed generously. Yet, as a peak-level martial artist in the true Qi realm, He could effortlessly dissipate the effects of alcohol through the subtle circulation of his martial energy. While many around him succumbed to inebriation, Li Qi remained lucid. After the festivities concluded, he made his way home, only to discover someone already waiting at his doorstep. "Excuse me, are you Master Li Qi? And you are?" "I am but a humble servant of the Linglong Merchant Guild. The 2 items you requested have arrived and are ready for collection." This servant had been sent by the Linglong Merchant Guild to inform Li Qi of the delivery, but having waited for his return from the battlefield, he had lingered until now. Upon hearing this, Li Qi's eyes glimmered with understanding. "Excellent, lead the way." The servant, showing great deference, guided him, having been apprised by Su He of Li Qi's significant status as a valued client, and was instructed to treat him with the utmost respect. They soon arrived at the Linglong Merchant Guild. Despite the late hour, the establishment was aglow with lights, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. Upon entering, Li Qi was greeted by Su He and an unfamiliar tall, thin man. "Master Li, you have finally arrived. Please, come in. The 2 mid-grade martial arts you ordered are here." Su He warmly welcomed him, but a discontented huff from the tall man interrupted. "Humph, a mere body refinement realm novice. And yet you kept us waiting for so long. This is simply unacceptable. Had it not been for the guild's request, I would have left long ago." What a nuisance. The man, known as Wei Qi Tao, was a formidable expert in the latter stages of the true Qi realm, renowned for his exceptional lightness of foot and expertise in escape techniques. Many precious items from the Linglong Merchant Guild were entrusted to protectors like him to ensure their safe delivery. Though he had arrived earlier that day, he could not hand over the items without Li Qi present, resulting in his prolonged wait, which had greatly irked him. Seeing Li Qi, a mere body refinement realm warrior, only intensified his irritation. At this juncture, Su He intervened. "Master Wei, please do not take offense. Master Li had urgent matters to attend to." It was not his intention to delay. Li Qi approached Wei Qi Tao with a calm demeanor and offered a faint smile. "I was engaged in battle, which caused the delay. I hope you can forgive me." It was then that Wei Qi Tao took note of Li Qi's condition. Fresh from the battlefield, Li Qi's clothing was drenched in the blood of his enemies, exuding a pungent scent of carnage. The murderous aura and malevolent energy clung to him, unyielding. Gazing into Li Qi's tranquil eyes, Wei Qi Tao felt an inexplicable shiver run down his spine, causing his imposing presence to diminish slightly. "Very well, here are the items." After handing them over, Wei Qi Tao departed swiftly. He often felt an unsettling apprehension in Li Qi's presence. He had intended to voice his displeasure further, but the words caught in his throat. It was as if he stood before not a man, but a predatory beast, poised to strike at any moment. With Wei Qi Tao gone and the items secured, Li Qi exchanged pleasantries with Su He before returning home. He closed the doors and windows, sitting at the head of his bed, a glimmer of joy illuminating his expression. "At last, my power can rise yet again." Chapter 32. The Reversal of the Heavenly Principle? Discovering collectible martial arts. Collecting martial arts. You have acquired mid-grade martial arts? Xin Yugong. Collecting martial arts. You have acquired mid-grade martial arts, mirror reflection. With the 2 mid-grade martial arts in hand, Li Qi wasted no time in integrating them into the system. He glanced at his potential points, astonished to find an impressive total of 2,230 points. Such an abundance of potential points was sufficient to elevate 10 mid-grade martial arts to mastery. Even when he ascended to the true origin realm and required enhancements for superior martial arts, these potential points would sustain him for quite some time. Without delay, he began the enhancement process. Nearly 300 points were expended, rapidly elevating both mid-grade martial arts to mastery. Upon mastering Xin Yugong, a new flow of pale green true energy coursed through Li Qi, known as Xin Yu True Energy. This energy not only dispelled toxins but also extended one's lifespan. Now, within his body resided an array of martial true energies. The white cloud true energy from the cloud crane sword dance, the protective true energy from iron body refinement, and the Xin Yu true energy, all coexisting harmoniously without interference. Such a phenomenon would be unfathomable to other martial artists. The cultivation of internal powers is notoriously delicate, and the presence of 2 completely different types of martial true energy within the body could pose significant dangers. The existence of martial true energy aligns with the principles of the universe. Conflicting energies could lead to catastrophic consequences. For instance, water and fire true energies are notoriously incompatible. Their clash could result in violent explosions. However, water true energy coexists harmoniously with wood true energy, as water nourishes wood, allowing for mutual benefit and occasionally producing unexpected advantages. Yet Li Qi possessed three exceedingly potent martial true energies within him, each unaffected by the others, a situation that would leave many in awe. This was the power of the system. Li Qi could entirely disregard the compatibility of martial true energies. As long as he had enough potential points, he could cultivate as many as he desired. Furthermore, for the vast majority of martial artists, their innate talents, resources, and energies would scarcely suffice to support the cultivation of so many diverse internal arts. Among all true Qi martial artists, Li Qi was a remarkable anomaly. Besides Xian Yugong, the technique mirror reflection also brought Li Qi considerable delight. A subtle shift in his true energy caused his facial muscles to ripple, and soon, his visage transformed entirely, grabbing a nearby bronze mirror. Li Qi beheld a visage resembling that of a robust warrior, a stark departure from his former appearance. Almost immediately, his features shifted once more, this time into that of Huang Yuanqing, with both appearance and demeanor rendered indistinguishable from the original. Next, Li Qi's aura began to dissipate, fading until it became nearly imperceptible. He seemed to transform into an inconspicuous stone, devoid of any semblance of life, his presence reduced to an absolute minimum. Even standing on the street, no one would spare him a second glance. The breath concealment technique? This was yet another remarkable application of mirror reflection that Li Qi had discovered. Mirror reflection is a technique that demands an exquisite mastery over one's true energy and physical form. Once perfected, it is unparalleled for infiltration, disguise, or assassination. This is its greatest value. After enhancing the two mid-grade martial arts, Li Qi practiced for a while to familiarize himself with their applications before taking a rest. As the night deepened, the once boisterous county town fell into a profound silence. The following morning, the county was once again stirred by momentous news. A great calamity had befallen. The traitors were advancing within the command tent of the divine martial army. Luo Yongnian slammed his palm against the table, rage and disbelief contorting his features. What? Those treacherous rebels dare to approach us? Reporting to the general, indeed, they are only 10 miles from the county, with a force of approximately 40,000. Infuriating, utterly infuriating. Luo Yongnian had been dispatched to assault the rebels in Fuping County. Yet not only had he suffered a setback in his first battle, but the rebels now dared to approach his very doorstep. How could he possibly endure this? Shouldn't these rebels be hiding in the shadows, clinging to life? How audacious of them to confront him directly. This was a reversal of heavenly principles. What audacity! What audacity! Luo Yongnian seethed with anger. Currently, he commanded only a little over 20,000 divine martial troops, while the opposing rebels boasted a force of 40,000. Should the county of Chuan and truly fall to the rebels, his tenure as a cavalry general would surely come to a swift end. All personnel, heed my command. Follow me to confront the traitors. With a thunderous shout, the soldiers of the divine martial army sprang into action, bursting forth from their encampment. The gates of the county city were firmly shut, and a multitude of soldiers ascended the city walls, standing vigilant in anticipation. In the distance, a cloud of dust billowed ominously, accompanied by a resounding din that grew ever louder, akin to the roar of thunder. It was the sound of countless hooves pounding against the earth. Soon, a formidable army arrived beneath the city walls, and a fierce general emerged from the throng, bellowing, "Dogs of the divine martial army, come forth and meet your demise." The tides had turned. Yesterday, the divine martial army had launched an offensive against Fuping County with great fervor. But they left in a state of disarray. Now, facing an enemy at their doorstep, the expression on Luo Yongnian's face was particularly vivid. "Traitors, you possess audacity. How dare you come to our gates? Enough of your prattle. Prepare to die. All commanders, heed my order. Let us seize this city." With a commanding shout, the rebel forces surged forward, and a plethora of siege engines were rolled forth, aimed at the city walls. It was evident that the rebels had come well prepared. With an impressive array of siege machinery, the impending battle was palpable. Even before the two sides drew near, powerful bows and crossbows were already raining down upon one another, while catapults began to swing into action, launching massive stones into the fray. Some exceptionally agile warriors leaped onto the city walls as if traversing level ground, swiftly plunging into the ranks of the divine martial army, wreaking havoc and slaughtering soldiers at an alarming rate. Drive those intruders down, slay them, archers, shoot them dead. A cacophony of chaos erupted both atop and outside the walls, with cries of battle echoing relentlessly. Such uproar startled everyone within the city, who gazed in alarm toward the walls, where throngs of people surged and bodies continued to plummet. The rebels were assaulting the city. Chapter 33. The city in uproar, a call to arms. As the rebels besieged the city, they shouted frantically, vowing to annihilate the last vestige of the divine martial army within the county. The atmosphere between the two factions reached a boiling point. In light of these developments, the situation for the divine martial army appeared dire, prompting Luo Yongnian to send out a plea for reinforcements early on. The divine martial army was one of the several formidable forces of the Great Han, boasting a population exceeding 500,000. If the entire force were present, these rebels would be easily vanquished. However, the contingent stationed at Chuan County was merely a fraction of that number, and facing an enemy twice their strength rendered them significantly disadvantaged. The onslaught intensified as several waves of attackers reached the city walls. Although they were promptly repelled, considerable casualties and chaos ensued. In this critical moment, Luo Yongnian stood atop the walls, surveying the rebel forces outside with a steely gaze. The enemy is formidable. It seems we may not withstand until reinforcements arrive. He turned to observe the revelry within the city, particularly the faction strongholds, a cold smile creeping across his face. While we fight for our lives here, what right do you have to sit idly by? Summon my orders. Several messengers swiftly ascended the city walls, only to depart shortly thereafter. A more colossal storm was about to engulf the entire county. By decree of the divine martial army, all men over the age of 18 within the county must assist in transporting military supplies or fortifying the city. All faction members are mandated to ascend the walls and aid the divine martial army in repelling the rebel assault. Those who defy this order shall be executed. The city erupted in uproar, the populace seething with discontent. This immediately sparked immense dissatisfaction among many, particularly the local factions. They had just dispatched numerous personnel to serve as cannon fodder during the assault on Fuping County, resulting in considerable losses. Now, with the bodies of the fallen barely cold, they were being summoned again to combat the rebels. Previously, only 50 men were required from each faction, but now, it was all hands on deck? Where was the law? Where was the justice? The factions were incensed, refusing to comply. While the divine martial army's measures turned brutal, thousands of soldiers quickly assembled and stormed into the most unruly factions. Slashing mercilessly in a frenzy of slaughter, they decimated 3 factions, leaving the remaining groups silent. A pack of soldiers, fierce as wolves, stood before them. Should anyone dare to voice dissent, they would be overwhelmed. The rebels advanced with ferocity, and those unwilling to join the fight dared not delay or create chaos, lest they disrupt the morale of the troops. Their treachery warranted death. Such unruly subjects had no place in this world. Their heads should be severed to restore order. This was the divine martial army's rhetoric. Should you dare to utter a word of dissent, you are a traitor, a scoundrel, deserving of death. Li Qi, upon hearing these words, could not help but smirk coldly. The rebels proclaimed their intent to slay every last member of the divine martial army, yet they made no mention of slaughtering civilians, and yet, the divine martial army had already turned its blades upon the citizens of the city. Despite the unwillingness of the populace, they were compelled to ascend the walls and assist in the defense under the looming threat of violence. The numbers of attacking rebels were overwhelming, encircling the city walls from all directions. Li Qi's faction, the Rui Gang, was assigned to the southern wall, overseen by a familiar officer, Chiang Fong. You lazy bones, keep your eyes peeled. If a single rebel breaches the wall, guard your heads. Che Yingfang shouted as he reprimanded the men and organized their defenses. Below, the rebels rained arrows, stones, and grappling hooks upon them, constructing ladders, while some agile warriors leaped directly into the fray. The battle reaching a critical point, Li Chi tilted his head slightly as an arrow whizzed past his ear, followed by a soft sigh. Just yesterday, he had been on the battlefield, and now he found himself back in the fray, feeling somewhat helpless. This battlefield bore no semblance of pressure. It felt akin to strolling through a market. Should the need arise, he could withdraw at any moment. Whether by utilizing the mirror image technique to alter his form or feigning death to escape, both were simple feats. Yet, the continuous influx of potential points kept him from departing hastily. If he were to charge into an army of thousands alone to harvest potential points, it would be somewhat challenging. However, amidst the crowd, he could effortlessly accrue a substantial amount of potential points without exerting much effort, which was quite satisfactory. Very well, I shall indulge you for a time. Once I tire of this, I shall take my leave. After enhancing the Xin Yu Gong and mirror image techniques, Li Qi's potential points dwindled to just over 1,000. Yet, upon reaching the city walls, his potential points rapidly surpassed 2,000 and continued to climb at an astonishing pace. A sudden sound of rushing wind overhead caught Li Qi's attention, and as he slightly leaned aside, a boulder the size of a water tank crashed down upon a nearby divine martial soldier, reducing him to a bloody pulp. Potential points 1 nearby. Another divine martial soldier was struck in the eye by an arrow, shattering his eyeball and splattering blood, while an arrowhead protruded from the back of his head. Potential points 2. Even if Li Qi were to do nothing, he could still harvest a plethora of potential points, rendering him indifferent to the rebels who had already stormed the walls. You fight your battles. I shall tend to my own affairs. At that moment, a cold voice rang out behind Li Qi. I remember you. Your swordsmanship is quite intriguing. These rebels are no match for you. Should I catch you idling about again, be prepared to face the staff of the military. Li Qi turned to see Che Yingfang standing behind him, his gaze scrutinizing, fixed intently upon Li Qi. Previously, during the skirmish at Fuping County, Li Qi's exceptional swordplay had left a deep impression on Che Yingfang. However, today's performance starkly contrasted with yesterday's vigor. Che Yingfang, realizing Li Qi was slacking off, immediately reprimanded him. Unperturbed by the scolding, Li Qi regarded Che Yingfang with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Understood. Observing Li Qi's lack of opposition, Che Yingfang snorted coldly and turned to depart. Li Qi was not alone in this. Nearly all faction members atop the walls received similar reprimands, including Huang Yuanqing, the faction leader, who, despite being a mid-tier true Qi warrior, turned pale with embarrassment under public censure yet dared not retaliate. Though Che Yingfang was merely a novice in the true Qi realm, he was an officer of the divine martial army, backed by the entire force, far from being comparable to a mere rogue like Huang Yuanqing. Casting a glance at Huang Yuanqing's ashen face, Che Yingfang chuckled coldly and paid him no further mind. As the rebel assault intensified, more and more individuals surged onto the walls, nearly breaching the defenses. Useless. All of you are worthless. What are you doing? The rebels are nearly through. Get up. Stand your ground on the walls as long as you are still alive. Che Yingfang's expression was fierce and menacing as he shouted loudly, relentlessly kicking at some gang members who were already injured and lying on the ground. Han Yangqiu had been pierced in the left leg by an arrow, blood oozing profusely from the wound. His face was pallid and his demeanor weak, forced to lean against the battlements, unable to stand. Upon noticing Han Yangqiu slumped against the wall, a surge of inexplicable fury welled up within Che Yingfang, and he rushed over, delivering a powerful kick to Han Yangqiu's chest. Stand up. I command you to stand up. Yet, regardless of how fiercely Che Yingfang kicked, Han Yangqiu remained unable to rise. He could only weakly wave his hands in a futile attempt to fend off the blows, pleading, I have no strength left. Che Yingfang's eyes burned with rage, and he drew his long knife, aiming it directly at Han Yangqiu. You worthless scum! At that moment, Li Qi, who was grappling with several rebel soldiers, stumbled forward, inadvertently kicking a pebble the size of a walnut underfoot. In an instant, his internal energy erupted. The pebble was sent flying, arcing through the crowd, striking Che Yingfang squarely on the forehead. Bang! the stone shattered, creating a small dent in Che Yingfang's forehead. His stream of curses was abruptly halted, the long knife slipping from his grasp as his body fell backward, lifeless. Chapter 34. The Hidden Hand. Thanks to the fierce resistance of the divine martial army, the rebel assault was barely repelled, as the sun dipped low in the west. Both sides retreated to regroup. Within the military tent, Luo Yongnian listened to his subordinates' reports on the battle. However, when he learned of Che Yingfang's death, he was instantly taken aback. Che Yingfang is dead? Yes, General. How did he die? The details are still uncertain. Uncertain? Hearing the dissatisfaction in Luo Yongnian's voice, a group of subordinates hurriedly brought forth Che Yingfang's corpse. Che Yingfang's face was smeared with blood, a dent the size of an egg in his forehead, and his eyes bulged, nearly popping from their sockets. The sight was grotesque. One might mistake him for a victim of a vengeful spirit. Reporting to the general, we have examined the injuries on Lieutenant Che. His only fatal wound is the one on his forehead, likely caused by a heavy blunt object that caused his skull to collapse, leading to his demise. According to soldiers nearby, Lieutenant Che was suddenly attacked, and there were no suspicious individuals in close proximity. We believe it was the work of a hidden weapon master from the rebels, possibly using iron lotus seeds or locust stones, catching Lieutenant Che off guard, resulting in his death. After this report, the subordinate bowed respectfully and ceased further commentary. A hidden weapon master? A flicker of doubt crossed Luo Yongnian's eyes. Do the rebels possess such an individual? While many practiced the art of hidden weapons, the vast majority were of mediocre skill. What level of expertise could slay a lieutenant at the initial stage of internal energy? With the rebel forces numbering as many as 40,000, there was no guarantee that such a master did not exist among them. Yet, Luo Yongnian felt an unsettling dissonance, his doubts intensifying that a warrior of the internal energy realm was already a valuable asset in the army. And the death of Che Yingfang caused him a twinge of anguish. Very well, give him a grand burial. Yes. Following Che Yingfang's death, Luo Yongnian appointed another lieutenant to oversee the defense of the southern wall, explicitly instructing him to remain vigilant for the potential hidden weapon master. The next day, after the divine martial army endured another day of the rebels' assault, an incident that incited both anger and astonishment occurred. The newly appointed lieutenant also met his demise. Moreover, the circumstances of his death mirrored that of Che Yingfang. He too had been struck in the head by a hidden weapon, dying on the spot. Outrageous! Outrageous! The simultaneous deaths of two lieutenants in the same place, under similar circumstances, and by the same method was nothing short of a blatant provocation. Luo Yongnian could hardly contain his fury, feeling deeply humiliated. Bring them to me? Yes, sir. Tomorrow, you all shall go together. Amidst the chaos within the divine martial army's tent, Li Qi had already returned home. The 2 days of guarding the city had left no impact on him. He even found time to enjoy a couple of drinks. He had secretly eliminated 2 lieutenants of the divine martial army, who were truly despicable, treating people like livestock without regard for life or death. While he was indifferent to the other members of the Rui gang, he could not allow any harm to come to Han Yangqiu. Li Qi held Han Yangqiu in high regard, for it was he who had helped him during his weakest moments, enabling him to survive within the gang. Li Qi felt immense gratitude towards him. On the first day of the rebellion's assault on the city, when it seemed Han Yangqiu was on the verge of death, Li Qi acted decisively, killing that lieutenant. Another lieutenant soon followed, who, unfortunately for him, also targeted Han Yangqiu and intended to deal a fatal blow. Li Qi struck again. Eliminating the second lieutenant, Li Qi felt a profound calmness within, even finding the situation somewhat amusing. What's the big deal about killing 2 lieutenants of the divine martial army? Li Qi's spirit was that of a modern individual from the information age, inherently lacking any genes of servility, holding no fear of imperial or military power. For the sake of great aspirations, I dare to challenge the heavens and the earth. This was precisely the essence of his character. Killing a mere 2 lieutenants was child's play. On the 3rd day, a new lieutenant arrived, and Li Qi could not help but smile. It seems you are utterly unafraid of death. He was becoming somewhat addicted to this. Seizing an opportune moment, Li Qi employed the same method once more, kicking a stone, unleashing his internal energy, sending the stone soaring towards the new lieutenant's head. The stone flew with remarkable speed, but just as it was less than 2 feet from the lieutenant's head, a silver spear lunged forth from the side, intercepting the stone in an instant. The spearhead trembled, sparks flying. The stone shattered into fragments. Good courage. The wielder of the spear was Luo Yongnian's personal guard, a formidable warrior at the late stage of internal energy. He had been sent to lie in wait near the lieutenant, ready to expose the hidden weapon master. Upon sensing the anomaly and blocking the stone's attack, the guard meticulously analyzed the unique force transmitted through the spear, reconstructing the trajectory of the stone in his mind. Soon, his eyes widened in fury as he locked onto Li Qi's figure. It was you. With a fierce shout, Luo Yongnian's guard charged at Li Qi, brandishing his spear. Die, wretch! The power of his late-stage internal energy erupted as he forcefully thrust his spear toward Li Qi, vowing to end him. Yet, Li Qi maintained an air of nonchalance. Alas, I've been discovered. With a swift motion, he spun his dragon-patterned sword in hand, unleashing his internal energy as he slashed at the incoming spear. The move was executed with blinding speed, not only deflecting the guard's attack, but also releasing waves of sword energy that surged between them, spreading outward. Several nearby divine martial soldiers were directly cleaved in two. The guard, with his spear raised, was pushed back step by step by the formidable sword energy, retreating a full 5 paces. He looked up in astonishment. An internal energy master? Li Qi had entered the realm of internal energy at such a young age, and the power of that strike was nearly on par with his own, leaving the guard in disbelief. When he glanced toward Li Qi again, the latter had already vanished from sight. Where did he go? At that moment, Li Qi had employed the lightness skill grass on the fly, swiftly escaping the battlefield. From the moment Li Qi struck to his departure, the entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. The guard shouted, "Pursue!" Not only he, but also several figures surged from the crowd, racing after Li Qi's fleeing form. Chapter 35. This is my final act of tenderness towards you. Li Qi executed his lightness skill, soaring through the air, darting over the heads of the rebel soldiers. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he had escaped the battlefield between the rebels and the divine martial army, plunging into the distant woods. Hot on his heels were several powerful figures, similarly employing lightness skills to pursue him into the forest. Rebel, you dare to assassinate 2 of our divine martial army lieutenants and still refuse to surrender? Today, whether in heaven or on earth, we will slay you. Surrender and meet your demise. A chorus of voices pursued relentlessly, filled with anger and determination. These individuals were handpicked by Luo Yongnian for their formidable strength and remarkable lightness skills. Tasked with uncovering the hidden assailant and ensuring he did not escape, vowing to exact vengeance for their fallen comrades. However, as they chased, a growing sense of trepidation took hold. How does he run so fast? Is that grass on the fly? Can grass on the fly be so swift? Moreover, when that fellow uses grass on the fly, why does he leave a trail of vapor behind? These individuals relentlessly pursued Li Qi, their initial anger gradually giving way to incredulity, as an abundance of perplexing occurrences unfolded around him. The technique known as Chao Shang Fei was not a well-guarded secret of profound martial arts. Rather, it was widely disseminated, practiced by many. Only a minor faction like the Rui gang would regard this skill as a treasure. After Li Qi demonstrated Chao Shang Fei, several of his pursuers immediately recognized its origins, with some among them having practiced this very technique. Yet, it was precisely their familiarity with it that rendered them astounded. For they sensed that the Chao Shang Fei they had mastered was utterly distinct from that which Li Qi executed. Ordinary martial artists employing Chao Shang Fei could at best tread upon grass and branches to traverse a distance of 3 to 5 zhang. In stark contrast, Li Qi's rendition of Chao Shang Fei required no additional leverage. He seemed to tread upon clouds and mist, effortlessly leaping dozens of zhang away. His form was ethereal and agile, gliding through the air like a celestial being descended to earth. What manner of Chao Shang Fei was this? Several pursuers exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, one intoning gravely, "This individual is quite extraordinary. Exercise caution." As they shared wary glances, Their earlier arrogance was tempered with a newfound prudence. After running for several dozen li, Li Qi halted, standing upon a branch amidst the forest, turning to regard his pursuers. Soon, several figures rushed in, encircling him. "Why have you stopped running? I promised to slay you. There is no escape now. If you kneel and beg for mercy, perhaps we may let you go," they taunted, revealing their sinister grins. 5 formidable warriors of the divine martial army surrounded Li Qi, sealing off all avenues of escape. Yet Li Qi remained unfazed, calmly replying, "Why should I flee? It is you who ought to be running." At this declaration, the warriors erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha! This fellow seems to have lost his wits, spouting nonsense. You should resign yourself to death, having slain 2 of my officers. Bring back his head for a handsome reward from the general." Li Qi shook his head, indifferent to their taunts. Were he to exert his full prowess and lightness, these warriors would be incapable of catching him. Coupled with his ability to disguise himself, escaping under their noses would be effortless. Yet, he refrained from doing so. After toiling for the divine martial army for several days without recompense, enduring much vexation, it was not in his nature to simply turn and flee. He intended to exact a measure of interest from the divine martial army. And these pursuers were to be that interest. Standing tall among them, like a drawn sword, Li Qi surveyed the scene, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the divine martial warriors and then resting upon the distant verdant hills. A serene smile gracing his features. "In this picturesque landscape, you shall find your eternal rest. This is my final act of kindness toward you." One warrior, no longer inclined to parley, charged forward, aiming a blade at Li Qi's back. In that instant, Li Qi's form quivered, and several strands of sword energy erupted from him, coiling behind him to form a shield of sword chi. Although small, when the warrior's blade struck this shield, it resonated with a metallic clang, akin to striking a piece of profound iron. The warrior's face paled in shock, gazing incredulously at the sword chi shield hovering behind Li Qi. Sword chi materialization? A master of swordsmanship? Once a martial artist reaches the true chi realm, they can project their chi outward, injuring foes from a distance, effortlessly slicing through the air with sword or blade. However, achieving mastery over sword chi to the extent of altering its form at will is an arduous task. Should someone accomplish this, they would undoubtedly possess extraordinary skills, attaining the esteemed rank of swordsmanship master. The term swordsmanship master was a distant concept. Many practiced swordsmanship but had never heard of anyone reaching such heights. Yet, they never fathomed that the fugitive they pursued today was indeed the legendary swordsmanship master. "It is my turn." With that, Li Qi's figure darted like lightning, appearing before one of the late-stage true chi warriors. In the fleeting moment before the warrior could react, an overwhelming radiance of sword light enveloped him. Clouds dance, cranes cry in autumn waters. A vast surge of true chi coursed into the dragon-patterned sword, causing the blade to tremble and emit a resounding crane's cry. Echoing across the land, in an instant, the warrior was reduced to fragments. Chunks of flesh and entrails rained down, blossoming crimson flowers upon the ground. Impossible! He has slain Li Ling. How can he move so swiftly? Under the full force of Li Qi's speed, the pursuing warriors scarcely caught a glimpse of his actions before one of their own was vanquished. Inciting a blend of astonishment and fury among them, companions on the road to the underworld, "Rest easy as you depart," Li Qi chuckled softly, his form flickering like lightning, weaving between the warriors as boundless sword light engulfed them. Amidst the mountains and forests, the resonant crane's cry echoed, only to quickly fall silent, leaving behind a profound stillness. Shortly thereafter, another group of figures arrived, witnessing the scattered limbs and dismembered bodies, their faces instantly paling. "This is bad. That individual has escaped. All our men perished. How can this be? They were all late-stage true chi warriors. How could they falter against that fellow? This situation has changed. We must return and report to the general immediately." Chapter 36. Crane's Cry. Suspicion. Within the military tent of the divine martial army, the atmosphere was thick with tension and oppression. Many gathered, eyes fixated on the heaps of dismembered limbs strewn across the ground. Their expressions grim, These remnants belonged to the strong warriors who had pursued the assailant. After a brief absence, they were now unrecognizable. Luo Yongnian's face twitched, his cheeks flushed, clearly on the brink of fury. Have we located the master of hidden weapons? Yes, General, we have investigated. The individual is named Li Qi, an ordinary member of the Rui Gang. The Rui Gang? Luo Yongnian recalled the name. It was merely a minor faction in Chuan County. So, an ordinary member of the Rui Gang did this? He first slew 2 of my officers, then dispatched 5 of my late-stage True Qi experts, and ultimately escaped. Luo Yongnian laughed in rage, his tone chilling. He felt insulted by the very notion that someone capable of such feats could be a mere member of a second-rate gang. Even if Huang Yuanqing, the leader of the Rui Gang, sought to eliminate these experts, it was likely beyond Luo Yongnian's own capabilities to slay them all. Yet, this individual named Li Qi had accomplished it. There must be something amiss. There are laws of nations and codes of conduct. How dare he slay my divine martial army's men? The local gang has shown utter disrespect. Since it was a member of the Rui Gang, bring Huang Yuanqing to me. I have questions for him. Yes, I will take my leave. A soldier hastily departed, while Luo Yongnian's gaze shifted to those tasked with retrieving the bodies of the 5 late-stage True Qi warriors. Relay everything you witnessed and heard to me, in full. After Li Qi and the several warriors swiftly departed the battlefield, a contingent had pursued them, albeit at a slower pace, trailing far behind. These individuals did not directly engage in the fray, nor did they witness how Li Qi had dispatched the 5 personal guards. They could only analyze the remnants left behind to reconstruct what had transpired. Upon investigating the scene, they reached a singular conclusion. Li Qi's prowess was extraordinarily terrifying. In a remarkably brief span, he had slain 5 late-stage True Qi warriors, leading them to surmise that his strength likely approached the pinnacle of the True Qi realm. This was utterly astonishing. Upon learning that Li Qi was merely a youth yet to don the crown of adulthood, their bewilderment deepened. A True Qi pinnacle at such a young age would be remarkable even across the entire martial world. An unimaginable prodigy destined to attract various factions' attention and recruitment. Yet, this extraordinary martial talent had inexplicably ventured to the insignificant Chuan County, joining a second-rate gang, and then proceeded to eliminate several officers of the divine martial army. Was this not absurd? Are you saying that Li Qi managed to eliminate 5 of my powerful warriors at the late stage of True Qi in an exceedingly brief period? Indeed, the traces left at the scene corroborate this. You also claim that he has reached the pinnacle of True Qi? There is a 90% certainty. Luo Yongnian fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. If the reality aligns with what these individuals have stated, then even if he were to confront Li Qi personally, it remains uncertain whether he could subdue him. Noticing the unusual expressions on several of his subordinates, who seemed hesitant to speak, Luo Yongnian continued to inquire. What is it? Is there something more? One of the subordinates finally spoke up, reporting to the general. As we were hastening to the scene, we distinctly heard a few crane calls from a distance. The sound was indeed peculiar, and we suspect it might be the unique technique practiced by Li Qi. Certain martial arts possess quite discernible external characteristics. For instance, there exists a technique known as the Tiger Roar and Dragon Chant Golden Bell, where the practitioner emits the sound of a tiger's roar and a dragon's chant, audible from afar. Another example is the Mighty Eagle Claw technique, which similarly produces the sound of an eagle's cry when fully executed. This is precisely why they arrived at such a conclusion. Luo Yongnian's expression shifted with intrigue as he pondered. Crane calls. He felt a jolt, as if a revelation struck him, and he swiftly moved to a pile of mangled flesh on the ground, picking up a bloodied arm guard to scrutinize the sword marks upon it. Moments later, Luo Yongnian's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "This is the Cloud Crane Dance Sword? From the Pine Crane Longevity Sect?" Having traversed the land for many years as a military commander, Luo Yongnian's perspective was far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Upon hearing his subordinates mention the crane calls and correlating it with the sword marks left on the arm guard by Li Qi, he had already recognized the opponent's affiliation. The very Li Qi who had slain several of his formidable warriors utilized the Cloud Crane Dance Sword. This was no ordinary martial art. This sword technique has a profound lineage. Being the ultimate skill of the Pine Crane Longevity Sect, a closely guarded secret only accessible to its disciples. Moreover, the Pine Crane Longevity sect was not to be trifled with. Having established itself for centuries, it was guarded by grandmasters. If a warrior at the true Qi stage were to break through their limits and condense their martial essence, they would ascend to the innate martial artist level. Should an innate martial artist shatter the limits of the mental realm and touch upon the esoteric realm of spiritual power, condensing the true meaning of martial arts, they would become a peak master. Such individuals are also referred to as grandmasters. A grandmaster can easily live beyond 300 years, outlasting many dynasties that have not endured for 300 years. A grandmaster can witness the rise and fall of empires and the tides of time. No one would dare to offend a grandmaster. Even a sovereign would think twice before provoking one. Once such an existence takes offense, the emperor's throne would no longer be secure. Luo Yongnian was not an emperor. He was merely a military general, 2 great realms beneath a grandmaster. Although he stood at the pinnacle of true Qi, in the eyes of a grandmaster, he was no different from an ordinary passerby. With a snap of the fingers, he could be extinguished. Why would Li Qi wield the Cloud Crane dance sword? Could it be that he is a member of the Pine Crane Longevity sect? As this thought crossed his mind, Luo Yongnian's expression soured. He lacked the qualifications to contend with the Pine Crane Longevity sect. They were not an ordinary gang in the martial world, if one were to take action against such a sect. Even the Emperor of Dahan would need to deliberate carefully. Originally, Luo Yongnian intended to issue a wide-reaching bounty to capture Li Qi, but at this moment, he was compelled to temporarily abandon that notion. If Li Qi truly belonged to the Pine Crane Longevity sect, then why would he strike against my divine martial army? Was the killing of several of my warriors his own volition? Or that of the Pine Crane Longevity sect? The sect has always operated discreetly, rarely meddling in state affairs. Regardless, the matter of Li Qi would be put aside for now. He would first seek clarification from the Pine Crane Longevity sect regarding their stance. After all, having killed so many of my men, I must receive an explanation. Luo Yongnian's gaze hardened as he commanded, "Bring me ink and paper." Soon, a confidential letter was dispatched by carrier pigeon, swiftly making its way toward the Pine Crane Longevity sect. Chapter 37. The true master arrives. After slaying several strong members of the divine martial army, Li Qi felt an immense sense of relief, having vented his frustrations. Having departed from the cramped and oppressive city of Chuan, Li Qi felt as though his horizons had broadened significantly, marveling at the vibrant scenery before him. Finally, he could venture out, the wind, the sun, this splendid new world. Li Qi did not roam far, arriving at the neighboring Heguan County, a rare haven of tranquility amid the chaos, devoid of either the divine martial army or rebels. Reflecting on the myriad experiences since entering this world, Li Qi felt a pang of nostalgia. It was a tumultuous realm, rife with incessant conflict, and he had been swept along in the tide of chaos. If he didn't take lives, his own would be taken. Throughout his journey, nearly 1,000 souls had fallen beneath his blade. Thus, he had arrived at this point. With a sigh, Li Qi reflected on his fortune that the days of relentless killing had come to an end, and he could finally relax. Upon reaching Heguan County, Li Qi sought out a grand tavern, reserving a soft bedchamber along with a sumptuous feast, allowing himself to settle in with ease. He had long harbored intentions of departing and was always prepared to flee. Carrying a considerable sum of silver, and naturally opted for the finest indulgences, in his previous life, he had lived frugally out of necessity, but in this lifetime, he vowed not to deprive himself. After establishing himself in Heguan County, Li Qi made no attempt to conceal his whereabouts, nor did he alter his appearance. Although he had dealt a significant blow to the divine martial army, he was unperturbed by the prospect of retaliation from them. His strength had been revealed. If ordinary warriors were to confront him, it would be akin to gifting him their lives. He could slay them as easily as counting to 10, even if Luo Yongnian, the peak warrior of true Qi, were to come personally, the outcome would be no different. He would continue to strike without hesitation. Li Qi's current power transcended that of true Qi, rendering even Luo Yongnian insignificant in his eyes. Were it not for Luo Yongnian's continuous presence in the divine martial army's camp, the risk of directly assaulting tens of thousands of soldiers would be too great. Li Qi would have stormed the camp and severed Luo Yongnian's head. Only if a warrior of true essence were to intervene would Li Qi harbor any trepidation. With no interruptions, Li Qi settled comfortably in Heguan County. He lived like an ordinary wealthy youth, enjoying theater, sipping tea, admiring flowers, and even attending a poetry gathering, all in leisurely bliss. Days passed, and at noon, Li Qi was relishing his lunch at Taihe Tower, having ordered a lavish spread, thoroughly enjoying his meal. At that moment, 3 figures ascended to the second floor of Taihe Tower. Upon spotting Li Qi, one of them fixed his gaze upon him and approached, with the other 2 following closely behind. The trio consisted of 1 elder and 2 younger individuals. The elder was a man with snow-white hair and a ruddy complexion, exuding vitality. The 2 younger men appeared to be around 20 years of age. As they drew near, they took a seat directly at Li Qi's table, their eyes locking in silence. "Who are you?" Li Qi had been acutely aware of their presence since the moment they first glanced at him, and upon their seating, he became increasingly vigilant, sensing a hint of malice emanating from them. The white-haired elder smiled faintly. "Are you Li Qi?" "Indeed, I am Wang Huan, an elder of the Pine Crane Longevity sect. Here specifically for you." Hearing the name of the Pine Crane Longevity sect sent a jolt through Li Qi's pupils, his heart racing. He never anticipated that someone from the Pine Crane Longevity sect would seek him out, let alone approach him directly. This was far beyond his expectations. With the intentions of the visitors unclear, Li Qi was on high alert. He perceived a subtle yet formidable pressure emanating from Wang Huan. The only beings capable of instilling such pressure upon a peak warrior of true qi, like himself, could only be true essence warriors. True essence? Li Qi inhaled deeply, forcing a smile. "May I inquire why you have come?" Esteemed elder, Wang Huan, eschewing any form of circumlocution, stated plainly, "Let me ask you, from where did you learn the Cloud Crane Dance Sword?" The Cloud Crane Dance Sword? This revelation further astonished Li Qi. Not only had they located him, but they also knew he had mastered the Cloud Crane Dance Sword. 5 days prior, Luo Yongnian of the Divine Martial Army reported to our sect that a notorious individual wielding the Cloud Crane Dance Sword had slain several of his commanders, demanding an explanation from us. Hence, I have come out of seclusion to seek you. If you are not a disciple of the Pine Crane Longevity sect, then from whom did you acquire the Cloud Crane Dance Sword? With this declaration, a glint of coldness flickered in Wang Huan's eyes. The Cloud Crane Dance Sword was a hallmark of the sect, the very foundation of its existence. To have it learned by an outsider was utterly unacceptable. The leakage of sect techniques is indeed a grave matter. If this issue is not resolved, similar incidents may recur in the future. Wang Huan, along with 2 other young men, formed a tight circle around Li Qi, ensuring that any slight movement from him would prompt their swift action to subdue him. The atmosphere in the air was palpably tense. Even the other patrons dining on the second floor of Taihe Tower sensed the impending danger. Hastily fleeing without settling their bills, the innkeeper received word of the situation and rushed upstairs, only to witness the standoff among the 4 individuals. Wang Huan exuded a terrifying aura, and as a mere ordinary man, the innkeeper found himself unable to utter a word of counsel under the immense pressure. He could only stand at a distance, looking on with a face full of despair, hoping that the confrontation would not lead to excessive destruction. Meanwhile, Li Qi, who faced Wang Huan directly, trembled uncontrollably. He had come to the realization that the person before him was indeed a peak expert of the true essence realm. "Answer me, from where did you learn the Cloud Crane Dance Sword?" Li Qi mustered the strength to withstand Wang Huan's pressure and forced a smile, saying, "Senior, please wait a moment." As he spoke, he reached into his bosom. Wang Huan's expression remained unchanged, while the 2 silent young men beside him narrowed their eyes and leaned slightly forward. Should Li Qi produce a hidden weapon, they would strike without hesitation. However, what Li Qi retrieved was not a concealed weapon, but rather a scroll. The Cloud Crane Dance Sword of the younger generation comes from this. Chapter 38. The Missing Elder, Sun Yinyun. The Qingyun Baihe painting, valued at 100 gold pieces and containing hidden martial arts techniques, was of great significance. Naturally, Li Qi intended to flee with it in hand. With the owner present today, he wasted no time and promptly unveiled the Qingyun Baihe painting. As Wang Huan received the scroll and took a glance, his expression shifted dramatically. This painting? This is Su Nianyun's handwriting, he exclaimed. Upon seeing the Qingyun Baihe painting, he understood the situation. The painting concealed techniques. The artist had embedded the sect's ultimate skill, the Cloud Crane Dance Sword, within it. If someone could decipher its intricacies, they might grasp the swordsmanship contained within Dalai Chi had indeed acquired the secret sword technique of the Songhe Wansho sect from this very painting. Yet, the crucial factor was not the painting itself but the artist. How did you come by this painting? Wang Huan demanded. It was passed down from my father, Li Qi replied. And where did your father obtain it? He bought it. Where is your father now? 3 months ago. He was killed by rebels during their incursion. Wang Huan took a deep breath and stated solemnly, this is not the place for discussion. Follow me. With that, he seized Li Qi's wrist and, with a swift tug, the world around them distorted in an instant, and they traversed a distance of 1,000 zhang to arrive in an uninhabited grove. Holding the Qingyun Baihe painting, Wang Huan was filled with excitement. You must clarify for me how this painting came to be. Li Qi, left with no choice, meticulously explained the circumstances to Wang Huan. His thoughts seemed to drift back in time, recalling moments spent with the old scholar. As he slowly recounted his past experiences, when he mentioned that the old scholar had acquired the Qingyun Baihe painting from a man suspected of being a tomb raider, Wang Huan's voice changed, and he exclaimed, a tomb raider? How could that be? Are you saying this painting was excavated from a grave? Su Nianyun is dead. Upon hearing this, even the two previously silent young men grew frantic. One of them exclaiming, impossible! He must be lying. How could Master Su perish? Even if everyone from the Songhe Wansho sect were to die, Master Su would not. At these words, Wang Huan's face darkened, and he smacked the young man named Mu Han on the head. What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean by everyone from the Songhe Wansho sect being dead? If the other elders were to hear you, you could be locked up for half a year. Despite receiving a light blow to the head, Mu Han maintained a defiant demeanor. Li Qi observed the young man with curiosity, sensing that the one named Su Nianyun held great significance for him. Who is Su Nianyun? Li Qi inquired. Wang Huan and the others exchanged glances before providing a brief explanation. It turned out that Su Nianyun was also a member of the Songhe Wansho sect, a third-generation disciple and one of the elders, on par with Wang Huan. However, a year prior, she had left the sect for reasons unknown and had not returned since. Many had sought her whereabouts, but to no avail. Until today, the Songhe Wansho sect continued to search for Elder Su, who had been missing for quite some time. Upon finding Li Qi, Wang Huan initially suspected him to be a thief who had learned their sword techniques through some underhanded means, but they never anticipated that Li Qi's Cloud Crane Dance Sword was connected to the missing Su Nianyun. Li Qi was taken aback. He had not realized that this sword technique was related to an elder who had vanished from the Songhe Wansho sect. Is Su Nianyun truly dead? Was the question lingering in everyone's minds. Wang Huan calmed his rising anxiety and began to contemplate the various possibilities. The tomb raider had sold the Qingyun Baihe painting for a mere few silver coins. This was highly suspicious. It indicated that the individual was not a professional tomb raider. Genuine tomb raiders are known for their keen eyes. How could they fail to recognize the painting's worth? They would never sell it at such a low price. Thus, it must have been a local farmer, driven by desperation in these chaotic times, who dug into Nianyun's grave, leading to the circulation of the Qingyun Baihe painting. In light of this, the immediate course of action should be to locate Nianyun's grave. Wang Huan articulated his conjecture, and the others found it quite reasonable. Shu Zhiyo, disciple, is present. Go to the villages near Chuan County and see if you can find your Master Su's grave. If you locate it, do not act recklessly. Return immediately to inform me. Yes. The disciple named Shu Zhiyo, skilled in tracking and searching techniques, promptly accepted the order and departed. After arranging for his disciple, Wang Huan turned to Li Qi with a perplexed expression and asked, so you were once a mere scholar, and 3 months ago you entered the martial world to begin training. Then, from Su Nianyun's Qingyun Baihe painting, you comprehended the Cloud Crane Dance Sword? Yes, Li Qi replied. In just 3 months, you broke through the limits of body tempering and attained the peak of the true Qi realm. Li Qi could only grit his teeth and affirm this. Mu Han gasped in astonishment. gazing at Li Qi as though he were a monster in 3 months' time. This individual went from an ordinary person with no foundation to the pinnacle of the true Qi realm. What kind of prodigy is this? Is he perhaps the reincarnation of an immortal? At this revelation, even Wang Huan's breathing grew heavier, and the hostility in his gaze shifted to one of eagerness. "Show me the Cloud Crane Dance Sword." Li Qi nodded, refraining from further words. He formed his fingers into a sword and lightly slashed to the side. The crane calls autumn waters of the Cloud Crane Dance Sword. A resounding crane's call echoed forth as a strand of sword energy surged from Li Qi's fingertips, slicing towards a massive boulder nearby. Since Wang Huan had requested a demonstration, Li Qi was more than willing to reveal a bit more. As his mind focused, the martial arts true Qi within him surged, causing the sword energy in midair to tremble violently. The energy twisted and intertwined, forming a circular sword ring that let out a piercing shriek, shattering the adjacent boulder into fragments. Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Huan was nearly propelled off the ground in astonishment. The sword energy has taken form. Swordsmanship, a master. Chapter 39. Swordsmanship Master Li Qi had long since mastered the ability to manifest sword energy, yet he had never fully grasped the true significance of this capability. During his fierce battle against Luo Yongnian's personal guards, they had referred to him as a swordsmanship master. Today, upon witnessing his display, Wang Huan exclaimed in surprise, leading Li Qi to feel somewhat bewildered. Having been prompted to showcase his skills, Li Qi unveiled the fully realized Cloud Crane Dance Sword without concern for revealing this aspect of his abilities. The perfected Cloud Crane Dance Sword was merely one piece of his overall strength. If they believed that understanding this card would allow them to comprehend his true power, they were sorely mistaken. As Li Qi pondered these matters, Wang Huan and Mu Han remained immersed in the shock of witnessing Li Qi's display of prowess, unable to recover their wits for a considerable time. A swordsmanship master. How is this possible? To have trained for only 3 months, not only achieving the peak of true Qi realm but also attaining the status of a swordsmanship master. What kind of innate talent is this? What kind of monster is he? Even if the founder of the Pine Crane Longevity sect were alive, he would never possess such qualifications. Is he truly human? Wang Huan felt as though his worldview had been utterly shattered, plunging him into profound self-doubt. He had practiced the Cloud Crane sword dance for over a century, yet he had never comprehended the realm of sword energy manifesting into form. How could this junior, who had only recently entered the martial world, achieve such a state in just 3 months? Pain, doubt, confusion, shame, envy. A torrent of emotions surged within him, creating a cacophony of feelings that what truly constitutes a master of swordsmanship? Others had previously remarked upon this, yet he had never grasped its significance. The moment those words escaped his lips, Wang Huan nearly spewed blood in disbelief. His eyes widened in shock as he pointed a trembling finger at Li Qi. Stammering incoherently, unable to articulate his thoughts, heaven must pity him. Wang Huan had dedicated his life to sword practice, tirelessly studying day and night without a hint of negligence, yet he had never attained the realm of a swordsmanship master. Yet here stood someone who had reached that very realm, questioning him. What it means to be a master of swordsmanship? How could one possibly live with such a reality? A mere novice, utterly ignorant, had stumbled into this realm by mere happenstance? This was the most perplexing conundrum Wang Huan had ever encountered. Struggling to suppress the turmoil within, Wang Huan patiently explained to Li Qi, a master of swordsmanship is a revered title for one who has comprehended the manifestation of sword energy manifesting into form. What a splendid phrase. It is the lifelong pursuit of every swordsman. This represents an extreme capability, signifying absolute control over sword energy. It also embodies an extraordinary talent for swordsmanship. Without astonishing talent, one cannot hope to grasp the manifestation of sword energy. For years, Wang Huan had practiced swordsmanship, yet he always felt a step away from this realm. And that small step loomed like a chasm. A mere stone's throw felt like an insurmountable distance. As Li Qi began to comprehend the reasons behind this, he murmured, "Oh, so I am quite remarkable?" Wang Huan coughed, taking a moment to regain his composure. Now, everything was clear. Li Qi's mastery of the cloud crane sword dance was not a result of theft, but rather an extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. Having lingered here for quite a while, let us return to the tavern for a moment of respite. The group returned to the Taihe Tavern, where Wang Huan and Chu Han each took a room. Temporarily residing there, Xu Zhiyou had already ventured out to search for Sun Yinyun's tomb, and it would likely take some time, so they could only wait patiently. Once settled in the Taihe Tavern, Wang Huan did not allow Li Qi to leave. He insisted that Li Qi remain with him, as he had already mastered the sect's ultimate techniques. Li Qi did not protest, recognizing that Wang Huan's strength far exceeded his own. Even if he attempted to escape quietly, he would surely be caught. Moreover, Li Qi sensed that Wang Huan's hostility towards him had dissipated, so he too chose to stay at the Taihe Tavern. During this time, Wang Huan called for Chu Han, saying in a grave tone, "Chu Han, I have a task for you. Attend to it at once." The elder commands, "What is your wish?" Investigate Li Qi's background. Uncover what he has done and how he conducts himself, then return and inform me. Chu Han's eyes widened in surprise. "Elder, do you mean to?" Wang Huan nodded. "Yes, hurry and do it very well." "I shall depart immediately." Chu Han acknowledged the order and swiftly made his way towards Chuan County. Thus, only Wang Huan and Li Qi remained at the Taihe Tavern. After spending a brief time with Wang Huan, Li Qi found him to be quite amiable and he gradually relaxed. Their conversation became more casual. "Senior, please, have a seat. I just ordered a table of delicacies. You have traveled a long way, so let us enjoy some food." Wang Huan nodded and took a seat with pleasure. Li Qi glanced around. "Where is that young man, Chu Han? Why hasn't he joined us for a meal? I sent him on an errand." "Oh, then we shall eat without him." The atmosphere softened considerably, no longer filled with the earlier tension. After a few cups of wine, Li Qi tentatively asked, "Senior, I have learned the sword techniques of your esteemed sect. How do you plan to address my situation?" Wang Huan leisurely sipped his wine, casting a sidelong glance at Li Qi. "There is no rush. We shall discuss this tomorrow." Li Qi shrugged and downed another cup of wine. The two sat on the second floor of the Taihe Tavern, leaning against the railing, enjoying the scenic view. Though the area was free from insurgents and the divine martial army's tyranny, many refugees had fled here. Li Qi noticed a frail mother cradling a young child, begging on the street, and he couldn't help but sigh. He picked up a piece of sugar cake from the plate and gently tossed it down, landing it precisely into the mother's embrace. The mother looked up and saw Li Qi, offering her distant gratitude, to which he waved his hand dismissively, signaling that no thanks were necessary. Wang Huan, seated across from him, cast a surprised glance at Li Qi but chose not to comment further. In this tumultuous era, the suffering of the masses is palpable. "Senior, do you know the origin of this chaotic time?" Li Qi inquired while sipping his wine. Wang Huan looked at him puzzled. "You do not know?" "I do not." Li Qi shook his head. Recalling that Li Qi had once been a reclusive scholar, and later a mere low-ranking member of a gang, Wang Huan understood the limitations of his experience. He explained, "It is merely the result of political turmoil in the Dahan court, a power struggle. In the past, General Tan Ding repelled foreign invaders and quelled internal strife, establishing a prosperous era for Dahan. However, the emperor, fearing Tan's power, found a pretext to dismiss him, even imprisoning him, which implicated his family as well. This treatment incited dissatisfaction among Tan's former soldiers, leading to revolts across the land, vowing to rescue the general from the capital." Li Qi nodded in comprehension. "I see." He had heard some rumors in the marketplace, but they were mere whispers, lacking substance. Today, he finally learned the true cause of the chaos. After finishing a cup of clear wine, Li Qi sighed. Peace was established by the general, yet he is not allowed to witness that peace. Upon hearing this, Wang Huan looked at Li Qi in astonishment. "Well said. An excellent statement, truly remarkable." Wang Huan had never encountered such words before. Yet, this simple phrase encapsulated the essence of the power struggles within the court. The truth of the darkness that lay therein. Ha ha ha, splendidly articulated. What a brilliant remark. Wang Huan clapped in admiration, astonished that Li Qi, a mere scholar, possessed such insight. He gazed at Li Qi with eyes full of mirth. "I initially believed you to be an ordinary scholar, but your understanding surpasses that of many." Li Qi chuckled. "Just idle talk. Please don't take it seriously, as a soul from the modern world. His perspective and understanding were naturally profound, his insights far exceeding those of this realm's inhabitants. With the conversation flowing freely, Wang Huan and Li Qi engaged in light-hearted discourse. As their topics expanded, Wang Huan found himself increasingly astonished by Li Qi's thoughts and perceptions, some of which struck him as nothing short of genius. However, he also noticed an anomaly. Li Qi exhibited a severe lack of knowledge regarding certain common principles, yet possessed an astute understanding of many matters, creating a striking contradiction. As the saying goes, reading 10,000 books is not as beneficial as traveling 10,000 miles. Yet Li Qi seemed as though he had never ventured beyond his confines, yet could grasp the essence of matters as if he knew them innately. Could he truly be a genius? This thought had crossed Wang Huan's mind countless times, prompting him to regard Li Qi with increasing respect. By the way, senior, may I inquire, what are the martial realms beyond the true Qi realm? Li Qi asked, aware of his limited experience in martial arts. Wang Huan, clearly a formidable practitioner of the true Yuan realm, had immense knowledge of martial arts as an elder of a sect, and Li Qi seized the opportunity to seek his guidance. Upon hearing Li Qi's question, Wang Huan sighed, his expression complex as he regarded Li Qi, a person who comprehends the manifestation of sword energy, yet does not know what a master of swordsmanship is, a peak practitioner of the true Qi realm, yet unaware of the subsequent martial realms. What thoughts must be churning within Wang Huan? After a moment, he slowly replied, when a martial artist reaches the pinnacle of the true Qi realm, they can attempt to liquefy their true Qi, transforming it into martial true essence, which is the true Yuan realm. The practitioners of the true Yuan realm are also referred to as innate warriors. While these innate warriors refine the true Yuan within their bodies, they must also continuously temper and strengthen their spirits. When an innate warrior's spirit transcends its limits, coalescing into the essence of martial truth, they ascend to a higher realm known as the realm of true intent. This realm is also recognized as that of the Grand Master. And the leader of my Songha Wanshou sect is indeed such a Grand Master. Li Qi's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. So, the realm of true intent lies above the true Yuan realm. The martial truth is something of great significance, and it fills him with immense longing. Might I inquire if there exist even greater martial realms above the realm of true intent? Wang Huan replied with a subtle smile. Certainly, above the realm of true intent lies the secret vault realm. Those who attain this stage possess the ability to unearth the deeper secrets and potentials of the human body and spirit, thereby developing various incredible abilities. This is known as martial miracles. Those who step into the secret vault realm and master these martial miracles are referred to as earthly immortals, living for 500 years. Secret vault realm? Earthly immortal? Li Qi's eyes widened, and his breath became heavy. Just a few words allowed him to grasp the immense power of that realm, nearly divine. Is it possible that such formidable beings exist in this world? When the topic of earthly immortals arose, a flicker of envy appeared in Wang Huan's eyes as he mused. Every martial practitioner dreams of becoming an earthly immortal. However, that realm is exceedingly difficult to attain. Even our esteemed leader of the Songha Wanshou sect, a paragon of talent, has yet to reach that level. At this point, Wang Huan paused, fixing his gaze intently upon Li Qi, his eyes shining with a fierce light. Li Qi felt unnerved under that scrutiny and awkwardly asked, Elder, why do you look at me like that? Wang Huan responded earnestly. While others may falter in achieving the status of earthly immortal, and the leader has not succeeded, you most certainly can. You have the potential to reach the realm of earthly immortal. Li Qi gaped in astonishment, then let out a dry chuckle. Elder, you jest. Wang Huan shook his head, speaking with sincerity. I do not jest. You truly possess the potential to attain the status of earthly immortal. Your martial talent is unparalleled. Li Qi, knowing his own circumstances, understood that without his system, he could not have achieved his current strength. However, the existence of the system must remain unspoken, so he chose to remain silent. Though he feigned modesty, Li Qi felt a certain confidence about the secret vault realm, believing that with the right martial techniques and sufficient potential points, breaking through would not be insurmountable. Noticing Wang Huan's fervent gaze and hopeful expression, Li Qi's heart raced. Sensing that he had perhaps grasped Wang Huan's intentions, in the ensuing days, Li Qi resided peacefully at Taihe Tower. Free from external disturbances, the two spent their days sipping tea and engaging in leisurely conversations, thereby deepening their understanding of one another. 2 days later, Chu Han returned with the information that Wang Huan sought. In the room, Chu Han respectfully reported, "Elder, I have uncovered the details regarding Li Qi. Speak." Wang Huan commanded that Li Qi is 18 years old, hailing from Chuan. His mother passed away during his childhood, leaving him in the care of his father. His father, a scholar, encouraged Li Qi to pursue literary studies with hopes of attaining scholarly recognition. However, several months ago, his father was slain by marauding soldiers, prompting Li Qi to abandon his studies and join the Rui gang in Chuan County. Li Qi has garnered considerable respect within the Rui gang, having saved many lives, and his name is met with praise. However, the gang leader, Huang Yuanqing, seems to hold some reservations about him. From my investigation into Li Qi's past, I can attest that he is of good character and has committed no crimes. Upon hearing this, Wang Huan smiled with satisfaction. "Excellent. Summon Li Qi to me." "Yes," Chu Han replied. Soon after, Li Qi and Chu Han entered Wang Huan's chamber, where Wang Huan inquired, "Li Qi, do you wish to join my Songhe Wansho sect?" Chapter 41. The secrets of the sect. Upon learning of Li Qi's martial aptitude, his role in Wang Huan's eyes underwent a profound transformation. Wang Huan had never anticipated that his mission to investigate the potential leak of martial arts secrets would not only reveal the whereabouts of Sun Yinyun, but also unearth a martial genius of unprecedented caliber. After extensive observation and testing, Wang Huan was certain that Li Qi was indeed a true prodigy, without a shadow of doubt. He thus contemplated the idea of bringing Li Qi into the fold of their sect. At over 150 years of age, Wang Huan had witnessed countless people and events throughout his long life. He discerned that Li Qi was likely not the type to harbor malevolent intentions. However, to incorporate him into the sect, caution and prudence were paramount. Thus, he instructed Chu Han to investigate Li Qi's background thoroughly. Although the Divine Martial Army had provided some information on Li Qi, Wang Huan was well aware of the unreliability of their claims. After 2 days of diligent inquiry, Chu Han returned with a comprehensive understanding of Li Qi's past, confirming his good character and lineage. Wang Huan, elated, promptly summoned Li Qi once more. "Li Qi, do you wish to join my Songhe Wansho sect?" Wang Huan asked with a beaming smile, if he did not seize the opportunity to welcome Li Qi into the sect. Allowing such talent to roam freely outside, what would happen if another sect claimed him? The thought of such a scenario would surely drive the other members of his sect to despair. Seeing the joyful expressions on Wang Huan and Chu Han's faces, Li Qi felt a surge of intuition and bowed deeply. "I am willing to be a disciple." Having left Chuan County without any attachments, he was eager to explore and find a place to belong. With the enigmatic Songhe Wansho sect now extending its welcoming arms, how could he refuse? He readily agreed. Wang Huan clapped his hands in delight, laughing heartily. "Excellent, excellent! The Songhe Wansho sect shall surely thrive." Wang Huan felt a joy he had not experienced in many years. Previously, as they had yet to formalize their agreement, Wang Huan and Li Qi's conversations had been somewhat restrained. But now there were no longer any reservations. "Li Qi, since you have agreed to join my Songhe Wansho sect, although you have not formally become a disciple yet, you are already considered one of us. Thus, I feel it is appropriate to share certain matters with you. My Songhe Wansho sect traces its lineage back to Master Jiying, with a legacy spanning over 600 years. Master Ji, having achieved profound mastery, has since transcended this realm. Of the second-generation disciples, only one remains in this world. The rest have passed on, and that remaining disciple is the supreme elder of our sect, whom you will have the opportunity to meet in the future. The third-generation disciples include us, the current leadership, myself, and the other 2 elders, along with the long-missing Sun Yinyun. For Chu Han and Shu Zhio. They belong to the 4th generation of disciples. With over 200 members in the Songhe Wansho sect, our strength is among the pinnacle of the martial world. You shall not regret your decision to join us today. As Wang Huan recounted the history of the Songhe Wansho sect, he wore a proud expression, and Chu Han stood beside him, radiating a sense of shared honor. After a moment, Wang Huan continued, "Li Qi, your cloud crane dance swordsmanship was passed down from Sun Yinyun, which signifies a rare connection between you two. Sun Yinyun, like myself, is an elder of the Songha Wansho sect and the youngest of the third-generation disciples. Her martial aptitude is remarkable, having been recognized by the Supreme Elder and accepted into the sect. Therefore, I suggest that you consider taking Sun Yinyun as your mentor. Learning her cloud crane dance swordsmanship would not only bestow you with invaluable skills but also create a bond akin to that of master and disciple, even if not formally recognized. Curious about Sun Yinyun, Li Qi immediately inquired further, prompting Wang Huan to elaborate. After being taken under the wing of the Supreme Elder, Sun Yinyun displayed extraordinary martial talent, rapidly advancing in her cultivation until she reached the true Yuan realm at a remarkably young age, achieving the status of an innate warrior. Furthermore, Sun Yinyun was not only beautiful but also proficient in the arts of music, chess, poetry, and painting, making her an exceptional talent. She was known for her gentle demeanor and consideration for her fellow disciples, earning her the affection of many. With such a promising disciple, the Supreme Elder felt content. Yet one issue plagued him for years. Despite being in her 20s, Sun Yinyun had yet to find a suitable partner. What if she aged and became an old maid? This predicament vexed the Supreme Elder greatly. Cherishing Sun Yinyun dearly, he could not allow such matters to be delayed, so he promptly arranged a marriage for her. Yet, no one anticipated that Sun Yinyun would vanish without a trace, fleeing in the dead of night. The sect was utterly taken aback, rendered speechless, and the venerable elder was particularly furious. The Pine Crane Longevity sect immediately dispatched personnel to search for Sun Yinyun, but her whereabouts remained elusive. It was not until Wang Huan arrived seeking counsel regarding Li Qi that clues about Sun Yinyun surfaced. Upon hearing these developments, Li Qi was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that this elusive beauty, whom he had yet to meet, would possess such a spirited nature, abruptly fleeing from the significant affair of marriage. This world was far less permissive than the one Li Qi had known. Only those who defied convention would dare to elope. His curiosity towards Sun Yinyun deepened, and he pondered what kind of person she truly was. I have relayed the matter of Yinyun to you. Should you encounter this master in the future, be cautious with your words, lest you offend her. The news of Sun Yinyun's elopement had spread throughout the Pine Crane Longevity sect, and Wang Huan did not withhold any details from Li Qi, clarifying the entire sequence of events and advising him to exercise discretion when meeting the principal party. Li Qi nodded, affirming, "Disciple understands." "Rest assured, Elder." Wang Huan, satisfied, continued to discuss various matters of the sect, and the atmosphere grew increasingly congenial between them. 3 days later, Shu Zhio returned, reporting to the elder, "We have located the tomb of Master Yinyun." Chapter 42. The Lone Grave. Where is it? Wang Huan sprang to his feet, his breath quickening. Near Shijia village in Chuan County. Good. Although Sun Yinyun's tomb had been found, even the inscriptions and paintings within had circulated. Wang Huan had never believed that she was truly deceased. In his heart, he was convinced that Sun Yinyun was still alive. This conviction was why he had encouraged Li Qi to take her as his master. "Gather your belongings. We shall depart." Swiftly, the group left the Taiha Tavern, heading towards Shijia village. At this juncture, Shu Zhio learned that Li Qi had joined the Pine Crane Longevity sect and offered his congratulations. The group hastened through the air, and once again, they noticed something peculiar about Li Qi's that grass flying. But was grass flying truly like this? The grass flying I have seen before did not resemble this at all. Moreover, others' grass flying never moved at such a speed. Wang Huan and the others observed Li Qi as he walked upon the clouds, his form ethereal and swift. They had initially assumed that Li Qi's lightness of foot would not be formidable. Yet they were astonished to find his skill in this ordinary technique had reached such extraordinary heights. Wang Huan discerned the underlying principle. So he employs the true qi of white clouds to execute grass flying. This young man not only possessed an incredibly potent true qi of white clouds, but had also honed his grass flying to an exceptionally advanced level, resulting in such astonishing speed. He had previously worried that Li Qi's cultivation might be limited, potentially hindering their pace, but he had entirely overthought it. While Li Qi's speed may not match that of the Elder in the True Essence realm, it certainly surpassed that of Chu Han and Shu Zhio. What a terrifying talent for martial arts! Wang Huan marveled inwardly, feeling as though Li Qi always managed to surprise him when he least expected it. The group traveled at full speed and, in merely half an hour, arrived at Shijia village. Xu Zhiyou led the way, and they reached a makeshift graveyard on the outskirts of the village. Here, mounds of earth, both new and old, indicated that many had been buried recently. In such turbulent times, this was common in many places. After a few steps, they halted before a solitary little mound at the edge of the graveyard. Before this mound stood a slender wooden plaque inscribed with 4 large characters, Nianyun's tomb. This sight pained Wang Huan's heart, and he instinctively took a step back. He also noticed a 2-foot-wide grave robber's tunnel behind the mound, dark and slanting deep into the earth, directly leading into the tomb. Wang Huan trembled with rage. "Do not let me discover which beast did this. Otherwise, I shall break their legs." After calming himself, he turned to Xu Zhiyou and inquired, "Have you tampered with anything in this tomb?" "Absolutely not. I strictly followed your instructions, Elder. Upon finding this place, I returned immediately without disturbing anything." "That is good." Wang Huan's gaze fell upon the crude wooden tablet, and he fell silent for a moment. Till last, Wang Huan spoke solemnly. "I refuse to believe that Nianyun is dead." As he spoke, he pressed forward with his hand and then suddenly pulled upward. The immense martial true essence within him surged forth, forcefully unearthing Su Nianyun's tomb. By the heavens! Li Qi's eyes nearly bulged out. It was his first time witnessing the prowess of a true essence realm expert and observing the manifestation of martial true essence. The pure white martial true essence was thick and entirely liquefied, swirling through the air like waves. Just a glance allowed Li Qi to sense the terrifying power contained within. If even a strand of this martial true essence were to land upon him and strike, Li Qi felt certain he would be gravely injured. So this is martial true essence? Incredible! Wang Huan did not notice Li Qi's astonished expression. After unearthing the tomb, he found the coffin below to be empty and finally breathed a sigh of relief. No corpse. Upon careful inspection, he confirmed that the coffin was indeed vacant, with only some fragments of clothing left behind, indicating no sign of a body ever having been interred. This was the best news. Discovering this to be merely a symbolic grave, it meant Su Nianyun must still be alive. Wang Huan exhaled slowly, his gaze sharpening as he meticulously examined the surroundings for any subtle, hidden signs. "Trouble, do not worry. Within half a year, must return." Having been part of the Pine Crane Longevity sect for many years, Su Nianyun was familiar with the secret signals used for communication within the sect, and Wang Huan detected some concealed messages left nearby. Deciphering fragments of information. "Your master Nianyun is unharmed but has encountered some troubles that prevent her from returning to the sect for the time being. However, she indicated that she would return within half a year." With Wang Huan's words, both Chu Han and Xu Zhiyou felt immense relief. "Thank goodness. I was so worried for so long. I haven't slept well these past few days." Li Qi also felt a sense of calm in his heart. He held a deep gratitude for Su Nianyun. Were it not for her cloud crane dance sword, which helped him navigate through his initial vulnerable phase, he likely would not have progressed so smoothly. He held Su Nianyun in high regard and naturally wished for her well-being. Though Wang Huan had reassured them, he remained somewhat uneasy. It was evident that this symbolic grave had been set up by Su Nianyun herself. But what kind of trouble had ensued that necessitated a true essence realm expert to feign death to escape? Su Nianyun was in some peril, while her life was not at risk. It was assuredly no ordinary trouble. Wang Huan's expression grew grave as he commanded, "Chu Han, we have located Elder Su's whereabouts. This matter is of great significance. You must return to the sect immediately and inform the sect master." "Understood." Then, Wang Huan turned to Xu Zhiyou and Li Qi, stating slowly, "Since we have decided to bring you into the Pine Crane Longevity sect, I must pay a visit to the Divine Martial Army. You too, accompany me to Chuan County City." Chapter 43. Indeed, it was my error. In Chuan County City, at the Divine Martial Army encampment, Luo Yongnian sat comfortably within his tent, savoring a cup of wine. Feeling quite content. 2 days prior, reinforcements from the Divine Martial Army had arrived, repelling the rebellious forces and alleviating his pressing predicament. Had the county city truly fallen to the insurgents, the casualties would have been significant, and his own position would have been untenable. At that moment, a soldier rushed in. "General, Wang Huan from the Pine Crane Longevity Sect seeks an audience. Wang Huan. Let him in. Several days ago, Luo Yongnian had sent a letter to the Pine Crane Longevity Sect, detailing the situation here, and a venerable elder named Wang Huan had promptly come to visit. He was a formidable presence in the true essence realm, and merely the aura emanating from him instilled in Luo Yongnian a sense of considerable pressure. In the presence of such a high-ranking elder from a top sect, Luo Yongnian dared not act arrogantly. He promptly briefed Wang Huan on Li Qi's situation, believing that by now, Li Qi must have been dealt with. Soon, Wang Huan entered the tent, accompanied by Xu Zhiyou. Upon seeing the two, Luo Yongnian greeted them with a broad smile. The esteemed figures of the Pine Crane Longevity Sect have arrived. Please, take a seat. Apologies for the intrusion, General. Wang Huan offered a polite remark before sitting down with Xu Zhiyou. After pouring them both a drink, Luo Yongnian inquired, Might I ask, Elder Wang, have you apprehended the perpetrator who attacked my divine martial army? Wang Huan's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, We have indeed found him. Not only did this fiend learn our sect's sword techniques, but he also dared to cause chaos with them. I have slain this scoundrel. Upon hearing Wang Huan's words, Luo Yongnian erupted in laughter. Excellent. Come, Elder Wang, I toast you a drink. As he spoke, Luo Yongnian raised his cup and drank it in one gulp. Although he intended for Wang Huan to capture the perpetrator and hand him over for punishment, with the individual already slain, there was naught to be done. It is perhaps for the best. He mused. Wang Huan took a delicate sip of his drink and continued, General Luo, there is yet another matter I must bring to your attention. Pray, do so, replied Luo. Though the assailant of the divine martial army has been vanquished by my hand, the culprit is not the Li Qi you speak of. The true murderer is someone else entirely. The wine cup slipped from Luo Yongnian's grasp, shattering upon the ground. He stiffly raised his head to gaze at Wang Huan. Elder Wang, I do not comprehend your meaning. My meaning is quite straightforward. You have mistaken the identity of the culprit. It was not Li Qi who attacked the divine martial army, but another individual. Luo Yongnian's breathing grew labored. He felt as though he had been mocked, and his gaze toward Wang Huan turned slightly hostile. The murderer is indeed Li Qi, yet Wang Huan, the elder of the Pine Crane Longevity Sect, vehemently denied this, indicating that some unforeseen twist had undoubtedly transpired. Elder Wang, are you not jesting with me? I would not dare, General. Please, temper your anger. Wang Huan took a sip of his drink to clear his throat, then turned his attention back to Luo Yongnian, uttering words that left Luo bewildered. In my leisure, I have contemplated the art of observation and have garnered some understanding in this realm. From the very first time I laid eyes upon you, General, I discern that you have lingered in the true Qi realm for many years, finding it difficult to progress. Furthermore, your years of battle have left your body riddled with old injuries, which is one reason for your prolonged stagnation in the true Qi realm. Luo Yongnian was momentarily taken aback. They had just been discussing Li Qi, and now the conversation had veered into matters of health. Wang Huan's words held truth. He indeed bore numerous concealed injuries and had struggled to advance in the true Qi realm for quite some time. Despite his relentless training, he found himself unable to elevate his standing. He had consulted many physicians regarding his old wounds, but despite the considerable sum spent, he had found no remedy and had resigned himself to his fate. Unable to fathom Wang Huan's intentions, Luo Yongnian cautiously inquired, Elder Wang, what do you mean by this? With a faint smile, Wang Huan produced a small wooden box from his robes and presented it to Luo Yongnian. I have observed that your life as a soldier has been fraught with difficulty, and I lament the old injuries you carry. By fortunate coincidence, I happen to possess a Tianxiang Dan, this pill, a secret remedy of the Pine Crane Longevity Sect. Not only has the capacity to heal old injuries, but can also purify the internal martial arts energy, significantly enhancing the chances of breaking through to the true element realm by as much as 40%. This medicine is a gift for you, General. What say you? Upon hearing of the Tianxiang Dan's effects, Luo Yongnian's eyes sparkled with fervor as he hastily opened the wooden box to reveal a single purple-red pill nestled within. A rich herbal fragrance wafted forth, and merely inhaling its scent eased the discomfort of his lingering injuries. A remarkable potion, truly remarkable. Now, Luo Yongnian understood Wang Huan's intent. The latter's denial of Li Qi's involvement in the assault on the divine martial army was a protective measure for that individual. And the Tianxiang Dan served as a bargaining chip. This was no ordinary elixir. It was a rare treasure from the Pine Crane longevity sect, worth its weight in gold. Even wealth could not procure such a precious item. Luo Yongnian's face broke into a smile as he discreetly pocketed the Tianxiang Dan. Ha ha ha. Elder Wang, your generosity is greatly appreciated. As for the assailant of the divine martial army, indeed, I must confess my error. Had you not intervened to slay him, I would still be in the dark. I am truly ashamed. He raised his cup in a toast to Wang Huan. With that, Luo Yongnian drank deeply, feeling a wave of elation wash over him. And the thought of the Tianxiang Dan ignited further excitement within. As a mere fifth-tier cavalry general, he lacked the standing to hold the Pine Crane longevity sect accountable, regardless of his strength or background. However, since Li Qi had utilized techniques of the Pine Crane longevity sect to slay many of his subordinates, he required an explanation from them. Otherwise, with so many valuable men lost, how could he assert himself in future battles? Wang Huan's intention to shield Li Qi, coupled with the offering of the Tianxiang Dan, provided Luo Yongnian with the justification he sought. This precious elixir not only promised to heal his old injuries, but also significantly increased his chances of breaking through to the true element realm. He simply could not refuse such a tempting offer. Once he achieved that breakthrough, with his capabilities, he could certainly ascend the ranks further. This was his opportunity. As for the several lieutenants and personal guards slain by Li Qi, Luo Yongnian had cast them from his mind. In warfare, after all, casualties are inevitable. What was the fuss? It took him but a moment to concoct an excuse for himself, and the matter of Li Qi would be swept under the rug. Upon witnessing Luo Yongnian accept the Tianxiang Dan, a smile crept across Wang Huan's lips, knowing that the issue had been resolved. Neither party spoke of the underlying truths, and the uproar caused by Li Qi's assault on the divine martial army was quelled. Come, Elder Wang, let me offer you another toast. Although the military banquet is somewhat modest, it is a token of my sincerity. I hope you will not find it lacking. Today, we shall not return until we are inebriated. Within the military tent of the divine martial army, cups were raised and clinked together, the atmosphere warm and congenial. Chapter 44. Superior Martial Arts. While Wang Huan and Luo Yongnian engaged in their cryptic exchange, Li Qi was notably absent, for this matter pertained directly to him. Had the main party been present, Luo Yongnian might have faltered, and any impulsive actions could lead to complications. Therefore, Li Qi refrained from attending while informing Wang Huan that he had pressing matters at home. To which Wang Huan acquiesced. Meanwhile, Wang Huan harbored concerns regarding Su Nianyun's whereabouts and planned to search further afield within Chuan County, as Su Nianyun's burial site had been discovered in Shijia village. There might still be clues to unearth in other locales of Chuan County. The two agreed to meet 3 days hence at noon outside the county city to return together to the Pine Crane longevity sect. Upon returning to the county city, Li Qi indeed had matters of significance to attend to. He found a secluded corner, donned a set of black garments, altered his appearance using a mirror, and wrapped a black cloth around his face before infiltrating the Linglong Chamber of Commerce. Seeking out Su He once more. Manager Su, has there been any word regarding my request? A low, rumbling voice suddenly resonated behind Su He. Startled, he nearly leaped from his feet, turning to see Li Qi. Cloaked in disguise, you? Su He recognized the visitor as the one who had rescued him from the clutches of the bandits from the Yulong gang, and his anxiety subsided. Li Qi had skillfully infiltrated the Linglong Chamber of Commerce with extraordinary agility. Entering Su He's chamber without alerting anyone, nearly causing Su He to faint from fright, he cast a somewhat reproachful glance at Li Qi. My lord, you do enjoy toying with me. Please do not do so again. Regarding the superior martial arts you sought, we have made some progress. With that, Su He pulled out a document from the table and handed it to Li Qi. This is a confidential letter sent from headquarters, containing information about the superior martial arts. Please take a look. Li Qi nodded in satisfaction, accepting the letter, which was indeed the reason for his visit. He had previously placed an order for a superior martial art at the Linglong Chamber of Commerce. And now, having the fortune to join the Pine Crane longevity sect, he wondered if he would be permitted to leave the sect freely in the future, as he did not know when he might return to this place again. Taking advantage of the time he had, Li Qi came to check on the status of his order. If the Linglong Chamber of Commerce had made progress, it would be excellent. Otherwise, he would have to abandon the endeavor. Fortunately, luck was on his side. The Linglong Chamber of Commerce had indeed made strides and found a superior martial art. Upon opening the letter, Li Qi's eyes brightened. Dragon Gate Seal. One of the techniques of the superior martial art? Chiman Seal. This technique derives from the concept of a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate, allowing one to tap into their latent potential and power, temporarily greatly enhancing combat strength. However, after performing the Dragon Gate Seal, the body will enter a period of weakness, and prolonged use may cause severe harm to the body. This was the martial technique discovered by the Linglong Chamber of Commerce during this time. But the Dragon Gate Seal was not a complete superior martial art. Rather, it was one of the many techniques within the Chiman Seal. The origins of the Chiman Seal were also remarkable, having been created by a terrestrial immortal many years ago. Each technique possesses its own unique efficacy, making it quite extraordinary. After perusing the information about the martial arts in the letter, Li Qi felt content. The Dragon Gate Seal was perfectly suited to him, akin to explosive secret techniques like the Heavenly Demon Disintegration, which he could employ in dire situations to fight for survival. I'm interested in the Dragon Gate Seal. How much would it cost to acquire it? Suhi extended 2 fingers. 2,000 taels of gold. As this is not the complete Chiman Seal, the price is somewhat lower. Merely 2,000 taels of gold will suffice. Should it be the complete version, the price would be considerably steeper. Indeed, it is imperative for an adult to first render payment in gold and silver before anyone can escort this Dragon Gate Seal from the headquarters. Li Qi nodded, affirming that he could indeed produce the 2,000 taels of gold. He approached a nearby writing desk, took out paper and pen, and began to sketch. He was taken aback as he moved closer to Li Qi, only to discover that he was meticulously illustrating a map. At the heart of the map lay the city of Chuan, with the surrounding mountains and rivers depicted in exquisite detail, while several significant geographical locations were marked, making it immediately clear to anyone who beheld it. Upon completing the map, Li Qi marked 11 dots upon it, providing explanations for their specific locations, and then handed it over to Suhi. Keep this map safe, do not misplace it. The positions of the dots indicate where I have buried gold and silver treasures. You must send someone to retrieve them immediately. It should suffice to cover the purchase of the Dragon Gate Seal. Expedite this, for I shall be departing in 3 days. The treasures marked on the map were acquired a month prior when Li Qi ventured out to hunt down bandits who had been terrorizing travelers and merchants, plundering many. The riches he obtained were substantial, yet too cumbersome to carry, hence he sought a discreet location to bury them for future use. Now, these treasures were poised to serve their purpose. Having vanquished numerous waves of bandits, Li Qi had only taken a fraction of the spoils, which was already ample. As Suhi gazed upon the map, astonishment graced his features, and connecting the dots to their initial encounter with Li Qi, he surmised a few things without uttering a word. He swiftly departed with the map in hand. Under Suhi's arrangement, individuals were promptly dispatched to unearth the buried treasures and transport them back to the city. The quantity of gold and silver was considerable, not only sufficient to purchase the Dragon Gate Seal, but also leaving a surplus. Li Qi instructed Suhi to convert the excess into large denomination silver notes for ease of transport. Once the funds were secured, Suhi urgently sent word to the Linglong Commerce headquarters, requesting the swift delivery of the martial arts techniques. This would take some time, yet Li Qi remained unperturbed, choosing to stay within the confines of the Linglong Commerce in Chuan while he awaited their arrival. A day later, a formidable martial artist arrived from outside the city, entering the local Linglong Commerce without alerting anyone. The items have arrived. Where is Suhi? He inquired as Suhi hastily approached. My apologies for not greeting you properly, Lord Lu. The visitor was Lu Rongtian, a notable figure of the Linglong Commerce and a true Yuan realm powerhouse. The significance of high-grade martial arts techniques was immense. If leaked, they could incite a frenzy among various powerful factions. Only with the protection of someone like Lu Rongtian could the techniques be safely delivered. And who is the purchaser? Li Qi, who was also present, quickly approached. It is I who have purchased the Dragon Gate Seal. Upon seeing Li Qi, whose face was obscured by a black veil, Lu Rongtian's expression shifted. Though he said nothing further, The Linglong commerce served a diverse clientele. Many opted to conceal their identities when acquiring sensitive items, making it commonplace to don veils like Li Qi's. Lu Rongtian handed over a tome to Li Qi, and after confirming there were no discrepancies, the true Yuan realm expert promptly took his leave. Recordable martial arts discovered. Martial arts recorded. You have obtained high-grade martial arts, Dragon Gate Seal. Chapter 45. All matters concluded. With the acquisition of the item, Li Qi felt a surge of exhilaration. Until now, he had only possessed mid-grade and low-grade martial arts, but he finally had a more formidable high-grade technique. Although he would soon journey to the Songhe Wancho sect, which would undoubtedly house its own high-grade martial arts in abundance, one could never have too many of such treasures. Securing a high-grade technique before entering the sect was indeed fortuitous. The Dragon Gate Seal necessitated true Yuan realm cultivation to utilize effectively. Yet Li Qi did not rush to enhance this technique. He decided to wait until he reached the true Yuan realm before delving deeper into it. After obtaining the technique, Li Qi did not linger and departed the Linglong commerce. The evening had set in, and as he walked along the deserted streets, the dim lights cast elongated shadows of his figure. As he continued, Li Qi came to a halt. You have followed me for so long. You may reveal yourselves now. He turned to glance behind him. At the end of the street, 5 figures had mysteriously appeared. Once their presence was unveiled, they rushed forward, encircling Li Qi, their malice evident. These figures, too, were veiled in black, rendering their faces indistinguishable, mirroring Li Qi's own guise. Pray tell, do I recognize you? Li Qi inquired calmly. One of the men stepped forward. You need not recognize us, I ask you. Did you slay Wei Biao? Wei Biao? The visage of a burly man materialized in Li Qi's mind, and he comprehended their identity and purpose. Might I inquire if I stand before Zhao Yulong, the leader of the Yulong gang? The black-clad figure before him narrowed his eyes but remained silent. This individual was indeed Zhao Yulong, the foremost figure of the Yulong gang in Chuan, a peak true Qi realm martial artist like Luo Yongnian. Now that he had come to confront Li Qi, the latter swiftly contemplated where the oversight lay. His arrival at the Linglong commerce had been discreet. Aside from Su He and Lu Rongtian, none should have been privy to his movements. Yet, the moment he departed the Linglong commerce, he was immediately accosted. Li Qi surmised that there must be an insider. The trading routes of the Linglong commerce were supposed to be confidential. Yet a month prior, their caravan had been ambushed outside the city. With even Su He facing peril, it was evident that there was a traitor within the Linglong commerce, leaking information about the caravan's path. It was likely that after that incident, Su He had returned to the city and purged a number of insiders, but not thoroughly enough. Now, with Li Qi back in the city and directing Su He to send individuals to excavate and transport the treasures. Even with his covert actions, it had still attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. Someone had deduced that the masked figure who had slain Wei Biao had returned. The news leaked, and Zhao Yulong had come knocking. Su He, your methods are truly lacking in discretion, Li Qi muttered, shaking his head with a wry smile. Indeed, it was I who dispatched that fool Wei Biao. What do you intend to do about it? Upon hearing Li Qi's unreserved admission, Zhao Yulong's gaze hardened. Since that is the case, do not blame us for being ruthless. Regardless of who you are, having killed Wei Biao means your life is forfeit. Zhao Yulong's tone was menacing, and a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. And the high-grade martial arts technique you just acquired. I shall take that as well. A confrontation was inevitable. Li Qi extended his palm outward. Gesturing invitingly, I have long heard that the Yulong sword technique, led by leader Zhao, is remarkable. I would be honored to receive your teachings today. In the dimly lit alley, the 5 figures surged forward, encircling Li Qi for the kill. Zhao Yulong unsheathed his sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy accompanied by a faint dragon's roar, thrusting it toward Li Qi's throat. Simultaneously, the remaining 4 launched their assaults upon Li Qi, producing a series of dull thuds. Die! As Zhao Yulong's blade neared Li Qi's skin, it sparked, as if striking an iron plate, failing to penetrate even a fraction. Unbeknownst to them, Li Qi's skin had taken on a lead-gray hue, radiating a rich metallic sheen. His muscles swelled, his sinews protruded, brimming with strength, and he had grown nearly a foot taller. At a glance, Li Qi appeared as a human-shaped iron tower, the iron refinement body's tower form. This was a defensive technique within the iron refinement body, capable of effortlessly withstanding enemy attacks. Li Qi had mastered the iron refinement body and had even grasped the unique physique known as the iron body, rendering his defenses utterly fearsome. With true qi coursing through him, Zhao Yulong thrust his sword with all his might, bending the blade into an astonishing arc, yet it could not pierce Li Qi's throat. Zhao Yulong's expression morphed into one of disbelief. This is iron refinement body? Zhao Yulong's mind reeled. He could not fathom how this individual had acquired Wei Biao's iron refinement body, and to such an astonishing degree. The Yulong sword technique is nothing remarkable. Before Zhao Yulong could fully process the situation, Li Qi's hand shot out, seizing the sword lodged at his throat. His 5 lead gray fingers tightened in a fierce grip. Crack, 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 the blade, which had served Zhao Yulong for many years, could no longer endure, snapping under Li Qi's grip. He is not human. The assaults from the 5 true Qi realm experts were rendered futile, and the display of such brute force that shattered Zhao Yulong's weapon left them aghast. The strength of this individual far surpassed their own. Realizing their impending defeat, the group turned to flee. Yet it was too late. Li Qi formed his fingers into a sword shape, conjuring a blade of energy that flickered ominously at his fingertips, as if it were a ferocious weapon seeking its prey. Cloud-piercing crane dance. His body transformed into a phantom, swiftly weaving between the 5 individuals, accompanied by the flickering of sharp sword lights intertwining around them. The several figures poised to flee abruptly halted. As if they had become statues carved from stone, Li Qi dissipated the sword energy from his fingertips and turned to depart. Moments later, the 5 figures collapsed with a resounding thud, reduced to a mere scattering of flesh. Chapter 46. Entering the mountain gate on the 3rd day, at a stone pavilion nestled among the hills 5 miles east of the county city, Li Qi arrived early, quietly awaiting the arrival of 2 others. A day prior, he had emerged from the Linglong Chamber of Commerce, only to be unexpectedly confronted by members of the Yulong gang, which took him by surprise. However, it was not a matter of great concern, as he effortlessly dealt with those individuals. With this, the myriad grievances within Chuan County were resolved, leaving Li Qi unburdened and free to depart. By midday, Wang Huan and Xu Zhiyou arrived at the location. Upon seeing Li Qi, who had already been waiting, Wang Huan smiled. "Has everything been resolved?" "Indeed," Li Qi replied. "Then let us be on our way." The 3 figures rose and set forth towards the horizon. As they journeyed, they engaged in conversation, during which Li Qi learned of Wang Huan and Xu Zhiyou's recent experiences. They had scoured various locations within Chuan County in search of Sun Yunyun's lingering signs. But regrettably, they had found nothing and thus returned to escort Li Qi away. Li Qi also learned how Wang Huan had resolved the troubles he had faced with the Divine Martial Army by offering a Tianxiang Dan as hush money, silencing Luo Yongnian. Since Wang Huan intended to introduce Li Qi to the Songhe Wanshou sect, he naturally would not allow Li Qi to bear any stigma. Otherwise, a traitor who had slain several Divine Martial Army soldiers entering the sect could be exploited by ill-intentioned individuals, which would be detrimental both to the sect and to Li Qi himself. Therefore, silencing Luo Yongnian was the best course of action. From just a few brief exchanges, Li Qi discerned the extraordinary value of the Tianxiang Dan, and Wang Huan's willingness to utilize it to resolve his issues filled Li Qi with gratitude. Disciple expresses gratitude to the elder. Wang Huan chuckled lightly. "No need for such formality. It's merely a pill. Do not take it to heart." He gently patted Li Qi's shoulder, increasingly satisfied with him. "Is the Tianxiang Dan precious?" "Certainly, however, when compared to a martial genius like Li Qi, it pales in significance. One need not speak of a single Tianxiang Dan. Even 10 or 100 would be eclipsed by Li Qi's worth." This transaction was undoubtedly worthwhile. The trio hurried onward, arriving at the borders of the Great Han, an expanse of desolate mountains with sparse habitation. This place lay at the intersection of the Han and Qi nations, and the Songhe Wanshou sect was situated here. "We have arrived. Ahead lies the mountain gate," Wang Huan announced. As they ascended, they soon reached the summit of a grand mountain, where they beheld a magnificent vermilion gate. The Songhe Wanshou sect. Gazing at the 5 gilded characters, weathered by time, Li Qi felt a surge of excitement within. Upon reaching the entrance, the guarding disciple promptly approached to pay his respects. Disciple greets Elder Wang. The young disciple, appearing to be in his 20s, saluted Elder Wang and exchanged greetings with Xu Zhiyou before casting a curious glance at Li Qi, who stood beside Wang Huan. After returning the greeting, the three entered through the mountain gate. The Songha Wanshou sect was bustling with disciples, and those they encountered along the way bowed respectfully to Elder Wang, their gazes inevitably drawn to Li Qi. Standing beside him, Chu Han had returned ahead of time, and the news of Elder Wang bringing back a new disciple had begun to circulate. Some even claimed to have heard of this new disciple's extraordinary martial talent. Is that person Li Qi? It must be, Chu Han said. His martial aptitude is astonishing, a talent unparalleled in history. I believe Chu Han is exaggerating. It cannot be that remarkable. Indeed, that rascal Chu Han is often off the mark. While we are yet to ascertain Li Qi's abilities, he does appear rather refined, likely to attract the attention of many senior sisters and junior sisters. Li Qi, with keen senses, caught snippets of the surrounding discussions, their comments about him causing him to feel somewhat self-conscious. Yet, some of the remarks were quite astute. As for the notion of attracting the admiration of senior and junior sisters, Li Qi could only think. They certainly have a keen eye. Noticing Li Qi's changing expressions, Wang Huan gestured for him to remain calm. Li Qi, come with me to meet the sect leader. The two made their way deeper into the mountain gate, arriving at a grand hall where they encountered a tall man. Though his face bore a youthful appearance, seemingly in his 30s, there was a profound depth in his eyes. Elder Wang, you have returned. Wang Huan stepped forward. Greetings, sect leader Peng. Was the journey smooth? Did you find Ninyun? Regrettably, we could not locate Ninyun. No matter. Ninyun will be fine. Wang Huan then introduced the two. Li Qi, this is the leader of our Songha Wanshou sect. Peng Jing. Li Qi stepped forward. Greetings, sect leader. Peng Jing scrutinized Li Qi for a moment before breaking into a faint smile. Interesting. You are quite young and yet possess commendable cultivation. I have heard that you broke through the limits of body refinement and reached the pinnacle of true qi within just 3 months of practicing martial arts. Indeed. Moreover, you have comprehended the transformation of sword energy, achieving the mastery of swordsmanship? Yes. Indeed. Impressive, truly remarkable talent. At this moment, Wang Huan elaborated on various matters concerning Li Qi, and with the endorsement of the elder, Peng Jing set aside many of his doubts. Xu Zhiyou, go find a place for Li Qi to stay. Let him settle within the mountain gate. Xu Zhiyou, who had been quietly observing, accepted the task and led Li Qi away. Once only Wang Huan and Peng Jing remained, Peng Jing inquired, so, you intend for Li Qi to become Sun Yinyun's disciple? That is my intention. What if Sun Yinyun does not take him as a disciple? Then I shall take Li Qi myself. Hearing this, Peng Jing shook his head helplessly, a faint smile crossing his lips. It is rare to see you so invested in a junior disciple. Elder Wang seldom accepted disciples, and few could capture his attention. Thus, witnessing his earnest interest in Li Qi was indeed a rarity. Wang Huan's eyes widened. Li Qi is different. He is a true genius. Peng Jing nodded. I have no objections to you bringing Li Qi into the Songha Wanshou sect. Once Sun Yinyun returns, we can consider formalizing Li Qi's apprenticeship. I have some insights I wish to contemplate, and I will soon enter seclusion, lacking the energy to attend to other matters. Since Li Qi's talent is so extraordinary, I entrust his guidance to you during this time. Let not his potential be squandered. Wang Huan replied earnestly, rest assured, sect leader. I will take good care of Li Qi. Peng Jing turned to leave, his voice echoing in the distance. Isn't there to be a selection for the chief disciple soon? I am quite curious how Li Qi will perform. Chapter 47. Rapid integration. Xu Zhiyou led Li Qi on a winding path, bringing him to the living quarters for disciples. Along the way, he greeted familiar faces, introducing Li Qi to them. As they walked, Li Qi became acquainted with many individuals. Li Qi, you shall reside in this courtyard for now. It has been unoccupied for some time, and my dwelling is nearby. You can come to me if you need anything. The courtyard had been vacant for a while, and Xu Zhiyou assisted Li Qi in tidying it up, restoring its neatness. Come, I shall show you around the mountain gate. With his living arrangements settled, Xu Zhiyou grinned as they stepped outside. Li Qi, intrigued by the inner workings of the Songha Wanshou sect, followed Xu Zhiyou out. The Songha Wanshou sect spanned a vast area, extending across several mountain peaks. As they strolled along a path, Shujio pointed out various locations while explaining to Li Qi. That is the main hall of the sect. You just came from there. If anything significant occurs, everyone will be summoned there. See that 3-story building? That is the dining hall. Feel free to eat there whenever you're hungry. Meals are served punctually. That open space is the martial arts training ground, where disciples often practice their skills. The large wooden building is the storeroom, filled with miscellaneous items. And that mountain range is the sect's forbidden area, where the elders meditate. It is best not to wander there without reason. As Shujio spoke, Li Qi began to familiarize himself with the entire sect. All right, we have arrived. This is the scripture repository, housing numerous martial arts techniques. As long as your contributions to the sect are sufficient, you can exchange for the techniques you require. As described by Shujio, is an immense 3-story stone edifice, exuding an air of grandeur and antiquity. The first level is accessible to disciples at the body refinement and true Qi realms, who may enter to exchange for martial arts techniques. The second tier requires disciples to possess true essence and true intent realms for entry. As for the pinnacle, it is manned by an elder who remains stationed there. Should any unusual activity arise within this elder will swiftly emerge to ensure its safety. We, being warriors of the true Qi realm, can only partake in exchanges on the first level for the time being, yet even here, there exists a plethora of valuable resources. In speaking, Shujio led Li Qi inside, and Li Qi couldn't help but notice a key term mentioned by Shujio. Sect contribution. What is this sect contribution you speak of? It's quite simple. By completing various tasks and commissions for the sect, you earn corresponding contribution points. For instance, take my current situation. I am accompanying Elder Wang to investigate the matter of the Yunzhong He Wujin Leak, which pertains to you. Once the cause of this incident is clarified, I will earn 20 points of sect contribution. Moreover, remember when we first entered the mountain gate and encountered Brother Du Yi? Who was on duty? His task of guarding the gate for 2 days earns him 1 contribution point. After this elucidation, Li Qi grasped the significance and origins of the sect contributions. Within sect contributions are an essential resource, functioning akin to a localized currency for trade and acquisition of necessary resources. To obtain contributions, one must complete tasks, which can be found at a location called the specifically designated for the issuance and settlement of tasks. The difficulty of tasks assigned by the sect varies. Some may pose significant danger, while others might be time-consuming, and the associated contribution points likewise differ. For instance, guarding the mountain gate is a relatively simple task, generally devoid of life-threatening risks, albeit tedious and yielding minimal contribution points. Only 1 point for 2 days. It is said that Brother Du Yi recently suffered a setback during his training, causing him injury. Thus he accepted this task to recuperate while simultaneously earning a little contribution. Rather efficient arrangement. Regarding the nuances of accepting tasks for contribution, Shujio imparted much knowledge, and Li Qi learned a great deal. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Shu. Haha, no need for thanks. Their conversation flowed, and they found their camaraderie blossoming. Upon entering the first level of Li Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. There truly was an abundance of martial arts techniques within the sect. Observing Li Qi's astonished expression, Shujio beamed with pride. Naturally, AR has been established for several centuries. The accumulation of knowledge over such a lengthy period is unparalleled by those smaller factions outside. Li Qi picked up a thick exchange manual, discovering it contained a vast array of martial arts techniques, over 400 low-grade techniques and more than 100 mid-grade ones. So many? He recalled his days in where there had been but a scant few martial arts techniques available for the members to exchange, and in comparison to, it felt akin to a street vendor. Excited by the multitude of martial arts available, Li Qi eagerly perused the offerings. After approximately an hour, he had reviewed all the martial arts techniques on the first level and had a clear understanding. This serves as both the repository of the sect and a frequent haunt for disciples. And it is also the place where contributions are most heavily expended. Besides martial arts techniques, there are other items available for exchange, such as elixirs and weapons. Beyond Shujio guided Li Qi around other areas of the sect, helping him familiarize himself with the surroundings. Shortly after their return to their quarters, Elder Wang Huan made a visit, presenting Li Qi with a jade coin. This is your contribution jade coin. As you are a novice disciple in the true Qi realm, you possess 100 points of sect contribution. Do not squander it frivolously. Earning contributions is no easy feat also. The triennial Chief Disciple competition is approaching. Perform well and strive for the title of Chief Disciple, for the benefits are considerable. Chapter 48. Rather than toil as a laborer for meager earnings, why not directly earn the wages of laborers? After imparting this advice, Wang Huan swiftly departed. He had entrusted Li Qi with a contribution jade coin, which he was to keep safe. The jade coin in Li Qi's hand was the size of 2 fingers, a vibrant green, adorned with exquisite embossed characters. 100. This signifies 100 points of sect contribution, usable for exchanging items, and serves as his initial capital upon joining the. Once these 100 points are depleted, he must devise means to earn more contributions. Furthermore, Wang Huan shared a crucial piece of information with Li Qi. The Chief Disciple competition. This matter had also been touched upon during his earlier conversation with Xu Zhiyou while wandering the sect. Every 3 years, the holds a disciple competition, wherein the strongest among them is crowned Chief Disciple. The Chief Disciple embodies the prowess of the sect's disciples and serves as its representative. The sect invests significantly in their training, providing substantial resource allocation and numerous advantages. Thus, each disciple competition, with the contest for Chief Disciple, is of utmost importance. The disciples eagerly anticipate this event. However, the title of Chief Disciple is not easily attained. The competition occurs every 3 years. If you are capable, you ascend. If not, you are replaced. It is precisely this competitive mechanism that greatly stimulates the enthusiasm of the sect's disciples, sustaining the vitality of the entire sect. Regarding the contenders for the Chief Disciple position, Xu Zhiyou informed Li Qi of 2 names: Huang Fuji and Tang Yishuang. Huang Fuji is the current Chief Disciple, while Tang Yishuang, despite being a woman, possesses strength nearly on par with Huang Fuji, having narrowly lost to him 3 years prior. This year, she stands as a formidable candidate for the title. What's most critical is, both Huang Fuji and Tang Yishuang are warriors of the true essence realm. This is of great significance. Currently, Li Qi is merely at the true Qi realm. Should he face these 2 formidable opponents in the disciple competition, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage, regardless of his tactics. After all, there exists a vast chasm in their realms. With just over a month remaining until the disciple competition, he must find a way to ascend to the true essence realm. Li Qi glanced at his potential points. 4310. With over 4,000 potential points amassed from his exploits with the Divine Martial Army against the rebel forces in Fuping County, as well as during the city defense, he has enough to last him a considerable time without concern for scarcity. Yet, while his potential points are sufficient, obtaining a high-grade martial art capable of breaking through to the true essence realm is paramount. Although Li Qi possesses the high-grade martial art Dragon Gate Seal, it is merely a secret technique of the true essence realm and does not encompass the internal cultivation methods necessary for his breakthrough. I recall there is a technique on the 1st floor, which can aid me in breaking through to the true essence realm. Having perused the catalog on the 1st floor of the, Li Qi had gained insight into the structural framework of the sect is named after a legendary technique purportedly created by the founding patriarch Jiying, containing boundless mysteries, profound and extensive, encompassing not only internal cultivation methods but also lightness techniques and swordplay, enabling practitioners to ascend to the realm of terrestrial immortals. This technique is one of the foundational treasures of and the origin of its name. However, the cultivation threshold for is exceedingly high, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to master. The Yunzhonghe Wujian is merely a simplified version of, designed for novice disciples. Currently, Li Qi has reached the peak of the true Qi realm and possesses ample qualifications to cultivate yet he lacks the necessary contributions. The is a martial art of the true essence realm, classified as a high-grade technique, requiring a hefty 300 points of sect contribution for exchange. Presently, Li Qi possesses only 100 points, which is less than half of the required amount. This is quite problematic. Having just entered the sect, the time for accumulation is too short, and I only have 100 points of sect contribution. Is there a way to gather 300 points of contribution within a month? After pondering for a moment, Li Qi made his way toward the designated location for disciples to receive tasks from the sect. Here, He could accept tasks and complete them to earn corresponding contributions. Li Chi intended to explore to see if he could find suitable tasks that would allow him to amass a significant amount of sect contribution in a short time. Soon, Li Chi arrived at where numerous disciples were coming and going, either accepting tasks or returning to claim their contributions for completed tasks. This is a spacious courtyard. Upon entering, Li Chi observed notices posted along the surrounding walls. Collect 30 stalks of for the sect's secret medicine. Zixiaodan. Reward, 20 contribution points. Guide 5 disciples in the practice of the Jin Si sword technique over 3 days. Reward, 10 contribution points. Patrol the mountain gate at midnight for a total of 1 month. Reward, 30 contribution points. Various tasks adorned the walls of the miscellaneous hall, and from time to time, disciples could be seen approaching to take down the announcements of tasks that caught their interest. Presenting them to the steward, Li Chi. After circling the walls of the miscellaneous hall and perusing all the tasks, Li Chi shook his head in disappointment. It was not that the tasks themselves were lacking. Rather, none were suitable for him. Li Chi was in need of accumulating 300 points of sect contribution within a month. The tasks available either offered insufficient rewards or required an excessive amount of time. Failing to meet his urgent needs, however, his examination of these tasks was not without merit. Through them, Li Chi gained insight into the demands of the sect and the desires of his fellow disciples. Understanding precisely what they sought most, secret elixirs, possessing a system that allowed him to enhance martial arts and attain higher realms with sufficient potential points, Li Chi's situation was markedly different from that of other disciples, who found the path to martial mastery arduous and time-consuming. For those with lesser aptitudes, the use of secret elixirs became essential for progress and breakthroughs. The application of secret elixirs was broad. They could be utilized when breaking through martial realms or during the study of various martial arts, with some techniques even requiring specific elixirs. For instance, while practicing a lightness skill known as Fei Su Qing Shun Gong, there existed a secret elixir called Qing Shan San, which, when consumed during training, could accelerate one's progress by 40%. Such elixirs were undeniably powerful. Consequently, nearly every disciple within the Song Hewan Shou sect would engage with and utilize secret elixirs, expending a significant portion of their earned contributions on them. If Li Chi could create a high-quality, highly sought-after secret elixir, how could he not earn the necessary contributions? His thoughts were straightforward. Rather than laboriously completing tasks for contributions, why not directly profit from the labor of others? After reviewing the task announcements at the miscellaneous hall, Li Chi had discerned which secret elixirs were most in demand and promptly made his way to the scripture hall, where he would find the resources he required. Upon arriving at the scripture hall, Li Chi quickly located the martial art technique he sought, the Sansei Chi Yin Gong. This fascinating martial art allowed the practitioner to transform internal martial energy into flames to strike at adversaries. In Li Chi's recollection, there were numerous martial arts with fire attributes, such as the flame blade of Juemoji from Tianlong Babu, the fire cloud palm of Hua Yun Xiexin from Long Hu Min, and the sun-eating sword technique from Feng Yun, all employing fire in their combat. The Sansei Chi Yin Gong was no exception. As one delved deeper into the practice of the Sansei Chi Yin Gong, the flames they could conjure would grow increasingly potent, with their color shifting in accordance with the temperature, starting from red flames, progressing to blue flames, and culminating in azure flames. However, the true marvel of the Sansei Chi Yin Gong lay not merely in its offensive capabilities, but in its application in the refinement of certain secret elixirs, such as the Ning Chi Dan. This elixir was a prized concoction within the Song Hewan Shou sect, capable of condensing and purifying a practitioner's internal martial energy, greatly benefiting those at the true Yuan realm and aiding breakthroughs beyond that. For ordinary martial artists seeking to transcend their realms, the crucial step involved continuously refining and purifying their internal martial energy. Failure in this process could result in disastrous consequences. Thus, for all practitioners at the true Qi realm, the Ning Chi Dan was an invaluable secret elixir. The refinement of the Ning Chi Dan just so happened to require the Sansei Chi Yin Gong. Having located the information on the Sansei Chi Yin Gong, Li Chi approached the steward disciple on the first floor of the scripture hall and stated, "Brother, I wish to exchange for the technique of the Sansei Chi Yin Gong." The Sansei Chi Yin Gong? The steward disciple looked at Li Chi with surprise. "You intend to refine secret elixirs, do you not?" "Indeed." The difficulty of elixir refinement is not trivial. Are you certain you wish to exchange for this technique? Earning contributions is no easy task. I recommend you reconsider. Of course, I am certain. The steward disciple's caution was well-intentioned. Many disciples had previously sought this technique with aspirations to refine elixirs, only to find the practice challenging and the elixirs even more so. Many had returned disappointed, their contributions wasted. Seeing Li Qi's resolute demeanor, the steward disciple ceased his advisement, accepted the contribution jade coin presented by Li Qi, and handed over the San Sei Qi Yin Gong technique. Here, take care not to lose it. Thank you, Dada. You seem unfamiliar. I don't believe I know you. It is understandable that you do not recognize me, for I am new here, having just arrived today. New? You wouldn't be. Li Qi, would you? You know of me? Of course. Chu Han mentioned you, saying that a newcomer named Li Qi was about to arrive, and how impressive you are. I have naturally heard of you. Upon hearing this, Li Qi could not help but smile wryly. I apologize for the attention. The steward disciple chuckled and shook his head. Ha ha, today I have finally laid eyes on the person himself. Subsequently, Li Qi spent an additional 30 contribution points to acquire the recipe and materials for the Ning Qi Dan before departing. Upon returning to his quarters, Li Qi secured the door and thoroughly reviewed the San Sei Qi Yin Gong, allowing the system to record the martial art before commencing his enhancement. After expending 200 potential points, he successfully cultivated the technique to a proficient level. With a gesture, a plume of azure flame rose from Li Qi's palm, distorting the air around it as a remarkable heat radiated forth. So this is the flame of the San Sei Qi Yin Gong, and it is azure. The majority of practitioners of the San Sei Qi Yin Gong would struggle to reach this level. They would typically only master the secondary blue flames, as achieving azure flames required an exceptional command of the technique. Yet Li Qi had grasped this flame within the span of merely a tea's brew. The azure flame continually flickered in Li Qi's palm, and he could sense his internal martial energy rapidly burning away. However, due to his cultivation of the Shan He Xing Qi Shu, his total energy and recovery rate had significantly increased, allowing him to sustain the azure flame's burn for an extended period. Gently swaying the azure flame in his palm, Li Qi felt the power contained within it. If he were to hurl it and trigger an explosion, it could easily obliterate his courtyard. Truly, an impressive martial art. Dissipating the azure flame, Li Qi exited his courtyard once more, making his way to another significant location within the sect, the alchemy room. This secluded area, equipped with all necessary tools, was dedicated to the refinement of secret elixirs. With nearly 300 disciples in the Song He Wan Shou sect, the demand for various secret elixirs was immense, far beyond what a few elders could manage. Thus, many elixirs were refined by the disciples themselves, especially the more basic ones. The elders, possessing greater strength yet fewer in number, typically oversaw the refinement of only a select few core elixirs. Such as the Tian Xiang Dan. Upon arriving at the alchemy room, Li Qi approached the steward disciple and said, "Brother, I need to use an alchemy chamber for elixir refinement. The use of an alchemy chamber is 10 contribution points per day. Unfortunately, I have exhausted my contributions. In that case, you cannot use it. Wait until you have earned enough contributions. Brother, could you possibly make an exception?" Li Qi said, extending a 100-tael silver note. While contributions and silver were not interchangeable within the sect, this did not imply that silver was without its uses. Upon seeing the 100-tael note in Li Qi's hand, the steward disciple's eyes momentarily flickered. Li Qi continued, "I will use the alchemy chamber for 1 day, and I promise to repay the 10 contribution points within 3 days." After a moment of silence, the steward disciple accepted Li Qi's silver note. "Remember your promise. You may enter." After all, 10 contribution points was not a significant sum, and there was little risk of non-repayment. Furthermore, Li Qi's willingness to pay an extra 100 taels demonstrated sincerity. If the silver were converted to gold, that would be 10 taels of gold. Such an amount was substantial regardless of context. Forging a deal to repay 10 taels of gold in 3 days was a bargain that was hard to dismiss. The steward disciple did not impede Li Qi, allowing him to enter the alchemy chamber smoothly. There were 12 alchemy chambers in total. Li Qi selected an unoccupied one, seated himself before a cauldron within, and a smile crept upon his lips. At last, he could commence the refinement of the Ning Qi Dan Chapter 50. The qi condensing pill. The walls of the alchemical chamber are thick, providing excellent sound insulation to prevent disturbances from the outside world during the refinement of secret elixirs. Among all the valuable apparatuses within the chamber, the most precious is the towering alchemical cauldron before Li Qi, weighing over 300 pounds. Purchasing such a cauldron would be quite costly. However, the good news is that it can be utilized for a day with a mere contribution of a few points to the sect. Li Qi settled himself before the cauldron, retrieving the ingredients necessary for concocting the qi condensing pill and arranging them meticulously beside him. He had expended 10 contribution points to acquire 20 portions of materials, which, if the refinement went smoothly, could yield 20 qi condensing pills. Naturally, this is the ideal scenario, as no one can guarantee a 100% success rate. If one can achieve a 50% success rate while refining secret elixirs, they would be considered quite skilled. Each ordinary qi condensing pill is valued at 4 contribution points, meaning Li Qi must refine at least 5 to ensure a minimum success rate of 25% to avoid incurring losses. This is nearly impossible for a novice who has just embarked on the path of alchemy. Thus, mastering the refinement of a secret elixir for profit necessitates not only immense dedication but also a substantial investment of materials and resources to practice, which is one of the reasons why few within the sect are proficient in this art. Rather than consuming so many contribution points on researching alchemy, it would be more prudent to invest them in martial training, which might elevate several minor realms. However, Li Qi is no ordinary novice disciple. His choice to pursue alchemy comes with significant advantages that others do not possess. Li Qi raised his hand, summoning a blue flame that flickered in his palm before extending it forward, causing the flame to surge and envelop the entire alchemical cauldron. The furnace was lit for alchemy. Following the instructions of the recipe, Li Qi swiftly tossed the ingredients into the cauldron, carefully managing the heat throughout the process. Compared to others, Li Qi's greatest advantage lies in his mastery of the 3-colored flame technique. The control of heat required for refining secret elixirs is almost stringent. Sometimes, a stronger flame is needed. At other times, a gentler touch is required. There are moments when the flame must undergo continuous and intricate fluctuations to maximize the medicinal properties of the materials without damaging them. Using a simple method of burning wood to refine would never suffice. Only a martial technique that commands the power of flames can achieve such precision. By channeling his martial essence to generate fire, Li Qi can adjust the size and temperature of the flames at will, reaching a level of dexterity that is essential for successfully crafting secret elixirs. The most challenging aspect of this endeavor is the practitioner's grasp of the 3-colored flame technique. Any miscalculation in controlling the flames could render an entire batch of materials worthless. Having expended 200 potential points to elevate this technique to a proficient level, Li Qi's mastery over fire has reached its zenith. Thus, the greatest hindrance for him no longer exists. Consequently, Li Qi has chosen to refine secret elixirs to earn sect contributions. If he cannot produce a single elixir despite holding such an advantage, he would accept that fate. Li Qi sat before the cauldron, meticulously managing the heat while sensing the temperature fluctuations and changes in the materials. As time elapsed, after 2 tea brews, he added a material known as golden thread flour into the cauldron. However, something soon felt amiss. The liquid within the cauldron began to darken, releasing an unusually foul odor. Li Qi furrowed his brow, sensing the anomaly. It seemed he had made an error. He halted the refinement, extinguished the flames, and lifted the lid, only to discover the materials had been rendered useless. After retrieving the recipe from his robes and reviewing it carefully, he realized he had rushed the addition of the golden thread flour. The heat had not yet reached the required level, resulting in failure. Reflecting on the recent refining process and thoroughly examining the recipe once more, he began the second attempt. This is somewhat troublesome. If the recipe could be recorded by the system and enhanced with potential points, that would be splendid. Li Qi murmured to himself, expressing a hint of regret. The recipe for the qi condensing pill is not a martial technique and cannot be recorded by the system, nor can it benefit from potential point enhancements. Otherwise, if he could directly amplify the recipe, failure in refining the qi condensing pill would be inconceivable. Alas, he must engage in trial and error to master the art of its refinement. Even so, his progress is significantly swifter than that of others. Half an hour later, After 5 failed attempts, Li Qi remained unperturbed. He cleared the useless materials from the cauldron and proceeded with the 6th refinement. And at last, he succeeded. A milky white pill lay quietly at the bottom of the cauldron. Li Qi retrieved the elixir and scrutinized it closely. Is this the qi condensing pill? As he examined it, a faint medicinal fragrance wafted from the pill. Consulting the quality assessment method outlined in the recipe, he discerned that this was merely an ordinary qi condensing pill. An ordinary qi condensing pill is valued at 4 contribution points, while a high-quality one commands a price of 7 points. This marks Li Qi's first successful refinement of a secret elixir. He meticulously reviewed the entire refining process, absorbing and understanding the techniques and insights before continuing his work. With 1 success under his belt, the likelihood of failure diminished significantly, evolving from 6 attempts yielding 1 success to 4 yielding 1, and finally 3 yielding 1. After half a day, Li Qi found himself in possession of 5 qi condensing pills. Ha ha, breaking even is splendid. Having refined 5 pills from 20 portions of materials, Li Qi smirked, securing the 5 pills and exiting the alchemical chamber. Outside, he sought out the managing disciple once more. Senior brother, I have several qi condensing pills. Will you accept them? Qi condensing pills? Of course. The managing disciple's eyes lit up as he responded immediately. The alchemical chamber not only serves to refine secret elixirs, but also manages their collection and sale. With numerous disciples within the sect, the daily demand for various secret elixirs is immense, necessitating a substantial reserve to sustain their cultivation and the sect's operations. The qi condensing pill, which Li Qi has refined, is among the most sought-after elixirs. After exchanging the pills for 20 contribution points at a rate of 4 points each, Li Qi promptly acquired 40 portions of materials and returned to the alchemical chamber to continue his work. Within the chamber, Li Qi tirelessly wielded the 3-colored flame technique to refine the elixirs, the sound of rushing rivers echoing within him. With the support of the mountain and river breathing technique, Li Qi seemed tireless, continuously refining one elixir after another. As he persisted, his success rate steadily increased. Provided he avoided significant errors, he could ensure a nearly 40% success rate. With a reliable success rate in hand, Li Qi commenced large-scale refinements, simultaneously tossing 5 or 10 portions of materials into the cauldron, greatly enhancing his efficiency. Soon, the 40 portions were entirely consumed, and he found himself with 16 qi condensing pills. Upon closer examination, he discovered that among them were 2 of superior quality. Without hesitation, Li Qi approached the managing disciple once more, presenting all the qi condensing pills for sale. The managing disciple, noticing the anomaly, selected one from the 16 pills and scrutinized it closely. This one does not appear to be an ordinary qi condensing pill. Chapter 51. Even the donkeys of the production team wouldn't dare to refine like this. The managing disciple immediately recognized the exceptional quality of the elixir Li Qi had crafted. You have actually refined a high-quality qi condensing pill. This is no small feat. Achieving a high-quality pill during the refinement of secret elixirs indicates a considerable mastery of the process. Without a certain level of skill, one cannot produce high-quality secret elixirs. High-quality secret elixirs exhibit effects far superior to their ordinary counterparts. For instance, while an ordinary celestial fragrance pill might enhance the probability of breaking through the true essence realm by 40%, a high-quality variant could boost that probability to 60%. Such enhancements are indeed formidable, implying that high-quality secret elixirs are also significantly more valuable. Senior brother, you have keen eyesight. I intend to sell all these qi condensing pills, including the 2 high-quality ones. Very well, please hold on. The managing disciple carefully counted Li Qi's elixirs, securing them with caution, and calculated the contribution points owed to him. In total, 70 points of sect contribution. Now, Li Qi has completely mastered the art of refining qi condensing pills and can profit from it. After settling the 10 contribution points owed for renting the alchemical chamber, he still retained 60 points, which he exchanged for materials to refine qi condensing pills, acquiring a full 120 portions. In the days that followed, Li Qi devoted nearly all his time in the alchemy chamber. Aside from eating and sleeping, tirelessly concocting qi condensation pills and continuously selling them. This repetitive endeavor bore fruit. Within a mere 3 days, Li Qi had successfully refined nearly 500 qi condensation pills. After selling them all, His contribution points to the sect soared to an astonishing 1620. That is enough. That is enough. The managing disciple in charge of this area said with a wry smile to Li Qi. Having witnessed firsthand Li Qi's relentless back-and-forth trips between the alchemy chamber and his location, where he had released a significant number of qi condensation pills. Now, among the various secret medicines stored by the sect, the qi condensation pills were the most abundant, exceeding 500 in quantity. This amount could satisfy the needs of the disciples for a considerable time. If there were any more, we truly would not accept them. After completing his transactions, Li Qi nodded regretfully. Oh, very well then. He stretched out, loosening his muscles. I'm indeed a bit weary. It's time for a break, but a bit weary? The managing disciple before him looked at Li Qi with a sense of disbelief. In just 3 short days, he had produced nearly 500 qi condensation pills. Even a production team's donkey wouldn't dare to work at such a pace. The managing disciple was puzzled by Li Qi's astonishing ability to engage in such high-intensity alchemy for an extended period. As if this individual's stamina were inexhaustible, he observed carefully and vaguely discerned a hint of the underlying principle, speculating that Li Qi might have cultivated a certain secret technique that accelerated the recovery of his vital energy. However, since this matter pertained to another's privacy, the managing disciple refrained from probing further, choosing instead to act as though he had not seen anything. After leaving the alchemy chamber, Li Qi felt quite pleased with himself. Clutching a substantial amount of contribution jade coins, he resembled a bountiful farmer after a harvest, wearing a satisfied smile. At long last, he could exchange for the pine crane longevity technique. Li Qi meandered his way to the sutra pavilion and found the managing disciple. Senior brother, excuse me, I wish to exchange for the pine crane longevity technique. Return to origin volume. The disciple stationed at the sutra pavilion was the same one from before, who looked at Li Qi with surprise. The pine crane longevity technique? You should not have any contribution points left, should you? This managing disciple had a vivid impression of Li Qi. 3 days prior, he had come to exchange for the 3-colored flame technique along with the formula and materials for refining qi condensation pills, depleting his 100 contribution points entirely. Meanwhile, the pine crane longevity technique. Return to origin required 300 contribution points for exchange. Could it be that Li Qi had managed to gather this amount in such a short time? This seems impossible. However, what the managing disciple did not expect was that Li Qi had long since earned enough contribution points to purchase the pine crane longevity technique. Return to origin, and indeed far more than that. Over 1,600 points of sect contributions. Li Qi's wealth was unfathomable for a newly initiated disciple, and even within the entirety of the pine crane longevity sect, few disciples possessed such a wealth of contribution points. Ha ha, what good fortune. I just managed to gather this sum. Speaking thus, Li Qi handed 300-point contribution jade coins to the managing disciple at the sutra pavilion. The disciple, taken aback, received the coins in astonishment. Staring incredulously at Li Qi, feeling the weight of the jade coins in his hand, 300 contribution points were no trivial sum. Accumulating such points through tasks would ordinarily take a considerable amount of time. Yet Li Qi had achieved this in such a brief period, earning his respect. Junior brother Li is truly remarkable. I feel ashamed as an elder brother. The managing disciple shook his head in resignation and retrieved the pine crane longevity technique. Return to origin manual. Handing it to Li Qi, junior brother, take care. This is the technique you sought. After receiving the manual, Li Qi expressed his gratitude and returned to his courtyard. Closing the doors and windows, Li Qi sighed deeply with relief. All right, it's time to attempt breaking through to the true essence realm. Chapter 52. A terrifying aura, shaking the sect. The first true essence realm expert Li Qi encountered was Wang Huan. Merely the faintest display of Wang Huan's power filled Li Qi with a profound sense of pressure. The gap in strength between him and a true essence realm expert was vast and terrifying. If a true essence realm expert were to target Li Qi, it would spell trouble. He could only choose to flee. However, Li Qi need not worry about that now, for he too would soon step into the true essence realm, discovering a recordable martial art. Martial arts are being recorded. You have acquired a superior grade martial art. Pine crane longevity technique. Return to origin. After briefly reviewing the manual in hand, The system successfully recorded this superior-grade martial art, and he saw the detailed information of this technique. Pine Crane Longevity Technique. Return to origin level. Superior-grade martial art proficiency level. Not yet initiated. 10 potential points required for initiation. Techniques. Wing dance of spring and autumn. Crane wings folding feathers, treading crane across the horizon, crane shadow chasing the wind, crane song autumn waters, crane dance in the nine heavens synopsis. This is the sect's ultimate technique, characterized by lofty ideals and tremendous potential. Capable of leading one to cultivate to the hidden realm, achieving the status of an earthly immortal. This is an exceptionally powerful martial art. Not to mention the subsequent hidden realm. Even this return to origin volume is sufficient for Li Qi to break through to the true essence realm. Commencing enhancement, Li Qi's potential rapidly diminished by 10 points, and a wealth of martial cultivation memories surged into his mind. The martial true energy within Li Qi began to undergo transformation. The true energy in his body continuously converged towards the dantian, compressing steadily. Previously, his martial true energy was immensely robust, swirling and roaring within his dantian like a tempest. Yet now, within this storm-like true energy vortex, a gentle sound of dripping water began to emerge. As if a torrential rain were imminent, drops of viscous liquid began to materialize within the true energy storm. The texture of these liquids was exceedingly thick and heavy, akin to mercury. Li Qi's mental focus was entirely concentrated in the sea of qi within his dantian. He could distinctly see strands of martial true energy coalescing into droplets of martial true essence. Each droplet of martial true essence required at least 10 droplets of martial true energy to coalesce and form. Despite the decreasing martial true energy within Li Qi's body, his aura continued to rise. Though he stood merely 7 feet tall, he emanated a sense of grandeur akin to towering mountains. As Li Qi's aura surged, an unseen pressure radiated outward from his body, causing the ground beneath him to crack under the immense weight. The first to sense the anomaly was Xu Zhiyou, who resided closest to Li Qi. Xu Zhiyou was quietly meditating in his small courtyard, practicing a sword technique named returning wine to dance with willows. With a thrust, the sword tip vibrated continuously. Xu Zhiyou was startled. The tremors of his sword tip were not intentional, but rather his entire arm was shaking. What is going on? A wave of inexplicable anxiety surged within Xu Zhiyou, and his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. Simultaneously, a colossal and terrifying sense of oppression emanated from a certain direction beside him. This is the aura of the true essence realm. Xu Zhiyou's face went pale as he turned to look in the direction of the pressure. This direction? Is Li Qi? Li Qi has broken through to the true essence realm. Xu Zhiyou was familiar with several true essence realm experts within the sect, whether it be the sect leader of the Pine Crane Longevity sect, a few elders, or the already ascended disciples, Huang Fuji and Tang Yishuang. He could discern each of them. However, this sudden emergence of true essence realm pressure was so unfamiliar and powerful. This was unlike any true essence realm expert he had encountered before. Such an occurrence could only mean one thing. A new true essence realm expert has emerged, and judging by the distance, it's Li Qi. How is this possible? Li Qi has only been in the sect for 3 days. How did he break through to the true essence realm? Moreover, he should not have the technique to break through to the true essence realm, the Pine Crane Longevity technique. Return to origin required a full 300 contribution points for exchange, and he did not have enough contribution points. Countless questions flooded Xu Zhiyou's mind, and he longed to go see Li Qi to uncover the truth, but he found himself unable to move. The oppressive aura emitted by the true essence realm expert was overwhelmingly terrifying. Xu Zhiyou felt as though he were a bug frozen in amber. Not only was it difficult to take a single step, even turning his neck felt like an arduous task. As more of Li Qi's martial true energy transformed into true essence, his body was infused not only with the white cloud true energy from the cloud crane dance sword, but also with the protective true energy from iron body refinement and the mysterious true energy from mystic jade technique. These true energies began to convert into martial true essence as well. Soon, over half of his true energy had transformed into true essence, and Li Qi's aura expanded further. Not only Xu Zhiyou, but also nearby disciples felt Li Qi's aura enveloping them, rendering them immobile. Even passers-by in the vicinity were affected, all staring in shock at the core area of this overwhelming aura. Who is this person? This aura feels strange. Could it be that an external true essence realm expert has infiltrated the sect? Or has a disciple broken through to the true essence realm? The commotion stirred by Li Qi was not insignificant, attracting the attention of entities deep within the inner sanctum. Several figures raced towards this location, and Xu Zhiyou, squeezed by immense pressure, turned pale, his body swaying perilously. Just as he was on the verge of collapsing, he felt a sudden lightness, as if the weight upon him had been swept away entirely. Huh! Before Xu Zhiyou could comprehend what had transpired, he felt a tightening at his collar, and his body was abruptly lifted away, swiftly distancing him from the epicenter of this overwhelming aura. Once he felt a measure of comfort. He turned to see a familiar figure standing behind him. Elder Wang, what brings you here? Elder Wang Huan's lightly stroked his long beard, his eyes glimmering with barely contained mirth. With such a tremendous ruckus, how could I possibly refrain from coming to take a look? This man was indeed Wang Huan. The perceptiveness of one at the true Yuan realm is astoundingly acute, when a strange and formidable aura suddenly manifested at the mountain gate. Wang Huan sensed it immediately. He was not alone. Another elder named Puyang Chongqing also detected the anomaly and hurried over. The two elders moved swiftly, extracting all disciples overwhelmed by Li Qi's pressure. And soon they flashed into Li Qi's courtyard. Truly remarkable, a true Yuan at such a young age. Elder Wang, is this the Li Qi you mentioned? Indeed. This young man is certainly no ordinary talent. Elder Wang, you have stumbled upon a treasure, Puyang Chongqing exclaimed in admiration. Wang Huan was equally astounded. He had never anticipated that a mere stroll would lead him to encounter such a prodigious individual. Li Qi, still under the age of 20, had managed to break through to the true Yuan realm in less than a year of martial training. What an extraordinary anomaly! The two elders ceased their conversation, positioning themselves on either side of Li Qi in a protective stance, quietly awaiting the conclusion of his breakthrough. After several cups of tea had passed, all of Li Qi's true energy had been fully transformed. The terrifying tempest of true energy within his dantian had vanished, replaced by an ocean of true essence. The true essence surged within his dantian, creating waves of tremendous force. Li Qi slowly opened his eyes, meeting the gaze of the two elders before him, and offered a gentle smile. Greetings, esteemed elders. Elder Wang immediately stepped forward, giving Li Qi a hearty pat on the shoulder, his face alight with uncontainable excitement. Li Qi, well done. You have truly excelled. Chapter 53. The Words of Response. The Halo of a Genius. After successfully ascending, Elder Wang Huan posed his most pressing question. Li Qi, how did you break through to the true Yuan realm? What is your cultivation method? Typically, the elders of the Songhe Wanshou sect do not pry into the private matters of their disciples, but Li Qi's breakthrough was too astonishing to overlook. The most significant point of curiosity was the method of cultivation. Many disciples of the Songhe Wanshou sect hailed from prestigious families, bringing their skills to the sect. Even without the sect's support, they possessed high-quality martial arts to facilitate their ascension to the true Yuan realm. Indeed, several disciples had ancestral martial arts that were of high quality. Yet, this did not include Li Qi. Wang Huan had investigated Li Qi's background. He hailed from an ordinary family with no martial lineage. And logically, Li Qi should not have possessed high-quality martial arts upon joining. Moreover, having only been part of the sect for 3 days, he had not amassed sufficient contributions to exchange for high-quality martial arts from the sect. Thus, the question arose, how did Li Qi acquire the high-quality martial arts that enabled his breakthrough to the true Yuan realm? Could it be that he conjured it from thin air? Li Qi, maintaining his composure, realized that the commotion caused by his breakthrough could not go unnoticed by the higher-ups of the sect. He had already prepared his response for any inquiries regarding the puzzling circumstances surrounding him. In response to the elder, Li Qi declared, the cultivation method I used to break through to the true Yuan realm is the Songhe Wanshou Gong, Guyuan chapter, which I exchanged for at the scripture pavilion. Indeed, Li Qi had utilized hundreds of contribution points to acquire it, and there were disciples responsible for overseeing this transaction who could attest to the truth of his words. A simple inquiry would confirm the facts. Leaving no room for deception, Elder Wang's expression shifted to one of intrigue. But you only had 100 contribution points, did you not? How did you acquire the excess? While perusing the cultivation manuals at the scripture pavilion, I discovered a technique called the three-colored flame art, along with several formulas for concocting secret elixirs, which sparked my interest in that direction. Have spent the last few days in the alchemy chamber, refining some qi condensing pills, which I sold for additional contribution points. This was Li Qi's strategy, to mold himself into a genius, a versatile genius. With his system, his rate of improvement in various aspects would undoubtedly surpass that of ordinary individuals, inevitably raising questions and curiosity among others. The existence of the system must remain concealed. Anything that surpasses common understanding would likely invite unnecessary trouble. Thus, the only viable option was to fashion himself into a genius. While such individuals are rare, they do exist. Moreover, the existence of a genius is not beyond comprehension. As an all-around genius, it is entirely reasonable to possess the ability to concoct secret elixirs. Upon hearing Li Qi's explanation, the two elders before him were left utterly astounded. You can also concoct secret elixirs? Have you studied it previously? The Songhua Wanshou Gong Guiyuan chapter requires 300 contribution points, yet you only possess 100. You must have exhausted your points when exchanging for the three-colored flame art, the formulas, and the necessary materials for alchemy. Qi condensing pills require 4 contribution points each. This implies that, within these 3 days, you must have successfully refined at least 75 qi condensing pills. Refining secret elixirs is a skilled endeavor, demanding both technical acumen and physical strength. The lengthy process of refining qi condensing pills is no trivial task, consuming vast amounts of true energy and stamina. If Li Qi managed to produce 75 pills in 3 days, that would represent the most optimistic scenario. The actual number, including failed attempts, could easily exceed 200. Both elders stared at Li Qi in astonishment, while he merely nodded gently, responding, "Indeed, that is correct. I would not dare deceive the two esteemed elders. The overseer in the alchemy chamber can confirm my claims, and a simple inquiry will reveal the truth." As the situation unfolded as Li Qi described, he had not uttered a single falsehood and had no fear of anyone investigating. Wang Huan and Puyang Chongqing were left in a state of complete shock. Li Qi's martial talent was already extraordinary. To have broken through to the true Yuan realm at such a young age, and now, he demonstrated an equally astonishing aptitude for concocting secret elixirs. It was almost beyond belief. The ability to refine secret elixirs also requires innate talent. Even within the Songhua Wanshou sect, there are only a handful of disciples with such a gift, yet none could compare to Li Qi's. To master alchemy in merely 3 days and profit from it was a claim that, if not witnessed firsthand, would be met with skepticism from the two elders. Is there truly such an all-encompassing genius in this world? Is this individual favored by the heavens, the child of providence? Is the Songhua Wanshou sect on the verge of a grand resurgence? At this moment, Li Qi's standing in the eyes of the two elders had risen to an extraordinary level. If only the sect leader were not in seclusion, I would be eager to report this matter to him immediately. Why the rush? It would not be too late to inform the sect leader upon his return. That would provide him with a delightful surprise. I am quite curious. What expression will the sect leader wear upon hearing this? Li Qi, if you wish, you need not wait for Sun Yinyan any longer. I would be willing to take you as my disciple. Puyang Chongqing had already begun to stake his claim, while Wang Huan immediately grew restless. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Li Qi is the one I brought back. If anyone is to take him as a disciple, it should be me first. Moreover, now that Li Qi has already broken through to the true Yuan realm, he stands on equal footing with us. How much can you still teach him? In my humble opinion, it seems that only the esteemed elder and the chief disciple possess the qualifications to guide Li Qi at this juncture. Upon uttering these words, Puyang Chongqing appeared deflated, akin to a punctured balloon, devoid of spirit. Wang Huan had struck a nerve. Given Li Qi's innate talent, it would not be long before he reached the pinnacle of the true essence realm. Attempting to break through to the realm of true intent and attain the status of a grand master, at that point, he would truly lack the capability and eligibility to instruct Li Qi. Alas, let us cease the matter of taking on disciples. Puyang Chongqing sighed. While the two elders engaged in a fervent debate, Li Qi remained silent, eyes closed, diligently familiarizing himself with the true essence within his body, controlling the immense force to draw it back inward. After initially mastering his own power, Li Qi appeared unremarkable, seemingly reverting to an ordinary scholar. Wang Huan then turned his attention to Li Qi, saying, "Li Qi, come with me. I have something to present to you." Chapter 54. A visit among the hundreds of disciples of the Pine Crane Longevity sect. Over 100 were at the true Qi realm. Any one of them, if placed in the realm, would be a formidable figure, capable of sustaining a faction or supporting a vast family. Yet, among these 100 true Qi disciples, only 3 have successfully broken through to the true essence realm. Previously Huang Fuji and Tang Yishuang, and now Li Qi has joined their ranks. To achieve a breakthrough into the true essence realm is already a testament to a disciple's innate potential and promise, warranting focused cultivation by the sect and an allocation of resources. While the support may not be as extensive as that afforded to the chief disciple, it is certainly not insignificant. Following Li Qi's successful breakthrough into the true essence realm, Wang Huan generously bestowed upon him a substantial sum of contribution jade coins. Li Qi, you have performed admirably, effortlessly breaking through to the true essence realm. I certainly did not misjudge you. Here are 300 contribution jade coins for you to keep. You may exchange them at the scripture pavilion for techniques of your preference or trade for other items. Li Qi's eyes brightened as he accepted the contribution jade coins from Wang Huan, saying, "I express my gratitude to the elder." Wang Huan waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for such courtesy. "There is no need to thank me. Any disciple who successfully breaks through to the true essence realm is entitled to 300 contribution points. The path of martial arts is arduous, and a disciple's courage and diligence will naturally be rewarded. Disciples at the true essence realm are considered core members of the Pine Crane Longevity sect. Although Li Qi had just begun his journey and his foundation was still shallow, many had only heard his name but not seen his visage. Wang Huan and the others did not hesitate to nurture him. After encouraging Li Qi, the 2 elders permitted him to take his leave. How intriguing! This time, another disciple has reached the true essence realm. Do you think Huang Fuji can continue to secure his position as the chief disciple? I find it unlikely. To be honest, I have never fully grasped the essence of Li Qi. Each of his actions has surpassed my expectations, Wang Huan responded slowly, even among the countless individuals he has encountered in his century of life. Li Qi stands out as the most extraordinary. As far as I know, it may not only be Li Qi who has broken through to the true essence realm. Jian Wanyang has been in seclusion for over a month and is sure to emerge before the disciple competition. He too possesses a significant chance of breaking through to the true essence realm. Jian Wanyang is also one of the disciples of the Pine Crane Longevity sect, having reached the pinnacle of the true Qi realm 2 years ago. During this time, he attempted to break through to the true essence realm twice, but ultimately fell short on both occasions. Though he did not succeed in his previous attempts to ascend to the true essence realm, Jian Wanyang amassed considerable experience, and this third attempt at breaking through carries substantial promise. Ha, what a delight! Huang Fuji, Tang Yishuang, Li Qi, and now Jian Wanyang. Our Pine Crane Longevity sect shall have 4 disciples of the true essence realm emerging. Truly splendid! This upcoming disciple competition will undoubtedly be far more thrilling than before. Our Pine Crane Longevity sect is destined for great prosperity. Elder Pu Yang, shall we share a toast? Indeed. The 2 elders departed together. Upon returning to his quarters, Li Qi felt the surging martial true essence within him, and his heart brimmed with excitement. Only by truly entering this realm could one genuinely appreciate the immense power of those in the true essence realm. With a flick of his wrist, a violet flame appeared in Li Qi's hand, emanating an astonishing heat, far surpassing the potency of the 3-colored flame technique he had previously executed in the true Qi realm. If the earlier violet flame could have obliterated his small courtyard, the current flame's terrifying power could indeed split mountains and sever peaks. Initially intending to further enhance the Pine Crane Longevity technique, returning to Origin Chapter and elevate his realm, Li Qi reconsidered his state and decided against it. Having just broken through to the true essence realm, his martial true Qi had only recently transformed into true essence, and his foundation was still unsteady. Thus, it would be prudent to consolidate his realm. He would revisit this endeavor in 3 to 5 days. while the pine crane longevity technique. Returning to Origin Chapter was not suitable for immediate enhancement. The Dragon Gate Seal certainly was. The Dragon Gate Seal is an explosive secret technique, a superior martial art that can only be cultivated by true Essence Realm warriors. It does not pertain to the elevation of martial realms. Thus, any improvements would pose no significant risk. Enhancing the Dragon Gate Seal. The potential points on the system interface rapidly dwindled as Li Qi's mastery of the Dragon Gate Seal escalated. Entry, Proficient, Mastery, Great Accomplishment. In the brief span of a tea's brewing time, Li Qi elevated the Dragon Gate Seal to the Great Accomplishment stage, a torrent of vast and intricate cultivation memories flooding into his mind. Swiftly assimilated and comprehended, Li Qi felt as though he had traversed decades in time. For those decades, he had diligently practiced the Dragon Gate Seal day and night, continually grasping the nuances of its explosive technique, relentlessly pushing his potential and physical limits until he had cultivated the technique to its utmost boundary. 830 potential points? Li Qi stared blankly at his system interface, momentarily stunned. He had just elevated the Dragon Gate Seal to the Great Accomplishment stage, and it had consumed a staggering 830 potential points. This was his first time achieving such a level with a superior martial art, and he never anticipated it would deplete so many potential points. Had he not possessed an ample reserve of potential points, he likely could not have completed this enhancement. The consumption of such a substantial amount of potential is indeed worthwhile. Even Li Qi himself could scarcely fathom the strength he would possess after unleashing the Dragon Gate Seal's explosive secret technique. He dared not attempt it recklessly. Having just ascended to the true Essence Realm, he had already stirred such a commotion. Should he unleash his full power, would it not send him soaring into the heavens? Just as Li Qi was contemplating the recent enhancement of the Dragon Gate Seal, a knock echoed at the courtyard door. "Brotherly, are you there?" It was the voice of Shu Zhouyu. Li Qi rose to open the door, welcoming him inside. "Brotherly, congratulations. You have successfully broken through to the true Essence Realm. I feel quite humbled." Upon Li Qi's breakthrough to the true Essence Realm, Shu Zhouyu was the first to arrive to offer his congratulations, and his address had changed. Previously, he had called Li Qi by his name. Now, he referred to him as Brotherly. Should Li Qi triumph in the disciple competition, Shu Zhouyu would need to address him as Master Brother. Strength is undeniably a tangible entity. In the world of martial artists, the strong reign supreme. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, they can earn the respect of others. Shu Zhiyo's visit brought Li Qi joy. He had always treated him well and was the one closest to him within the sect. At that moment, another knock resounded at the courtyard door, accompanied by a melodious voice from outside. "Is junior brother Li Qi present?" Tang Yishuang has come to pay a visit. Chapter 55. The 3-year term has expired. Tang Yishuang has come to pay a visit. A woman's voice resonated from outside, causing Li Qi and Shu Zhiyu to pause, exchanging astonished glances. Tang Yishuang was also a disciple within the sect at the true Essence Realm, and she had taken the initiative to seek him out. Li Qi approached the door, finding a graceful woman, likely in her 20s, radiating youthful vitality. "Senior sister Tang?" Li Qi tentatively addressed her, and she looked equally astonished at him. "You are Li Qi? You appear much younger than I had imagined." Li Qi chuckled and welcomed the woman inside. Seeing her arrival, Shu Zhiyu also stood to greet her. "Greetings, senior sister." Tang Yishuang smiled and nodded, then turned her gaze to Li Qi. "Junior brother Li, I apologize for the unannounced visit. I hope you can forgive me." Li Qi fetched a chair for her to sit. "You are not a bother. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Tang Yishuang responded with a charming smile. "I have no ulterior motive. I merely heard that junior brother successfully broke through to the true Essence Realm and came to extend my congratulations. I have no grand gift to offer, only a refining essence pill that I humbly present to you." As she spoke, Tang Yishuang produced a wooden box and placed it on the table. In truth, it was not only Tang Yishuang who had brought a congratulatory gift. Shu Zhiyu had also prepared one. Li Qi accepted both without refusal. To achieve a breakthrough to the true Essence Realm at such a young age, especially considering you have only trained in martial arts for a short time, truly makes me feel inadequate. Senior sister is being overly gracious. This marks the first encounter between Li Qi and Tang Yishuang. Initially, he assumed that she would be a proud and difficult individual to engage with. Yet the reality proved unexpectedly pleasant. Junior brother, in a month, the disciples' competition will commence, and you shall undoubtedly showcase your talents. Then I shall take your auspicious words to heart. After having intruded upon the junior brother for quite some time, it was time for her to take her leave. Let us meet again on the arena in a month. Following Tang Yishuang's departure, other disciples from the sect began to visit in succession. Although Li Qi was previously a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the true Qi realm, such individuals were not uncommon within the sect. However, once Li Qi broke through to the true Yuan realm, the nature of his standing changed entirely. Warriors of the true Yuan realm are regarded as the backbone of the Songha Wanshou sect, representing the core fighting force of the sect and drawing closer to its inner circle. Attaining such a status could not only secure the position of chief disciple, but also potentially lead to becoming an elder in the sect in the future. It is imperative to cultivate relationships with such individuals. What else could one be contemplating? If one does not seize the opportunity to present oneself now, should a need arise later, they may not even recognize you. Disciples from the sect gathered to offer their congratulations. Not only Tang Yishuang but also Huang Fuji made an appearance. Observing the current chief disciple, Li Qi was somewhat astonished. He had anticipated Huang Fuji to be a man of striking demeanor and brilliance. Yet the true Huang Fuji appeared rather reserved and taciturn, speaking in a straightforward manner. Junior brother, congratulations on your breakthrough to the true Yuan realm. After presenting his gift of congratulations, Huang Fuji took his leave. Once the courtyard returned to tranquility, Li Qi shook his head in mild exasperation. He had not foreseen the unexpected benefits of his breakthrough, as the gifts sent by the disciples were quite substantial. What surprised Li Qi the most was the remarkably amiable atmosphere within the Songha Wanshou sect. When Huang Fuji and Tang Yishuang visited, he had expected potential disputes over status and identity. Yet the reality was far from such, as everyone he encountered was quite amicable, without any sordid incidents. The Songha Wanshou sect is indeed commendable. Li Qi smiled faintly. He had originally been a wanderer in the martial world, alone and seeking refuge after parting ways with Chuan, only to unexpectedly arrive at the Songha Wanshou sect, which turned out to be the sanctuary he sought. With a sigh of reflection, Li Qi organized the congratulatory gifts sent by the disciples, putting them all away. Drawing forth the dragon-patterned sword, Li Qi closed his eyes and stood still, beginning to execute the sword techniques of the Songha Wanshou, familiarizing himself with the new realm and power. The sword light danced, stirring the winds and clouds, as leaves fell from the nearby trees. The leaves, caught in the fierce sword light, were instantly reduced to dust. As Li Qi's sword light swirled, any trace of awkwardness in his movements quickly vanished, becoming fluid and natural. A month later, at the martial arts arena of the Songha Wanshou sect, the platform and spectator stands had already been erected, and the disciples had gathered. The atmosphere was abuzz with excitement, a cacophony of voices. Time flies. It has been 3 years already. Ha ha. The competition for the chief disciple is upon us once again. I relish this vibrant energy. Who do you favor this time? Who else could it be but Huang Fuji, our senior brother? He secured the position last time. He shall surely do so again now. But you seem to overlook the fact that there is now another contender from the true Yuan realm. Li Qi. His martial talent surpasses that of senior brother Huang Fuji. I place my bets on him. While Brother Li is undoubtedly formidable, he has only recently begun his martial journey and lacks experience. I still prefer senior brother Huang Fu. Hee. There is something you may not yet know. What is it? Just moments ago, Brother Jin Wanyang emerged from seclusion. He too has successfully broken through to the true Yuan realm. This time, there are even more capable contenders for the position of chief disciple. Brother Jin has also broken through to the true Yuan realm. Of course, I wouldn't deceive you. Just as the crowd was caught up in their lively discussions, a cold scoff interrupted. Hmph, short-sighted. Whether it be Huang Fuji or Jin Wanyang, I can single-handedly defeat them all. The crowd was taken aback and turned to see a very young disciple from within the sect. Cautiously, they inquired, Junior brother, have you also broken through to the true Yuan realm? The young disciple coldly huffed, with an air of arrogance. Not yet. The 3-year period has come to an end. Do not underestimate the young. Even if I have not yet broken through to the true Yuan realm, I am still. His boast was cut short. Enough of this nonsense. You, who are not even in the true Yuan realm, dare to prattle on? Be gone! Laughter erupted from the crowd. Just then, several elders arrived at the scene. The sect leader was in seclusion, and one elder was typically stationed at the scripture repository, seldom venturing out. Thus, only 2 elders were present to oversee the disciples' competition, Wang Huan and Pu Yang Chongqing. Upon their arrival, the crowd fell silent, all eyes fixed intently on the 2 elders. The disciples' competition of the Songhe Wansho sect is held once every 3 years, with the victor becoming the chief disciple. This is a friendly contest among peers, so do not go too far. Should anyone dare to use lethal force, do not blame me for being ungracious. After Elder Wang Huan outlined the rules of the competition, the disciples' contest officially commenced. Chapter 56. This is not how it's done. The triennial disciples' competition is indeed a significant event. It is not only the selected chief disciple who reaps the benefits. Those who rank within the top 10 will also receive commendable rewards, with each of the top 10 earning 100 points of sect contribution. 100 points of contribution is no small amount. Accumulating such a sum through tasks would require a considerable amount of time. Should someone stand out during the disciples' competition and catch the eye of the sect leader or an elder, being taken in as a direct disciple is not out of the question. It is precisely due to these myriad advantages that the disciples eagerly participate. The martial arts arena was set with 4 platforms, and after drawing lots, the disciples would compete in order. Li Chi drew the number 143, placing him towards the end of the lineup, so he would not be called upon just yet. Disciples with numbers 1 and 2. Please take the stage. A managing disciple called out, and immediately, 2 disciples ascended the platform. Both were practitioners of the true Qi realm, and after confirming their identities and numbers, the first match commenced. Disciple number 1, Yi Cheng, versus disciple number 2, Du Liang. The battle began. As the announcement fell, the 2 disciples engaged in fierce combat. Li Chi, observing from below, found the match entertaining. Judging by his current realm, their strengths were insignificant. Yet their similar levels made for an engaging spectacle. Yi Cheng wielded the Cloud Crane Dance Sword with commendable skill, showcasing notable proficiency. In contrast, Du Liang employed his family's legacy martial art, the Wild Goose Wing Blade technique, a high-quality martial art of considerable merit. Although Du Liang had also practiced the Cloud Crane Dance Sword, his mastery of the blade surpassed that of the sword technique at this moment. As he battled Yi Cheng, the clash of blade and sword resulted in a dazzling display of strikes, each attempting to outdo the other, their techniques enveloping the space around them. Crane Shadow Chasing Wind. This was a movement technique from the Cloud Crane Dance Sword, allowing for rapid movement akin to a crane gliding through the wind, making it difficult for the enemy to predict. With sword light surrounding him, Yi Cheng charged at Du Liang, aiming to secure a decisive victory. Yet, Li Qi furrowed his brow slightly, discerning that while Yi Cheng's Crane Shadow Chasing Wind was rapid, his movements appeared somewhat disordered, lacking a certain fluidity. Were this a true life-or-death struggle, such a flaw could prove fatal. It was evident that Yi Cheng's grasp of the Cloud Crane Dance Sword was still lacking, with insufficient understanding and control over the subtleties of the technique. Despite Yi Cheng's flaws, Du Liang failed to capitalize on the opportunity, as his family blade technique, although of quality, was not mastered to perfection. The 2 were evenly matched, thoroughly engrossed in their duel. Observing their lackluster exchange, Li Qi gradually relaxed his furrowed brow, shaking his head in resignation. This was the genuine state of martial practitioners. None could compare to Li Qi, who, with sufficient potential points, could elevate any martial art to perfection. Possessing a profound understanding and mastery devoid of flaws, the techniques of ordinary warriors, to varying degrees, would harbor issues. This was true not only of the 2 disciples on the platform, but also of those on the other 3 platforms. Li Qi could see the flaws in their techniques as they battled. This is not how it's done. Were this a real fight, they would already be dead at a T that moment. A familiar voice rang out beside him. Li Qi turned to see Huang Fuji, the current senior disciple, standing beside him beneath the arena. Observing Yi Cheng and Du Liang demonstrating their sword and blade techniques, Huang Fuji wore an expression of disdain. As though even a dog would shake its head in disapproval, Li Qi was taken aback and greeted Huang Fuji, senior brother Huang Fu. Huang Fuji nodded, his eyes sparkling with intensity. Li Qi, you two have noticed the flaws in their techniques. Haven't you? Yes. Huang Fuji gestured towards the stage, babbling on, just look at this crane wing concealing feathers. It is supposed to be a subtle and difficult to defend sword technique, with the tip of the sword trembling like a crane's wing retracting. Light and agile. Yet Yi Cheng employs it in an ostentatious manner, swinging his sword as if wielding an axe, and Du Liang's goose wing blade technique is equally unrefined. That move, returning goose to the southern sky, is exquisitely intricate. 3 strikes would suffice. Yet this fellow insists on delivering 5. Not only is he wasting energy, but he's also missing the opportunity to pursue his opponent. It truly vexes me. As Huang Fuji chattered away, Li Qi could not help but stare at him in astonishment. A month prior, when he had encountered Huang Fuji, the latter had appeared wooden and taciturn, leaving a deep impression on him. Now, however, Huang Fuji seemed to have transformed entirely. His face animated and his words flowing endlessly, his eyes glimmering with enthusiasm as if he might rush forward at any moment to correct the two on stage. Noticing that Li Qi remained silent, Huang Fuji turned to him, laughing, "Haha, I must have amused you, junior brother. I got a bit carried away in my excitement." Within the Songha Wanshou sect, Huang Fuji was renowned as a martial arts fanatic. Although he usually appeared listless and reticent, the sight of a duel would invigorate him like a shot of adrenaline. If given the chance to engage in combat himself, he would be overjoyed. Much like a seasoned drunkard encountering fine wine, it was precisely this extraordinary passion for martial arts that had forged Huang Fuji into the formidable figure he was today, maintaining his position as the top disciple for many years. Though Huang Fuji's loquaciousness initially startled Li Qi, he soon came to understand. It was evident that Huang Fuji was a genuinely pure-hearted individual, and such a person was not at all irksome. "Haha, it's nothing, senior brother. This is quite delightful. Later, when we compete, I hope you will show some mercy." "Ha ha ha, not at all, junior brother. You are too modest." With a shared topic, the two began to converse, discussing various challenges encountered in martial training, creating a lively atmosphere. Huang Fuji grew increasingly astonished by Li Qi. He presented numerous queries regarding martial arts, and no matter what issues he raised, Li Qi would provide insightful answers and perspectives, some of which were so profound that they left Huang Fuji in awe. "Marvelous, truly marvelous. Just a brief discussion with you, junior brother, has opened my mind. Your talent in martial arts is indeed extraordinary." Huang Fuji held Li Qi in high regard, feeling a sense of regret for not having met him sooner. As their conversation flourished, the official overseeing the competition bellowed, "Contestant 35, Huang Fuji, versus Contestant 36. Su Teng, please step onto the stage." Huang Fuji's eyes lit up as he chuckled, "Finally, it's my turn. Junior brother, I shall be back momentarily." With that, Huang Fuji grasped his long sword, his figure flashing as he executed a remarkable display of lightness, instantly appearing upon the arena. As Huang Fuji took the stage, all eyes in the vicinity turned towards him. The current chief disciple, with profound cultivation and formidable combat prowess, had always been the center of attention. Li Qi, too, cast his gaze upon Huang Fuji, intrigued by the true extent of his capabilities. Chapter 57. I am just swinging aimlessly in the disciples' competition. Certain individuals are best avoided, such as Huang Fuji. The moment a practitioner of the true essence realm appears, ordinary disciples scarcely stand a chance. Encountering an opponent like Huang Fuji offers no hope of victory. Being placed in a group with a true essence disciple is often dubbed a death group, wherein the only concern is how to exit gracefully rather than strategizing for advancement. Su Teng, assigned to the death group, wore a wry smile. As a late-stage true Qi disciple, he might have had some confidence against other opponents, perhaps even securing a respectable rank, but against Huang Fuji, he stood no chance whatsoever. Observing Huang Fuji's exuberance, Su Teng forced a smile. "Senior brother Huang Fu, I hope you will go easy on me." Huang Fuji chuckled. "Rest assured, I guarantee you won't be harmed." "Won't be harmed?" Su Teng's smile grew even more bitter. Let the duel begin. With a commanding shout, the match commenced. Su Teng's eyes widened as he swiftly drew his long sword, unleashing a flurry of sword energy aimed at Huang Fuji. He knew he had to strike first. If Huang Fuji were to initiate the attack, he might not even have the chance to draw his sword. To be knocked off the stage without even unsheathing one's weapon would be utterly humiliating. Seeing Su Teng launch an aggressive assault, Huang Fuji did not rush to counter. He wielded his long sword, deftly deflecting or severing the incoming sword energy, his stance unwavering, exuding calmness. After executing 7 or 8 strikes of sword energy, Su Teng closed in on Huang Fuji, his long sword quivering as he unleashed a dense flurry of sword light surrounding Huang Fuji. Cloud-soaring crane dance, sword wings dance of spring and autumn. The technique unfolded gracefully, the sword and arm moving in unison, akin to the wings of a crane dancing in the air. Li Qi's eyes brightened at the sight. Su Teng's cloud-soaring crane dance was significantly superior to Yi Cheng's previous display, lacking any apparent flaws, and the timing of its execution was impeccable. Huang Fuji bellowed, "A fine move." He twirled his long sword, meeting Su Teng's assault head-on, successfully parrying the attack. Cloud-soaring crane dance, cranes cry echoes in autumn waters. A powerful surge of true essence infused his sword, producing a resounding crane's call that reverberated. Huang Fuji countered Su Teng's attack with the same cloud-soaring crane dance. Although the cloud-soaring crane dance was merely an introductory sword technique from the Songhe Wanshou sect, Huang Fuji, having trained in swordsmanship for many years and enjoying substantial resources, mastered not only the Songhe Wanshou's foundational techniques, but also several higher-quality sword arts. Yet, he chose not to employ those superior techniques against Su Teng, instead mirroring Su Teng's use of the cloud-soaring crane dance. The disparity in their execution quickly became evident. Senior brother Huang Fu's cloud-soaring crane dance is always such a visual delight. Senior brother Huang Fu's cranes cry echoes in autumn waters can be utilized in this manner? Truly remarkable. If I am not mistaken, Su Teng will last at most 5 exchanges before he is defeated. If not for the fact that senior brother is being lenient, he would have lost upon the first encounter. As the onlookers observed the two engage in combat, their discussions swirled, while Li Qi, witnessing Huang Fuji's prowess, felt a surge of excitement. What exceptional swordsmanship! Huang Fuji's cloud-soaring crane dance had reached a level of minor mastery, nearing perfection, and the execution was fluid and seamless, imbued with an ancient charm. In stark contrast, Su Teng fell short despite his fervent efforts, his face flushed, yet he was unable to gain any upper hand against Huang Fuji. Had Huang Fuji not relished the thrill of battle and deliberately prolonged the match, he could have concluded it in mere moments. After exchanging over a dozen strikes, Huang Fuji, with a satisfied expression, struck Su Teng's wrist with the back of his sword, causing the latter's weapon to slip from his grasp, thereby concluding the duel. Su Teng sighed in resignation, retrieving his long sword and bowing slightly to Huang Fuji. "Senior brother, your swordsmanship is astounding. I have learned much." "Ha ha ha, no problem, as long as you are unharmed. That is sufficient." As they stepped off the stage, Huang Fuji approached Li Qi, "Junior brother, I apologize for keeping you waiting, and no need to apologize. Senior brother Huang Fu's cloud-soaring crane dance is indeed remarkable. Ha, it is nothing of significance. Merely a haphazard display." As Huang Fuji seemed to recall something, he turned to Li Qi. "I've heard that your swordsmanship has reached the realm of sword energy taking form. When we compete later, I must learn from you." Noticing the martial arts fanatic's eagerness, Li Qi chuckled and shifted the topic. As the matches continued, Li Qi observed other true essence disciples taking to the stage. Tang Yishuang also employed the cloud-soaring crane dance, effortlessly defeating her opponent. Individuals of her caliber required no extraordinary techniques to vanquish ordinary sect disciples, as the cloud-soaring crane dance alone sufficed. In addition to Tang Yishuang, Li Qi noted another disciple named Jian Wanong, who had also recently reached the true essence realm and similarly triumphed over his opponent with ease. Though Jian Wanong had only just broken through to the true essence realm and his foundation remained somewhat unstable, he was more than adequate to handle these common disciples. Li Qi had a clear understanding. This time, the position of chief disciple would undoubtedly emerge from among the 4 of them in the true essence realm. As the battles progressed, it wasn't long before it was Li Qi's turn. Number 143 Li Qi, facing off against number 144 Gu Zeshi. Another disciple from the true Yuan realm stepped onto the stage, and all eyes turned towards him. Li Qi had only joined the sect a month prior, and almost no one had witnessed his prowess in combat. Curiosity abounded. Just how formidable was Li Qi? How would he measure up against seasoned disciples like Huang Fuji and Tang Yishuang? With a footstep imbued with the aura of clouds and mist, Li Qi advanced onto the arena. His lightness skill was already remarkable, and after ascending to the true Yuan realm, his agility was nothing short of terrifying. Over 90% of those present failed to discern how he had reached the stage. Such lightness skills were truly extraordinary. Li Qi's brother seemed to possess a technique akin to flying over grass. But could it truly be so swift? Not to mention the prowess of his swordsmanship. With such unparalleled lightness skills, he was bound to remain undefeated. Everyone murmured amongst themselves, concerned not to encounter him in battle. Meanwhile, Gu Zushi, standing opposite, wore a serious expression tinged with helplessness. As a peak disciple of the true Qi realm, his strength was second only to those of the true Yuan realm, and he had hoped to vie for a spot in the top 10 during this grand competition. However, he never anticipated facing a true Yuan disciple in the very first round. How could he possibly compete? With the first round proving to be his undoing, any hopes of placing in the top 10 were dashed. Once the participants' numbers were confirmed, the officiant bellowed, "Let the duel begin." Chapter 58. So this is how you wish to play. The Pine Crane Longevity sect has opened its doors to disciples, and aside from a select few, most of the disciples have studied the Cloud Crane sword dance. Ji Yuzushi was no exception. As the duel commenced, Gu Zushi thrust his longsword forward, aiming for Li Qi's figure with the Cloud Crane sword dance. Step of the crane? This strike was executed with astonishing speed, a swift combination of sword technique and movement designed to close in on his opponent and seek an opportunity for a decisive blow. Yet, the Cloud Crane sword dance was merely a foundational version of the Pine Crane longevity art, something Li Qi had long since mastered. Although Gu Zushi was formidable at the peak of the true Qi realm, his attacks were far from sufficient in Li Qi's eyes. With a delicate tap of his toes against the ground, Li Qi's form flickered like an illusion, effortlessly evading Gu Zishi's onslaught. Like a grasshopper in flight, the glimmer of the sword danced before Li Qi's eyes, the blade narrowly grazing his garments. The distance between them a mere hair's breadth, yet it never truly made contact with his body. Gu Zishi's true Qi surged, a milky white cloud of energy emanating from his form, roiling like boiling water. As the full extent of his peak true Qi prowess was displayed, yet it remained futile as Gu Zishi's sword carved out phantom shadows, beads of sweat glistened upon his brow, his blade perpetually missing Li Qi by the slightest of margins. But that minuscule distance felt insurmountable. Not only did the multitude of disciples in the audience witness this, but even the two elders on the high platform were left astonished. Elder Wang, Li Qi's lightness skills are indeed remarkable. One elder remarked. Indeed, the other elder concurred. As peak experts of the true Yuan realm, they could hardly overlook Li Qi's extraordinary lightness techniques, which allowed him to deftly evade a peak true Qi attack with ease. They even perceived that this was not the full extent of Li Qi's capabilities. Unbeknownst to them, the two elders found themselves empathizing with Gu Zishi's plight, arriving at a conclusion that was difficult for them to accept. Should Li Qi's lightness skills be fully unveiled? Even they might struggle to land a hit on him. What an extraordinary martial talent he was. Before long, he might even surpass us. Pu Yang Chongqing sighed softly, expressing his thoughts, the elder beside him. Wang Huan nodded in agreement, saying, "Let us not speculate on what lies ahead. I am rather curious about what will transpire when Li Qi faces Huang Fuji and Tang Yishuang. I can hardly contain my anticipation." After dodging a flurry of attacks, Li Qi felt it was time to cease his evasive maneuvers. In a flash, he appeared behind Gu Zishi and deftly tapped his fingertip against the back of Gu Zishi's head. A dangerous and sharp aura flickered at his fingertip, a glimmer of sword light pulsating ominously. A chilling sensation of impending doom emanated from the spot on Gu Zishi's head. Ji Zishi froze, halting his vigorous swordplay, fully aware of his defeat. The moment that sword energy erupted from Li Qi's fingertip, he would meet his end in an instant, I concede. After acknowledging his defeat, Li Qi withdrew his finger and calmly said, "Thank you for the match." Ji Zushi, somewhat stiffly, turned to Li Qi, nodded in acknowledgement, and exited the arena. Having concluded his first bout, Li Qi descended from the stage, only to be met by Huang Fuji, who approached him eagerly. Junior brother Li Qi, your lightness skills are truly extraordinary. Ha ha, brother, you flatter me. But you are rather cunning, not even employing your swordsmanship. I was left wanting for a proper display. All the disciples were aware that Li Qi had comprehended the manifestation of sword energy, achieving mastery in swordsmanship. When Li Qi had taken the stage, everyone had been eager to witness the legendary manifestation of sword energy. Yet, he had only showcased his astonishing lightness skills, defeating his opponent without revealing his swordsmanship. The sense of yearning left many feeling discontented, as though something was amiss. Li Qi's actions were deliberate. He had observed numerous true Yuan disciples engaging in battle, all employing the same basic sword technique to vanquish their opponents. They were all quite shrewd, using the most ordinary techniques against lesser disciples, ensuring they did not reveal their true capabilities. As for their hidden tricks and ultimate moves, those were reserved for encounters with other true Yuan disciples. Ah, so this is how you wish to play. If you are so cunning, then do not blame me for being even craftier. Li Qi did not even draw his dragon-patterned sword, relying solely on his lightness skills to triumph over his adversary. Who could argue with that? Observing the somewhat forlorn expressions of those around him, Li Qi smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent as he continued to watch the ongoing duels. An hour later, the first round of battles concluded entirely. Only around 80 disciples remained in the arena, and the vicinity of the stage became noticeably sparse. Those who had been eliminated returned to the surrounding stands, finding seats to observe the subsequent matches. The second round commenced. Most of the participating disciples were from the true Qi realm, though a few from the body refinement realm also took part. They had no hope of reaching the top 10, let alone claiming the championship. Their reasons for participating ranged from seeking to gain practical experience, given that sparring among peers was relatively safe, with elders watching over them, to perhaps hoping to catch the eye of a particular elder and be taken as an apprentice, thereby soaring to great heights. However, as the second round began, only the more formidable disciples remained, and the number of body refinement disciples dwindled, with only a few surviving. As the second round unfolded, groups of disciples ascended the arena, engaging in fierce combat once more. The pattern continued, with each combatant holding back their true abilities, defeating their opponents using the most basic tactics. In this round, Li Qi faced a disciple at the late stage of the true Qi realm, whose strength paled in comparison to the first opponent. Once again, he employed his lightness skills to effortlessly secure victory. As the grand competition progressed to the third round, a singular battle captivated everyone's attention. Two disciples from the true Yuan realm were set to face each other prematurely, Tang Yishuang and Jin Wanyang. The two figures stood upon the stage, the atmosphere thick with tension. Standing beside Li Qi, Huang Fuji chuckled. Interesting. It seems we have a show to watch. Chapter 59: The Clash of True Yuan Realms. Tang Yishuang and Jin Wanyang were both disciples of the true Yuan realm, standing opposite one another, their energies clashing in the air. Though both shared the same realm, their strengths were markedly different. Tang Yishuang had long since attained the true Yuan realm. Although still in its initial stage, she had accumulated significant experience at this level. In contrast, Jin Wanyang had only recently broken through to the true Yuan realm, his foundation still unsteady, and he had yet to fully comprehend the pine crane longevity art. Returning to origin, facing Tang Yishuang under such circumstances was undeniably disadvantageous. Regardless, Jin Wanyang showed no signs of retreat. Sister Tang, I have long wished to seek your guidance. I hope you will not hold back. The aura emanating from Jin Wanyang erupted violently as he charged towards Tang Yishuang. With his long sword drawn, beams of sword light intertwined in the air. The martial essence within both combatants surged wildly, unleashing fierce sword chi that cleaved towards each other. The two elders seated on the high platform straightened slightly, their full attention fixated on the duel below, poised to intervene at any moment. A true Essence Realm Master was not to be trifled with. Even the two elders, Wang Huan and Pu Yang Chongqing, were merely at the pinnacle of the true Essence Realm, standing on equal ground with Tang and Jin. Should a mishap occur during their confrontation, or if their techniques endangered the nearby spectators, only a handful of true Essence Realm individuals present could step in to avert disaster. Wang Huan glanced at Li Qi, recalling the latter's extraordinary lightness of foot. If the duel spiraled out of control, Li Qi's incredible agility could prove invaluable. Both true Essence Realm Masters and ordinary disciples alike were captivated by the clash on the stage, particularly the ordinary disciples, who were hesitant to even blink. Such encounters among true Essence Realm Masters were a rare spectacle. If one could grasp the principles underlying their combat, even a fragment of their essence could prove immensely beneficial. Clad in a flowing moon-white gown, Tang Yishuang exuded an ethereal grace, reminiscent of a cloud that had descended to the mortal realm. In contrast, Jian Wenyang donned a gray long robe, embodying a tempestuous storm that relentlessly bore down upon Tang Yishuang. With a flourish, Jian Wenyang soared into the air, akin to a white crane ascending to the heavens, his wings unfurling as he spiraled gracefully above. His long sword danced, moving in tandem with his body, launching an aerial assault. This was a lethal technique from the Songhe Wanshogong's Guiyuan chapter, a move that could only be fully unleashed by one who had genuinely entered the true essence realm. In the face of Jian Wenyang's fierce onslaught, Tang Yishuang maintained an air of calm composure, responding with poise. She unleashed waves of sword qi that surged towards Jian Wenyang, who either evaded or deflected her strikes midair. Although he managed to withstand her attacks, the momentum behind his aura began to wane, losing some of its sharpness. Seizing upon Jian Wenyang's momentary lapse, Tang Yishuang executed a decisive strike towards him. As their swords clashed, a peculiar sticky force diverted Jian Wenyang's attack aside, effortlessly neutralizing his offense. Undeterred by the lack of success, Jian Wenyang pressed on relentlessly against Tang Yishuang. Despite his varied techniques, he ultimately fell short due to his brief time in the true essence realm, lacking the necessary finesse. His repeated attempts yielded no results and instead drained a significant portion of his martial essence. After exchanging dozens of strikes, Jian Wenyang began to sense fatigue creeping in. The spectators on the stands were captivated by the duel, with some erupting in cheers at the display of skill. While only a few discerned the true trajectory of the battle, Jian Wenyang was on the verge of defeat, murmured Huang Fuji, who observed the duel intently. He fixed his gaze on the combatants, his eyes flickering. Within 7 exchanges, victory would be determined. Li Qi offered a silent nod, agreeing with Huang Fuji's assessment. As anticipated, after 2 more exchanges, Tang Yishuang capitalized on a fleeting opening in Jian Wenyang's defense, her sword dancing with precision, targeting his vital points with relentless strikes. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Yishuang transformed her combat style entirely, exhibiting a ferocity unbecoming of a woman. As she pressed the offensive against Jian Wenyang, he retreated repeatedly, the gap in their strengths widening further. The 2 elders on the high platform gripped their armrests tightly, while Huang Fuji leaned forward slightly, ready to intervene. The outcome of the contest was imminent. Should Tang Yishuang fail to temper her strength at the last moment, Jian Wenyang risked injury. This was the most perilous juncture of the entire match, and the few true Essence Realm Masters had prepared themselves to step in. Yet the anticipated scenario did not unfold in the instant Tang Yishuang cleaved through Jian Wenyang's sword barrier. Her blade hovered a mere inch from his throat. The outcome was already glaringly evident. A bittersweet smile crept upon Jian Wenyang's lips. I concede, Sister Tang has prevailed. Tang Yishuang, too, bore a radiant smile as she slowly retracted her long sword. I barely triumphed. Brother, you must practice diligently in the future. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they departed the stage, and the tense true Essence Realm Masters nearby released a collective sigh of relief. The duel between the 2 true Essence Realm disciples had come to a close, ultimately culminating in Tang Yishuang's victory. This outcome thrilled the surrounding disciples, exclaiming in excitement, "Indeed, Sister Tang has won this round." Though Brother Jian Wenyang lost, his prowess was formidable. He could easily best 10 of me. I envy them so much. I long to reach the true Essence Realm as well. If I train diligently, that day will surely come. One day, I too shall become the chief disciple. With only 3 true Essence Realm contenders remaining on stage, they speculated who would ultimately become this year's chief disciple. Is there any doubt? It must be Brother Huang Fuji. I actually have greater faith in Brother Li Qi. After all, he has already comprehended the transformation of sword qi. A flurry of discussions ensued among the disciples, invigorated by the recent clash of true Essence Realm Masters. The competition continued, and as the number of remaining disciples dwindled, the pace of each round accelerated. Some disciples faced formidable opponents, their martial essence constantly depleting and injuries accumulating, until they had no choice but to withdraw. Conversely, others encountered weaker foes, breezing through several rounds with minimal effort, effortlessly advancing to the top 8. As the competition reached the 5th round, two pivotal figures finally clashed. Contestant 35, Huang Fuji, versus contestant 143, Li Qi. At this revelation, the arena fell silent. Although the final showdown had yet to arrive, the two-seed contenders, Huang Fuji and Li Qi, had met earlier than anticipated. How splendid! Brother Huang Fu was already formidable 3 years ago. I am eager to see how much stronger he has become since then. I am even more curious about Brother Li's sword chi transformation. I shall finally witness it firsthand. They were on the verge of beginning. Everyone held their breath. Not just the disciples in the stands, but even the two elders seated high above were riveted by the impending duel. Elder Wang, you witnessed Li Qi's sword chi transformation firsthand. What is your impression? Impressive, highly gifted. I am humbled. And how does he compare to the sect master? The sect master of the Songha Wanshou sect, Pang Jing, had also attained the sword chi transformation long ago and reached the level of a swordsmanship master. Yet he had not engaged in battle for over a decade, and even the two elders' recollections of his sword chi transformation had become somewhat hazy. Wang Huan contemplated for a moment, then shook his head slowly, replying, "It is difficult to say. I cannot equate Li Qi's sword chi transformation with that of the sect master. There is something distinctly different about Li Qi's." "Oh? Then I shall watch closely." As the two elders engaged in hushed conversation, the duel on the stage commenced. With the verification of their contest numbers, the battle began. Following a commanding shout, Huang Fuji drew his long sword from his waist. Adopting a vigilant stance against the distant Li Qi, Junior Brother Li, today presents a rare opportunity. I hope you will impart your wisdom. Li Qi unsheathed his long sword, responding with a soft smile, "As you wish." The two stood poised with their swords, the aura radiating from them nearly palpable, colliding in the air, warping and solidifying the atmosphere around them. Even the ground beneath their feet began to fracture with faint cracks. Disciples who had drawn too close to the fray felt the immense pressure and staggered back, unable to withstand the weight of the energy, creating distance between themselves and the combatants. After a brief standoff, Li Qi and Huang Fuji simultaneously dashed towards one another, crane dance across the sky. The two executed the same sword technique, their forms dissolving into phantoms as they collided. In an instant, the two true Essence Realm Masters unleashed nearly 100 strikes. The blades sliced through the air, creating friction that ignited the swords in their hands, causing them to glow red from the heat. The intensity of the battle escalated rapidly as they hurled waves of sword chi at each other. The distance between them perilously close. Any ordinary person would find it nearly impossible to evade such proximity. However, Li Qi and Huang Fuji are no ordinary individuals. The sword chi they unleash often flies only half a foot before being shattered by the opponent's sword, causing no harm. Yet, the fragmented sword chi transforms into specks of starlight, shooting outward in all directions. Countless fragments the size of a thumb fall silently to the ground, creating egg-sized holes with astonishing depth, penetrating over 10 fathoms underground. Should these delicate shards of sword chi strike a human body, disciples at the true chi realm would be grievously injured in an instant, while those weaker would meet a swift demise. And now, a multitude of these fine sword chi fragments has already begun to shoot towards the spectator stands. The expressions of the two elders atop the platform changed dramatically. They moved in unison towards the arena. Standing on either side of the stage, the elders summoned their internal true chi, raising their palms to create walls of energy, dispersing the scattered sword chi fragments. These walls of energy proved resilient, encircling the arena to shield the onlookers from the residual turbulence of the fierce battle. As the two elders intervened, the combatants on the stage altered their styles, resuming their fierce clash. Huang Fuji executed the crane wing convergence, a secretive and elusive sword technique whose peculiarities are difficult to defend against, and he has mastered this characteristic to perfection. His body flickered like a phantom, weaving around Li Qi, while his sword struck with the precision of a venomous serpent, targeting vital points on Li Qi's body from unimaginable angles. The art of swordsmanship is vast and profound, with innumerable paths to ascend to the pinnacle. There is the tyrannical and unstoppable dominance, the inscrutable and elusive cunning, the regal path that reigns supreme, and the transcendent path that leads to sanctity. Yet, with merely this singular, elusive crane wing convergence, Huang Fuji has already set one foot upon the path of the cunning sword sect. As Huang Fuji transformed his combat style, Li Qi's techniques underwent a significant transformation as well. The crane's cry in autumn waters, a torrent of martial true qi surged into the dragon-patterned sword, causing the blade to tremble incessantly, resonating with the sound of the crane's cry. However, the crane's cry in autumn waters that Li Qi now exhibited was vastly different from before. The sound that typically emanated from this technique was melodious and ethereal, filled with a sense of otherworldliness. Yet now, the sound produced by Li Qi's crane's cry was sharp and urgent, brimming with agony and madness. It was as if a white crane were being violently grasped by the neck, struggling and shrieking. Everyone practiced the same technique, yet this bizarre and grotesque form of swordplay was utterly unprecedented, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Are they still using the swordsmanship of our sect? It bears some resemblance, yet it feels distinctly different. How could such a crane's cry in autumn waters be cultivated? It seems as if that white crane is on the verge of death. Regardless of how the two senior brothers wield their techniques, I feel that if I were to step onto the stage, I would be instantly slain. Could this truly be the correct interpretation of the Song Crane longevity technique? Have I been practicing incorrectly all this time? The crowd, witnessing the duel, wore expressions of disbelief. The events unfolding surpassed their comprehension, with only a few discerning the implications of this grotesque swordplay. At that moment, deep within the Song Crane longevity sect, a tall man in deep meditation slowly opened his eyes. His gaze pierced through thousands of miles, fixing upon the two figures locked in combat on the platform. And a look of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Oh? This is Chapter 61. The Essence of Martial Arts, a Terrifying Eruption. Ji Zhizhong, the supreme elder of the Song Crane longevity sect, had already reached the pinnacle of true intent. Being among the closest to breaking through to the hidden realm and achieving the status of a terrestrial immortal. Typically, Ji Zhizhong remained secluded within the depths of the sect, entrusting sect affairs to Pang Jing and several elders, rarely concerning himself with external matters. The incident involving Sun Yinyun's departure had deeply saddened this supreme elder, and he had been in seclusion for nearly half a year. But just moments ago, a slight commotion within the sect stirred this elder from his meditation. He opened his eyes and extended his gaze, observing the two figures engaged in battle on the disciples' competition stage. Oh, this is... Ji Zhizhong's expression shifted into one of astonishment as he watched the two young figures relentlessly clash. Huang Fuji's crane wing convergence was elusive and lethal, while Li Qi's crane's cry in autumn waters echoed with anguish. Resembling a mournful wail, this lofty and ethereal Song Crane longevity technique had somehow allowed the two to develop an air reminiscent of demonic prowess. These two individuals, Ji Zhizhong's gaze flitted between Li Qi and Huang Fuji, his expression growing increasingly incredulous. As a second-generation disciple of the Song Crane longevity sect, Ji Zhizhong had once apprenticed under the Grandmaster Ji Ying, having witnessed firsthand how the Grandmaster executed the Song Crane longevity technique. The sword techniques were extraordinary, imbued with an ethereal essence that left a profound impression on him. Yet the swordplay of the two before him had transformed dramatically. One practitioner's style was so peculiar that he had nearly stepped onto the path of the cunning sword sect. The other, while wielding his long sword, emitted a sound of lamentation that sent chills down one's spine, filling the atmosphere with unease. Disciples of disgrace. Disciples of disgrace indeed. Ji Zhizhong felt his breath quickening. As if he could scarcely contain himself, he wished to reprimand them. Yet the words faltered on his lips. At a glance, their sword techniques appeared to be fundamentally flawed, yet they bore no obvious faults. Ji Zhizhong took a deep breath. With his perspective, it was impossible not to grasp the crux of the matter. he naturally understood why Huang Fuji and Li Qi's swordplay had manifested in such a manner. It was because both had comprehended the sword techniques of the Song Crane longevity technique to such a profound extent that they had transcended the boundaries of the swordplay itself. They had reached a realm where the will guides the form, where transformation arises from the heart. In martial arts, adaptability is paramount. If one can only recite the teachings verbatim, the ultimate achievements will be inherently limited. Only by breaking through the original confines can one ascend to a higher realm. Huang Fuji, the chief disciple, was somewhat understandable. The crane wing convergence was inherently an elusive type of sword technique, and while he was applying it rather extreme, it was not beyond reason. However, Li Qi was different. His crane's cry in autumn waters had undergone such a glaring transformation that it bordered on disgraceful. Yet, despite the somewhat demonic nature of Li Qi's sword moves, the intricacies remained intact, and the timing of his techniques was executed with impeccable precision, fluid and flawless. After observing for a while, Ji Zhizhong found himself unable to pinpoint a single flaw. This young man truly possesses extraordinary talent. This was Ji Zhizhong's assessment of Li Qi. Though somewhat begrudging, he could not deny it. The two combatants abruptly paused, then separated, standing at a distance. Li Qi, your swordsmanship is indeed remarkable. It is exhilarating. Li Qi felt elated as well. It was his first encounter with a formidable opponent in the true Qi realm, and the sensation of continuously unleashing his power was intoxicating. After a brief moment of adjustment, a hint of seriousness appeared in Huang Fuji's eyes. Junior brother, be cautious. I am about to get serious. Upon hearing this, not only did Li Qi respond, but even the two elders who had been watching closely adopted a more solemn demeanor. Huang Fuji, who had initially been poised, began to emanate a distinctly different aura, as a faint illusion of white clouds appeared behind him, exuding an ethereal and weightless essence. This was the white cloud vision from the true intent chapter of the Song Crane longevity technique. This was no longer the foundational return to origin chapter of a high-tier martial art. It was a technique that reached a higher echelon of true intent. For a true Qi realm martial artist to further enhance their strength, it inevitably involved the elusive, intangible realm of spiritual power. If one could solidify a complete martial essence, they would thoroughly step into that realm. Huang Fuji had engaged with Li Qi for hundreds of exchanges, yet had been unable to gain the upper hand, leaving him astonished. He understood that no matter how many conventional methods he employed, he could not defeat Li Qi. Reluctantly, he felt compelled to utilize some unconventional tactics. Upon witnessing the white cloud illusion behind Huang Fuji, the two elders gasped in astonishment. Is this the essence of martial arts? No, this is not even a complete martial essence. The white cloud vision is the easiest visualization to comprehend in the true intent chapter. Yet Huang Fuji's understanding of this visualization was less than 30%. This was merely an incomplete version of the white cloud vision. The two elders, well-versed in knowledge, instantly recognized the nature of the white cloud illusion behind Huang Fuji. That is indeed the essence of martial arts. Though incomplete, it still signifies Huang Fuji's exceptional talent. Regret washed over them. They had both reached the pinnacle of the true Qi realm, possessing some comprehension of the Song Crane longevity technique's visualization. Yet their mastery of the white cloud vision barely reached 80%, only slightly surpassing Huang Fuji.it was truly a source of embarrassment. Huang Fuji's ability to comprehend 30% of the white cloud vision at his current level was remarkable. The future indeed holds promise. Not only the two elders, but even Li Qi, standing before Huang Fuji, felt an ominous premonition arise within him. He overheard the words of two nearby elders and understood that they spoke of the true essence of martial arts, which was undoubtedly profound. When a martial artist attains the realm of true essence, the true meaning of martial arts fuses with their original techniques, achieving a state where both form and spirit are fully realized. This greatly enhances the power of the techniques, rendering them remarkably lethal. To those at such a level, any technique lacking the comprehension of true essence is merely a hollow shell, devoid of flesh and bone, and stripped of the quintessence of spirit, like a castle in the air, easily obliterated with a mere flick of the finger. I cannot maintain this state for too long, junior brother. Be cautious, as the words fell. Huang Fuji instantly surged forward with his sword. His mental energy was being consumed at a frantic pace, and he had to defeat Li Qi in the shortest time possible. Crane dance in the heavens. Huang Fuji soared into the air, surrounded by ethereal wisps of white cloud essence that obscured his form, resembling a white crane ascending into the clouds. This was a killing move from the pine crane longevity technique. Immensely powerful, and after merging with the incomplete true essence of martial arts, its might surged exponentially. The clang of the sword echoed as the clouds above were sliced apart, and Huang Fuji's true energy surged violently as he brought his sword down. The terrifying edge surged forth, and Li Qi dared not hesitate, executing his lightness skill to the utmost, narrowly evading Huang Fuji's onslaught. The long sword struck the ground, cleaving the arena in two, leaving behind a slender yet deep scar on the surface. The sword aura that swept around forced Li Qi to retreat continuously, its sharpness causing his skin to sting. Faced with such a formidable blow, a hint of a smile crept onto Li Qi's face as he revealed his pearly white teeth. How intriguing, truly fascinating. At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Li Qi. In an instant, his eyes were tinged with crimson, accompanied by the roaring sound of surging waters emanating from his body. Mountain and river breathing technique. First Dragon Gate of the Dragon Gate Seal. A torrent of martial true energy burst forth from within him, rolling like flames upon his skin, as if to incinerate everything nearby. Moreover, Li Qi's aura surged to an overwhelming intensity. Well then, let us engage in some delightful play. A sinister smile crept onto Li Qi's lips as he stomped the ground forcefully, creating a deep pit, and his figure shot towards Huang Fuji like a cannonball. Chapter 62 Huang Fuji Xiang. Do not hold back your strength, let us continue. Upon witnessing Huang Fuji's transformation, Li Qi realized one crucial fact. The true essence of martial arts is also a means of explosive power. When true essence combines with techniques, it results in a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. Although Huang Fuji's true essence was not yet complete, it significantly enhanced the power of his techniques. Having joined the Pine Crane Longevity sect for a month, Li Qi had already reached the mid-stage of the true essence realm, a level superior to Huang Fuji. Yet, upon witnessing Huang Fuji's manifestation of true essence, Li Qi felt a hint of challenge. Since ordinary techniques were proving insufficient for victory, Li Qi did not hesitate to reveal a bit more of his trump card. He too possessed explosive means. Mountain and river breathing technique. First Dragon Gate of the Dragon Gate Seal. Li Qi's aura instantly escalated by several tiers, exuding a terrifying sense of oppression. Fully channeling the mountain and river breathing technique, his true energy flowed like an unstoppable river. Upon invoking the Dragon Gate Seal, it was as if he were a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, dramatically increasing his combat power. With the first Dragon Gate activated, Li Qi's strength doubled. Each subsequent crossing of a Dragon Gate would further amplify his power. Li Qi's transformation astounded everyone, and the two elders closest to him were utterly stunned. Wang Huan, observing the significant changes in Li Qi, quickly discerned the nature of his technique. This was the Dragon Gate Seal. It was indeed the Dragon Gate Seal from the mysterious techniques. How could Li Qi possess this secret art which was absent from their sect? Just as the crowd was taken aback, the two figures on the arena clashed again. Huang Fuji, who had initially held the upper hand with his true essence, found himself at a loss when Li Qi unleashed the same technique. After employing the Dragon Gate Seal, Li Qi's swordplay became swift and forceful, swinging his sword like a hammer, striking down upon Huang Fuji relentlessly, who staggered back. Huang Fuji wielded his sword to parry Li Qi's strikes. But the opposing force transmitted through their colliding weapons permeated Huang Fuji's body, causing significant internal shock. This cannot continue. A hint of unnatural flush crept onto Huang Fuji's face as a mouthful of reverse blood surged up his throat, threatening to erupt at any moment. Struggling to fend off Li Qi's slash, Huang Fuji retreated, creating some distance between them. The cloud dissipated. Behind Huang Fuji, the blurred essence of martial arts twisted, morphing into a phantom that entered his sword. With a horizontal swing of his blade, Huang Fuji gently swept it, as if to brush away dust from the ground. Though his movements were exceedingly gentle, The power of this sword technique was terrifying. Unleashing a dazzling beam of sword light that rushed forth in an instant, Li Qi's pupils constricted sharply. He dared not be careless and also executed a sword strike in response. Wings dance of spring and autumn. A massive sword aura slashed out, but as it traveled merely 2 zhong, it twisted and transformed, sprouting wing-like shapes. In an instant, this sword aura morphed into a 10 zhong long crane wing, its feathers distinct and lifelike. The sword aura had taken form, a master of swordsmanship. The brilliant sword light and winged sword aura collided, resulting in an explosion that unleashed a terrifying shockwave. The surrounding barrier of air shattered under the force. The horrific shockwave manifested as visible ripples, sweeping in all directions, causing the disciples in the stands to be caught off guard, leading to chaos and disarray. However, thanks to the 2 elders' air barrier, which absorbed some of the impact, those disciples affected by the shockwave sustained no injuries. Having reached this point in the battle, Li Qi was fully unrestrained. Amidst the swirling dust, he spread his arms wide, laughing heartily, his expression exuding unrestrained exuberance. "Ha ha ha, how delightful, let us continue." With a low shout, Li Qi's aura surged once more. Second Dragon Gate of the Dragon Gate Seal. The veins on his body bulged. His eyes turned crimson as if about to bleed. And the martial true energy burning within him surged an astonishing 3 feet higher. His entire being was almost transformed into a human-shaped torch. Huangfu Shixiang, do not hold back your strength. Come, let us, Li Qi, resembling a ferocious beast, advanced toward Huangfu Ji, suddenly halted, his expression frozen. As the dust cleared, Huangfu Ji lay face down on the ground, unconscious. The outcome was determined. A resounding proclamation echoed, announcing the conclusion of the duel. Just as Li Qi was about to continue his assault, Huangfu Ji, upon seeing the fearsome Li Qi, who appeared virtually unscathed, could no longer withstand the pressure and succumbed to unconsciousness after a bitter smile. Observing Huangfu Ji collapsed on the ground, Li Qi remained silent for a moment, shook his head, and retracted his technique. The burning true energy within him gradually extinguished, and his crimson eyes returned to clarity, reverting to their original state. After the duel concluded, individuals promptly ascended the arena to carry the unconscious Huangfu Ji away for treatment. The arena, constructed from solid stone, lay utterly shattered by the clash between Li Qi and Huangfu Ji. Rendered unusable. After Huangfu Ji was taken away, Li Qi descended from the ruined platform. Gazes fell upon Li Qi one after another, each imbued with differing sentiments, whether reverence, admiration, fear, or jealousy. Li Qi could distinctly perceive it all. In this battle, he had unequivocally demonstrated his strength before all. From this moment forth, no one would dare to underestimate him. At that moment, Wang Huan's ears perked up, as if he had heard something, his expression turning astonished. Moments later, Wang Huan approached Li Qi and said, "Li Qi, you are to come with me. The Grand Elder wishes to see you." Chapter 63 Deserving of Recognition. Li Qi, you are to come with me. The Grand Elder wishes to see you. Having stirred the Grand Elder, Li Qi felt a jolt of surprise in his heart. Yet he maintained a calm facade, replying, "Understood." Wang Huan and Li Qi walked together deeper into the Pine Crane Longevity sect. Neither spoke. Li Qi's expression remained serene, while Wang Huan occasionally glanced at him with admiration. Soon, in a secluded courtyard, Li Qi encountered a tall man. "I have met with Uncle Ji." Wang Huan stepped forward to pay his respects, his demeanor tinged with excitement. "Uncle, you have finally emerged from your seclusion." The man smiled faintly, saying, "One cannot say I emerged from seclusion. Your commotion stirred me, prompting my early departure." Upon hearing this, Wang Huan couldn't help but smile wryly. He then introduced Li Qi. "Li Qi, this esteemed individual is the Grand Elder Ji Zhang of our Pine Crane Longevity sect. Do not hesitate to pay your respects." Li Qi stepped forward, respectfully declaring, "Disciple pays respects to Elder Ji." During his time within the sect, he had often heard tales regarding this venerable Grand Elder. It was said that Ji Zhang had once followed the sect's founder, Ji Ying, and was the oldest living figure within the sect. Having reached the realm of true intent, he had lived for 3 centuries, yet he appeared no older than a robust middle-aged man. Leaving Li Qi astonished, as Li Qi regarded the Grand Elder, Ji Zhizhang was also observing him, his gaze imbued with a hint of admiration. Indeed, quite impressive to have achieved such cultivation at such a tender age. Not only have you reached the mid-stage of the true essence realm, but you have also comprehended the transformation of sword qi, rivaling that young lad, Peng Jing. You flatter me, Elder, Li Qi responded, that moment. Li Qi realized that their sect leader, Peng Jing, had also grasped the transformation of sword qi, a fact that had never been disclosed to him, and no wonder Peng Jing had not seemed overly surprised when he learned of Li Qi's achievement in this regard. It turned out that he too was a master in this field. Ji Zhizhang scrutinized Li Qi's countenance, perplexed. I do not recall having seen you before. Are you a newly initiated disciple? During Li Qi's initiation, the Grand Elder had been in seclusion, and Wang Huan, not wishing to disturb him, stood by. Wang Huan promptly explained Li Qi's background to Ji Zhizhang and also mentioned Su Nianyun's whereabouts. You discovered Nianyun's location in Chuan? Encountered trouble at the Tomb of the Fallen. Ji Zhizhang's brow furrowed slightly, but after a moment, he relaxed. No matter. That child Nianyun is always astute. And I raised her myself. She is not easily troubled, since she has promised to return within half a year. Let her bide at this point. Ji Zhizhang sighed with a trace of helplessness. I have spoiled that child. If this outing brings her some setbacks, it may indeed be a blessing in disguise. Wang Huan stepped forward to offer a few words of comfort. Once the matter of Su Nianyun was clarified, Ji Zhizhang turned his attention back to Li Qi. Your innate talent is remarkable, and your fateful entry into our Pine Crane Longevity sect is indeed a stroke of destiny. With your parents no longer present, you may consider the sect your home from now on. The Grand Elder held Li Qi in high regard, personally accepting him, for which Li Qi expressed his gratitude. Disciple thanks the Elder. Ji Zhizhang nodded, continuing, regarding the upcoming disciple competition, I believe it unnecessary for you to participate further. You are the chief disciple of this cohort, and I doubt there will be any objections. Everyone had witnessed the scene when Huang Fuji battled Li Qi, where Huang Fuji had exerted powers beyond his level, draining his body and spirit to unleash strength far surpassing the ordinary true essence realm, only to ultimately be defeated by Li Qi. Due to this overexertion, Huang Fuji would likely enter a period of weakness and would need to recuperate thoroughly. In contrast, Li Qi had managed to elevate the Dragon Gate seal to the second level yet showed no signs of fatigue. One could see he was entirely unaffected by the earlier outburst. Compared to Huang Fuji, the difference was stark. Ji Zhizhang knew well of the Dragon Gate seal's explosive secret technique, and upon seeing Li Qi's current state, he couldn't help but marvel at his formidable strength and depth. Hearing the Grand Elder's decree, Li Qi did not object. Disciple will abide by the Elder's wishes. For Li Qi, the disciple competition had concluded. He was now the chief disciple of the Pine Crane Longevity sect. All the other disciples would respectfully address him as senior brother. After Li Qi and Huang Fuji departed the arena, the battles on the remaining 3 platforms continued, culminating in the selection of the top 10 competitors, each of whom received 100 points of sect contribution, thoroughly satisfied. The Grand Elder's decree soon spread. Li Qi was indeed this cohort's chief disciple. No one raised any objections. This title of chief disciple was truly well-deserved. Reflecting on Li Qi's astonishing performance in the arena, all disciples regarded him with reverence. None daring to contest his status, Ji Zhizhang beamed at Li Qi, saying, Since you have become our sect's chief disciple, I have some valuable gifts for you. Chapter 64, The Second Seal Technique. The Flowing Light Seal, Li Qi, might you share the origin of your Dragon Gate seal with me? Ji Zhizhang inquired. Li Qi had no intention of concealing the truth. Disciple acquired it from the Linglong Merchant Association while traversing the martial world. Ji Zhizhang nodded in understanding. I see. In that case, you must know that the Dragon Gate seal is incomplete. It is merely a fragment of a certain technique, is it not? Disciple is aware that the Dragon Gate seal is one of the techniques from the Chiman seal. Ji Zhizhang nodded with a smile. Indeed, the Chiman seal has a fascinating history, said to have been created by an unknown terrestrial immortal, with its techniques being intricate and profound. As he spoke, Ji Zhizhang gestured, summoning a scroll from a nearby bookshelf, which floated into his hands. By coincidence, I obtained a technique from the Chiman seal during my own travels years ago, and today I shall pass it on to you." Receiving the scroll from the Grand Elder, Li Qi focused his gaze. The flowing light seal? He immediately began to peruse the contents, and the system recognized the technique. Martial arts recorded. You have acquired a high-quality martial art. The flowing light seal. After the system recorded it, Li Qi learned of the technique's details. Flowing light seal level. High-quality martial art mastery level. Not yet initiated. 10 potential points required for initiation. Technique. Flowing light and shadow description. This is one of the techniques from the high-quality martial art. Chiman seal. This technique embodies the essence of fleeting light and shadow, representing an exceptionally refined lightness skill. When cultivated to advanced levels, the speed attained will be unfathomable. Li Qi was familiar with the Chiman seal and understood that its various techniques had long since scattered and been lost, making it quite challenging to locate even one. To gather all the Chiman techniques would be an even greater endeavor. However, Li Qi never imagined that the Grand Elder would possess the flowing light seal. What a stroke of fortune. You have now acquired 2 techniques from the Chiman seal, which will significantly benefit your cultivation. In the future, you might also consider seeking out other Chiman techniques. Should you manage to find additional ones, it would serve you exceedingly well. After accepting the flowing light seal, Ji Zhizhang encouraged him with a smile, and Li Qi once again expressed his gratitude for the elder's generous gift. After exchanging a few words, Li Qi and Wang Huan departed from the Grand Elder's secluded place, and the benefits of being the chief disciple were bestowed upon him, in addition to a substantial amount of contribution points. Li Qi also received a splendid sword, the Flowing Cloud Sword. This sword was forged by a master craftsman, its blade resilient as silk yet strong as iron. It could bend without losing its sharpness. Measuring 3 feet 2 inches in length, its blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, with flowing cloud patterns intricately carved along the spine, resembling clouds drifting across the sky, gracefully swaying with the wind. Such a precious sword was difficult to procure without a fortune. Grasping the Flowing Cloud Sword, Li Qi played with it for a moment, appreciating its sturdy quality, elegant form, and fierce aura, deeming it an exceptional item. His heart brimming with delight. "Thank you for the elder's generous bestowal. Haha, as the chief disciple of our sect, these are all your due rewards. There is no need to thank me. Continue to practice diligently, and there will be even more benefits. Never let your guard down. Disciple obeys and will not disappoint your expectations." After Li Qi became the new chief disciple, Wang Huan offered his congratulations, and the two soon parted ways. Upon returning to his residence, Li Qi let out a long sigh of relief. At last, it is over. The disciple competition was the most significant event of this period. Li Qi had aimed for the chief position and had successfully obtained it. Receiving the Grand Elder's acceptance and rewards. At this moment, Li Qi had firmly established his footing within the Pine Crane Longevity sect. He walked away from the Grand Elder's secluded area. He encountered numerous disciples along the way, all of whom treated him with the utmost respect. Whenever they saw him, they would address him as senior brother, with none daring to show dissent. Now, to continue enhancing the Pine Crane Longevity technique. He began the enhancement. On his system page, he noticed a deduction of 200 potential points, while the Pine Crane Longevity technique, Return to Origin chapter, had progressed to the small accomplishment stage. A torrent of vast cultivation memories surged into his mind, accompanied by an immense amount of martial essence manifesting from thin air, continuously flowing into his dantian. Originally, the vast ocean of true essence within Li Qi's dantian was already astonishing, but with the influx of immense martial true essence, the scale of this ocean expanded several-fold, and Li Qi successfully stepped into the late stage of the true essence realm. Given Li Qi's current foundation, he is even stronger than the average peak true essence realm expert. Engaging an opponent from a minor realm difference poses no challenge whatsoever. Even against several elders of the Songhuansho sect, Li Qi is confident in his ability to emerge victorious. The recent duel with Huang Fuji has also awakened him. He is now ready to explore the cultivation methods of the realm of true intention. If a practitioner at the early stage of the true essence realm like Huang Fuji can cultivate some understanding, why can't Li Qi? Li Qi changed out of his clothes, stained with dust and sweat, rinsed off briefly, donned a fresh outfit, and made his way toward the Sutra Pavilion. Not long after the disciples' competition concluded, a graceful figure appeared in the distance, standing before the mountain gate. This figure had hair cascading down to her waist, billowing in the mountain breeze, exuding a hint of melancholy. She gazed quietly at the plaque above the gate. Her expression complex, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Songha Wancho sect? I have returned, the gatekeeper disciple, upon spotting this figure, exclaimed in astonishment, Su Shirshu, you've returned? The disciple rushed over, joy evident on their face, bowing deeply, Shirshu, you have finally come back. How wonderful, Sun Yinyun smiled radiantly, her hair elegantly pinned back. Yes, I have returned. The disciple's eyes brightened, seemingly recalling something, and teased, Shirshu, your return seems rather delayed. Your disciples arrived before you. Disciples? I have not taken any disciples. Sun Yinyun pondered, perplexed. Disciples? What disciples? Haha, I shan't reveal that to Shirshu. You will know once you enter the mountain gate. Moreover, some events have transpired within the sect that are sure to astonish you. Seeing the gatekeeper disciple playfully vague, Sun Yinyun furrowed her brow slightly, curling her fingers into a playful fist, feigning a strike. Little imp, so flippant, seeking a beating. The disciple quickly begged for mercy. The disciple remained tight-lipped. Sun Yinyun sighed in exasperation and gracefully stepped through the mountain gate. Chapter 65. Those of the Songha Wancho sect are not to be trifled with. Upon entering the mountain gate, many disciples who spotted Sun Yinyun were filled with joy, gathering around her. Disciple greets Shirshu. Su Shirshu, you have finally returned. Everyone missed you. It's wonderful to have you back. It truly is, Shirshu. You seem to have lost weight. Gazing upon the familiar faces, Sun Yinyun smiled warmly, her eyes sweeping across the crowd. Yes, I have returned. After greeting the disciples, Sun Yinyun made her way toward the secluded area of the Grand Elder. Having wandered outside for quite some time, it was time to pay her respects to her master. Soon, Sun Yinyun stood before a tranquil courtyard, pausing momentarily, raising her hand to knock, but hesitating. What? After wandering outside for so long, has my courage dwindled? Am I afraid to even knock? A disgruntled voice emanated from within. Why are you still standing out there? Come in. A smile graced Sun Yinyun's face as she knocked gently on the courtyard door and stepped inside. Two figures exchanged glances from afar, one frowning deeply, the other hesitantly mumbling. Moments later, Yinyun pays respects to master. You still remember I'm your master, huh? You nearly drove me to madness. Disciple acknowledges her mistake. Humph. Ji Zhizhang snorted softly, taking a sip of tea. Sun Yinyun approached Ji Zhizhang and dutifully refilled his cup, standing quietly beside him. Ji Zhizhang's frown slowly eased, and he nodded, Indeed, your temperament has steadied considerably. Recalling Sun Yinyun's previous capricious nature, which often left him exasperated. Ji Zhizhang now noted a newfound composure in her character. Did you encounter trouble out there? Yes. Was it resolved? Not entirely. Dotel.as The conversation shifted to this topic. Ji Zhizhang learned of Sun Yinyun's experiences since leaving the sect. Initially fleeing from an unwanted marriage, Sun Yinyun had wandered, feeling unrestrained for the first time. Back at the sect, her master was always overbearing, leaving her feeling stifled, especially with impending marriage arrangements. How could she endure that? Now, finally liberated, Sun Yinyun felt a happiness she had never known before. Her figure traversed through the grand cities of the Dahan, witnessing landscapes she had never encountered before, and her youthful exuberance burst forth as she indulged in feasting and exploration, reveling in the joy of life. However, the world was rife with chaos. As she journeyed, she witnessed numerous tragic events that stirred her heart. In the end, she even came across sights that were utterly horrifying. Some were using living beings for sinister practices. As Sun Yinyun passed through a small village, she discovered that the villagers had vanished without a trace. Clothes freshly hung out to dry still dripped with water. Meals steaming hot and ready, and the flames in the stove still flickered. Yet the entire village was devoid of its inhabitants. Something was amiss. Sun Yinyun sensed danger and immediately began searching for the villagers. Indeed, she soon detected signs of a powerful presence nearby. Following these traces, she stumbled upon a scene that left her aghast. In a vast cave, around 100 villagers were held captive, but their situation was dire. Their bodies were bound by ropes, rendering them immobile. Several burly men clad in bloodied garments guarded them, and among them, a young man in bloodied attire thrust a sword through a villager woman's chest. Streams of crimson essence flowed from her wound, seeping into the blade. The woman let out a heart-wrenching scream. Her body rapidly shriveled, akin to a deflated balloon. "Oh, let me go. I don't want to die. Please, spare me. I'm still so young. I don't want to die. You beasts, you harm the innocent. May you meet a wretched end." Laughter filled the cave, mingled with cries of desperation and curses. Yet the sword-wielding man showed no reaction. Seemingly oblivious to the chaos around him, in a mere 10 breaths, the villager woman's body was utterly desiccated, resembling a piece of withered wood nearby. There were many more corpses like hers, numbering 20 or 30. After consuming the villager's essence, the young man stretched contentedly, a look of satisfaction upon his face, as if he had just enjoyed a sumptuous feast. He turned to face the myriad of faces expressing anger and pleas. Smiling faintly, the villagers of Qingshan village fell prey to bandits, who abducted them to this cave, slaying them and setting their remains ablaze, before leaving without a trace. But fret not, for I, Li Qiubai, shall avenge you all. I vow to seek justice on your behalf. The road to the underworld is long. Forgive me for not escorting you. Please, depart in peace." Li Qiubai cackled maniacally, thrusting his sword once more towards the chest of a village youth. At that moment, a fierce and unmatched sword aura surged forth, aimed directly at Li Qiubai. Li Qiubai reacted swiftly, shifting his body in a series of agile maneuvers, evading the lethal strike. And the one who had intervened was none other than Sun Yinyun. Recognizing the identity of the assailant, she realized it was the young master of the bloodied garment pavilion, Li Qiubai. What he was employing was the vile technique known as blood transformation sword art, slaughtering villagers to practice his swordsmanship with the living. This was utterly intolerable to Sun Yinyun. Without hesitation, she intervened to save the youth, who was on the brink of death, inciting Li Qiubai's wrath. "Oh, a little mouse has dared to intrude. Kill her." The formidable figures clad in blood-red garments moved in unison, advancing towards Sun Yinyun with lethal intent. Li Qiubai, a peak practitioner of the true essence realm, was accompanied by 6 of his subordinates, all strong warriors of the mid-true essence realm. Should they encircle her, it would spell certain doom. However, Sun Yinyun, as an elder of the Songha Wanshou sect, had received meticulous guidance from the Grandmaster Zhizhang, a master of the true intent realm, and was formidable in her own right. She too was a peak powerhouse of the true essence realm, possessing exceptional swordsmanship. Faced with the approaching onslaught of the blood-clad warriors, her countenance remained composed as she deftly responded, swiftly dispatching 2 of her assailants. This display of prowess incited Li Qiubai's fury. With a cold snort, he joined the fray against Sun Yinyun. Cognizant of her limitations against such a top-tier adversary, Sun Yinyun prudently retreated, maneuvering strategically as she fought, eventually slaying several more of the blood-clad warriors. Once Li Qiubai's men were vanquished, the remaining 2 peak practitioners of the true essence realm engaged in a frenzied battle that lasted a day and a night. Ultimately, Sun Yinyun emerged victorious, claiming Li Qiubai's life beneath her blade. Though she had successfully vanquished Li Qiubai and saved the villagers, Sun Yinyun sustained grave injuries and swiftly retreated to recuperate. The blood-clad pavilion, notorious for its assassination endeavors, was thrown into turmoil upon the demise of its young master. The leader, Li Zhaozhou, was incensed, vowing to exact a brutal revenge upon the one responsible for his son's death. The entire organization was stirred into action, with numerous assassins following her trail, including the dreaded gold-ranked assassins, whose strength was formidable, with the weakest among them being peak practitioners of the true essence realm, and some even possessing monstrous capabilities of the true intent realm. Sun Yinyun's whereabouts were soon discovered, and despite her efforts to fight and flee, she was forced to eliminate 2 gold-ranked assassins in her desperate bid for survival. Eventually, she could no longer endure the relentless pursuit and devised a clever ruse to escape. She crafted a decoy tomb and concealed her true location. successfully misdirecting her pursuers and buying herself precious time to heal. Once her injuries fully mended, she eluded all assassins' gaze and returned to the Songha Wanshou sect. Despite her efforts to conceal the traces of her sect's martial arts, there remained the possibility that the blood-clad pavilion could deduce the origins of her sword techniques. She felt responsible for endangering her sect and humbly sought her master's forgiveness. The elder of the Songha Wanshou sect had slain the young master of the blood-clad pavilion, and should they come seeking vengeance, it would lead to endless troubles. Su Ninyun bore a look of regret as she confessed her missteps to Ji Zhizhong. Yet, he remained calm, slowly stating, "You have done remarkably well. What is there to regret? Even before our ancestors, you would not be blamed." With Ji Zhizhong's words, warmth spread through Su Ninyun's heart, alleviating much of the pent-up frustration she had accumulated from being hunted. Ji Zhizhong continued, "The blood-clad pavilion is but a band of lowly scoundrels. Do not let them weigh upon your mind. Should Li Xiaozhou dare to wreak havoc here, I shall handle it personally. The members of the Songha Wanshou sect are not to be trifled with by such rabble." Su Ninyun's eyes glistened, and she bowed deeply. Ji Zhizhong's expression softened into a smile. "Ninyun, you have been away from the mountain for too long. Go out and see the world, mingle with your fellow disciples. There is someone you should meet. His name is Li Qi." Chapter 66. Li Qi soon arrived at the scripture pavilion, quickly locating the subsequent martial arts techniques. Songha Wanshou Gong Tru in 10th edition. This was a high-quality martial arts technique cultivated by grandmasters, and Li Qi spent a staggering 1,500 contribution points to acquire it. After obtaining this technique, his contribution points dwindled considerably. He had originally planned to exchange for a superior lightness skill. Although his grass on the wind was quite effective, it was merely a mid-tier martial art with limited potential, gradually unable to keep pace with his current capabilities. To his surprise, he received a floating light seal from Ji Zhizhong, which conveniently resolved his dilemma and saved him a considerable amount of contribution points. With the technique in hand, Li Qi was filled with excitement, eager to return and study it diligently. "Senior brother, have you exchanged your technique?" "Indeed. Take care, and do visit often." After concluding his conversation with the enthusiastic managing disciple, Li Qi exited the scripture pavilion, only to suddenly halt in his tracks. Outside the pavilion stood a woman. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, her garments fluttered gracefully, and her beauty radiated an ethereal quality. Yet, that was not the most significant aspect. The true essence she exuded was overwhelmingly powerful. Peak true essence realm? Li Qi's expression shifted in surprise. "Who are you?" The woman did not immediately answer but instead inquired, "Are you Li Qi?" "That's me." Su Ninyun scrutinized Li Qi's features and then smiled gently. "I am Su Ninyun." Li Qi felt as though he had been struck by lightning. This was Su Ninyun? She had returned? He stepped forward and bowed. Disciple pays respects to the elder. Su Ninyun smiled warmly. "Come, follow me." At a stone pavilion by the pond of the Songha Wanshou sect, the two figures sat facing each other. "Do you still carry my painting?" "I do." As he spoke, Li Qi produced the scroll depicting the blue clouds and white cranes and handed it over. Su Ninyun accepted the 3-foot-long painting, her heart filled with emotion. Back when she was pursued by the gold-ranked assassins of the blood-clad pavilion, she had fled to Shijia village in Chuan County, where she hastily dug a pit to conceal her belongings, including some miscellaneous items she had carried with her, before departing swiftly. Yet, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Her decoy tomb went unnoticed by the assassins, but was instead discovered by a band of petty thieves, who unearthed the scroll and, through a twist of fate, it came into Li Qi's possession. To her astonishment, Li Qi managed to comprehend the complete clouds among the crane sword technique from it, allowing him to rise to prominence. Why calamity? His fortune? Su Ninyun sighed deeply, reflecting on the considerable commotion her recent escapades had stirred. Li Qi, it is indeed extraordinary that you could glean the complete clouds among the crane sword technique from my humble painting. "Ha, elder, you flatter me. It was merely a stroke of luck." Su Ninyun shook her head. "There is no need for modesty. Your martial talent is evident to all. You have only practiced for a short time, yet have reached such a level. It is indeed rare, even among ancient powers. Moreover, you defeated Huang Fuji and became the champion of this generation. You are quite remarkable. Sun Yinyun was genuinely impressed, contemplating the unpredictability of fate. As she handed the blue clouds and white cranes painting back to Li Qi, she said, "We are destined to meet. I bestow this painting upon you." Li Qi was taken aback, but accepted it with joy. After a moment of silence, Sun Yinyun continued, "Just a while ago, Elder Wang Huan spoke with me. He suggested that I take you as my disciple, but I declined." Recalling her recent tribulations with the blood-clad pavilion, which had brought turmoil to her sect, and the relentless pursuit she had endured, she realized she could scarcely care for herself, let alone devote energy to mentoring a disciple. Exhausted in body and spirit, she set aside the notion of accepting a disciple for the time being. As they conversed at length, Li Qi learned of Sun Yinyun's recent challenges and, noticing her fatigued expression, began to surmise her thoughts. Disciple abased, Li Qi smiled in response. Sun Yinyun regarded him, a faint smile gracing her lips. "In truth, you do not require a master. With your innate talent, you could traverse a considerable distance on your own. Besides, I have little to teach you." Li Qi masked his true essence, revealing only his mid-true essence realm cultivation, which was already impressive. Their lengthy discussion delved into martial insights, and even the briefest of Li Qi's comments left Sun Yinyun in awe. Marveling at his exceptional martial talent, "I have just returned to the sect and am a bit weary. I shall take my leave to rest. Elder, take care." Sun Yinyun rose and departed, her figure gradually fading along the path. As he watched her leave, Li Qi felt a surge of emotion. Not only had he seen Sun Yinyun again, but he had also learned of the trouble she faced. Sun Yinyun was being pursued by the blood-clad pavilion, which could strike at any moment. As a practitioner of the true essence realm, Li Qi understood the gravity of the situation. Sun Yinyun had not concealed anything from him, recounting the events that had transpired. If the blood-clad pavilion truly came for her, it could spell considerable trouble. Li Qi's heart tightened as he hurried back to his residence. Chapter 67 Breakthrough in Realms, Martial Intent, Songha Wanshou Gong True Intent Edition Level, Supreme Divine Art Mastery Level, Uninitiated Techniques, Wing Dance of Spring and Autumn. Crane wings folded, step upon the crane shadow chasing the wind, crane crying at autumn waters, crane dancing in the nine heavens, wings shattering the azure void visualization. White cloud view, flying crane view, azure void view description. This is the signature ultimate skill of the Songha Wanshou sect. Conceived with lofty ideals and remarkable potential, allowing practitioners to cultivate to the hidden treasure realm, achieving the status of an earthly immortal. Upon returning home, Li Qi promptly integrated the Songha Wanshou Gong true meaning into the system. He beheld the classification of this martial art, a peerless divine skill. It was the first time he had encountered such an extraordinary level of technique. It dawned on him that the pinnacle of martial arts surpassed even the top-tier skills. Emerging as the realm of absolute mastery, the version of the true meaning was more advanced, eclipsing the lower-tier Gui Yuan edition, and compared to the latter, the true meaning included 3 additional visualization methods. Along with a lethal move, Wing breaks the azure void. This particular technique could only be fully unleashed after comprehending all the visualization methods. As Li Qi surveyed this martial art, he felt a surge of excitement mingled with a tinge of urgency. The nefarious figures from the Blood Robe Tower could strike at any moment. He had heard whispers that among those gold medal assassins, there were even monsters of the true meaning realm, which instilled a sense of unease within him. He understood that Elder Jiji Zhang was formidable, and that the sect leader, Peng Jing, was also a powerful being of the true meaning realm. Yet Li Qi worried whether they could withstand a confrontation with the Blood Robe Tower. The prospect of an assault from the Blood Robe Tower was indeed perilous. In light of this, he could no longer afford to dawdle. He resolved to elevate his martial arts. As the true essence of martial arts surged within him once more, Li Qi's realm ascended directly to the pinnacle of true essence. He then cast his gaze towards Baiyun Temple, determination gleaming in his eyes. He pressed on. After expending 20 potential points, he initiated his entry into Baiyun Temple, feeling a wondrous transformation unfold within. An influx of visualization experience flooded his mind, and he sensed the profound alterations in his mental energy. His mental force seemed to coalesce into wisps of vapor, rising and gathering in the heavens, forming clouds. These clouds multiplied, ultimately merging into a vast expanse. Amidst the birth and aggregation of these clouds, Li Qi could also perceive the rapid growth of his mental energy. The principal function of the Baiyun Temple's visualization was to continually strengthen and refine the practitioner's mental force. Once the practitioner's spirit was fortified to a certain threshold, successfully condensing the complete essence of martial arts would allow them to seamlessly step into the true meaning realm, achieving the status of a Grand Master. Upon entering Baiyun Temple, Li Qi sensed an approximate 10% increase in his mental energy. He pressed on. His eyes glimmered with excitement as he exclaimed. The system interface reflected a further deduction of 100 potential points, elevating Baiyun Temple to a proficient level, with his mental energy seeing a remarkable 30% increase. Concurrently, a faint, blurred phantom emerged behind him. This represented an incomplete essence of martial arts, akin to that of Huang Fuji, who was also at this level. After another deduction of 300 potential points, Baiyun Temple achieved mastery, and Li Qi's mental energy surged by 50%. The martial essence behind him became considerably more substantial, no longer as ethereal as it had initially been. The system interface now displayed a remainder of 2,240 potential points. After expending 1,000 points, his Baiyun Temple reached the minor achievement stage. At this juncture, Li Qi finally touched upon that limit. His mental energy doubled, and the martial essence behind him solidified completely, vividly delineated, devoid of any trace of illusion. The system interface reflected a transformation in Li Qi's realm. Early stage of true meaning. A new Grandmaster was born. Having previously made quite a stir during his breakthrough into the true essence realm, Li Qi had learned from that experience. This time, during his ascension, he maintained a heightened focus, continuously employing the technique of energy suppression to prevent any disturbances from escaping. None in the Song Hewan Shou sect perceived that a Grand Master had emerged from within their ranks. With Baiyun Temple at a minor achievement, elevating it to a greater accomplishment required a staggering 2,000 potential points, yet Li Qi found himself lacking the necessary potential. After reviewing his system interface, he expended 840 potential points to elevate the floating light seal to the stage of great accomplishment, then paused. Very well, this is all I can manage for now, Li Qi sighed in resignation. The higher the level of martial arts, the greater the consumption of potential points required for enhancement. Upon entering the true meaning realm, the demand for potential points became increasingly daunting, and he realized he still lacked sufficient potential points. After completing his enhancements, Li Qi was left with a meager 400 potential points. Nevertheless, with such strength, he should be capable of self-preservation. Feeling the surge of newfound power within, especially that formidable mental energy, Li Qi was imbued with a sense of security. Even if the assassins from the Blood Robe Tower came knocking, he need not panic. Li Qi's current strength, ranked just below Ji Zhang and Pang Jing within the Song Hewan Shou sect. After resting for a brief moment, Li Qi's mind began to race. He had never been one to adhere strictly to conventions. Since his potential points were running low, he would find a way to procure more. Li Qi's mind whirled into action, and shortly thereafter, he devised a plan. He rose from his quarters and set off toward the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. Within the hall, numerous tasks were assigned, and Li Qi had previously spotted some intriguing missions that could potentially resolve his predicament. Having lingered within the sect for over a month, it was time to venture out. Chapter 68. The Peril of the Mu Family. In the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall, Li Qi arrived, garnering considerable attention. I asked that the senior brother? Senior brother, please take a seat. Have some tea first. A throng of disciples greeted him warmly. Encircling him, Li Qi smiled in response and began to browse under the courtyard wall, searching for the tasks he required. Before long, he made a discovery. Assist disciple Mu Xingyu in relocating his family's assets, escorting family members and material goods over a distance of 300 miles. Upon completion, reward of 120 contribution points will be granted. Task requirement: at least the peak of True Qi realm. Upon seeing this task, a subtle smile crept across Li Qi's face. This was precisely the mission he sought. There were many disciples who had joined the Song Hewan Shou sect, exceeding 200, and most bore significant backgrounds. Some were affluent, while others were even regional powers. The reasons for their enrollment varied. Some sought to learn and enhance their family's stature upon descending the mountain. While others sought refuge as disciples of a top-tier sect, they benefited from the protection of Grand Masters, allowing their families to gain security as well. After all, no one wished to offend the formidable sects behind these disciples. Should a terrifying Grand Master be provoked, the consequences would be dire. However, the sect would not offer assistance without recompense. Engaging the strong within the sect required a price, such as contribution points. The disciple Mu Xingyu, who issued this task, had amassed the requisite 120 contribution points over a considerable period, enabling him to enlist the aid of a peak true Qi realm expert. Tio Li Qi, 120 contribution points was not a substantial amount. What he valued more was the task itself. Li Qi tore down the task notice and approached a nearby managing disciple. I will accept this task. The managing disciple reviewed the task details and nodded. Very well. I will summon Mu Xingyu immediately. Before long, a disciple clad in white hurried over. Upon spotting Li Qi and the task notice in his hand, the white-clad disciple's face lit up with joy as he rushed to Li Qi. Greetings, senior brother. I never imagined it would be you accepting my task. This is truly wonderful. Xingyu thanks you, senior brother. Li Qi nodded, offering a faint smile. No need for gratitude. Come, let us discuss the details of this task. The two retreated to a quieter area, where Li Qi inquired, Tell me the specifics of your situation. Mu Xingyu began to elucidate. It turned out that this task was born out of the chaos of the times. The Mu family, a merchant household, possessed numerous assets, yet due to the turmoil of the era, the common folk were displaced, and many of their enterprises faced severe challenges. Consequently, the Mu family planned to relocate all their assets from Nanfu County to a higher-ranking city. The destination was larger, more prosperous, and relatively more stable, with a far more favorable environment for conducting business than the lower county city. However, the journey was long, spanning over 300 miles from the county to the city, fraught with bandits and highwaymen. The Mu family's convoy would be carrying significant wealth, making the journey anything but tranquil. Li Qi nodded, a smile gracing his face. If it were merely common bandits, given your Mu family's strength, you should be able to handle it. Simply recruit more guards. Why then would you consider spending contribution points to recruit a peak true Qi realm expert from the sect? Li Qi assessed Mu Xingyu's strength. He was indeed at the mid-stage of true Qi realm, no weakling by any means. If he were to enlist additional escorts, ordinary bandits would certainly think twice before targeting the Mu family. Yet now, there were those who dared to do so. Clearly, there was more to this than met the eye. Those who dared to act thus must have some form of backing. A hint of embarrassment graced Mu Xingyu's face as he forced a wry smile, saying, It seems my senior brother has seen through me. Indeed, this matter is far from simple. Our Mu family's assets are set to be relocated, and such a significant move is bound to attract attention. The Zhu family of Nanfu County, our long-standing adversaries, will undoubtedly do everything in their power to prevent our safe arrival in the capital. We have received word that the Zhu family has already enlisted the aid of 13 bands of bandits and horse thieves, intending to completely annihilate our Mu family's caravan. Given their overwhelming numbers, our Mu family is already at a disadvantage. Yet, this is not the most alarming aspect. It appears that the Zhu family has connections with the Wu sect, and we are further concerned that members of the Wu sect might intervene, which is why I announced this task at the mountain gate. Li Qi raised an eyebrow. The Wu sect? My time wandering the martial world has been brief, and I have yet to hear of such a name. What is the origin of this Wu sect? After Mu Xingyu's explanation, Li Qi grasped the situation. The Wu sect was a notorious cult that had once thrived 20 years ago, committing numerous heinous acts. However, due to their growing power, they were hunted down by the Dahuan dynasty. The Wu sect was relentlessly pursued for several years, their strong members nearly exterminated, with only a handful surviving. Subsequently, the sect faded into obscurity, yet it had not been entirely eradicated. In this turbulent era, the Wu sect was gradually resurfacing. Li Qi nodded slowly. I see. In times of chaos, there will inevitably be monsters. And the Wu sect has emerged, and Mu Xingyu replied bitterly indeed. Not to mention the likes of bandits. If the Wu sect's fiends were to attack our Mu family, we would truly be unable to withstand it. However, rest assured, senior brother, when the Dahuan dynasty was hunting the Wu sect, they spared no effort, and the sect's experts were nearly wiped out, leaving behind only a few stragglers. Those who survived were merely at the true Qi realm. My eldest senior brother has already broken through to the true Yuan realm. With his involvement, this matter will surely be foolproofed. At this point, Mu Xingyu paused, then gritted his teeth and said, "Senior brother, I realize that 120 contribution points may be insufficient to enlist your aid, but it is all I have at this moment. After this matter, I will find a way to make it up to you." While 120 contribution points could summon a peak true Qi expert, it would be nearly impossible to engage someone from the true Yuan realm, as their fees are exorbitant. Yet, Li Qi waved his hand, signaling Mu Xingyu to remain calm. "I will accept this task. We can discuss the contribution points later." Mu Xingyu's heart soared with joy. He feared that upon learning the details, Li Qi might withdraw due to the insufficient contribution points. However, he never expected Li Qi to so readily accept the task. Mu Xingyu had witnessed Li Qi's prowess, which surpassed even Huang Fuji. With Li Qi's formidable presence on this mission, success was all but assured. "Thank you, senior brother. I am truly grateful," Mu Xingyu exclaimed, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes as he expressed his heartfelt thanks to Li Qi. Li Qi patted Mu Xingyu on the shoulder, urging him not to be so formal. The reason he accepted the task was primarily for the potential points. Upon hearing that 13 bands of bandits were targeting the Mu family, Li Qi could hardly contain his amusement. "That's more like it. The more, the merrier. As for the Wu sect, I do not fear them. Merely a group of rats suppressed by the court for years. They dare only emerge now amidst the turmoil. What is there to fear from such petty villains? When will your Mu family's caravan set out?" "In 2 days." "Very well. Let us prepare to depart." Chapter 69. A Keen Eye for People. In the city of Healingfu. At the Mu family estate, 2 figures adorned in swords and hats arrived at the entrance of the Mu residence. One of them remarked, "Senior brother, this is the place. We have arrived." The other lifted his hat, revealing a fair visage as he gazed upon the opulent Mu family estate, commenting with a faint smile, "What a splendid place." The guards at the entrance recognized the pair and exclaimed, "Young master, you have returned." The guards hurried over, greeting Mu Xingyu and taking his belongings. Noticing Mu Xingyu's unusually respectful demeanor towards Li Qi, they understood his identity must be extraordinary and bowed to him as well. "All right, senior brother, let us enter." Indeed, as the two stepped into the estate, a servant had already gone ahead to announce their arrival, and soon a throng of people rushed toward them. An elderly gentleman dressed in lavish attire approached briskly. "Xingyu, you have returned?" "Yes, father." Not only the elder, but several of Mu Xingyu's family members also gathered, all elegantly attired. Exuding an air of nobility, Mu Xingyu introduced them to Li Qi, and upon learning that he was a true Yuan realm expert, everyone was taken aback, hastily greeting Li Qi as a disciple of the Songha Wanshou sect. Mu Xingyu's family was well aware of what it meant to have a true Yuan realm warrior in their midst. In any setting, a true Yuan realm expert is a force to be reckoned with. Here in Nanfu County, a single stamp of a true Yuan realm expert's foot could send tremors throughout the entire county city. As the head of the Mu family, Mu Zhuolin promptly welcomed, "Forgive our humble abode. Esteemed guest, it may be lacking, but please, allow us to host you inside." Amidst the throng, Li Qi and Mu Xingyu took their seats. And immediately, servants brought forth refreshments and tea. "With my senior brother's protection, this journey will undoubtedly be safe. Here, I raise a cup of tea in place of wine to honor you." After sharing a drink, Li Qi began discussing the arrangements for their journey to the capital with the Mu family. "Senior brother, here is the planned route for our caravan. Please take a look." Li Qi accepted the map Mu Xingyu handed him, which outlined a winding path. While Mu Xingyu continued to explain, "We will pass through 3 villages and 4 towns. If all goes well, we should reach the capital in 4 days," pointing out several marked locations on the map. Mu Xingyu added, "These areas are particularly perilous. We may encounter ambushes there." Li Qi nodded, then surveyed the room. With only a few high-ranking members of the Mu family present and no outsiders, he spoke candidly. "Since these troubles stem from the Zhu family, would it not resolve the issue if I were to eliminate them all? I recall you mentioning that the Zhu family is also from this county city." As he spoke, a faint aura of killing intent emanated from Li Qi, and his smile took on a sinister edge. At this declaration, silence enveloped the room. Everyone stared in shock at Li Qi. From his words and calm demeanor, It was clear that Li Qi was a decisive individual, and considering his current martial prowess, he could undoubtedly carry out such a deed. Mu Xingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Then he shook his head with a bitter smile. I have contemplated this method as well, but it is no longer feasible. The Zhu family was indeed part of Nanfu County years ago, but after losing competition with us in business, they retreated. Although they maintain some minor enterprises in the county, their core members have long since vacated. They are likely hiding now. Thus, this approach is not workable at the moment. Li Qi shrugged nonchalantly. Very well, then let us proceed as you have planned. As the group made their final preparations that day, the Mu family's caravan was set to depart for the capital early the following morning. After finalizing the travel arrangements for the upcoming days, Li Qi was shown to a resting area by the Mu family, in a picturesque courtyard of the Mu estate. Li Qi reclined on a lounge chair by the pond, attended by several servants who were carefully preparing tea and snacks for him. As Li Qi took a sip from his teacup, he found it surprisingly delightful, and any lingering fatigue from the long journey quickly dissipated. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared at the courtyard entrance, strolling towards him. Several servants stepped forward to pay their respects. Mississippi, please, you may withdraw. Yes. Once the servants had retreated, the young woman approached Li Qi, performing a graceful bow. This humble servant greets the noble sir, and you are? My name is Mu Qianling, and I am Xingyu's elder sister. Li Qi scrutinized Mu Qianling, realizing she was a peak practitioner of the body refinement realm and would likely ascend to the true Qi realm soon. Martial practitioners are predominantly male, and few women pursue martial arts. Those who achieve any distinction are even rarer. Mu Qianling leaned forward, revealing a deep neckline as she adjusted the tea set on the table, saying, the servants are clumsy. Allow me to serve you, noble sir. Very well. Mu Qianling's hands moved deftly, clearly trained in the art of tea preparation. Not only were her movements graceful, but a rich aroma of tea wafted through the air. Noble sir, the tea is ready. Do sample my humble skill. Indeed. Upon receiving the tea presented by the lady, Li Qi took a sip and found it to be quite delightful. Indeed, it was exceptionally refreshing. As long as the young master enjoys it, that suffices. With this, Mu Qianling settled herself closely beside Li Qi, engaging him in casual conversation while sharing amusing anecdotes from Nanfu County. A pleasant fragrance wafted from her, enveloping Li Qi in its allure. Upon his arrival at the Mu residence, it was not Mu Xingyu who came to attend to him, but rather his sister, Mu Qianling, who had come to keep him company. Li Qi surmised her intentions. It seemed she wished to leverage her beauty to strengthen the ties between himself and the Mu family. He mused that should he make a request, perhaps Mu Qianling might acquiesce. As she was indeed a refined young lady, the Mu family had strategically placed her by his side, enticing him with her charm. A hint of amusement danced at the corners of Li Qi's mouth as he thought. Truly discerning, having a beautiful companion who tended to him was undeniably pleasurable, far more enjoyable than sipping Luohan tea alone. Mu Qianling's demeanor was commendable. Not only was she graceful and elegant, but her gentle disposition also endeared her to those around her. Yet, she was not without her shortcomings. She remained somewhat reserved. Compared to the remarkable young women he had known in his previous life, each of whom was exceptional in their own right, Mu Qianling seemed to lack a bit of fervor. Young master, what are you thinking? You seemed a bit lost in thought just now. Nothing of consequence, merely reminiscing about the past. Let us continue our conversation. Chapter 70. The caravan. Early the next morning, a long procession was prepared to depart from the city of Nanfu County. As Li Qi strolled through the streets, he observed a scarcity of pedestrians. Many residences stood empty, echoing with an eerie silence. The turmoil wrought by the rebels had escalated, and countless innocents had perished at the hands of both the insurgents and the imperial troops. Consequently, many had relocated to more secure locales in search of a better life. Surprisingly, the Mu family's relocation did not attract much attention. It seemed the townsfolk accepted it as a matter of course. Mu Xingyu and Mu Qianling walked beside Li Qi, their expressions a mix of nostalgia and complexity as they traversed the familiar streets of their childhood, uncertain of when they might return. After a lengthy silence, Mu Xingyu sighed softly, addressing his sister, elder sister, please look after Li Shixiang while I scout ahead. After apologizing to Li Qi, Mu Xingyu mounted his horse and rode towards the front of the caravan. Young master, shall we board the carriage? Very well. The two ascended into a nearby carriage, and the entire caravan began its journey. The Mu family's entourage was quite substantial, consisting of 20 horse-drawn carriages and 50 ox carts, laden with family members and valuables. Additionally, nearly 100 guards rode alongside, positioned on either side of the procession to ensure its safety. The carriage was spacious, furnished with tables, chairs, and soft cushions, even adorned with an ancient guqin. Young master, the journey is long. May I entertain you with some music? That would be delightful. A serene melody emanated from the guqin, its notes cascading like water, resonating in the ears of all present. Parting from my homeland, my garments soaked with tears, yearning to return, my heart races like an arrow. In dreams I seek, longing to come back, hoping for the day I shall return home. As Mu Qianling played, she sang softly, her voice weaving a poignant ballad of nostalgia and longing for her homeland, mirroring her own sentiments at this moment of familial relocation, which might very well be without a return date. The gentle strains of her song floated through the air, touching the hearts of every member of the Mu family. The elongated caravan resembled a sluggish serpent as it exited the city of Nanfu, gradually disappearing along the yellow dirt road winding through the hills. Time passed slowly. The skilled driver maintained a smooth journey with minimal jolting. Suddenly, the carriage began to sway more vigorously, creaking ominously. Lai Chi opened his eyes, withdrawing from his meditative state. Qianling, where have we arrived? Mu Qianling, still burning incense, replied softly, Young master, we have reached Niuyao Ridge. Lai Chi understood. Niuyao Ridge was a treacherous mountainous area, known for its narrow and damaged roads, which exacerbated the carriage's instability. Moreover, the ridge's rugged terrain and dense forests provided cover for numerous bandits, making it a hotspot for ambushes. Mu Xingyu had previously mentioned this place when he provided Li Qi with a map, warning that Niuyao Ridge was a region notorious for violence and robbery. If any location were likely to encounter bandit attacks, this ridge would certainly be among them. Have we truly arrived at Niuyao Ridge? Li Qi inquired slowly, his expression turning serious as an invisible aura emanated from him, dispersing like wisps of cloud in all directions. This ethereal mist was nearly transparent, imperceptible to the average eye. Yet it quickly expanded to a considerable distance, enveloping the surrounding forest. This was one of the techniques employed by those who had attained the true intent level. Once one's spiritual force had been honed to a significant degree and the martial art's true intent successfully consolidated, one could manipulate their spiritual energy with ease, extending it outward in tendrils to explore the surroundings, akin to an astral projection. The greater the intensity of one's spiritual force, the broader the area it could cover. Allowing for clearer reconnaissance, Lai Chi discreetly activated his secret method to scan the vicinity, and finding no hidden bandits, he felt a sense of relief. However, Mu Qianling, who sat closest to him, sensed the shift in Li Qi's aura, which had become formidable and ominous, instilling a sense of trepidation in her. Young master, you, upon retracting his spiritual energy, Li Qi offered Mu Qianling a reassuring smile, signaling her not to fear, before resuming his meditation to refine his mental strength. Having recently entered the true intent level, he found the nature of spiritual energy fascinating, and during his contemplative exercises, he had conceived several practical applications for it. This method of spiritual reconnaissance was one such innovation. With mastery of this technique, Li Qi would no longer fear the majority of ambushes. With him as their guardian, the caravan traversed Niuyao Ridge safely. After a day's travel, they arrived at a place called Qingshui Village, where they were greeted by those who had been waiting for their arrival. The caravan unloaded its cargo and settled in Qingshui Village. Everyone had been on edge throughout the day, yet they encountered no bandits, not even a petty thief, allowing the tension in their hearts to ease. After a hearty dinner, the weary travelers retired early, exhausted from their journey. The following morning, after a quick breakfast, everyone promptly gathered their belongings and prepared to continue their journey. There was no time to waste. Lingering outdoors posed increasing risks, and they needed to reach the capital as swiftly as possible. To their astonishment, not only had the first day passed without incident, but the subsequent 2 days also unfolded without disturbance. Many began to suspect that Mu Xingyu's information had been erroneous, assuming no one intended to target the Mu family on the fourth day. As the caravan wound through a dense forest, the ever-busy Mu Xingyu approached Li Qi with a smile. "Xixiang, we shall soon reach the capital. Your efforts in escorting us have been greatly appreciated." Li Qi shook his head. "It has not been a burden. Rather, I am grateful for the hospitality of your family during our travels." Mu Xingyu chuckled. "Ah, Xixiang is too modest. In the future, should you have no engagements, feel free to visit. The Mu family will gladly welcome you. This journey has been smooth sailing, with no attacks. Once we enter the city, we must celebrate with a drink." Li Qi smiled in response. "No, you are mistaken. There are already those approaching. Prepare yourselves." At these words, Mu Xingyu's expression shifted from surprise to alarm, and he called out in a commanding voice, "Enemy attack! Stand ready." Li Qi's senses had detected a multitude of hostile presences encroaching upon them, their malevolent intent resonating within his spiritual domain, rushing towards the caravan. His smile grew increasingly sinister. At last, the confrontation had arrived. Chapter 71. The Clash. A throng of figures surged through the nearby woods, their movements accompanied by a rustling sound as a suffocating and terrifying aura descended upon them. The tension among the travelers became palpable. What had been a leisurely journey transformed into chaos, with many women and children breaking into tears, further exacerbating the confusion within the caravan. "Do not panic. Everyone remain still. No one is to run. Guards, maintain your vigilance." The leader of the guards was a martial artist at the initial stage of the true Qi realm. He exhaled deeply and shouted loudly, serving as one of the mainstays of the Mu family. He had consistently overseen the safety of the Mu household, and with his commanding voice, the previously chaotic convoy was instantly calmed. However, this bold maneuver also made him a target. Eyes were now fixated upon him. An arrow imbued with immense true Qi hurtled towards him, striking with alarming speed right before him. The guard leader's eyes widened as he swung his long blade in an attempt to deflect the swiftly approaching projectile. Yet, at the moment of contact between blade and arrow, a surge of true Qi erupted, causing his long blade to shatter into two pieces. After severing the blade, the arrow struck his protective chest plate, piercing his chest. The tremendous force of the arrow propelled him off his horse, sending him tumbling several yards into the thicket. Yet, he was not slain by this arrow. It penetrated merely 2 inches into his protective gear, injuring his bones but sparing his vital organs. The guard leader scrambled to his feet, pulling out the bloodied arrowhead, his face etched with horror. True Qi realm peak? Soon, a bald giant wielding a massive bow burst forth from the trees, accompanied by a menacing throng of over 500 vicious-looking bandits, encircling the entire convoy like a pack of ravenous wolves. These individuals were the bandits who had long been lurking in wait. The bald giant, observing the disheveled guard leader, chuckled. "You've got some skill, surviving that shot. You must have a charmed life. But alas, today, you all must perish here." Mu Xingyu galloped forth, positioning himself in front of the leader, and barked, "You ruffians, cease your arrogance and retreat at once, or face merciless slaughter." The bandits erupted in laughter. "Is this kid daft? He actually thinks we'll leave. I want that brat's head to be displayed as a trophy, and those women are mine." They jeered, their laughter echoing. The bald giant regarded Mu Xingyu with a mix of pity and amusement. "Don't blame me, kid. We're merely following orders. This place shall be your grave." Mu Xingyu inhaled deeply and replied slowly, "It was Zhu Laoda who sent you here, wasn't he it?" The giant tilted his head. "Do you think I would divulge that?" "Enough chatter. Meet your end," he commanded. Instantly, both factions clashed in a fierce melee. Meanwhile, a faint ethereal figure swiftly detached from the carriage, rushing towards the bandits. Li Qi had also entered the fray. He had just utilized his mental acuity to meticulously survey the surrounding area for any hidden enemies, but found none. All the bandits were indeed present. With that, he ceased his hesitation and struck decisively. These bandits were potential points of enhancement he had long awaited. Today, they had delivered themselves to him, and he could not afford to let them slip away. He unleashed the technique treading the crane, enveloping himself in a torrent of razor-sharp sword energy, transforming him into a human reaper as he charged directly into the horde of bandits. Wherever Li Qi traversed, blood and flesh flew, severed limbs soaring high, and the air was filled with wails of agony. What just rushed past us? Damn it! We've lost so many brothers. That guy is dangerous. Evade, ah! He is coming back. The bandits, initially overwhelming the Mu family and inducing chaos, soon found themselves in disarray after Li Qi's intervention. Points of enhancement surged in abundance. 1, 1, 3, 10. The notifications cascaded before Li Qi's eyes, fueling his exhilaration as his previously insufficient points rapidly accumulated. With sword energy shielding him, he rampaged through the bandits, encountering no worthy adversary. Wherever he passed, a 5-meter vacuum formed among the bandits, who were mercilessly dismembered in his wake. Witnessing the prowess of the master from the Songhua Wanshou sect, the Mu family members finally breathed a sigh of relief, as the tide of battle began to turn in their favor. The bald leader, in a fit of rage, shouted while fending off Mu Xingyu's attacks. "You useless fools! Stop that guy immediately!" No sooner had the words left his mouth than Li Qi pivoted, charging directly towards the bald giant. In a fleeting moment before the giant could react, the head of this peak true Qi bandit was severed from his shoulders. In mere breaths, over 100 had perished at Li Qi's hands, leaving the remaining bandits aghast. Though they continued their assault on the convoy, they began to reconsider the necessity of their engagement. As the Mu family clashed with the bandits, several men stood silently atop a distant hill, concealed by the shade of trees, observing the fierce conflict below. Oh, another adept of the true element realm has arrived. Intriguing. Chapter 72. Do you truly believe you can triumph with such inadequate forces? Following the relentless siege of the Wuz sect by the Dahan forces, several masters within the sect, who were nearing the status of earthly immortals, had been slain. The prowess of these masters was formidable. Having comprehended the essence of martial arts, it would be challenging for Dahan alone to eliminate the masters of the Wuz sect. However, at that time, the Wuz sect had grown too powerful and infamous, prompting not only Dahan but also several other top-tier sects to join the fray against them. Consequently, the Wuz sect found themselves at a disadvantage, and one by one, the masters fell, leading the sect to retreat into obscurity, fragmenting into smaller factions. The Halian sect emerged as a faction that thrived in the Huling prefecture. Once the Wuz sect had been divided into 5 branches, each led by a fragrant master. The remnants of the Haitong branch regrouped to establish the Halian sect following the Wuz sect's fragmentation. Additionally, there were the Bai Lian, Qing Lian, Hong Lian, and Huang Lian sects, which also developed in the shadows. The day when the 5 lotus flowers reunite will signal the resurgence of the Wuz sect. Half a month prior, the steward of the Zhu family sought out the Halian sect, requesting their assistance in seizing the Mu family's migrating convoy. Promising substantial rewards in return, Fang Long, the leader of the Halian sect, initially dismissed the Zhu family's meager offer, intending to decline. However, upon learning that the Mu family had connections to the Songhua Wanshou sect, the nature of the situation changed entirely. During the siege of the Wuz sect, the Songhua Wanshou sect had also participated. One of the Wuz sect's masters had perished at their hands, the Songhua Wanshou sect. Fang Long's mind began to race. He had recently caught wind of some troubling news regarding the Songhua Wanshou sect. It seemed someone was plotting against them, rendering the current situation exceedingly delicate. The Songhua Wanshou sect was no minor faction, and those intending to strike at them appeared to possess significant backing. This was undoubtedly an opportunity. Should Fang Long assist the Zhu family in eliminating the disciples of the Songhua Wanshou sect? And if the sect's response was minimal or non-existent, it would indicate that they were facing dire troubles, unable to spare resources for their disciples. If that were the case, all the better. Fang Long would lead his men directly to the Songhua Wanshou sect. Regardless of who was planning to attack, they could ride the coattails of the chaos to seize some benefits, if conditions were favorable. Annihilating the Songhua Wanshou sect would not be out of the question. After all, they had dealt a heavy blow to the Wuz sect in the past, and this vendetta could not go unavenged. Fang Long also informed the leaders of the other 4 Lotus factions about the situation with the Songhua Wanshou sect, awaiting the opportune moment to act in unison. They were all individuals struggling for survival in the shadows. Sharp and lethal, akin to sharks. The scent of blood would draw them in to consume their prey. Ultimately, Fang Zhu agreed to the Zhu family's request, promising to aid them against the Mu family. The steward of the Zhu family departed with great joy, while Fang Long wore a sinister smile, envisioning the impending doom that awaited the Songha Wanshou sect. During the assault on the Mu family convoy, Fang Long, accompanied by several elite members of the Halian sect, waited patiently, observing the battlefield from afar. Master Fang, why do you hesitate to act? My hired men are nearly all dead. The Mu family is about to escape. A stout, short man exclaimed anxiously. Yet Fang Long remained calm, replying slowly, Fear not, Zhu Zhuagung. As long as I am present, they will not escape. Discovering that the Mu family had a true element realm martial artist among them, utilizing the Songha Wanshou technique only heightened Fang Long's excitement. Let us eliminate you first, and then observe the Songha Wanshou sect's reaction. With a sinister grin, Fang Long commanded, You lot, follow me to slaughter. A cadre of formidable Halian sect warriors surged into action, charging towards Li Qi, a wave of fierce murderous intent rushing from the side. Li Qi raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze into the distance, where he spotted several figures swiftly approaching, 3 at the true Yuan realm and 4 at the true Qi realm. The aura emanating from them was ominous and chilling, markedly different from that of other martial artists. Li Qi understood immediately, surmising that these individuals were remnants of the 5-colored sect. With a sweeping motion of his sword, Li Qi unleashed a ring of sword energy that radiated outward, cleaving all nearby bandits in half, leaving a gruesome scene in his wake. Such prowess caused the incoming members of the Black Lotus sect to subtly change their expressions, sword energy taking shape. Is this a swordsmanship master? In an instant, Fang Long and his companions arrived on the battlefield, their expressions grave. They had not anticipated encountering a swordsmanship master here. However, regrettably, you must die today. Xingyu, who was fiercely battling the remaining bandits, was suddenly stricken with fear as he saw Fang Long and his group. Sensing their formidable presence. 3 at the true Yuan realm? How could this be? He had researched the remnants of the 5-colored sect and found that it was highly unlikely they possessed any true Yuan experts. Only minor characters at the true Qi realm, easily manageable. But now, 3 true Yuan beings had emerged, leaving him utterly astonished. What could he do now? Although his senior brother was also a true Yuan expert, facing 3 at once was perilously risky. Pain and regret surged within him. Perhaps the Mu family should not have relocated, nor should they have summoned the senior brother. While Xingyu was engulfed in panic, Li Qi remained remarkably composed. You wish to kill me? With just the likes of you pathetic fools. As his words fell, Li Qi charged towards the remnants of the 5-colored sect. Chapter 73. I have developed an affection for talents. Li Qi did not reveal the combat prowess of a grand master, appearing to outsiders as merely a mid-stage true Yuan martial artist, thus creating an illusion for the Black Lotus sect members that they could easily defeat him. Fang Long wielded a long knife, his true Qi transforming into black flames that coiled around the blade, relentlessly slashing at Li Qi, while several adept members of the Black Lotus sect surrounded him to execute a lethal strike. Dance of the winged spring and autumn. Li Qi rapidly swung his flowing cloud sword, launching strikes at these fiends. Waves of sword energy flew forth, twisting and transforming into pure white wings that sought to shred the attackers to pieces. If they had been true Yuan experts, they might have managed to withstand Li Qi's onslaught, but the true Qi individuals were not so fortunate. The transformed sword energy was razor-sharp, and in an instant, 2 true Qi experts from the Black Lotus sect were cleaved in 2, along with their weapons. In a mere exchange, 2 had been slain. Fang Long, instead of being enraged, felt a flicker of admiration as he looked at Li Qi. Young man, your swordsmanship is truly remarkable. It would be a pity for you to die like this. I shall offer you an opportunity. Join us, and I shall spare your life. What say you? Li Qi, repelling an attacker with a single swing, scoffed. What a time to think of recruiting me. Have you lost your mind? Fang Long took a step back, creating distance from Li Qi, unperturbed by the mockery. He glanced at the severed bodies of his subordinates nearby and smirked before addressing Li Qi. You may not be aware, but your Songha Wansho sect has attracted significant trouble. This time, it will not be so easy to escape. Now, you can choose to join us, or you may opt to perish alongside the Songha Wansho sect." Upon hearing Fong Long's words, Li Qi's expression darkened. "What trouble? I do not understand your meaning. Curious to know? If you are willing to join us and serve our sect, I will divulge the details." Li Qi ceased his inquiries. He had intended to extract information, but Fong Long did not take the bait. Even without his confession, Li Qi could roughly surmise the issue was related to Sun Yinyun. The trouble stemmed from the Blood Robe Tower. Sun Yinyun had mentioned the Blood Robe Tower during their conversation. Its young master, Li Qiubai, had perished at the hands of a Songha Wansho sect elder, and they would undoubtedly seek vengeance. It seemed the Blood Robe Tower had already traced Sun Yinyun's whereabouts and was preparing to strike. Even these remnants of the five-colored sect had caught wind of the impending storm. The situation was dire. Li Qi mused silently but maintained his composure, addressing Fong Long coldly, "If you choose not to speak, then take those words to your grave." Fong Long laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha, individuals with exceptional swordsmanship like you are indeed rare. I have developed an affection for talents, intending to save you. But a stubborn fool like you is even more uncommon. A path to survival laid before you, yet you remain unmoved. If so, then you shall die alongside the Songha Wansho sect." The black flames on Fong Long's blade surged violently, unleashing a torrent of searing blade energy towards Li Qi. Devouring black blade. The myriad of blade energies enveloped Li Qi's figure. Yet, Li Qi's gaze remained tranquil, his inner true yuan boiling as he unleashed gigantic and vividly lifelike winged sword energies towards the members of the Black Lotus sect. In the blink of an eye, 2 more true Qi experts fell to their demise. Now, only 3 true yuan experts remained on the Black Lotus sect side. Fong Long bellowed, "You dare! Do not think that just because you have achieved swordsmanship mastery, you can escape today. You shall be besieged and slain here." As he spoke, the 3 true yuan experts intensified their assaults, unleashing a relentless barrage of blade lights aimed at Li Qi's vital points. Yet, they were perplexed, and no matter how they increased their offensive, they could not subdue Li Qi, who wore a semblance of ease, as if their attacks were but a gentle breeze. Had they known they were besieging a grand master, they would have fled in terror, evaporating into thin air rather than remaining to confront him. Li Qi, however, would never allow them to escape. His aura erupted, and his martial true yuan surged forth like a blaze. Second Dragon Gate of the Dragon Gate Seal. A sword light so swift it was nearly unimaginable illuminated the eyes of all present, and 2 true yuan heads flew from their bodies. With a horizontal slash, he dispatched 2 Black Lotus sect experts, leaving only Fong Long standing. Li Qi then pivoted, executing a thrust that pierced Fong Long's forehead. The ferocity of Fong Long's expression was forever frozen on his face. Li Qi flicked his sword, sending Fong Long's lifeless body soaring through the air, crashing to the ground, never to stir again. Potential points 100. Li Qi single-handedly vanquished the attacking Black Lotus sect. While the remaining bandits were slaughtered by the Mu family's guards, Xingyu rushed over. "Senior brother, you weren't injured, were you?" "Not at all. Senior brother is truly formidable. You have slain all 3 true yuan experts." As expected of the chief of our Songha Wansho sect, at that moment, Xingyu's admiration for Li Qi reached unparalleled heights. Just moments ago, they had faced a horde of formidable foes, and he had prepared his last words. Yet, the tide had turned dramatically as Li Qi showcased his terrifying strength, obliterating the enemies and saving the Mu family. Xingyu was deeply grateful. "Senior brother, this battle has concluded. Let us return and rest." Li Qi shook his head lightly, smiling. "No, it is not over yet." He turned his gaze towards the direction where Fong Long and the others had come and soon spotted a rotund figure fleeing. Clumsily navigating the forest in panic. "Interesting. I had not noticed someone hiding over there at first." Li Qi's figure vanished in a flash, only to return moments later, dragging the plump individual back with him. He tossed the ashen-faced figure at Xingyu's feet and inquired, "Do you recognize this fat man?" Upon seeing the man's face, Xingyu gasped, "Zhuzuagang?" Chapter 74. The Return Journey. Upon returning to the carriage, Mu Qianling looked at Li Qi with awe and said, "Young master, you have returned on him. Pour me a cup of tea. Yu Qianling hurriedly prepared hot water and brewed tea. Li Qi's recent display had genuinely terrified him. So many bandits had attacked, along with several true Yuan experts, yet all had been slain by Li Qi. Even the peak true Yuan expert stood no chance against him, being dispatched in an instant. Slaughtered like livestock in a brief span, over 200 lives had perished at Li Qi's hands. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, Mu Qianling would scarcely have believed such an event could occur. Despite Li Qi's typically refined and calm demeanor, appearing affable and approachable, he was, in fact, a ruthless killer who had claimed the lives of over 100. Once the tea was ready, Mu Qianling carefully handed it to Li Qi, saying, "Young master, please enjoy your tea." Having just dispatched a multitude of foes, Li Qi indeed felt a pang of thirst. He swiftly downed a cup of refreshing tea, feeling an immediate wave of comfort and exhilaration wash over him. Reclining on the soft cushions of the carriage, the tension within his muscles began to dissipate, and he let out a long, relieved sigh. Beside him, Mu Qianling, having shaken off her initial shock, gazed at Li Qi with eyes transformed. If at the onset she had regarded him with a hint of playful mockery, now her feelings were entirely one of admiration. Li Qi, with reckless abandon, had unleashed his power, cutting through the bandits with ease, vanquishing all adversaries and rescuing the Mu family. This spectacle left a profound impact on Mu Qianling. In any realm, women are drawn to strength. She slowly approached Li Qi, gently squeezing his arm. "You have worked hard, my lord. You must be weary?" "Not at all. Thank you for your concern. I am grateful for your family's safety. Had it not been for my intervention, the Mu family would have faced dire straits." He replied, "Indeed, it is only right that I promise to protect you all." After a brief hesitation, Mu Qianling murmured, "Such immense kindness from you, my lord. The Mu family has no means to repay you. I wish to stay by your side henceforth." "If it pleases you." Li Qi offered no response, and Mu Qianling cautiously raised her gaze, only to find him fast asleep on the cushions, soft snores escaping him. Frustrated, she returned to the nearby table, where she began to play the guqin. Once Li Qi feigned slumber, his mind delved into the system interface to review the spoils of this encounter. Potential: 2,000 in this battle. Li Qi had garnered 2,000 points of potential, sufficient to elevate Baiyun view once more. Enhance. A torrent of visualization memories flooded his mind, and he felt as though he had traversed decades in an instant. Throughout this prolonged experience, his mental acuity underwent relentless refinement and substantial enhancement. Li Qi's spiritual power surged dramatically. Compared to his former self, his spiritual prowess had doubled. With the successful completion of Baiyun View, not only had Li Qi's martial comprehension grown stronger, but he had also ascended to the mid-stage of the true intent realm. Excellent! Li Qi's heart swelled with joy. All his efforts alongside the Mu family had not been in vain, yielding fruitful rewards. Upon reaching the mid-stage of the true intent realm, to further elevate his cultivation, he would need to practice the other two visualization methods, Feihe View and Qingming View. These methods differed from Baiyun View, primarily serving unique purposes rather than merely enhancing spiritual power. Should he master these two techniques to profound depths, he could reach the pinnacle of the true intent realm. However, his current potential points were insufficient, forcing him to pause his ambitions. The Mu family's convoy proceeded steadily, drawing ever closer to the city. The captured Zhuzuoging now found himself in the hands of the Mu family, and his fate would undoubtedly be grim. Despite Li Qi's timely intervention, the Mu family had still suffered casualties, with several guards and family members injured or killed. Had it not been for Zhu family interference, such catastrophe could have been avoided. Zhuzuoging was thoroughly beaten by the Mu family guards, his cries echoing in despair. After enduring severe torture without revealing any valuable information, he was ultimately executed by a guard and left to rot in the wilderness. Upon entering the city, the Mu family quickly settled in. They possessed holdings in the capital, providing them with a solid foundation, thus avoiding starting from scratch. Once inside their new residence, the Mu family hurriedly prepared a feast to honor Li Qi, celebrating their successful arrival in the capital, attributing their safe passage to his valor. The atmosphere was jubilant as the guests toasted him repeatedly, the meal extending deep into the night. The following morning, Li Qi tidied his belongings and bid farewell to the Mu family. Making his way back to the mountain gate, Mu Xingyu had requested a month's leave from the sect to attend to matters concerning his clan and would remain in the city for some time. Alone, Li Qi hastened his return, the words of Fong Long echoing in his mind. Stirring unease within him, it appeared that the Blood Robe Pavilion would soon make a move, and he needed to return to the mountain gate post-haste. Chapter 75. Turbulence from all sides. A crisis approaches. Before long, Li Qi arrived at the mountain gate. He first went to the miscellaneous hall to hand over his completed task. Senior brother, a pigeon from Mu Xingyu has arrived. Upon verification, the task you accepted has been completed. Here is your contribution for the task, reported a managing disciple, presenting Li Qi with 120 contribution jade coins. Li Qi accepted the coins and turned to leave. Soon after, another disciple approached him. Senior brother, the sect leader has summoned you. Please proceed to the main hall. A chill ran down Li Qi's spine. It seemed matters were escalating, and he swiftly made his way to the leader's hall. Upon arrival, he discovered everyone present: Ji Zhizhong, the sect leader Pang Jing, several elders, and disciples of the true Yuan realm. Seated at the head was Pang Jing, smiling as he greeted, Li Qi, you have arrived. Li Qi clasped his hands in respect. Disciple has completed a task and has just returned to the mountain gate. Pang Jing nodded in satisfaction. Li Qi's rapid advancement in strength and his proactive approach to taking on tasks had earned him the leader's favor. Well done. Your efforts are commendable. After a few words of praise, Pang Jing shifted to the matter at hand. The reason for gathering everyone here is likely clear to you all indeed. It concerns the Blood Robe Pavilion. I have received word that the Blood Robe Pavilion may soon make a move against us, possibly within a month, or at the latest, 2 months. The atmosphere grew tense. Silence enveloped the room, with Sun Yinyun displaying a hint of guilt upon her face. Humph! The mere Blood Robe Pavilion. Should they dare to act recklessly here, they shall find no return. The Grand Elder Ji Zhizhong scoffed, exuding an aura that seemed as deep as the ocean, capturing everyone's attention. Amidst the gathering, only Jin Wenyang appeared perplexed, having recently entered the true Yuan realm and unaware of much of the high-level information. Wang Huan quietly explained the situation to him. Pang Jing continued, I am aware of the circumstances surrounding the Blood Robe Pavilion. Their leader, Li Zhaozhou, is a formidable practitioner at the late stage of the True Intent realm, with several gold medal assassins under him at the early stage of the True Intent realm. The Blood Robe Pavilion is not as powerful as our Songha Wanshou sect. Logically, Li Zhaozhou would not act so foolishly as to confront us directly, as that would only provide outsiders with an opportunity to exploit. However, his audacity suggests he must have some backing. I suspect they may have allied with other forces, so everyone should be mentally prepared, he warned. Not only the Blood Robe Pavilion may come knocking, but other forces might also get involved. This revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly. Li Qi felt it was time to voice his thoughts. Sect leader, I have something to report. Oh? Speak. All eyes turned toward Li Qi, who recounted the events surrounding the Mu family's convoy, particularly emphasizing the attack by the remnants of the Five-Colored sect, which caused a stir among the attendees. What? The Five-Colored sect is aware of this incident? Hadn't they long since faded into obscurity? Are they resurfacing now? The leader claimed that our Songha Wanshou sect would invite disaster, clearly indicating some insider knowledge. I recall a grandmaster of the Five-Colored sect whom we had slain. Given such animosity, it is likely they will seize the opportunity for revenge. The Five-Colored sect will undoubtedly make a move. Very well, any forces that pose a threat to our sect shall include the Five-Colored sect. The crowd buzzed with speculation regarding the various possibilities. Pang Jing turned to Li Qi. Li Qi, did you slay those 3 true Yuan realm practitioners from the Five-Colored sect? Indeed. Silence fell over the assembly, and Pang Jing pressed further. Li Qi, can you disclose your current level of strength? After a moment of silence, Li Qi replied, late stage of the true Yuan realm. As he spoke, a commensurate aura erupted from him. Li Qi had yet to reveal his true capabilities. Having only joined the Songha Wanshou sect for 2 months, he had already broken through to the mid-stage of the True Intent realm, achieving the status of Grandmaster. Such an accomplishment was astounding and far beyond the understanding of those present. Should he unveil his true strength, it would only invite suspicion regarding the possession of unknown treasures, leading to unpredictable complications. Perhaps the members of the Songha Wanshou sect would harbor no ulterior motives, but should the news leak, the reactions from the outside world would be unfathomable. If a land-bound immortal were to take notice and attempt to abduct Li Qi, the entire Songha Wanshou sect would be unable to protect him. Caution was of the utmost importance. Even though Li Qi had only displayed a fraction of his strength, it left the assembly in shock. What? Another breakthrough? Just days ago, weren't you at the mid-stage of the true Yuan realm? A genius, a true prodigy. Alas, if only we had discovered Li Qi earlier, as the luminous pearl lay shrouded in dust. Only now was Li Qi brought into the mountain gate. The crowd gasped in astonishment, lamenting silently, pondering how much greater Li Qi's achievements might have been had he entered the sect sooner. Perhaps even attaining the status of an earthbound immortal. Their gazes towards Li Qi brimmed with envy, while the sect leader clapped his hands in appreciation, exclaiming, "Li Qi, you have done remarkably well. I had not anticipated such a swift breakthrough in such a short time. Should the Blood Robe Tower launch an assault, you shall be a vital force for our sect." Li Qi solemnly replied, "Rest assured, sect leader, I shall exert every effort." After a brief discussion on strategies to counter the Blood Robe Tower, the assembly dispersed. Shortly thereafter, Elder Wang Huan approached Li Qi, handing him a small cloth pouch, saying, "Li Qi, please accept these contribution jade coins. The sect leader has decreed that you need not concern yourself with other matters. For the time being, focus solely on enhancing your strength." Upon opening the pouch, Li Qi discovered 5 contribution jade coins, each worth 1,000. This amounted to a substantial total of 5,000 contribution points. Taking a deep breath, he realized the weight of this pouch was significant. He replied earnestly, "Elder, please convey my gratitude to the sect leader. I shall not disappoint the trust placed in me." In Chapter 76. The impending attack of the Blood Robe Tower loomed over the Songha Wanshou sect. As long as one broke through to the true origin realm, they could receive 100 contribution jade coins each month. The chief disciple would receive even more, totaling 300 points monthly. This arrangement was designed to afford the true origin disciples ample time to cultivate their martial prowess without the burden of worrying about contribution points. Elder Wang Huan had already distributed this month's contributions, leaving other true origin disciples with merely 100 points, whereas Li Qi boasted an impressive 5,000 points. Elated by such a bounty, Li Qi recognized that although he could earn contributions through concocting secret medicines, it required considerable time and effort. The sect leader's generous gesture had saved him a great deal of time. He returned to the scripture pavilion to exchange for various martial arts techniques that piqued his interest. However, his potential points were dwindling, and he contemplated venturing out to hunt for more. Yet, with the impending conflict, the threat from the Blood Robe Tower loomed ever closer, and the sect leader had advised against unnecessary excursions. Should a battle erupt, being unable to return promptly could prove disastrous. Moreover, the situation outside remained uncertain. If any disciple ventured out alone and fell under the watchful eye of malicious individuals, it could lead to perilous circumstances. Not only were the true origin disciples restricted from leaving the mountain gate, but even the ordinary disciples faced similar constraints, all for the sake of their safety. The news of the Blood Robe Tower's impending attack had yet to spread beyond the core circles of the sect, leaving the ordinary disciples unaware of the full details. Nonetheless, many disciples sensed the atmosphere thickening with tension. As time passed, several pieces of good news emerged. Following the fierce battle where the former chief disciple Huang Fuji was defeated by Li Qi, the encounter had provided Huang Fuji with profound insights. After recovering from his injuries, he diligently trained and subsequently broke through to the mid-stage of the true origin realm. Many flocked to congratulate him on his breakthrough. Furthermore, another individual had also achieved a breakthrough, though few were aware of it, Sun Yinyun. After departing the sect and enduring numerous assassination attempts before narrowly escaping, her return to the Songha Wanshou sect brought her immense growth. After entering seclusion, she successfully broke through to the true intent realm, achieving the status of a Grand Master, much to the surprise of the sect leader and the others. With formidable foes approaching, the addition of a new Grand Master to the sect was indeed fortuitous. As days turned to weeks, the news of the Blood Robe Tower's impending assault gradually spread, causing a stir among the disciples who, upon hearing the news, were taken aback but silently prepared themselves, On a fateful afternoon, just after the midday meal, an inexplicable aura enveloped the mountain gate. Deep within the recesses of the Songhua Wanshou sect, the reclusive Ji Zhizhong finally opened his eyes. They have arrived. At the foot of the mountain, a throng of ominous figures gathered. They gazed up at the crimson mountain gate, their expressions a mix of mockery, malice, excitement, and silence, each exuding a palpable malevolence. So, this is the Songhua Wanshou sect. A fine place indeed. Alas, soon it shall cease to exist. While it still stands, let me take a good look. He. It is time to collect the price. I shall make the entire sect pay for my son's life. A cold voice echoed behind Li Xiaozhou. Do not forget what you promised. Li Xiaozhou stiffened momentarily before hastily turning to address the speaker. Rest assured, as long as you assist me in seizing the Songhua Wanshou sect, the Blood Robe Tower shall fulfill 3 tasks for you. Free of charge, I vow it. Just remember that, the speaker cautioned. The figure behind Li Xiaozhou was an elderly man with a grim visage, emanating a formidable aura, clearly a peak practitioner of the true intent realm, equal to Ji Zhizhong. Li Xiaozhou wore a fawning smile. Elder, aside from various matters regarding the Songhua Wanshou sect, the formidable Ji Zhizhong will be quite a challenge. We may not be able to subdue him. The elder shook his head, coldly stating, Leave Ji Zhizhong to me. I have some unfinished business with him. This opportunity shall allow me to settle our scores. With this assurance, Li Xiaozhou felt considerably reassured. He turned his gaze to a few others nearby, buoyed by the prospect of the assault on the Songhua Wanshou sect. This time, not only was the Blood Robe Tower involved, but several other factions had also been persuaded to join. The Floating World Society, the Poison King Valley, the Black Wolf Gang. These were relatively minor sects, with their top-tier combatants being merely true origin warriors, not overly strong, but still useful. What piqued Li Xiaozhou's interest most was another faction, the Five Color sect. They had also caught wind of the news and were willing to assist in the assault on the Songhua Wanshou sect. Li Xiaozhou was somewhat familiar with the Five Color sect. It had been obliterated by the Dahan court, splintering into 5 smaller Lotus sects, with the White Lotus sect reigning supreme over the others. The leader of the White Lotus sect, Fu Shaoran, had recently broken through to the True Intent realm, attaining the status of a Grand Master, and was now a mid-stage True Intent practitioner. An impressive feat that carried significant weight. Li Xiaozhou smiled at Fu Shaoran. Brother Fu, our assault on the Songhua Wanshou sect may require your aid. Fu Shaoran, with a chilling presence, replied, The Songhua Wanshou sect has long been at odds with my Five Color sect. A month ago, my Black Lotus Master Fong Long fell at the hands of the Songhua Wanshou sect. I will not let them escape unscathed. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Xiaozhou laughed heartily. In that case, let us not delay any longer. Everyone, follow me to attack the Songhua Wanshou sect. In Chapter 77, the Crimson Mountain Gate trembled violently before shattering into ruins. Songhua Wanshou sect, come forth and meet your demise. With a roar infused with true energy, the sound reverberated across the mountains and fields. The commotion startled all disciples within the mountain gate, who swiftly armed themselves with swords and blades, rushing to the scene. Upon arrival, they beheld a horde of unsavory characters surging through the shattered gate. Their faces grotesque and their intentions clearly malevolent, casting ominous glances at the disciples of the Songhua Wanshou sect. As the two sides faced off, the senior members of the sect arrived, led by the venerable elder Ji Zhizhong. Li Xiaozhou, how dare you?